Huge thanks to Red Bull. welcome to day 2 of the North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard, here with my usual partner. Nice to see you, Zken.
Hello.
And our resident player analyst, Rome. We have a huge day of action. This is the culmination of the entire winter season. This will be elimination day for the best 8 teams in North America. We will have the losers bracket matches first, then the winners bracket matches. But the bottom line is teams are going to keep playing until either they're knocked out or they're into the best of 5 semifinals. And we're going to talk about all of that. But before we do, very interesting storyline developing on this tournament that's being played on Update 115. And that was Ozo, a hero that we haven't seen in any competitive action at all, being played both by TSM, the #1 seed, and Gangstar Sirius, the #2 seed. And that's why I have Zken here to explain to me where this came from.
Yeah, one of the great things about Ozo is that he pairs so well with certain roamers. Adagio, Arden, Finn. The bonus he gets from his perk is just so powerful, and being able to take advantage of that is very important.
All right, so Ozo now, it seemed like yesterday his gap closing ability was also a big part of his success.
Right, one of the things we do see a lot in the North American meta is that there are some very mobile carries in Vox, in Sky. For those mobile carries, Ozo has the ability to just close the gap so easily. He has 3 abilities that can take him right next to that carry and allows him to stick to them like no one else.
All right, so understanding that a couple of the best teams in North America pulled him out yesterday, for all those lower seeds or those other teams that might have to deal with this if this trend continues, what do you do to counter Ozo? What kind of comps, what kind of play style can nullify this hero?
One of the great things about Ozo is that he does have that extremely long-range engage. However, that is something that could be a detriment to him. If you have a Warhorn, if you use your boots, if you use your reflex block, Ozo can be caught out on his own, away from his team, and in that position, he is just not too powerful on his own.
All right, so with that, we'll keep an eye on the strats today. We'll see if we get any more Ozo in the games ahead. Thank you very much, Zken, for stopping by. I look forward to your casting later on today with Forecourt Jester.
Most certainly looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to some very awesome games.
I'm glad I got a most certainly out of you before you left. All right, so with that, we're going to turn our attention to the matches today. Let's bring up the day 2 schedule and talk about that. And of course, there's no one better to talk about that than Rome. So Rome, look in the top left corner there. That's what we care about first. We have Liberation X against the #8 seed Rage Pingers. This is a losers bracket match. It's loser leaves town. You gotta win or you're out.
Yeah, so with Liberation X, returning champions heading into this tournament. And what we saw from them yesterday is I felt that they weren't prepared in terms of communication with the teams, in terms of just synergizing as one unit. And the same can be said for Rage Pingers. They started off very shaky, but as the games started going on, they got a lot better. So I'm expecting both of these teams to actually perform to their fullest potential today.
Now, one thing that's really interesting about Liberation X is this is the exact same situation they found themselves in the Autumn Championships, which they ultimately won. They lost early and had to fight their way out of the entire losers bracket, and they mixed and matched their rosters, they played different hero comps, different styles, and ultimately they were able to pull that off. So is that kind of like a silver lining for them today? They're just on the same trajectory?
Yeah, and don't let the loss yesterday get to them. I talked to Marto yesterday, and he was fully confident that their team coming in today do have a great chance of coming out and proceeding into the next tomorrow.
All right, let's very quickly just mention the other games on the slate, and then I want to talk about Rage Pingers and move ahead. So maybe the match that everyone is waiting for, we have later on today, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity and TSM. That's a finals-worthy match. Stay tuned for that one. The other losers bracket match will be Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic against Vertigo Black. Very interesting contrast in styles there. And we have Nemesis Hydra versus Gangstar Sirius in El Clasico. That is going to be a lot of fun. So stay with us all day today for all of these matches. Quickly now on the 8th seeded Rage Pingers. It was their first time in this environment. Maybe they got some of the jitters out. They got they got a match under their belt, and this is a very capable team.
Yeah, and somebody I really want to look at today will be 12 Tacos 12. Like regularly, he used to play in that lane and he dominated before. Now, recently, he's actually transitioned down, playing out of that roam position, and yesterday, all of a sudden, into that jungle carry. So we know with Rage Pingers, all the players are very versatile. They can play pretty much any position, and that actually gives them an advantage going up against Liberation X, where they can pretty much choose any different composition and try and just enforce it out.
All right, all matches today are best of 3. And before we get to the first draft, let's take a quick look at Liberation X, hear a little bit more about their story now.
Being the first ever North American champions, we feel like this time around we have a lot to prove. And I mean, getting there, it was kind of rough, and getting here is kind of rough. It's been kind of the same path, but we expect to have the same kind of outcome. This time around, first qualifier was a complete, utter fluke. Losing in a round of 32, it was really disappointing, but we came back, took 4th place in the second qualifier. Now we're 6th seed. Seeding to us doesn't really matter. We're gonna come out, we're gonna destroy everybody again. Same magic that we recreated the first time, we're gonna do it again this time.
I don't think we were the favorite to begin with in the last tournament, so I actually like not being the favorite and then upsetting the beliefs of everyone thinking that like TSM or Gangstar is gonna win.
We are aware that other people are talking about us and kind of analyzing us because we are the North American champions currently, and they're trying to dethrone us, so they're actually paying attention to us really closely, but it doesn't really matter to us that much. We know what we're gonna do out there.
I don't care about what other people think about my team. I know what my team's capable of, and they'll see it in the slot finals.
To us, just making it to the tournament was pretty much our biggest goal, and we knew for a fact as soon as we made it to the tournament that we're gonna win the tournament no matter what. And that's what we strived for last time, and that's what we're striving for this time. Doesn't matter what seed they put us in, we're gonna work our best and work our hardest, and we're gonna play our best, and we're gonna win that championship again.
Thank you very much, NVIDIA Shield, for that video. NVIDIA Shield, one of our sponsors today. Make sure you're checking out their K1 tablet. Amazing device for gamers. And stay tuned, because before we go off the air today, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield in the chat. So stay tuned, stick with us for that, and also look for ice giveaways periodically throughout the broadcast. So enjoy that. Rome, before we get into this first draft, I want to get your quick players to watch. It sounded like for Rage Pingers that might be 12 Tacos 12.
Yeah, and looking at him, like, he's very confident, and they had so many great chances for engagements yesterday. I feel that 12 Tacos 12 today, like, he will communicate with his team, making sure that they're always engaging on that right person. As long as their positioning is right, these guys have the mechanical skills to outplay the Liberation X team.
Well, that will be interesting to watch. And on the Liberation X side, who's your one to keep an eye on?
Honestly, it has to be Status Bake today, just because we've seen him play yesterday, and you see the potential, like when he plays a bunch of different heroes, he shows that his mastery of them, that understanding. But today, they have to play as a group. They have to make sure that they're always rotating as 3, and their engagements has to be on point.
All right, so with that, we'll stay tuned and wait for the draft for match 1 in this best of 3. And as we're waiting for the draft, what does a good draft look like for each of these teams?
To be honest, like, I usually spend a lot of time just predicting people's drafts and seeing like the overall compositions that these professional teams run. But after yesterday, the shock coming out of with the Ozo pick, the Rhyme picks, it's very hard to say. Basically, a lot of these professional teams have that understanding that they can build a bunch of different compositions, get that balance correct, and they can engage in any way possible.
All right, well, it is time for the draft. Maybe not the predictions out of Rome, but we'll quickly find out. Arden off the board and Adagio off the board, thank goodness.
So, Adagio yesterday was probably one of the key bans coming out of every single team.
Oh, not banned enough.
Yeah, and if they were ever picked up, it was always picked up by the first team picking.
All right, so we see a Catherine coming out of Liberation X, and this is E36 still in the lineup. A little bit of question there whether they should bring Marto back in. It will be E36 on this Catherine.
Yeah, and most definitely, like, they saw how he played yesterday, and overall, I thought he played fine. It was just how the team was coordinating with each other, making sure that they're always positioning themselves and engaging at the right time.
Well, this is a scary combination. The star of Update 114, the last update, Fortress, along with Sky, who is super strong, super slippery. Dienzio was a mastermind on that Sky yesterday. What do you think of Rage Pingers pulling out a Fortress Sky?
With this Fortress, most likely they're going to be running a Bruiser in that jungle, making sure that they're able to pretty much stand out front so that Sky is able to unleash her abilities in the back. But we see Vox coming out of Liberation X. Now, this is something like that we have to highlight because T-Tigers on Vox is insane. His mechanical skills and the way he moves and dances around the enemies, it just makes like one sight to see.
And Status Baked will likely be on this Taka, and Taka, that's a pretty good counter to Sky.
Yeah, and they ran it yesterday with like a Crystal Taka, and they did really well. But the only thing that they didn't concentrate on enough was the positioning.
Oh, there's the pedal pick, though. What does that mean?
With this pedal pick coming in, like, they have a very strong jungler in terms of getting off those Munions and the bleed proc coming out of that fortress.
All right, so with that, we have our new casting duo. Let's introduce now Tasty Bacon and Humanist.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I am Tasty Bacon. Alongside me is Humanist, and we are getting ready to get underway for Day 2 Elimination Day here at the Winter Championships. And I'm excited by these competitions. We're going to have extra units all over the fold with Petal and Fortress, Munions, and the Wolf Pack coming out. It's going to be a really exciting one. And of course, T-Tigers on this Vox. Like Rome was saying, absolutely incredible player. Was one of only 2 players throughout the Winter Qualifier that was pushing 10 CS per minute. And that is just incredible numbers to have. We'll have to see if he can keep that up.
Absolutely insane. And like you said, a lot of mobility and a lot of summons coming out of this draft here. So we'll just see how it all plays out. But it's very scary. When I look at this Fortress and Sky, the ability to get on top of targets is just so incredible.
Yeah, so we're going to have a pretty standard start. You can see the side of Rage Pingers. They got through their jungle very quickly, actually skipping the first back camp.
They're going to
so
move in. Our first
fight.
action, E36 getting lit up here by Fortress. Those Munions doing pretty good damage. Status Bake isolated, but T-Tigers will be there for that quick rotation, back them off. Status Bake very aggressive, and 12 Tacos is going to have to respect that moving forward here.
Yeah, and this is one of the things we were looking for from Status Baked, is to have him on one of these aggressive heroes so he can try and make these plays. And this is going to be risky, though. He's still in a deep, deep territory.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and use that box to go ahead and get himself out of here. Squirts through that bush, and now those Munions are going to start chunking him down, as he does have Fortress there, but he jumps right back on, and he will go down. There's our first blood. We'll go to our Petal.
Yep, Big Dog, you're going to secure that one. While all that was going on, though, nobody was really farming. So it was a great distraction by Status Baked. And actually, Alex moving down from the lane into the enemy jungle. This is a huge, huge play because it's taking advantage of the fact that he knew that the enemy jungler wasn't going to be farming his own side. So he moves out of the lane, goes and clears out Taka's jungle, and then his jungle goes up and takes those minions away from the turret. So a lot of gold is going to be actually earned by the side of Rage Fingers because of that rotation.
That's just absolute brilliance and the map awareness there. So very nice rotations. And it's so huge when you have those early aggressions like that they can take advantage of that. So Big Dog moving down, gonna do a little shopping here in the jungle shop. Everything pretty chill.
Yeah, a lot of crystal power coming out early. 3 crystal bits for the Big Dog. Those Munions are going to be doing some serious damage. And we saw already, they want fights. They were so aggressive at that level 1, level 2, and they might be looking for another one here, but it does look like Liberation, they're going to spot that out and back themselves away. So just some vision clearing going on now.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You see the Taka going up against this matchup here, the Fortress Petal. They're really playing around their cooldowns a lot, and so much damage will come out of that. Status Baked is getting hit on by both of these guys, but you know, he'll just box out of there back to turret, no harm, no foul. But meanwhile, Alex taking damage up here in the lane, and he's going to be able to get out of that. So these guys, they're just kind of poking around, pushing the limit, seeing where they can find those advantages.
Yeah, really even thus far. You see about a 300 gold lead in favor of Rage Pingers because of that early movement that they made. And right now, one of the things that's going to be interesting to watch is with the Petal. Typically they save the trampoline for an escape or repositioning mid-fight, but now that trampoline gives extra damage, it's used early on quite a bit, and it looks like Rage Fingers, they want another jungle fight.
Yeah, they are putting a lot of work on a Status Bake, but he's going to go ahead and get himself out of there. You see Alex has moved down. Forward Barrage is going to go ahead and go through here, but not too much damage comes out of that. 12 Tacos, he's very low, but Status Bake moves back in. Petal will get the kill there. It's a 1-for-1.
Munions make it a 2-for-1 as Big Dog picks up his 3rd kill of the game, 3-0 on that pedal, rocking that pumpkin, the limited edition Halloween skin that came out in the autumn season.
That's so clean. Love that skin.
It really is a nice one. The limited edition skins, 2 of them, 12 Tacos 12, also rocking the winter gift wrapped fortress.
So when we see this pedal, which we don't see picked up by every player, you know, there's only a couple people that are really comfortable. You know, from my perspective, the power spikes I see usually coming out of that first item and hitting around level 6, it can really have a huge impact in those fights.
Yeah, the extra damage and of course the healing can just do absolute wonders.
Oh, it's
but it
a
looks
3
like there's a
versus
fight.
2. Big Dog taking a lot of damage. They've isolated Petal out to the west, but you do have the rotation in here. Everyone's here. It's the 3v3 starting to get spread out here as this fight does continue. 12 Tacos 12 will put himself in front, but does go down. Oh, and Petal's going to get the return kill onto Taka.
And they're going to continue chasing down onto the Catherine. And Big Dog
Alex
picks up another one.
Sliver of health.
Every single kill from the side of Rage Fingers has gone onto this pedal. Big Dog is making some serious plays right now. But you have to give credit to Status Baked. Sitting at 2 and 3, has both of the kills for Liberation Next. He's making the best out of bad situations.
Oh, and he's going to find Petal right here. Petal has walked into this. She's going to start dropping those seeds and try to move herself back. Look at that kiting coming out. Taka's there, but she's going to trample over the wall right into E36. Oh, waiting with open arms. So happy that Petal moved in there, and it looks like Status
Big Dog, wow. Big Dog stayed alive for so long
I can't
in
believe
that.
it. It was just like
I'm
back
not
and
quite
forth.
sure how, but yeah, that is just so unfortunate. Trampoline over the wall, being like, yes, I'm going to get it. Oh, there's a Catherine. That's just a little disheartening, but obviously sitting at 5-1, not going to be too upset about that scoreline for the first 5.5, 6 minutes. And now Rage Fingers, they're looking for more.
Oh, they have found each other down here, and it looks all the damage is coming out. Alex is kind of missing with that forward barrage, but he will be chased now by T-Tigers as the fight has spread out, and Alex, while he is very low, probably not going to go down. Satisbake not going to be jumping onto that, but he'll go on to our Fortress instead, picking up the kill, and Petal actually taking Catherine there on the backside of that fight as it does continue. These guys, look at the aggression. This is 10 kills in 6 minutes here.
Yeah, this is absolute bloodbath, and it's still not done. Liberation X, they want more of Big Dog, but will Big Dog be able to make the plays? It doesn't look like it. That is going to be another kill picked up from Liberation X, and they're right back in this game. You know, the momentum was heavily in favor of Rage Fingers with all those kills that Big Dog is picking up, but Liberation X with some really nice moves here. Are they going to overstay, though? Status Baked could be in some trouble.
Well, Status Baked, he is a very aggressive player, and overstays his welcome just a touch, will be punished for it. We see Tension Bow picked up here right after he does go down, so as he gets back out onto the fold, maybe he'll be able to accomplish some goals with that.
Yeah, a 6-7 minute Tension Bow, not the best, but still a very early pickup for that. Obviously, Tension Bow is the early game item, giving that flat extra damage on the attacks, so will be doing some serious work. Already an alternating current finished onto T-Tigers. You know, he's just kind of been quietly farming up, keeping up with Alex, 69 to 67 on those CS numbers. But Big Dog does actually have a pretty good lead over Status Baked, 30 to 17 currently. So that's really where we're gonna have to keep our eye on, is this jungle matchup. Will Status Baked be able to make things happen despite being behind?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think when you're playing the Taka, you always want to play from at least even or ahead, right? We've seen it time and time again. If you start to fall behind, they can be so hard. But paired up with a hero like Vox on your side, you know, you still have that ability to go into the late game, feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, a very clean gold mine picked up there by Rage Pingers is going to jump this lead up to almost 2,000 gold here. So they're looking really good in the early game. Here comes Liberation X, though. T-Tigers on this Vox getting some serious damage down, and that is going to be a kill for T-Tigers, and Alex is trying to even it up, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to. Yes, he will. He gets the kill, and meanwhile, down in the jungle, Big Dog got a kill onto Status Baked, and that will be an ace secured for Rage Pingers at 8 minutes. What a fight.
Yeah, it's such a big deal for this team. You know, both of these teams coming off of losses yesterday, so it's very, very important that they secure these early wins moving forward here. And, you know, for Rage Pingers, especially being a team that's new to being on stage, I think it's especially important for them to have an early ace like this in the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first turret going down. So another 900 gold going to the team. And this gold lead, just like that, we're now nearing 3,000. They have just really started skyrocketing the last couple minutes.
Yeah. They're just doing a great job here. You see the Flare's going to go out and give a little vision and let them know where they can safely move through the map. But if you're status baked right now, you see that he's constantly focusing Big Dog. It hasn't worked out the last couple fights too well. Does he continue to focus on the pedal?
I feel like for right now, yes, but eventually, like, you know, in 3-4 minutes, that target focus is going to have to switch over to Alex, who is, by the way, building a weapon power Sky. It's one of my favorite builds to see come out because it's not exactly conventional, but it's still extremely strong. And
yeah, especially in the new patch, right? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
So much damage can come out, and if you're not respecting that, I think it's just so easy to get blown up by that Sky as time does go on.
Yeah, and you see they're going to be starting to build some defensive items on the side of Status Baked. Has a couple of some health and some shield. Meanwhile, T-Tigers, he's working towards that Broken Myth. Alternating current Broken Myth, that's what Vox really needs on the Crystal build to be effective, and he's so close to that. Once he does finish off the Broken Myth, you really are going to have to watch out for T-Tigers' damage coming through.
Yeah, and especially when these fights have been kind of like long, drawn-out fights, right? And that's where he really will excel. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we do move forward. Big Dog, Alex, posturing a little bit here in the bush, maybe waiting for someone to come up and make a mistake.
Infusions coming out already. Level 9 infusions for Status Baked and T-Tigers. That shows they're going to be looking for a fight. They want to take this game back right now.
Yeah, these guys are ready to have an ace go in their favor. You know, these are returning champions here, and it's very important that they get this win moving forward. And I mean, they've been in this position before, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're used to this. This is what they enjoy. They feed off of this, you know, the underdog mentality, but they're really gonna have to make something happen. The infusions, again, Taka hasn't used his yet, but it is ticking down on T-Tigers, so they need to look for a fight.
They might find it right
soon.
here. Oh, but that scout trap's gonna go ahead and give them that vision. So, you know, they cancel off of this, but it's such a tough decision. When you get that infusion, you feel like, okay, we need to take this fight in the next couple minutes. But you can't get into the situation where you force the fight.
Yeah.
And if you don't get something out of it, then you've essentially wasted that gold spent on the infusion. So.
Yeah, and 500 gold, that's nothing to scoff at, especially for when you're trying to get to those tier 3 items. And this is going to be another gold mine started up here. It looks like they are going to be able to take that without any contest from Liberation X. And this gold lead just continues to grow. Rage Pingers, they're looking like a very well-seasoned team here.
Yeah, well, these guys, they've been around for a while. We'll hold that thought as Alex, Death from Above, is coming down. He will forward barrage, trying to get himself repositioned, but it's just not going to happen as he does go down. 12 Taco 12 is the next to go down. Great fight for Libex, and now it's Big Dog on the run. T-Tigers coming from the top. He'll juke back to the left. He's caught in a pickle here. Big Dog's probably going to go down, and this would be the ace that they're looking for, the reverse ace, and Libex is right back in this game.
Yeah, those weapon infusions paying off in spades right there. They're able to take down Alex first, which we're at the point where that's really what they have to focus on. Alex is going to be putting out so much damage if he's left unchecked on the back lines with that forward barrage and just the basic attacks coming from the weapon Sky. They get him out of the fight immediately, and then you can clean up Big Dog afterwards. Big Dog is all about sustained damage, and they have the ability to deal with that. They have the Fountain of Renewal on Catherine, obviously, and the sustained damage isn't going to be what's going to kill you. If it's a 2-on-1, a 3-on-1, you're not going to die to sustained damage. It's the burst that you have to watch out for.
Especially like a Taka, right?
Yep.
All right, well, they're moving forward. You see that infusion does time out there off of T-Tigers. So, you know, he definitely paid dividends that he picked that up. I think that it contributed a lot to that ace.
Yeah, it was a really smart pickup. That's when you are behind and but it's very close, and you just need that little extra oomph to win the next fight. Grabbing an infusion is a great idea. We don't see it very frequently, but obviously, again, for Liberation X right there, it was the right play for them, and it worked. They evened up the turret score, and they're right back in this game. You know, we were looking at a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead. It's now back down to 1,000 gold deficit for Liberation X. So this is anyone's game.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, Rage Bingers coming into this tournament at the 8th seed, you know, it's surprising because so many people said that this is a team that really could upset any team. It could be not just one match, but series could be taken from this squad. And they're young guys, but very experienced at the same time. So a lot of promise, and you have to respect these guys.
Yeah, a couple more big items being picked up. The breaking point and weapon infusion on Alex. And now it's going to be a big fight in the lane. It's going to be Big Dog getting chunked down immediately. T-Tigers dancing around the backside. He will actually be the first to fall as Big Dog was able to escape. But now Liberation X, they turn it around. They pick up another 1-for-1 in trade. But Alex trying to get away from Status Baked. Status Baked is still at nearly full health. And that is another fight that went 2 for 2, actually. It felt like, though, a victory for Liberation X because they were the ones that got engaged on.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and especially the fact that Status Baked was able to just kind of navigate through that fight without being focused down. He's able to get all that damage out, work around those cooldowns, and just pump that damage out. I mean, when he gets onto Alex and Alex is on 30% health, he's just going to go down.
And just as if to secure that it was their fight, Status Baked going in, getting a couple of back camps stolen away before bailing out of the jungle, not wanting to fight Big Dogs when he's low on energy like that. But Liberation X, they're starting to come back in this one. They are really looking good at this point, and I'd have to say the momentum right now is in their favor.
Yeah, I would agree. And Status Baked has picked up this infusion. It's just sitting in his inventory. He's ready to use it at a moment's notice. They're going to run headlong into each other here. Death from above is going to come down, kind of isolate them just a touch, but it looks like they'll be able to reset position and get themselves back towards their turret and side. But Ragefingers, they got to be careful when they move in that Alex or Big Dog aren't really up front and being engaged on as the first player.
Yeah, really smart decision from Ragefingers to back off that fight. They didn't have Attack of the Pack available, and that is such an important ability for them. Of course, you know, Attack of the Pack, it can be cleared out pretty easily by a Vox. You know, getting those resonating bounces all of those will hit the Wolves and will get rid of them a bit quicker.
Yeah.
But other than that, they really don't have a lot of utility to take out those Wolves. So it can be a tricky fight. A great death from above comes down right on top of T-Tigers, but it is actually 12 tacos, 12 taking a lot of damage. Alex gets stuck in the middle of the team, but he makes it a 1-for-1, but this is still looking good for Liberation X. They have a lot of health, but E36 getting chunked out by Big Dog. Big Dog is still looking for that one, does get the kill, jumps out, but then goes right back in. But that little bit of damage was all they needed to secure the ace. And just like that, Rage Pingers, it's only 12 tacos 12, so I don't know what they can get off of this, but the momentum is just swinging back and forth constantly in this game.
Yeah, it truly is, and I feel like this is a very even matchup between both these squads and these compositions. So, you know, early ace by Rage Pingers, Liberation X feel like they're coming back in the game, get their own ace, and then it's right back the other way. It's so important how they engage, and a lot of that, you know, it was the fact that they got so much damage out and lived for so long. 12 tacos 12 did a very good job moving through that fight.
Yeah, probably the best situation for Liberation X, if you're going to get aced, is to leave it with only the roamer left alive at the end of it, you know, because they're not going to be able to, you saw, they really didn't take much off of that fight. So yeah, they got the gold from the kills, but that was really about it. Now, however, 17 minutes, Kraken is on the fold, is sitting here waiting for one of these teams to make a move. And we're getting to a point where, you know, the next one fight could be the pivotal fight of the game. The next fight could be the one that I don't think that either of these teams will be able to win off of the next fight because there are still 4 turrets available on both sides. But it's so close right now. You really can't call this one.
I mean, keep in mind, if they do get Kraken, yesterday there was only one game that wasn't ended by the Kraken being taken. So a very big deal here going forward, and it looks like E36 is actually going to go ahead and start it up. Status Baked is there to back up his buddy and start moving this forward, but T-Tigers engaged on by all 3 of Rage Pingers. Now they move forward, Attack of the Pack is out, stun onto Alex, he's getting bursted down, but he will Surrey Strike. Nice positioning here, and gets himself out of harm's way, but man, I thought Sky was going down right there.
Yeah, Rage Pingers, they have to consider this lucky after that one. The death from above came down, didn't hit anything. And so that's a huge ultimate to not have available for a fight. It was a great job by T-Tigers to bait them down towards that Kraken. Liberation X, they immediately peel off of the objective and go for the team fight. If they had gotten that kill, they could have easily just turned right back onto Kraken and secured it. But, you know, Alex just barely able to avoid death there. Keeps them in this game, keeps the Kraken from going down. And we're sitting nearly even. Again, 1,000 gold is the difference still even at 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. 13-16. The net worth is just right up there. And that last engagement, it just shows if you hesitate at all that you can really just get blown up. But when they move off of that Kraken into the fight, they secure their team composition so well, and you know you.
Oh, this
you
is
can't
going to
fight
be
that.
Liberation X. They're looking for this fight. Or they're just looking to
They
scare
don't want to
away.
go on to 12 tacos 12, and he's doing a great job frontlining for his squad here. Attack of the Pack comes out. They moved on to Status Bake as the first target. Can they blow him up? He does dodge just a little bit there. He tries to get out, but now he's towards the back line. They focus on the E36, just destroying Catherine. And now they're going to move forward. Are they looking for more? 12 tacos. He's locked on to Status Bake. Can Status Bake get out of this? No, he can't. They go down. It's a 2 for none. Now they're on to T-Tigers. Are they going to go for the turret dive? These guys are all here in full force, and a great fight for Rage
Yeah,
Bingers.
that should be Kraken for them. They didn't have the move speed to go for the turret dive, but it's 3-on-1 for the Kraken. Will T-Tigers be able to steal this away? This is going to be a heroic play of all time if he manages to take this one, but it's going to be so close. They are actually just chasing him off while still taking the Kraken. They're getting dropped really low. Rage Pingers are. Here comes T-Tigers. This is going to be close.
Oh, yeah, he could definitely get Big Dog out of this, at least if he doesn't get caught and locked down. Kraken still knocking away on these guys from the backside, doing a lot of work. T-Tigers somehow still alive, gets both of them down on a sliver of health. One more shot. They're always going to take the Fortress down. Vox getting credit for that kill. Kraken will be unleashed, so these guys do get regeneration buff from that. But a great job from T-Tigers to kind of stall that out.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Making it now a 2-on-2 as opposed to a 2-on-3 for the side of Liberation X. It's going to be tough for them to take out this Kraken. I expect Kraken to get at least 2 turrets off of this, which will still be a great benefit to Rage Pingers as they're working on this first turret. There's a death from above just to push Taka away. And first turret is down. Kraken taking only the explosion damage, and now moving on to that final turret in the lane. And this is where Liberation X, they should try and make a stand right here. And it does look like Rage Pingers, they're aware of it. They know that T-Tigers is back up. They wisely back off, but 2 turrets going down. That's 900 gold for each of those turrets going into the team's pockets. So they are going to be looking pretty good here. Now they have the base available as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rage Finger's making a smart choice to back up there. Happy to take the 2 turrets. They pick up some items and get right back out onto the fold. We see 12 Tacos 12 has double infused up here, so this Fortress is ready to fight.
Yeah, double infusions have been coming out for pretty much everyone for the last 3 to 4 minutes or so. We see double infusions on T-Tigers as well. I would expect Alex to be looking for that as well. There it is, double infusions for Alex, and now we could be having the fight right here.
Yeah, this could be the fight to end all. Catherine's ult does come down, and the attack of the pack has come out. Surrey strike from Alex. He's getting himself back repositioned, but is Catherine down a 3v2. Big Dog chunking on to Status Baked. Status Baked is down, and now only T-Tigers alive. T-Tigers trying to sport his way out towards the east. Will it happen? This guy's just locked down. He's just trying to buy some time. Oh, is he? Oh my
T-Tigers
goodness!
is a monster. Is he going to get this? T-Tigers turns it around.
I cannot believe
just happened?
This is the guy. This is why everybody talks so much about T-Tigers as being such a huge factor on this team. Essentially just single-handedly turns that fight around.
That was absolutely incredible. T-Tigers was under 100 health in a 2-on-1 situation and gets the ace. What a phenomenal play. He's going to pick up a turret off of this as well. I'm not sure if he'll have enough to get the second one. He's not even going to bother trying. He does go down and should probably pick up this minion miner. That's going to be a lot of gold swinging back into Liberation X. And you want to talk about momentum. How is that for getting the rest of your team motivated to... I'm at a complete loss for words after that play.
I mean, if you're going to get fired up, I mean, that's the moment right there. T-Tiger is just showing the power of that Vox. The later we get into this game, the more work he can do like that.
Yeah, and I mean, he only has those 3 offensive items. Half of his inventory is for the boots and defense now. And he still was able to just make that incredible
He also
play.
was double infused. He was going against Big Dog, who had no infusions. So, I mean, we have to keep that in mind here. The flares do come out. They have found each other. But these guys, there's no hesitation. Status Baked, he's locked onto Alex. Wait for it, does come out. Alex is moving back. They switch over to Big Dog. Big Dog trampoline over the wall. Nice job there by Big Dog to use that to his advantage. Now popping onto T-Tigers over the wall, but T-Tigers just eats him alive. Now Alex is going to get focused down. He does drop that death from above. Status Baked, he's going to juke back out. And looks like this could be the end of the fight here. Or will it be 12 Tacos taking a lot of damage, but Turret will be his protection and saving grace as he gets back out of there.
Yeah, and Liberation X, what a turnaround. I mean, I thought for sure after the Kraken went down, I thought it was just going to be a nice, careful, safe play from Rage Pingers. They'd be able to finish it off. But T-Tigers, he had other plans. And we're talking about his 10 CS a minute. He's at 220 at just about 24 minutes. So not quite the 10 CS a minute, but very, very close. And you can't say enough about that huge 2v1 clutch. That was absolutely a game-changing moment.
Yeah.
That's now a Kraken for Liberation X. They're going to go get their infusions once more. Minion candies even coming out from E36. They want this push to be the final push of the game.
I'm pretty sure that these guys, those two, I think it was 12 Tacos and Big Dog, they just got on T-Tiger's highlight reel.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to be on T-Tiger's highlight reel,
No.
though. And this is going to be the minions coming in with that minion candy. They do get cleared out pretty quickly, though. But now with the Kraken, will they look for a fight, or will they just let the Kraken do its work? That's the question that we're about to find out. Looks like they are just going to let it work for now. But now that it moves on to the two base turrets, double turrets to defend, this is where the fight needs to happen if you are on Rage Pingers.
Well, good damage going out onto Kraken, but at some point they're going to have to put damage onto the heroes. T-Tigers is the focus of Alex, but Alex getting eaten alive. He's going to go ahead and get back to the Fountain, but dies on his way there. He's down. It's a 2 versus 3 with Kraken. Things not looking good right now for the Rage Pingers. Last turret going down, and this is going to be all she wrote, is there's no way that they can kill that Kraken and the hero. So game 1 going to Liberation X, the Autumn Season champions, and I think these guys have found their rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. And that rhythm is all about T-Tigers. What a huge, huge turnaround. I cannot stress enough how phenomenal that play was. The mechanical skill required to make an outplay like that in a 2-on-1 situation is just incredible. And that's what we come to expect almost from T-Tigers, is just insane outplays, the mechanics, and huge credit to the rest of the team as well, being able to keep him alive that long and to get the initial damage down that required that. On the side of Rage Pingers, the one thing that I wasn't too... They played phenomenally as well. I mean, they had just as much of a chance to win this. Alex, though, with the Sky, I would love to see the Death from Above be a little bit more on point.
Yeah.
It looked like a lot of them were meant to sort of zone the enemy out, and by the end of the game, when you're putting the ultimate behind them to keep them in a fight, they're more than happy to stay there.
Right. I mean, it's tempting with the low cooldown like that, but yeah, like you said, he was kind of isolating one hero out, a lot of zoning used with that ultimate. What I really liked about Liberation is they had that early game, they had the Taka, then you got the late game Vox, and it seems like they have a very well-balanced composition there. So.
Yeah, and the damage was balanced as well. Of course, Taka going with the weapon power. It still stays relevant throughout the late game too. It's so difficult to kill him that you're spending so much time trying to chase down the Taka, trying to find out where he went, that you almost lose track of T-Tigers. And we saw a lot of times they tried to just burst down T-Tigers right off the bat, initially in the fights, and then just eventually lost track of him because the Taka started jumping all over and you just can't find him. And so then all of a sudden you're like, all right, where'd T-Tigers go now? Taka was just
suddenly
here.
he's on
he's
on Petal space.
All right, we'll get status baked, and the status bake is gone. You're like, wait, where'd status bake go? Okay, let's get. Wait, where's T-Tigers now? And it's just so much mobility. It was really fun to watch.
Well, I think that's what we called out in the draft too. It was a very mobile squad from both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and throw it back to the analyst desk. Playoff Beard and Rome breaking this down even further.
Very much Tasty Bacon and Humanist. Rome, before we get into these individual performances, and we're hearing a roster change as well, let's take a look at the items and get your take on the way these heroes were built in this first game.
Well, pretty much like we saw that Liberation X was behind in that early game, but Status Bake, he made those plays. Like even when he was down in CS, he was always engaging the enemy team. And I think like overall, Liberation X should have focused more on synergy, and this is something that they should work on in the second game. But Vox, we see him with that alternating current, Broken Myth, Eve, and as long as he's able to finish a couple of tier 3 items, we saw what T-Tigers did when he 1v3 the enemy team. But like, you have to take a look at this too. Like, I have to really commend the play coming out of the big dog on that pedal. Pretty much after he grabbed that Frostburn, combined with like Fortress, they did so much damage in that early game, but I felt like later on it slowly fell off, and this is something that they should have focused on, like putting Sky more up forward.
So, T-Tigers, tremendous individual performance, but the chemistry there was still a little bit off. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from this game, but one thing that even when they're, succeeding, it seemed like the chemistry wasn't really all there for them.
Yeah, and with Marto coming in, like I feel like this really helps them out in terms of the synergy department because he has a commanding voice.
Well, you just broke the news.
Oh,
yes. Yeah, so Marto will be coming in for E36 for Liberation X. I do want to hear what you think that means, but also just, if it'll help this team work better together.
Yeah, and this is the same thing that can go back to the last live championships where they sub Marto in and he led the team like through his voice, through his command. And this is what the Liberation X team needs right now. They need somebody to be that voice, to lead them in the way into these team fights, to make sure that they're synergizing together.
It did seem also that it improved as the game went along, right? So Status Baked early on in that match was over pursuing that Sky a little bit, was getting himself in tricky situations where he was trying to get to the Sky after a Suri strike, getting separated from the team. But as the match went on, he was really diverting his attention to other heroes a little bit better. So it seemed like they have a lot to build on.
Yeah, and it's getting better compared to yesterday. The play style coming out of Liberation X today was a lot better. And T-Tigers, he stepped it up. He made sure that he was always there to like make the plays, follow up, and finish up those kills.
One other thing, you said that 12 Tacos 12 was the player to watch for Rage Pingers. He did have some really excellent crucibles there where he was blocking blast tremors, right? One of the big fights that they won off of a reflex block blast tremor. So they have some glimmers of hope too.
Yeah, like I really like the playstyle coming out of Rage Pingers this last match. Like they held the lead early on, but the thing was they eventually scaled off. And with going as a weapon Sky, played by Alex, he has to make sure that he has to have that early game potential where they have to starve the enemy jungle as much as they can. They can't rely on scaling out because T-Tigers on Vox, you can't outscale them later on.
All right, so I believe we do have another video presented by NVIDIA Shield, this time on Rage Pingers. So while we get that ready, what does Rage Pingers maybe have to do differently to get a different result in this match?
To be honest, like they held a commanding lead in the last match early game. They made a lot of smart choices, and they showed us like the potential of their individual skills. But for this next match, I want to see them find a more balanced composition where they have that early game, but they have to make sure that a mid to late game hero can carry them through.
All right, Rage Pingers, the biggest underdog in this tournament, a team not a lot of people expected to be here, knocking off #1 seed Gangstars Vega in the qualifiers to earn the points necessary to be on this big stage for the very first time for them. Let's learn a little bit more about them.
In the second BGL qualifier, we were up against Gangstars Vega, the first seed team in our bracket. We were a little bit worried about them, and going into draft mode, we were counter-picking their heroes, and that is one of the ways that we won. Their team did not have very much knowledge of our team and what we play. I think this is one of our greatest strengths since we're relatively new to the competitive esports scene.
When we beat Gangstars Vega, I wasn't really surprised. I was more excited. And I was just looking forward to going against Liberation the next day to see if we can make it to the semifinals. Our win against Gangstars, it actually boosted our confidence a lot coming into this qualifier. So we feel like we're just as capable of winning this as any other team.
I do not consider ourselves underdogs. I think everyone has the same potential going into the match. Win or lose, we're going to give it our 100%.
If we win, I feel like we'd be really happy, and that would also prove to everyone that underdogs always have a shot at winning.
All right, so nice to take a look at Rage Pingers, some young players on this big stage for the first time and just playing better and better as we go. Now they are facing elimination though, so maybe some more nerves on top of the nerves that were already there. This is the losers bracket. It is a loser is out of the tournament match. So they gotta get a good draft here, which will start right now, and they gotta win this one, Rum.
Yeah, and actually they look very comfortable. Looking at the big dog playing last game, He was just sitting back on his chair, like he had his knees up, and he's very comfortable in that position.
Oh, is he in Call the Meek pose?
Yeah, pretty much a variation of the Call the Meek pose. But coming to this, like we saw the play style coming out of the big dog, and combined with like Alex and 12 Tacos 12 last game, they have that potential. They just have to capitalize more and grab a composition that favors them into that late game.
No surprise with the way things have been going to see no Sky and no Adagio in this game.
Yeah, and again, we don't see too much with the Sky first ban, but they know T-Tigers and Status Bake both can play Sky very well. But like Scarf here, this is a composition that I really like coming out of Liberation X side because they have an excellent player, and Status Baked on Black Feather. This is like one of his main heroes, and he fits him out so well.
Yeah, he's a menacing player, and he can get an aggressive hero that can play an aggressive style. It certainly suits him, and the trend continues. We're seeing more Krull than we used to in North America, taking a page out of Europe's book.
Yeah, so with Krull, always having that sustainability, being able to pretty much draw out long team fights, and this is something that they didn't have that first game. Now with Krull and Vox, they have a very strong late game composition, which works out really well for them because Liberation also has like a mid to late game scaling, so they don't have too much pressure in that early game. They just have to make sure they don't get outplayed mechanically.
All right, and Arden comes off the board. What are you going to look for when this match begins as an early indicator of how it's going for each team?
To be honest, like Liberation X, we know that they haven't had that perfect synergy that they carried on in the last live championships. And today, like they have this Black Feather and this Scarf. I think if Status Bakes makes two rational plays by diving into that backline too early, he'll leave T-Tigers open for the enemy to jump on.
All right, well, we'll find out what happens if Rage Pingers loses this game. They are out of the tournament, and to walk us through it, it's Tasty Bacon and Humanist.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. And once again, we are getting ready to get onto the fold with Rage Pingers and Liberation X. Pretty interesting compositions coming out. A lot of late game scaling from both sides.
Yeah, a little bit different than in our game one, but I think this is going to be very exciting. Two evenly matched teams, and I mean, like match one could have been like one of the most exciting matches that I've seen thus far.
Yeah, that was absolutely thrilling. We'll have to see who's going to be the star, who's going to make the big play that swings the game into their team's favor. In this one, as it is going to be T-Tigers on this Black Feather and Status Baked on Scarf in the jungle. This is a complete change from what we were expecting.
Yeah, I really didn't expect this, but you know, it could work out for them. What are your thoughts on the way they decided to lane this?
I feel like in the lane, that lane matchup of Black Feather versus Vox is actually a really good matchup for Black Feather, but he is going to have a little bit of trouble here with the early gank. Looks like he's going to be able to make it to his turret, though. That Spectral Smite coming so close, but not quite close enough.
But it does so much work that he essentially has to play on his back foot, cautious for the next couple minutes, and he's going to be missing some last hits. And if he oversteps, Alex can always take advantage of that.
I mean, he does have the Book of Eulogy, so all he does need to do is get a couple of last hits, and you can see now already his health is getting right back up there. The Book of Eulogies combined with the potion was gonna keep him just fine. This is why I love Black Feather into ranged matchups. The thing that I'm not too keen on is actually Status Bake on the Scarf, just because it doesn't seem like it really fits his typical play style. I mean, obviously he's still going to be phenomenal, and he's still one of the top 8 teams in North America.
Right.
But I really heavily prefer to see Status Baked on someone more aggressive. But
well, he's known for that glaive, obviously playing the Taka, those kind of heroes that will just dive in and get to work. But of course, you know, he can have a huge impact on this Scarf.
Oh yeah, he's going to be looking to stay back and just, obviously get the Spitfires, the Goop, the Dragon's Breath, and it can absolutely decimate a fight. It's one of the things I talk about all the time whenever we see a Scarf, is that if you can't kill Scarf very early on in a team fight, you lose the team fight. That seems to be how it goes in almost every game.
Typically.
So it's going to be heavily reliant on 12 Tacos 12 and Big Dog to charge in through the front lines and get onto that Scarf right away. Because if they can't do that, it's going to be a long game.
Man, Big Dog still pressuring T-Tigers here. 3 heroes in the lane from Rage Pingers, and they just don't want to let T-Tigers have any comfort here.
Yeah, and that's really what they are trying to focus on. It's what they have to focus on, because obviously Black Feather is another hugely late game scaling. I mean, all 4 carries in this game are a real big emphasis on their late game scaling. So we'll have to see how it plays out. And it's really who can get the early lead to kind of carry them through and have that slight advantage all the way through the game. Or are we going to have another instance where it's just constantly swinging back and forth?
Yeah, I mean, it really could go either way. And for me, well, there's a slight engage down here as Status Baked and Marto have found the big dog, but they're just going to chase this big dog out of the jungle here. Well, he's moving down towards the camps, but what, is it a little ring around the rosy here? What do you think, Bacon?
Yeah, it looks like just going to have a little bit of a dance here, as now it's going to be a fight over the back camps, but it will be Liberation X actually taking both of those away from the big dog, and now they're going to get the healing camp as well. So a successful invade for Liberation X. Meanwhile, did buy time, at least for Alex, to run down to the shop and make his first purchase, getting that heavy prism taken care of. And of course, a little bit of armor was what he had opted for against the Black Feather. So good choice. You know, keep yourself a little bit safe, because Black Feather is so difficult to kill in lane.
Yeah, and also shout out, for 12 Tacos 12. He rotated across and stole all of their camps. So they're both stealing each other's jungle right now.
Yeah, and this is the Rage Pinger style. They feel like they have the counter picks here to deal with Liberation X. That's one of the things they pride themselves on, is their pick phase, their draft phase. They really are priding on their counter picks. But Big Dog, he's gonna not quite make it to safety, as T-Tigers will pick up the first blood of game number 2.
Yeah, a little different story here. I mean, I think we had almost 10 kills by this time last game. First blood coming out at almost 5 minutes. The tone is definitely different. One of the things that stands out in my mind as I look at this, when we look at the European drafts, so often we see the Cruel Scarf combo coming out, but to see Cruel paired up with the Vox, I think it's very interesting, but it plays very similarly.
Yeah, it is a pretty similar style. Obviously, Vox is a little bit more in the fight than a Scarf is. Scarf wanting to obviously just stay as far away as he can while still putting out the damage, whereas Vox has to be a lot closer because his basic attack range is so much shorter. And it's a little bit different just because of that. You have to worry about the positioning a lot more than you do with Scarf, but you also don't have to worry about skill shots at the same time too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, looks like Minion Miner is going to be picked up here by Rage Pingers. That's the first one, and quite early.
That's a very early Minion Mine. Minion Mine obviously not worth its full value until about 8.5 minutes into the game. So they just really want to be able to focus on T-Tigers. That's all for the trades in the lane, making those minions do more damage. And it's immediately answered by Liberation X because they recognize that that's what Rage Pingers are looking to do, and so they can't let them have that advantage of the minion damage in lane.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and a beautiful play by them to get right on it and take it. Engage here, 12 Tacos 12 taking quite a bit of damage, frontlining for Alex here in the lane, but nothing will come of that. But 12 Tacos will have to teleport back to base and heal himself up.
Yeah, and looking at the farm, Big Dog, he's been kind of shut out of a lot of gold. He's only sitting at 19 CS, whereas Status Baked is at 43. That is a huge difference, and it's because they've been trying to make so much happen in the lane, but it just hasn't worked out. And it's led to a pretty big advantage for Liberation X already, but there's a From Hell's Heart onto Status Baked. Don't think it will be enough, though, unless the Wait For It comes out. They're trying to get something off of this, and they will end up getting T-Tigers after the merciless pursuit.
Yeah, it looked like, T-Tigers thought that Alex had overcommitted just a touch. He goes on to Alex, and suddenly Alex just turns it around on him. So very nicely done, and T-Tigers going down. It's now 1-1 at the 7-minute mark, and it looks like Rage Pingers want to go ahead and try and secure this gold mine.
This is going to be a close one, though. Marto and Status Baked are here. They break off and look for the fight, but Alex is still on the gold mine. Who's going to get this one? It's going to be Kroll securing it with the Spectral Smite.
But T-Tigers is here now.
Yep, they have to be careful on running away from this one. Make sure Big Dog doesn't go down, but a great stun is not quite enough, though. And now 12 Tacos, he's going to be the one in trouble.
Yeah, 12 tacos, 12 is going to create a little bit of space, actually not too much, as that Spitfire is going to secure the kill. And now 3-1 advantage going the way of Liberation X. They take game 1 and now starting to take this advantage here in game 2. It's so important that Rage Pingers are able to keep their calm, not get psyched out over a simple loss fight, and just secure these next objectives moving forward.
Yeah, it's very good for them that they were able to get that gold mine at the very least. Kept the gold lead within 1,000. Otherwise, it could have started getting out of hand pretty quickly. So getting the objective keeps them right in this game. You know, losing out on the kills afterwards, that's not that big of a deal when you secure that much gold in the trade-off. So they'll be perfectly fine with that. Gold lead is getting up to that 1,000 mark now as we speak at just over 8 minutes. Meanwhile, T-Tigers, he's at that 10 CS a minute mark right now, 82, 83 CS at 8.5 minutes. It's just incredible watching him in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is right there with him, but yeah, both of these guys are on point with their farm, and if they can keep it up, they're going to have huge damage output going forward.
Yeah, and that's Serpent's Mask was the first item completed for T-Tigers on this Black Feather, a pretty common one. It's usually either the Serpent's Mask or, you know, a lot of times we see a Shiver Steel Rush as well. But now it's going to be an invade from Liberation X.
Yeah, Catherine getting lit up here, trying to just kind of be that buffer for his Cruel, and 12 Tacos 12 not going to go down. But this invade, it's been very successful. Status Baked, he gets hit with that from Hell's Heart, and now he's isolated. The Gauntlet does come down, but is it too late? It is. It's going to be a 1-for-1 Big Dog. He's now locked onto Marto. Marto was able to secure that kill onto Catherine, but it looks like he'll just go ahead and chase him out of the jungle here. T-Tigers is making that rotation to back his buddy up.
And Big Dog, he's still looking for some fight here. He's getting a lot of those stacks up onto both Marto and T-Tigers. So T-Tigers' damage output is going to be significantly lowered. He does actually use the Rose Offensive to get out of the fight instead of looking to continue it. So Marto, he took a lot of damage in that, but no Spectral Smite came out, so neither of them got that real big chunk taken out. As Big Dog, you see, did rush down overdriving Spectral Smite already.
Yeah, putting a lot of emphasis on that. It's such a good ability. But yeah, with a hero like Arden, it's pretty hard. These guys can just constantly be vanguarding, moving backwards. And you really have to overcommit with an Arden Blackfeather to get taken down by that Cruel.
Yeah, nothing terribly surprising in terms of, you know, ability leveling. Pretty much everyone picking the one ability that they want to focus on and getting it overdriven as early as possible. And now it's going to be Liberation X. They turn their attention over to this gold mine at 10.5 minutes. They are going to secure this one pretty easily. 211 gold per player grabbed there. And this gold lead, it's now at 2,000 without much fighting.
Yeah, it's been a pretty calm game. Like I said, different story than match 1, but these guys showing the versatility of themselves as players and as a team to go ahead and switch things up like this.
Yeah, this is going to be trying to siege up here, but there is a lot of wave clear. There's also a lot of damage on Liberation X. My goodness, 12 Tacos 12 has to pop that Fountain of Renewal, so that's not going to be available for a fight, and T-Tigers is just finding these little pot shots that he can take.
And Status Bake too, he's just letting these Spitfires rip and constantly, I mean, the last 4 he's thrown out, he's just hitting them.
Yeah, now they finally just go all in on the turret. They forced one away, so they get the turret. They could potentially look for a fight, or is it Big Dog that's looking for a fight? He gets the ultimate off and gets the stun for the kill, and now it's Liberation X on the run.
Yeah, they baited that out, and Status Baked, he thought that it was going to be like a chase into the Gauntlet, just really, it wasn't the perfect positioning. Gets munched down there, and now Marto stunned up. They're locked on. 12 Tacos 12 looking for the kill. It's going to go to Vox. These guys, it's a 2 for none at this point. They're under turret. T-Tigers getting low. Turret smashing away onto Big Dog. He had the most health. This is the best one, and just almost got the ace, but they do get everyone, and can 12 Tacos 12 get out? They do. So they lose Big Dog at the end of the day, but what an aggressive movement out of Rage Pingers.
Yeah, that was really aggressive. The turret dive, I mean, they were under that turret for so long, but huge credit to them. That was a great job of juggling that turret aggro, making sure it was hitting whoever had the most health so that they could just tank it up for as long as possible while they made that chase. But the problem is, you spend so much time going for that chase, going for that last kill. What did they really get off of it? They got that kill and they immediately had the recall. So all they got is that kill gold, which, as everyone knows by now, it's not that much in Vainglory. So it's not really worth it to make that kind of play other than for, the mental aspect of the game, of having that, the momentum of saying, okay, we went for this kill and we were able to get it. We can fight now. But it doesn't really help in terms of gold, as now they're looking for another big fight here down in the jungle.
Yeah, T-Tigers is locked onto Alex. He rose offensive right into that fight. Now they're going to have Scarf wind up the ultimate. Big Dog getting chunked down. 12 Tacos as well. Liberation X just eating them alive. And 12 Tacos is going to try and make his way out of the jungle. See if he can get juked into a bush or something. It's not going to happen. He's just getting deeper and deeper into enemy territory here. Spitfire lands. Marto's going to clean that one up. And a beautiful fight and an ace going the way of Liberation X.
Yeah, and you can see kind of the difference in mindsets there. Once it was just 12 Tacos, 12 remaining, T-Tigers, he pulled off of that fight. He didn't care about going and chasing that kill. He went up into the lane to get more farm, to get these minions pushing and try and get onto this turret. Obviously wasn't able to do it quite fast enough, as Alex is dueling him out. And Alex is getting damage down, but here comes T-Tigers. Not going to be enough. Alex secures the one-on-one. Big Dog did come in towards the end there, but it would have gone over to Alex regardless. So a great job by Alex fending off the Black Feather, just as Black Feather was really looking like he was getting rolling.
Yeah, I mean, in the last fight, T-Tigers just locked onto Alex and chunked him down so fast that he probably thought he could do the same thing there. But yeah, it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, so Alex now has that build, the alternating current and broken myth. That's what he wants to really be with full damage online. Is very likely going to look for the Eve of Harvest, which is what he built in game number 1 as well. Or at least that was what T-Tigers built. I'm sorry, but it's the same build. It's literally the exact same build that T-Tigers used. So taking a page out of the Liberation X book there, and it's a pretty common build.
But I mean, you're speaking truth. This is where he starts to become very strong and just can be so devastating, especially if they get into a fight. If he looks to pick up an infusion and get into a fight, he can just rip somebody apart.
Yeah, and Marto, I love the build here, opting to go for the Atlas Pauldron early on, getting the Fountain of Renewal, and then immediately the second completed item is that Atlas Pauldron. It works against both Alex and Big Dog. Big Dog is obviously the big one. If you can slow down Kroll's attack speed, you beat Kroll. That's how it works. So it's gonna be a difficult one still for Rage Pingers to come back from now. They are only down by about 2,500 gold, so it's not unwinnable by any stretch, as the Kraken has spawned 15 minutes in. But Liberation X, they're much more concerned about this poke, and they have such a good siege composition. They're able to just get so much harassment damage down on these turrets as they just continuously push these minion waves in. And we saw them do it on that first turret. They just sat there and harassed until finally one of them had to recall, and they just took that 3v2.
Yeah, it's the beautiful way to play this composition out. If you can just poke from range, you don't have to ever commit. And if they do hit, eventually they're going to have to heal up, go back, and that's when you take the objective. Looking at this moving forward, if you're in Rage Pinger's position, Bacon, you're out there as a team member, what are you saying to your teammates, and what's the fight that they're looking for here?
Honestly, right now it's so tough, because when you have a scarf, you want to be jumping on that scarf. That's what you want to be doing, but T-Tigers has been doing so much work that it's so tough. Do you decide to focus on the Black Feather, who has so many escapes and so many ways to keep himself alive? Or do you try and get onto the Scarf, see if you can take him down, and then turn your attention to the Black Feather? I think right now for them, it's really just Big Dog on this Kroll needs to hit it from Hell's Heart, and they just go on whoever it hits. But that's going to be a big engage.
Yeah, Crucible's down, Gauntlet is out. That Dragon's Breath's coming through. A lot of damage. Wait for it's going to come out and land on 3, but it's Black Feather taking the Vox as the first one to go down in this fight. A very long, drawn-out fight. Status Fake's going to get the next kill here, and just Big Dog remaining. He's going to be the last to fall. T-Tigers doesn't even go down. They get the ace buff. This is going to be into Kraken, and Liberation X might have just blown this game wide open.
Yeah, they're going to get so much gold off of this. With the ace on top of it, it means that Kraken is going to be unstopped uncontested until it gets into the base, really. Obviously, the timers aren't terribly long because it is only 17 minutes into the game. But this first turret, that's going to go down before Kraken even gets to the lane. And then obviously that, you're almost guaranteed at least one turret with Kraken no matter what, unless you get engaged on right after securing Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, you have to really mess up to not be getting at least one turret out of this Kraken right now. Another thing to mention, Alex, he was double infused in that last fight. So the fact they go down and they get nothing out of it, that's just money down the toilet.
Well, I mean, the infusions are still there for a little bit longer. It's not too much time, but it's so tough for Ragefingers right now to come back from this. With Liberation X pushing in, Kraken full health at this third turret. Looks like they're going to look to make a stand here, but this is going to be a really tough one.
It's so easy for Liberation right now. They can just poke from range. Silence does go down, land on 2. They're going to focus Status Bait as it did land. And now Status Bait, he's going to go ahead and try and kite backwards. He gets that goop down, lines up that ultimate, but he is down. Kraken's hammering away on tower. Now Ragefingers, they got to choose who to focus. They don't want Marto, but they do go on to Marto. And Alex just hopping around there. They're going to get 2. Can they get 3? They get the ace. Ragefingers. Never count these guys out. I think that blast trimmer was a big deal.
I mean, we heard Ragefingers before this game. They want to prove that an underdog can win at any time, and that is exactly what they're trying to do here. And again, they've got onto the Scarf. It's late game. If you can take out Scarf at the start of a fight, you win the fight.
Yeah,
that is just the way the game works. It's really fun to watch and see that, and that's what they did. They got the silence and immediately just charged straight into Scarf, took him down. It took a while to then take down Marto and T-Tigers, but it doesn't matter how long it takes if you get them.
Yeah, because I mean, Scarf's not there. They weren't able to get that Crucible out on that silence, and that was just so important. So I'm sure Marto's just going to be finger hovering over that button as they get into these engagements.
I mean, it's one of the toughest, huge abilities that you want Crucibled to Crucible is that Catherine silence from the Blast Tremor. It's such a short window that you have to react to the animation. So we'll have to see if he can pull it off here. Oh, they don't know. I don't think they know.
No, they don't. He was just poking in there, didn't hit them. They're just hovering around in this bush. Flare comes out.
There's the vision.
They walked in. They know where each other are at this point. How's it going to engage?
Right onto
Status Big. That's how they're going to win the fight. But if they can't lock him down, they don't get the kill. Gauntlet canceled off there. Great job. Now Status Big taking a lot of damage, but he winds up the ultimate. He lets it loose. It's hammering onto everybody. He does go down as the first to fall in this fight. And Arden's going to take Vox as a return. It's so important that they keep Vox alive. Now Marto isolated out to the west, but they want T-Tigers. They can't lock onto him. They choose Marto. You see the target location coming out onto him. It's just like whoever comes in range. Yeah, this is the true tango here. The waltz of Vainglory and Marto. He's been scouted out. He's in the bush. Those stacks are coming up, and I'm sure this is going to be a kill soon enough. Yes, Krull will secure that, and now T-Tigers alone.
10 seconds until this ult.
Are they going to be able to get him here, Bacon?
They have 10 seconds until From Hell's Heart is available. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Does he have the energy for it, though? He doesn't, so they are going to back off.
Oh, well.
What a letdown.
Yeah, I mean, if he had it, that would have been an absolutely perfect way to secure and end that fight right there.
Could literally hear the audience behind us as he's counting down for the ultimate, then the energy symbol pops up. Aww. But a great fight. Again, it took a little bit longer to take down Scarf, but while they're chasing Scarf, he's not doing damage. And that is so key. Scarf is any team that has a Scarf in it, that's the focal point. That is what the entire composition hinges on. It really doesn't matter who else is with him. So much of it is about the Scarf, because his damage is the most important.
Right. Well, I mean, we look at the composition here. If Scarf goes down, they do have some tools in their kit, but across the board, if you take the Vox down, which is what they focused in that last fight, you still have to deal with Krull. Now, they're on to this Kraken right now. If this can be stolen, it would be a huge deal, but the Ragefingers are just going to go ahead and back off, secure their positioning here. They can't afford to be caught out in a moment like this. Flares coming out from both teams. Vision is the key here, and of course, we're looking for Status Big to have great positioning. Warhorn to reposition. Gauntlet's down.
They didn't get Scarf. This could be
the
bad.
Dragon Breath is going to start eating him alive from Hell's Heart. It's going to come around. Oh, blocks the stun. Oh no, he was on Marto. And it looks like Status Big the first to go down. Huge fight, but now, how is this going to play out? Kraken is just slapping around on a Marto on the backside, getting a little work done there. And T-Tigers hammering on.
jumping forward. What a sustained fight here. Looks like T-Tiger's getting the best of them, and he will take up Cruel with Catherine, the last hero standing. This is not the fight that they wanted. It's going to be the ace going the way of Liberation X, and with that, it will be the Kraken.
Yeah, however, Alex is going to be back up in under 30 seconds. It's going to be such a difficult defense for him, but it is a doable defense. Again, story of the game, they didn't get Scarf right away. Scarf was able to get so much damage out. A great job by Liberation X with that positioning. They used the Warhorn to retreat so that they can keep Scarf out of the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet goes down, locks up everyone from Ragefingers inside that arena, and then just Scarf was able to put out so much damage out. And then a huge hero play. Marto saw from Hell's Heart go out past and gets in front of it so that his damage dealers can continue just pumping out damage the entire time.
That's a true bro
He got
right
hit
there.
by such a long stun. It was a max range from Hell's Heart, so he was just stuck there for almost 3 seconds, but it lets his damage dealers keep going, and that is the quintessential roam play right there to keep your team alive. And this is looking like a potential final fight. Ragefingers, they once again try and get onto Status Baked, but they just can't get there. There's a
From
stun
Hell's
though.
Heart lands, it's on to Status Baked. Now that's Cruel locked on, but Alex is having a hard time in the back of the fight. It's T-Tigers and Alex battling it out. Big Dog battling with Status Baked. These guys are just soloing each other on the backside. Dragon's Breath is wound up and it's not quite landing on a Big Dog. Look at this fight. T-Tigers is dropping very low. Alex, can he get this damage off? He's gonna go ahead and get it. He gets the Black Feather. Big Dog still handling Status Baked. He gets it with the burn. Now Status Baked is alive. The Kraken's still just hammering away on these turrets. Liberation X gotta be happy with the way that played out.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-2, but Liberation X are so low, but this turret is so low. They're trying to just stall them away from this Kraken. Status Baked goes down. Marto is gonna try and finish this with the help of the Kraken. He looks like he will have enough damage. Kraken is too healthy. That is going to be game,
GG.
and that will be Liberation X. The comeback is real. The story of Liberation X, this is what they do. They lose early and all of a sudden then come back and make things happen. The dream is still alive.
The dream is very alive right now, and Marto coming off the bench and just making those plays, it was really a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, look at the smiles on their faces there. You can see Marto just looking absolutely thrilled after that victory.
Gets his visor back on.
Yeah, gets the visor back on. Gotta keep the looks up. Gotta keep the looks up, but a great game from both sides, really. I mean, Ragefingers, they showed up today. They made these games so incredibly close, but in the end, Liberation X just that little bit, the distance that Status Baked was able to keep on the Scarf. You know, we were a little bit concerned because it wasn't an engage-heavy champion that we know he likes to play.
Yeah.
But he did such a good job on his positioning, staying out of the fights, and 1v1ing a Krull. If you had told me before today that a Scarf was going to out-duel a Krull in a one-on-one situation, I probably would have laughed at you, but
What
we
an
just saw
interesting
it.
fight, though. I mean, the way that they were playing that fight out, you had a 1v1 over here, a 1v1 over here, and then the Roams are like, I got to choose which one I'm going to be part of. So, yeah, great job once again by Status Baked. And it makes me wonder, if we see Marto come into the match, is this what we're going to see Status Baked playing, this type of hero? And if he's not, maybe we see him on the more aggressive type heroes he's known for.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do going forward. Obviously, they are going to have another game later today to see if they can make it into the semifinals. And Liberation X, I can't wait to see more of them because they're just such an exciting team to watch. It seems like every game they play, no matter what, win or lose, it's just a really fun game.
Yeah. Well, they're really fun guys. We've had the pleasure of sitting down with them and talking a little bit, and I'm sure that they're just stoked as all can be that they're moving forward here.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things when we did talk to them was, we were like, oh, how are you guys feeling coming into the live stage for the second time? And they're just like, oh, we love it. Like, they feed off of the energy from the crowd. So they are absolutely thrilled to be on the stage, and now we get to see them again. Again, the question will be it be Marto? Will it be E36? Will Status Baked play a Scarf, another passive hero? Will he go aggressive?
It can
There's
all depend
so many
on
questions.
who else moves forward.
Yeah, definitely. It depends on who they're going to be playing against, and it also makes it so tough for their opponents, their future opponents, because now you don't know. It used to be Liberation X, they're looking for a Glaive, for a Taka, for a Rona, something aggressive, but now everything's up in the air with them.
Yeah, it truly is.
But to go ahead and cover the rest of, go over a little bit more, with that scarf, with the positioning and all that. I know Rome loves talking about positioning. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to Playoff Beard and Rome at the analyst desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon and Humanist. Quintessential Liberation X there, roster changes, surprises, and finding their way through, continuing to stay alive in the losers bracket. Before we get into all of that, I do want to take a look at the items and hear from you, Rome, on these item builds and the difference that it made in this decisive match.
Yeah, I especially just want to point out the item builds on Status Big this match. Like we noticed, he got the usual Eve of Harvest, he got that Broken Myth, but he also got that extra piercing shard, and this works great for Scars running out of that jungle. We saw the dominant play coming out of him and Marto, like making sure that Krull wasn't able to farm into that late game. And with T-Tigers here, always being in that front line, grabbing a bunch of defensive items made that much of a difference. We saw those late game team fights where he was always just diving after Vox, and it took so long for Vox to actually put out that damage out. With an Aegis, with a Crucible and a Fountain on Blackfeather, plus his Rose offensive, he has so many outs and so many ways to actually live on and keep sustaining.
So I do want to ask you, as we take a look at some highlights from this match, they bring in Marto. What difference does that make?
So, like we talked about this previously, Marto has that commanding voice, and we can tell by the interview that was shown earlier today. He has that ability to pretty much communicate and pull together his team, and this was what they were missing yesterday.
And it was a surprise status-baked jungle scarf.
But Status Big, he plays so many different heroes, where as long as they're able to make it work, and we watched his positioning this one, he wasn't always putting himself out in the front. Instead, as Scarf, he was always picking himself at the back, drawing Krull away from these team fights.
Now, we had some really long fights in this game, very entertaining to watch. Why did these fights go down the way they did, and how did Liberation X find themselves barely squeaking through in the front? As we watch right there, the body block by Marto, a huge play out of him. Long fights, how did Liberation X win these fights?
Well, with both teams having very late scaling compositions, they knew how to play it out perfectly. Actually, Rage Pingers did an excellent job in trying to engage and trying to focus down the Scarf because he was the most vulnerable one. He didn't have as much defensive items as T-Tigers, but the thing here was they were too far behind. Status Big and Marto made sure that they covered that jungle, kept adding pressure on, and in the end, like they couldn't do anything about it.
All right, so it's time. Give me your MVP of this series as Liberation X continues on.
It has to be T-Tigers, based just from that first match where...
Oh, I like that photo. All right, T-Tigers.
Multiple times he tried to 1v3 the enemy team, and later on, like with that Vox, he just started to really show that presence, really show that power. And coming with this Blackfeather, his engagements were perfect in terms of he was always jumping onto that Vox instead of cutting back. And we saw Liberation X have like a couple problems in previous matches where they weren't focusing the right people and they weren't just synergizing with their team.
All right. With that, I believe our super sub Shin Kaigen has a member of Liberation X now for an interview.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. So right here I have Status Big, the captain of Liberation X, and what an amazing 2 games that was. So this is a lot like your first run in the last live championship. You lost in day 1, but then you managed to bounce back and win the whole thing last time. So what I want to know is, how do you bounce back from a day 1 loss like that? Because you guys do it so well.
Well, what we do is after a loss, we just go, we go home, and the first thing we do is rewatch our matches and see, like pick out what we did wrong, what we could do better. And after yesterday's loss, we figured out what we were doing wrong, and I think today we did a good job of fixing that.
Oh yeah, for sure, and it shows. In game 2, you looked particularly prepared and super comfy during that match. I know that had a little bit of something special to it. Can you tell me what enabled you to play so well during that game?
Well, we actually were scrimming Gangstar series before this, and we ran a mirror comp with that exact like draft. So we won the scrim. So we came in with the same draft as we did in the scrim, and we felt really good about it because we knew how to exploit like the weaknesses of the enemy team and the enemy comp, and we were able to do really good in this game as well.
Yeah, you guys played it out so well. So the last thing I want to ask, and you guys are really well known for all of your roster swaps. You're like the Swiss Army knife of the Vainglory teams. So can you tell me a little bit more about the decision-making process on why you put Marto in Game 2 and what he brings to the table?
Well, for Game 1, E36 was in there because we knew we'd be playing Catherine. And Game 2, we knew Marto's best support is Arden by far, and he's like the lost boy, like second lost boy basically on Arden. And so we knew we were going to run that. Like we already had a comp in mind. And we just ended up, it worked out. We ended up getting the picks that we wanted, and it showed why we picked Marto for the Arden.
Yep, and very well played. Congrats and good luck on your next match. We'll send it back to the analyst desk. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you, Shinkaigen. Nice to hear from Status Baked there. And I do want to take a moment and thank our sponsors for today, Amazon Coins, NVIDIA Shield, that K1 tablet, which is so good for gamers. And we will be giving away an NVIDIA Shield before the end of the broadcast, along with SteelSeries, those headsets that all the players are using. So, Rome, any final thoughts on Liberation X and this series before we turn the page?
Yeah, with the match that they won today, I felt that they grew a lot more in terms of like getting back to their normal play style compared to like last season. And going on forward, they can still work on that synergy. And as long as there's somebody to voice out what to do for the team, lead them down the road, they have a great chance of winning. Mechanically wise, they have that potential to actually outplay anybody else.
All right, so we will be back in just a moment. And when we are back, we will have Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic against Vertigo Black, the second game where the loser is out of the tournament, so the stakes will be high. We hope to have just as dramatic matches. We probably will. Don't go away.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for gauntlet flip. He's got one. He's got a hit two.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals! Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That's it. This is Game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
We are back at the 2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard here, of course, with Rome. This is day 2. This is elimination day in the tournament as the 8 best teams in North America, they're fighting to stay alive and make it into the semifinals. We will keep playing games today until the losers bracket. All those teams have fought their way either through into the semis or out of the tournament. And as we take a quick look at what we have in store the rest of the day today, we just saw those highlights of what Liberation X did in autumn, looking to do the same here in the winter season. Next up is the other losers bracket match, Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic against Vertigo Black. We'll get into all that in just a moment. And then in some ways, what you might call the main event today will be Halcyon Hammer's Velocity and TSM, a finals-worthy match, and then no better way to end the day than with El Clasico. So stay with us, lots of amazing matches, and if you're watching, you might, who knows, win an NVIDIA Shield as we have those giveaways as well as ice giveaways going on in the chat. So stay tuned for that. Let's turn our attention now, Rome, to this next losers bracket match, the 5-seed Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, the 7-seed Vertigo Black. And I want to hear your thoughts on Vertigo Black. They certainly seem to need to take away that Adagio pick that is just a puzzle piece for almost everything that Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic does.
Yeah, so Vertigo Black coming into this, like, they're very transparent in terms of a lot of teams have knowledge and they have enough videos to see what kind of compositions these guys play. And it's very well known that they tend to favor more towards that mid to late game scaling compositions, and they execute it out so well. They do have that early game window where a lot of people do take advantage of in terms of invading and applying that jungle pressure. And I think as long as Vertigo Black is able to like maintain the composure and just engage on any like calls made throughout the team, like everybody has to be on the boat.
Now, on the boat, yes. Let's get on that boat. Now, for Vertigo Black, they're a team that likes to be very regimented. They like to say, all right, in game 1, we're going to play Rix. We're going to do this comp. In game 2, no matter what, Vixen's going to come in and we're going to do this other thing. But the challenge for them is they are facing an extremely unorthodox team in Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic. They approach the draft in a pretty radical way, and they approach their games and their comps in a very different way. So how does a regimented team deal with a very unorthodox team?
Well, with this, they have to know, like, HH Kinetic, they're very well known for running those buff compositions where they excel so good. Even with Ringo, with Vox, as long as they get somebody that has a lot of mobility, that has a lot of attack speed, they're able to like fully utilize the purpose of that composition.
All right, with that, let's take a look at Kinetic, learn a little bit more about these players.
I think a lot of people think that we are a Cinderella team, Kinetic is a Cinderella team. It's because we're fairly unknown. We're under the radar, and a lot of people haven't played against us or have seen us play. And I think that we have a lot of surprises to share. We're a pretty innovative team when it comes to our draft picks. We favor more aggressive jungle matchups, and we have very tight rotation strategies when it comes to our team synergy.
Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic is a Cinderella story because we came out of nowhere, really. We weren't really known. We just got together before the first qualifier and we started practicing. But no one really knew who we were. We weren't well-known names in the scene. We upset Von Menace twice. The first time, we shocked everyone.
Beating Von Menace twice really reinforced how strong of a team we can be and the potential we have. I know we are called a Cinderella team, but I think we have a lot of players on our team that have a lot of potential. And what I mean by that is we're very strong in terms of team synergy and unison. Kinetic stands for vibrant, fun, energetic, and I think we are a very energetic and fun team, and we have all great relationships with one another, and I think that's what helps us win a lot of the matchups that we face against other top teams.
I wouldn't really call us underdogs anymore. We've definitely made a name for ourselves. Beating Von Menace for the second time, we proved that it wasn't a fluke the first time, and we're ready for this.
So what winning means in terms of the Cinderella story is we're going to make that story come true. You know, we're going to be that Cinderella who's going to take it all the way. That'd be really exciting to prove the naysayers wrong and show that this dark horse is a strong team that can really take it to the top.
Very cool to hear from Sui Generis, a player who's been around really since the earliest days of the Singapore beta and is now, you know, a veteran and a leader on that Kinetic team.
Yeah, with the addition of Sui Generis to the roster, I feel that this young team has that experience and that they have that knowledge coming into this, and it shows in their drafting phase. With this match against Vertigo Black today, I think Kinetic will have that surprising factor where they might bust out something different and pretty much approach the playstyle, and pretty much they have a good chance to win against Vertigo Black.
All right, and if there is a player on Vertigo Black who's going to need to be a leader in countering that, who would it be? Who's your player to watch for Vertigo Black?
To be honest, like they need, I have to choose Beowulf just due to the fact that he will be the roamer. He will be the one that's always setting up vision and making sure that they don't have those problems from the early to mid game. And if Vertigo Black is able to scale properly, get their items into that mid to late game, they have that perfect chance. This is one of their best strengths, where they fully utilize like full compositions, positioning, and just hero prioritization.
All right, on the other side, if Tasty Bacon and Humanist are talking about Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, what's the name they'll be calling out?
To be honest, I have to choose Fear Poseidon here. Looking at his gameplay yesterday, him on that carry role, especially during that lane, he makes the best use of the mechanical skills. And because they're so often like running buff compositions, or they're running very unorthodox metas, they make a good chance where they really come back from behind, they surprise their opponents, and they give everybody a run for their money.
All right, it's almost time for the draft of this game. We'll stay tuned for that. Any final thoughts, Rome, on things that the viewers should look for in the early game of this match?
For this match, Kinetic, I expect them to come out of the gates running. They're going to be trying to invade as much of the Vertigo jungle as they can. And this is a very important time for us all to watch, because if Vertigo is not able to maintain that early jungle pressure away from them, they're going to have a lot of problems trying to scale.
All right, this is a best of 3. And these losers bracket teams, they have to keep fighting. This won't be the end of the road for them if they win. They'll have to keep fighting until they manage to make it into the semifinals. I believe we are ready for the draft of match 1. Here we go. All right, so right off the bat, no Catherine, no Adagio.
The Adagio ban specifically is the best thing that Vertigo Black can do, because this takes out so many compositions from the Kinetic team. And now we have to see Kinetic. They have to make sure like they came prepared for this. They know Vertigo will be banning that Adagio away from them.
All right, we see a Fortress come out for Kinetic. Vertigo Black counters with an Arden and that Skye that's done so well.
So we've seen Skye today, and Vertigo Black, the thing is, their positioning is so good, and they make the most use out of Vanguard, and the same with Serious Strike.
Wow, so we have that early game pressure from Fortress and Ringo combined with the late game Juggernaut Vox. What do you think of this Kinetic lineup?
To be honest, like they're gonna have Kinetic's lineup in that jungle is very strong. Most likely it will be Ringo and Fortress going together, just because they're more towards that early game where Vox, he does need some time to scale up, and putting him up in that lane would be the best idea for them.
All right, so if that is a jungle Skye along with Arden, do they need to be very conservative in the early game? It kind of fits with Vertigo Black's historically passive style. Anyway, Kashka comes in. I doubt that'll be a lane Kashka, right? So I guess we'll see Skye in the lane, Kashka countering the Fortress in the jungle.
So this is going to be heavily dependent on Beowulf here. He has to have that vision, because if Ringo and Fortress jump onto them where they're shocked by surprise, they will get bursted down really quickly.
Okay, so we haven't seen any Kashka so far in this tournament. She did get hit a little bit with the Nerf bat in 115. Why would they choose Kashka here as opposed to someone else, maybe like a Crystal Taka or something?
Well, Kashka is like a very strong assassin, and with the builds that are currently being used for her, she's able to have that sustainability always being up front, making it perfect for Skye to stand in the back. And going up against Vox, going up against Ringo, they're very squishy heroes. And as long as Kashka jumps onto them and locks one of them down, Skye could follow up and do a massive amount of damage.
Tasty Bacon and Humanist, we got a Kashka!
We finally see a Kashka. It's been the entire tournament thus far until we finally got this pick. There obviously was changed a bit in 1.15. A lot of players have moved away from it, but Vertigo Black, they pick it up here. They think it's still strong. They think it's still viable. I tend to agree with them. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, only time will tell at this point, but exciting to have Koshka back out onto the fold. And when you look at this Bacon, do you think that this Koshka comes out strong against this combo? Well, we'll just see right here is Vixen moving in. Fear Poseidon's just going to eat him alive. A first blood at the first minute mark. Beowulf will be quick to just try and make an exit out of the jungle here, but getting eaten alive in 2 kills. The Halcyon Hammer's kinetic is maybe not a Cinderella story anymore. These guys just on fire out the gates.
I think to answer your question, no. No, Koshka is not going to look terribly strong right off the bat. Yeah. But that was a really, really great play by Halcyon Hammers. They know that when you have a Koshka, you want to be aggressive. That's how you play Koshka, is try and make a play early on. And they skipped their first camp. They skipped the healing camp in the back and went straight into the middle so that they could meet them at level 2 with that fight and take the fight to the Koshka instead. And you saw how well it just worked out.
It was amazing. And when we look at this team, Halcyon Hammer's kinetic, they're talking about being a Cinderella story. Everyone's saying, oh, they came out of nowhere. But now that we've seen them, we've talked with them, they feel like these guys think through this game deeper than almost anyone that I've talked to.
Yeah, especially in the draft phase. As Bestchuck NA, he's going to be going down to an early 3-man gank. And just like that, Halcyon Hammers, they've taken this energy they've got stored up, and they are making it happen. 3-0 in the first 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, what do you do when you get jumped on? Suddenly you're moving slower because you got Achilles shot, and then they're moving faster because they got the Fortress. It's just really tough in an isolated situation. They jump onto Fear Poseidon, taking a lot of damage. They just didn't expect that to be coming in. But Fortress actually getting the kill onto Koshka, and these guys are going to go ahead and move back. Chrissy eating a little damage from Bestchuck. Sonic Zoom himself out of that forward barrage and reset his positioning here. But 4-0 for Halcyon Hammers. Did these guys come out of the gates hot or what?
Yeah, and the thing is though, what do you do with these kills? They're making pressure happen though. They're denying farm away from the side of Vertigo Black. And the gold lead is slowly growing now. They're already at about 500 gold at just 3 minutes. That's a pretty good number to be at this early in the game. And it looks like they may be finding Beowulf once again.
Yeah, this is going to be kill number 5 if they just eat him alive. Fortress, he's a hungry little dog today and just getting these kills. Ooh. Oh my goodness, Bestchuck under turret. So nice kill here in return. That's going to be very important for morale just for Vertigo Black after those early deaths.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep there by Chrissy. Able to be taken down by that forward barrage. Bestchuck and actually just ate 2 turret shots, so now he's going to have to play safe for a bit. But
oh my goodness.
Halcyon Hammers, where is this aggression coming from?
Well, I mean, obviously they feel that they can do it. They moved aggressively in the beginning, and once they've got that advantage, they're just going to keep the pedal to the floor, keep that pressure up. And every time, if there's 2 heroes attacking this Koshka, it doesn't matter if it's an early game hero, she's just going to get eaten up.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Ringo and Fortress both also very strong early game heroes as well. And so it's really just a battle of who's going to get that snowball rolling, who's going to get themselves ahead. And right now, the answer is Halcyon Hammers, but you can't get complacent. You look at the scoreboard, you see 5-1 at 4 minutes, you can start to think, oh man, we're really far ahead. We've got this in the bag, we can just keep taking fights at will. But that is absolutely not the case. I mean, this is by no means a early game that cannot be come back from if you are Vertigo Black. So you have to keep the pressure on. That's honestly probably one of the most difficult things about playing so aggressive in the first few minutes is you have to keep that pace up throughout the entire game, or you risk letting the other team come right back in. And the pace has already, I mean, I say already, it's only 5 minutes in, but it does feel like the pace has slowed down at least just a little bit, but it looks like right now they're trying to get it kicked right back up again.
Yeah, all 3 heroes from both squads up in this lane. Little poke coming out of Fear Poseidon here, getting some pop shots onto Vixen, onto Beowulf. They're going to go ahead and move back down towards this jungle, pick up some items at the shop, and Vertigo Black happy to have just a little bit of space here. And what do you think we're going to see out of Koshka as the item builds here? It's going to be Aftershock probably first side. And hold that thought. Chrissy engaged onto Vertigo Black, all coming out of that bush. And it's now Sweet Generous is going to be moving forward on that Fortress. Vixen taking a lot of damage. One more shot would have sealed that deal. He's able to get himself out of there. Yeah, but how do you see Koshka building herself moving forward?
Definitely going to be that Aftershock rush. I love Aftershock first item, especially against a team that's as fairly squishy as what Halcyon Hammers has put together. A lot of low health base stat heroes for the Halcyon Hammers. So the Aftershock does a lot of work. And then I would expect it to go actually fairly tanky. Obviously, Fountain of Renewal is a very popular item, but there's going to be a yummy Catnip Frenzy onto Chrissy. And Chrissy, yeah, there's no getting out of that one alone.
There you go. I mean, I was talking with Zekin earlier about Koshka, and I was like, is Koshka viable anymore? And he's like, yeah, man, I will pick up a support Koshka just for that yummy Catnip Frenzy. It's so good. Look at this engage coming out. Koshka just eaten alive once Ringo is on her. The damage coming out is so intense. You see that Hellfire Brew come out, and it's going to send Best Chuck and A back to base, but not really much more than that.
Yeah, and so Fear Poseidon and Sweet Generous just pushing up this lane. They have some good damage done onto this turret already, but not really able to find a whole lot else. They are going to go into the jungle, try and make an invade, perhaps. Nope, looks like they are just going to play it safe, go for those shop camps, and then do some shopping of themselves. There's now already first item starting to come out. A Sorrow Blade for Best Chuck NA, going to be rocking that Weapon Power Sky that we saw earlier. The Alternating Current now done for Chrissy, and a Fountain of Renewal on Sweet Generous. So 2-to-1 in terms of the tier 3 items right now in favor of Halcyon Hammers. So that's what that extra 1,000 gold does for you. Get you an extra tier 3 item.
Yeah, definitely, and a pretty big deal this early in the game with all of this aggression that they have these items. And you see constant aggression out of Kinetic. They're just constantly pressuring. Now they're just going to go for a turret. Death from Above did come down. Attack of the Pack's going to come out as soon as that turret goes down. Best Chuck and A, he's getting focused down. He's done. Are you kidding? Look at Chrissy now. He wants to go on to Vixen. Vixen, he's just able to barely get himself out of there. But it's a turret. It's a kill. Halcyon Hammers, they are on point right now.
Yeah, Fear Poseidon is having one heck of a game right now. 4-0-3. 100% kill participation along with Sweet Generous as well. And you saw there, the Death from Above was used to clear the wave. So as soon as they saw that, they said, you know what? We have enough of a wave here. Even with that ultimate being used on the minions, we can take this turret, go for a fight. They get the turret, they get the kill. That leads to then a gold mine and some jungle stealing away. 3,000 gold lead now all of a sudden at 8 minutes.
Yeah, it was a beautiful thing. A lot of times you can go into like that situation, as you said, try to bait out a big spell like that, and you see as soon as that Death from Above came down, they just immediately were on that turret. And Vixen, Beowulf move up. That Scout Trap's going to give vision here to Kinetic, so nothing will come of that. But you got to be careful. Vixen, I mean, so moving forward, do you think his next item will be to get into that tier 2 armor? Oh my goodness, Gauntlet does come down. They're caught inside, but all the damage is just coming out onto Vixen. And so with Generis down and Vixen down, I'd say the advantage to Kinetic here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really an advantage either way, honestly, after that one.
Just the fact that they can keep farming.
But yeah, they're able to continue farming, and Best Chuck and Beowulf have to kind of stick around in the lane because there's been so much pressure put on the lane already by Halcyon Hammers. A 1-for-1 trade when it was 2 ultimates used, the big ultimates, the Death from Above and Yummy Catnip Frenzy were both put onto Sweet Generous there, and that was the only kill they got. If you have to use your 2 big stuns to get a single kill, that is not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, of course, they'd be love to be eating up this Ringo or Vox early on in these fights, especially Ringo early on. But as you say, if Fortress is the target, there's going to be so much firepower that Kinetic are still going to be dishing out as the fight lingers on. It's just a very exciting matchup so far. 3K gold lead going the way of Kinetic, and it looks like they're just going to keep piling it on.
Yeah, I really like the items coming out thus far. Fear Poseidon and Chrissy both getting an early reflex block because of those 2 big stuns. Actually 3, really. You have the Gauntlet, Yummy Catnip Frenzy, and Death from Above. So you want those reflex blocks. I would expect Sweet Generis to build towards a Crucible pretty soon as well. Probably after a Warhorn, immediately go for that Crucible. And again, Best Chuck and A, he's stuck having to use that ultimate to farm. And once it's down, that's the go signal for Halcyon Hammers.
Yeah, Fortress did jump in there, but Turret doing a lot of work. But as you said, as soon as Death from Above is down, these guys know that they can take advantage and put that pressure out. I mean, Attack of the Pack is like as soon as he sees that ultimate come out, he just answers with his own.
Yeah, speaking of attack and pack, I was actually really surprised to see Fortress first picked here from Halcyon Hammers. Fortress did receive a little bit of a tweak in 1.15 as well.
Right.
The Wolves are now affected by ability damage, but actually hold that because there's a fight going on.
Yeah, Hellfire Brew on to Best Chuck in A. Beowulf doing a lot of work in there, but it's Vixen cleaned up so quickly. They got the Ringo, that's what they're looking for, but Beowulf, he's getting eaten up, and it's going to be the ace for Kinetic here. These guys had the advantage. They get the ace. I mean, everything's going their way.
Yeah, they're just looking so strong right now. And again, I mentioned that when you have an early aggression composition, you have to stay aggressive, and that is precisely what they've done. They're about to take down their second turret here at 11 minutes. That's really good pace. I think the only time we've seen faster has been with that the classic Saw push comp that we've seen a second turret go down earlier. So they're on pace now to just really push their way through this game and keep this advantage and just keep it rolling further and further.
Yeah, gold mine gonna go ahead and be secured here. Immense payout collected will just further that gold lead here. And Vertigo Black, they've got to be having some serious discussion inside those headsets right now, and I could only imagine what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's got to be, who they're going to focus, I think has to be the big discussion, because with the fact that they have so many stuns and they have a lot of area control, they do have to pick one target and just try and blow them up right at the beginning, try and lock them down and go off of that. But this is actually a big fight here.
Oh, that death from above does land here. Sweet Genera's taking a lot of damage. They switch to Fear Poseidon, but are you kidding? They turn it onto Vixen. Look at that stutter stepping. Fear Poseidon! Fear Poseidon, they said this is the guy to watch, and look how much damage came out. The second ace, and these guys are gonna be getting some more objectives off the back of that.
Yeah, you have to give huge credit to Chrissy as well. The wait for it in that choke point knocked the silence onto all three of them. The damage went through, and then all of a sudden you have the big AoE, the resonance, just hitting everyone. He has the alternating current and broken myth, so is doing some serious damage. We do see Kashka Vixen building towards a broken myth as well. I'm not a huge fan of broken myth on Kashka. It is very strong, but because it requires the time to stack up.
Right.
The way this game has been going, the fights have been so quick.
Yeah.
If they can keep Kashka alive, it will work wonders for them because it is just such a strong item. So honestly, as long as if Beowulf can get the Fountain of Renewal at the right time, can get the Vanguard onto Kashka, keep Kashka alive, then it'll pay off in spades. So it's a really risky item purchase instead of building straight defense second. So we'll have to see if it pays off for them, though.
Yeah, and that puts a lot of pressure on the Best Chuck in A to have very good positioning. If that Vanguard's going to be coming out on the Kashka. Yummy Catnip Frenzy comes out, is blocked. Very nice job there, and immediately eaten up. And now Beowulf is on the run. He's going to be caught, mowed down as well. And it's Best Chuck in A as the last man standing for Vertigo Black. But these guys are in the base right now.
Yeah, this is so quick. They're already working on these turrets. They don't even care about the minions. Look at that damage. Those 285 crits from Ringo just melt through that turret. And they're down to one turret left before 14 minutes. Halcyon Hammers, this aggression is just working so well for them. They clearly did their research. Vertigo Black, we've known them ever since from the autumn season. They were a team that they struggled a little bit early on, but then made a surge in the late game. And Halcyon Hammers, they've clearly done their homework. They are playing directly into that strategy and doing it so well.
Yeah, Achilles shot's going to come out. A lot of damage on the Best Chuck. They're going to go ahead and jump forward with Vixen. Vixen, he's going to be eaten up here. They do get one. That is Fear Poseidon to go down. Now Beowulf forced backwards. He's going down. Best Chuck in A, the last man, standing once again. He's going to go ahead and kill off those puppies. But man, they're going to be able to get a lot of damage out here. And if they can isolate him, I mean, essentially, if they play this correctly, they could get that down potentially, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and move back towards the jungle and go ahead and secure a little more gold for themselves.
I'm actually really surprised that they didn't go for that push. It was 2-on-1 with a full minion wave coming in. They very likely could have taken that last turret, but they decided to play it safe. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah.
So they retreat.
Oh,
they
Kraken's
try and
coming
get
out.
the gold mine. Will they get it in time? No, they don't. Kraken KSing the gold miner and stealing that one away.
Player hater.
So Kraken making the plays, getting the steal coming out.
Yeah, playing for Vertigo on this one.
But with Kraken on the table now, this becomes so much riskier for Vertigo. With only one turret left, a Kraken could really spell game over.
Yeah, it could. I mean, even if Vertigo are able to steal Kraken away, I think I wouldn't be surprised if like one turret is all they get, if that.
Yeah, well, I would expect two, just because the first turret is so far up in lane. They haven't taken that first turret down, but it looks like Halcyon Hammers, they just want to find a fight. They're forcing the Warhorn out to try and retreat. Even the Vanguard to get some extra move speed, but it's not enough. They still get onto him.
Oh my, the wait for it. The damage is there. Chrissy eating him up with Fear Poseidon poking away on the backside. Beowulf second to fall. Koshka can't
They're just going to look
this.
to end.
I mean, what is Koshka going to do? They can just switch right back on, and that's what they do. They go on to Vixen. Vixen does a little bit of damage, but he's down. It's the ace. This is going to be all she wrote. Halcyon Hammers, Kinetic, GG, game 1.
16 minutes for Halcyon Hammers to take down the Crystal. Not the fastest game we've seen at the Winter Championships, but still a very quick one, very decisive. And that is such a good sign for Halcyon Hammers to have that incredible decisiveness, you know, trusting their shot calls and just going all out. Again, keeping that pace up. It's such a difficult thing to do. We see teams all the time start off really strong, really aggressive, and then fade off from there because they just don't keep that pace up. But Halcyon Hammers, they did a phenomenal job of just not letting their foot, not taking their foot off the gas and just going full bore all game long.
Man, they truly did. And I think, you know, shout out Winston Generis. He did a great job on that fortress. He found the right target, and Fear Poseidon was always right there behind him. Just that Achilles shot, and then they're just right on point.
Yeah, honestly, all three of them. Fear Poseidon, Chrissy, following up. I mean, the move speed from Fortress that was coming through those Warhorns, just getting them into position to then start off the fights. I mean, how many fights did we see in the lane where Vertigo Black was running away from them towards their base, and they just were able to keep pace and just get in range, get that slow from the Achilles shot, and take one of them out and turn it into a second one, and then take a turret. It's how they won. That's how they ended the game.
Power of the Fortress.
Fortress looking really strong, and now I was a little concerned about the first picking it because there are so many ways to counter it now.
Yeah.
But clearly, Halcyon Hammers, they know what they're doing with that Fortress pick. Both Halcyon Hammers teams really love that Fortress. So we'll have to see if will it be enough to change the draft phase in the minds of Vertigo or not.
You know, I believe that the draft might change up a little bit, but coming into this, of all the teams we talked to, I feel like Halcyon Hammers Kinetic are some of the most prepared players when it comes to draft.
Yeah, absolutely. They have so much going for them in the draft phase. They put so much emphasis on it, and they have like counter picks planned depending on what their opponents pick, and it's really impressive the amount of work that they put in outside of the game itself. But to go over that, maybe go over what we think we might see coming up in the next draft, Playoff Beard and Rome over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. So a strong performance out of Halcyon Hammers Kinetic in match 1. Let's take a quick look at the items, wrap up this game before we turn our attention to the next one. Rome, what stood out for you?
Just looking at Fortress, I think Fortress made the biggest difference this one. Like, they used Vertigo's weak early game, and pretty much they utilized as much early game jungle pressure as they can. We see on this Fortress grabbing that Warhorn, that Shiver Steel, but the biggest difference is finishing off with that Frostburn. I think in that late game, it made so much of a difference in terms of being able to help Vox and Ringo get in target, and pretty much they did the rest. Like, they came in, they bursted everybody down.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights off of this decisive Halcyon Hammers Kinetic performance, you said Fear Poseidon was the player to watch, and he surely was.
Yeah, and dominant play coming out of him. There's so many times where the Vertigo Black team, they were all just jumping on him, but he was able to kite away, using himself as a body block. And in this instance is like what we have to really look at is in terms of individual like mechanics and how well they actually executed out, along with the synergy coming out of the Kinetic team.
All right, so Kinetic, they opted for a very intense early game comp, seemed to exploit some of Vertigo's weaknesses, worked out for them.
Yeah, so coming to this, Kinetic, they plan it out ahead of time. They know that Vertigo tends to be more mid to late game scaling, and they play very comfortably and conservatively. What Kinetic did really strong was, right off the bat, we saw that first kill, just not even like a minute in, and excellent play coming out there. They come in with confidence, and they come in with that synergy. And for a team that is considered one of those fairy tale stories, these guys actually have what it takes to win.
All right, so Vertigo Black, they obviously have to change something up, and they will. They will bring in Rix, who was a superstar of the winter qualifiers. What difference might that make for them?
Well, with Rix, like I hype up Rix all the time, mainly because I'm so fascinated by the way he controls his positioning, and most likely it's his mechanical skills that really shine. And with this coming in, I hope that they have more of like a balance in terms of their composition. Grabbing somebody like early to mid game, and then as long as they have somebody scaling for them, they're fine. But they can't like depend too much onto that late game where they get vulnerable. And a lot of teams know what to target this.
All right, it's great that NVIDIA Shield is presenting all of these videos of the teams so that we can learn a little bit more about them. So let's take a look at Vertigo Black and see what their story is.
In the beginning of the autumn finals last season, I think the nerves of playing on stage definitely got to us.
As we continue to play, you know, it just feels natural when you're up there. And I think that's going to help us here tomorrow. No nervousness. You know, we've been used to it. And I definitely think the jitters are done.
It's important to have a strong start in this tournament because of our morale is something that's kind of been a problem in the last autumn finals. We lost our first match, and that kind of hurt us as a team a lot. I think that's something that's unique to our 4-player roster is the fact that we really don't have a bench player. We constantly are switching out players, so one person will be benched one game, and then we'll switch it up the next game, and that can throw our opponents off guard, and we can use it to our advantage like that.
I expect us to get very far in the competitive scene. You know, as a team that's been together for very long. We're in it for the long run together. We're very comfortable playing with each other and hopefully find a lot of success in the competitive scene. It's always a dream to play competitively and be paid for it. You know, and this is just like a small stepping stone toward that dream.
I think our team is definitely capable of being one of the top 4 in this live championship.
All right, that was Vertigo Black presented by NVIDIA Shield, their K1 tablet, perfect for gamers. Make sure to check that out. And maybe you could win one a little bit later on in the broadcast. Stay tuned. We will have a giveaway in the chat. I believe we are close to ready for the draft of Match 2. And as we get ready for that, any thoughts heading into this draft?
Well, with Rix coming in, this puts Vertigo on more of terms of building out a composition. They have so much more options. We see Rix either playing out of that jungle or in that lane, and this is a good swap for them. With Best Chuck NA being able to cover so many different types of carries, it excels, but what they have to do is find that perfect balance in when they're building out their composition.
All right, we haven't talked that much about Best Chuck NA, who is really a superstar on this team, plays a lot of mages, excellent positioning. Go deep for me for a minute on Best Chuck NA, what his tendencies are, what his strengths are, and what he will have to do here to keep Vertigo Black from being eliminated.
Well, here, his tendency is actually his major strength. Best Chuck NA is probably one of the best positioners in terms of he knows exactly where to place himself during the team fight. And we saw that last match, but it was already too late for them because they were grabbing too much pressure in that jungle where they couldn't really capitalize off anything. All
right, we know Halcyon Hammer's kinetic. They have 100 different looks that they can show these teams. What would you expect from them out of this match?
They're going to come in with this with the same strategy. They know Vertigo Black, they know their play style, and so they're going to be very aggressive in that early game. But honestly, kinetic, they've been playing so well where I think that element of surprise in terms of their drafting phase and how they really approach it when they're playing against specific opponents really stands out.
All right, so on Vertigo Black's side, we will find out what they want as that first ban as we head into the draft. And it will be Ringo.
So with Ringo, I think most likely they're trying to grab up another Sky or a Vox for their team. And this is something Vertigo Black plays quite often.
All right, and it is a Vox pick coming out. We've seen Rix play a phenomenal Vox. We've seen Best Chuck NA on Vox as well.
Yeah, but HH Kinetic, you never see them banning out Adagio, which they're very well known for. But this is the thing, because Vertigo Black has run a bunch of those buff compositions, and they've done it really well.
All right, we see a Crawl coming out. Bit of a trend now.
Well, it looks like they're swapping each sides with each other, because usually the Crawl will be on Vertigo Black, and the Vox will be taken by Kinetic really early.
All right, so we'll wait to see what the next pick is. It is a Catherine. Are they setting up a pretty late game scaling comp of their own?
Yeah, and I think Kinetic, they really have a good approach to this. So for their last pick, they're probably going to try and secure somebody that can help them like transition through that early game phase.
So who might you have your eye on for that purpose?
To be honest, like I want somebody that's able to rotate down really quickly. And because Ringo's already out of the picture, you have heroes like Glaive, you have heroes like Koshka. When played in lane, actually are very efficient.
And it's a pedal pick. Nice to see her showing up a couple times.
So with this one, Vertigo Black, they do have 2 range and they have a lot of kiting potential. But what I see here is I think that that Arden is going to be too far ahead most of the time, and he might get caught off guard. So this is something that Vertigo Black has to watch out for.
All right, we'll see if Petal can keep her distance from the crawl with the call. Let's go to our casters.
Very much, guys. We are going to be getting into game number 2 here momentarily. A Scarf as the final pick, rounding out that competition to late game scaling. And, you know, we talked about it in our first set of 3, where if you can't get onto that Scarf, you have a lot of trouble. Unfortunately for Vertigo Black, I don't see a lot of ways to really jump onto Scarf and take Scarf out immediately. So this could be really troublesome for Vertigo Black if they don't have a strong early game.
Yeah, I mean, bring in the EU meta over here to NA, and we've seen so much success out of it in the past. Just a matter of time if we see if HH Kinetic can go ahead and seal the deal with this lineup. But when you look at across the board what we have for Vertigo Black, do you feel that it's a strong comp going up against that?
I do like the Vertigo Black composition here because of the fact that, you know, they need to be able to perform early, and Petal will definitely be able to do a lot of work early on against this Kroll Catherine as long as they play it right. It's one that, like I said, it's a little surprising to me that Halcyon Hammers picked such a late game focused composition, knowing that they're up against a team that, you know, regularly and historically has a little bit of difficulty in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe they just feel confident with it, and maybe it's a wild card that they thought Vertigo wouldn't expect. With that said, Fear Poseidon, Su Generis have been up in the lane. They're going to poke on Rix a little bit. Just let them know they are here, and they need to respect these rotations constantly. But you know, when you get a situation like that and they come up and just poke, it just gets it in the back of your mind that you have to like have that safe positioning, which can cause you to miss some last hits.
Yeah, and that's actually a small little thing that you'll see a lot with a Kroll team, team that picks a Kroll. They didn't go to the shop after their first clear. They went straight up into the lane. And that's specifically to avoid an early fight at the jungle shop because Kroll, again, not the strongest at level 1 and 2. So a really smart play. Again, Halcyon Hammers, their early game, their actual play and decision making has been phenomenal. But right now, Su Generis is taking a lot of damage from Rix. And let's see, you know, Rix, will he be that difference maker? Will he be enough to bring this team back into an even series and push us to our first game 3 of the day?
I mean, when we talk about Rix, these guys said that potentially Rix could be considered the most underrated player in a with his potential and how people are stacking up against him. So, I mean, this guy can get so much done if given the opportunity. Chrissy taking a bit of damage there from Beowulf. He's going to be okay, but I think at this point in the game, it was like 3-0. In match 1, so a little bit different story. Of course, a lot of that due to the drafts that we have here.
Yeah, definitely a much more passive draft. Taking a look down the jungle, you see Fear Poseidon actually waiting for his roam to come and start up this double back camp. Obviously wanting to get that extra gold from the Iron Guard contract. The smart play there is doing just that, waiting for your roamer. Even if it's a little, even if you have to stand around for a little bit, it's still better to get that extra gold. Especially in that situation, because if he had started those camps early, you clear the jungle a little bit quicker. Yeah. But what are you going to do afterwards? There's really nothing available. So
you feel like you're not getting anything out of it, but technically your team's getting more if you do wait.
Yeah, the invade coming in from Vertigo Black, but Fear Poseidon does get the Spectral Smite off, taking away that camp, securing it for himself, and not letting that invade really amount to much. Looks like they will be looking for these forward shop camps, and we'll be able to steal those away at least. So, you know, getting something out of it at the very least.
Yeah, a little bit. And with that, both teams are able to just kind of pacify for a second. And as we look at the farm here in lane, pretty even, 25 to 26, Rix to Chrissy. And you kind of expect that with that matchup, yeah?
Yeah, definitely to be expected. Fear Poseidon rushed down the Shiver Steel, first item on Kroll. It's what we've seen a couple of times here as well. So it's an interesting one because it really kind of shows your hand of how you're going to try and play. That you're really just looking to keep them in one place and focusing on those stacks and not so much on the pure basic attack damage.
Well, I mean, even you would have predicted that because every time we have the Scarf, you say that all he has to do is just kind of hold someone in place just a little bit.
It's all about that peel.
Yep.
That's why it's done. It's a big utility thing, you know, and there's really two big philosophies on a Kroll build if you're going weapon power, which you would expect with a Scarf, is that you either are going for the peel, just trying to keep someone in place, get that huge Spectral Smite with full stacks, or you build straight weapon power, you know, get the Sorrow Blade first, and you're just going for the basic
we gotta
attack
have our first
damage.
blood.
But my goodness, in the lane, Best Chuck NA getting the kill onto Sweet Generous, and that's going to be finally a first blood at 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, they get the first blood here. Not too big of a deal to have Catherine go down like that, but I think that they're going to realize that the damage potential is definitely there out of that petal.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with a heavy prism and 2 crystal bits as well. That's going to be pretty serious damage from those Munions. It's very almost unexpected damage because you take that first hit from the basic attack, you're like, oh, that's not that bad, and then all of a sudden 3 Munions bite you and you know, a huge chunk of your health is gone. You're like, wait, how did that happen? But it's definitely something you have to keep your eye on when there is a petal. And
headlong into Beowulf. Beowulf does get stunned up, and it looks like HHK is going to go ahead and retreat themselves back into a better position. Those Munions just getting eaten alive there by that fire. They'll quickly respawn, but it looks like Vertigo Black, they are posturing very aggressively here in the jungle.
Yeah, that's the other thing with the petal is those Munions, keeping the Munions alive. Scarf, obviously a very good counter against it because the AoE damage from the fire, but that's it. You know, Kroll is horrible at taking out Munions as he only has single target. So it's going to rely a lot on the positioning of Chrissy, as you know, Scarf games pretty much always do, as this is going to be the gold mine and possibly a fight coming off of it. Good job at Vertigo Black peeling away from the objective as they realized that Hellscan Hammers was coming down. And looks like neither team really wants to go all in on this here.
Yeah, I mean, well, that comes down to the scout trap right there. Out of Kinetic, it saved that gold mine. If they didn't have that vision, the gold mine gets taken, but they see it, they move down and defend it. Fear Poseidon taking a bit of damage here. Beowulf's locked onto him, but they quickly switch over to Catherine. Catherine might go down, but it's Fear Poseidon just jumped right back in, and he gets blown up very quickly. Looks like Petal's going to be credited for that kill, and Sweet Generous has moved back under a turret. These guys are going to be able to get out of there, but man, this was pretty aggressive out of Fear Poseidon.
Yeah, Fear Poseidon going in really deep without really much defense other than the health. And Rick's sitting on a Sorrow Blade already, along with obviously the damage from Petal and her Munions doing more than enough damage to secure that second kill. And now we see the minion mine, the forward minion mine being taken away. I love seeing a team capture the enemy's minion mine first, because it just denies them so much gold.
Yeah, it truly does, and a nice pickup here. So it's going to be a great feather in their cap that they've got that. And moving forward, we knew Kroll and the Scarf do scale very well going into the late game. Do you think that it's very important that the pressure comes out, or do they feel comfortable with the Vox that they can kind of just play evenly with them?
I feel like for Vertigo, they don't have to be super aggressive. They can just, you know, when the late game comes around, they're going to have just as much damage. Again, the big thing is going to be on Chrissy's positioning on the Scarf, and of course, then Best Chuck NA's positioning on this Petal, which, as we've heard from Rome before the game, Best Chuck NA, his positioning, that's what he's known for. He's absolutely phenomenal with it. So it's going to be a really interesting one the later this game goes, but right now, this is a pretty good lead that Vertigo Black have built up, about 2,000 gold at 8 minutes, and it looks like they're trying to collapse again, but Sweet Generous going to be coming up to make sure there's a little bit of safety for Chrissy.
Yeah, here to back up his ally, and you know, just a completely different story from game 1 here into game 2. Vertigo Black looking very strong, and you got to imagine a lot of it is the fact that Rix is in here and having a pretty good game so far.
Yeah, definitely doing wonders for this team. You know, we did hear in that video, they talked about how their morale is one of their big concerns, And so after that first loss, it really had to wonder if they were going to be able to come back from that. And now looks like AJ's going to find them, go for the gold mine again. Here comes a big fight.
Yeah, the Dragon Fire Breath coming out and doing a lot of work, but not quite enough. It's Rix that's going to be stunned up and just mowed down. Oh man, that was so quick as Krill gets those stacks up. Now he's locked onto Beowulf. They're chasing here. Beowulf's going to go down, and that's 2 kills for Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. They've tied it up. Still down over 2k gold, but you can see that they have the fight potential at this point, and any misstep they can capitalize on it.
Oh, Sweegenaires needs to be so careful here. Honestly, I thought Sweegenaires was going to go down in that fight early on. Took so much damage right off the bat, but somehow managed to stay alive. Fear Poseidon, of course, getting those stacks up onto Rix and able to take him down with the smite. And then, of course, with Chrissy on the back lines, putting down the Spitfires, they were able to get the fight. They even up the kill to a piece and then pick up that immense gold payout. And just like that, you know, it was a 3k gold lead. It's now down to about 1.3k. So Halcyon Hammers, a good job of turning things around when it was starting to look a little bit shaky for them.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit shaky, but they do a great job there. And it was nicely played that, you know, we saw Catherine dropping very low on health. And it was so the Scarf moves forward, and he's like, I'll take this up while we secure gold mine. No big deal, guys.
Yeah, very similar builds right now from Best Chuck and Chrissy. Both of them getting that Frostburn first, wanting that extra utility, the extra slow. It's so important for both of these teams is the controlling the enemy's move speed and, of course, their own move speed as well. That's going to be something that will be coming into play in almost every single fight is, you know, who's able to move around the fold, who's able to get into the positions that they want. That's what every single fight is going to hinge on, you know, really, unless someone just gets completely caught out on their own.
Yeah.
And with these two teams, with the level that they play at, I don't expect to see that happening very frequently.
We're going to have a fight here as the ultimate coming out of Scarf. Those stun was to set up on the Best Chuck. Chrissy does get stunned up by that gauntlet there, so that's what's able to slow them up a little bit. Just with Petal to go down, they might have gotten more out of that. In fact, I think they might have gotten 2.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't for that gauntlet, that definitely would have been at least 2 kills going over for Halcyon Hammers. So a great play there by Beowulf to stop that ultimate in his tracks. And now this is Vertigo Black looking for a fight 2-on-2.
Yeah, they have chose to fight. The wait for it comes out. A nice block there by Chrissy to buy himself a little bit of time, but Rix getting the real damage in.
Oh, Fear Poseidon coming in though.
Oh, you must fear Poseidon.
Yeah, absolutely. Vertigo Black, they are probably fearing Poseidon right now as he's sitting at now 3-1-1 as he secures that second kill there and just coming in for the cleanup crew and picking those up. So great job from Fear Poseidon on this Kroll. Opportunistic, I think would be the right word to use in that situation.
Yeah, who called the maid? Clean up on aisle 3. Fear Poseidon was there. And yeah, so these guys doing a great job, and that's just one of the things, like you get into the rhythm of the game, and sometimes you are in that perfect rhythm, and it just showed up right there. He shows up at the perfect time and secures that fight.
Yeah, so another couple kills for Halcyon Hammers. They are behind in farm, as it is, you look in the lane, 111 on Rix to the 89 of Chrissy, but it doesn't feel like it's that big of a deficit. Despite the fact that, you know, Rix has a solid farm lead, almost 20, actually almost 30 farm more than his lane opponent. It still feels like they're so close just because these teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, we are in the losers bracket here, but sometimes you see some of your best matches in this bracket because it's everything on the line for these teams. If they lose this series again, they're out of the tournament. Winners moving forward, so you really see the A game coming out of these teams. And they're stepping it up. They're not holding anything back here. Scout traps everywhere. Vision is the name of the game right now. Flares on top of scout traps. And looks like Gold Mine's probably going to be secured up here by Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. Vertigo Black know what's going on, but they can't do much about it.
Yeah, they may try and look for a fight afterwards. Nope, looks like they're just going to get some damage onto Sweet Generous and then go down to the shop. That's a risky spot to be in because they can be so much damage coming out from it. And they're just going to keep going and looking for possibly a pick here. But Vertigo Black, they're not going to let that happen.
No, they're not going to let it happen.
Oh, he dodges the from L's heart with the Sonic Zoom. Absolutely crucial that he got that. But now Sweet Generous, he's taking a lot of damage from that turret. but will just be able to get out, having to pop that Fountain of Renewal to keep himself alive.
Yeah, Fountain too good. And Bacon, you're one of the aficionados on the Fountain. And can you let me know like a little bit about how that Fountain, because we had some debate about how that works.
May have to hold up here because Vertigo Black, they're looking for an invade. I don't know if they're going to get one because of the positioning, but there's a great silence.
Oh, Rix just gets mowed over right there. As soon as he's held in place, they can just eat him alive. That forces Best Chuck NA out. And yeah, I mean, I don't think they get on top of him. The Warhorn is here. They're going to look for that Merciless Pursuit, the stun, and Best Chuck NA, the spontaneous combustion coming out and just completely turning that around. That's one of the reasons that Petal's so underrated, getting 2. Are you kidding me? Best Chuck NA. What a player.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Beowulf was able to get away from Fear Poseidon, who is now looking to steal away from camps. But yeah, going back to that Fountain of Renewal, arguably the strongest item in the game. It gives so much healing to the entire team based on how much health you are missing at the time. So it's one of those really high risk-reward items, because if you wait until you're just about to die to pop it, you get so much more health from it, but you're at risk of dying before you get that health back fully. It's such a risky item to hold on to until the end like that, but you know, when you use it properly, it is an absolute game changer. And of course, a lot of times we see double Fountain. Doesn't look like we'll be getting that coming out here from the side of Halcyon Hammers. Maybe we might get one from Vertigo Black, as Kraken making her appearance onto the fold here at 15 minutes in dramatic fashion.
Yeah.
But this is with the score tied 6-6 and just about 2,000 gold separating these teams. Kraken is going to be such an important objective, as it really almost always is.
Yeah, it's been a big story here so far in the tournament. The majority of teams that could take that Kraken are securing games. Of course, not 100% anymore, as we did see that perfect, flawless victory for Kraken broken. But yeah, it's on the fold. Kraken's ready for some action. And any team that oversteps, gets 1 or 2 heroes taken away, could be vulnerable to having Kraken taken away from them and having some turrets pushed down.
Yeah, Fear Poseidon, looking at the build there, an Aegis and an Atlas Pauldron picked up. So very, very tanky Krull. It's so difficult to kill. The problem is, it's so difficult for Krull to get kills as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a whole lot of damage coming out. It's relying on the ability damage from having full stacks is pretty much entirely what Fear Poseidon is doing at this point. Yeah. And they're all in on just trying to protect Scarf.
Oh, they might have a fight down here. It looks like they're not going to move on to the Catherine, but we do have double infusion out on Best Chuck NA. He just picked up that weapon infusion, so if they're able to find a target here in the next couple minutes, he really just going to eat them alive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of damage to deal with. I mean, it's the weapon power Vox, and we've seen a lot of Crystal Power Vox pretty much almost every game thus far today. You know, with the 3 previous games, I think 2 of them had the Crystal Power Vox, maybe
yeah, there was 1 weapon power Vox, I think.
Yeah, so now with the Sorrow Blade and Tyrant's Monocle completed, and then of course Best Chuck NA, Frostburn, and Broken Myth, just so much damage coming out. The infusions are coming out, double infusions onto Rix, double infusions on Chrissy, and they're looking for the fight.
The Dragon's Breath coming out. Best Chuck NA is getting eaten. A lot of damage coming out there. The Gauntlet is down. Now they turn it on to Chrissy. Chrissy will go down. Rix trying to dance around with that Sonic Zoom. He's going to go down. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, Best Chuck NA, it's a trampoline. Gets out of that from Hell's Heart, and he's going to be safe. What a player. And what a trampoline. It's a great ability, and I think a lot of people underestimate the utility of that.
A huge call from Halcyon Hammers to go for this Kraken. Beowulf has an idea that it's happening. He wants to just try and contest it, and just his presence there alone is enough to force him to back off. Great. That trampoline, absolutely clutch. If that from Hell's Heart hits, that's another kill guaranteed. The one thing from Halcyon Hammers was they got so much damage onto Best Chuck NA from Chrissy, but it was only Chrissy on Best Chuck NA. Fear Poseidon and Swedish Nurse were on Rix, and the fact that that damage was split may have cost them a little bit. I feel like if they had focused their damage, if Krull had just run up and tried to hit Petal right off the bat, or even just thrown from Hell's Heart right off the start, they may have been able to secure both kills there. But either way, it's still a a good fight for Halcyon Hammers, keeping them in this game. They are still behind by 1 turret, but this is just so close. 7-7. The gold lead is still hovering right around that 1,000 to 2,000 mark in favor of Vertigo Black. But the game gets tougher the later it goes. There's so much more pressure on both sides. If you make one little mistake, it can cost you the entire game.
The spawn timer is getting longer and longer.
Exactly. And you got to look at Vertigo Black in that, because they're the ones that are on the edge of elimination. If they lose this game, they're out of the tournament. Halcyon Hammers, they at least have a little bit of leeway to play with. But of course, you never want to leave your entire tournament fate down to that final game 3. There's so much stress to deal with. And now Vertigo Black, they made a good rotation here.
The aggressive play with Gauntlet coming out here, but they turned around with a big Dragonfire Breath. Rick's actually stunned up from the Hell's Heart. That's what they needed. And now the chase is on. They are under turret. Do they want to dive here, Bacon? It looks like they don't really want to commit under turret unless they see that opening. They don't smell blood, and so it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the minion wave getting cleared out pretty quickly, forcing them back. But there goes Fear Poseidon. But Chrissy is so low on the back line. The fountain
no big deal.
Does get quite a bit of health back. So a good use there by Sweet Generous. And this is just such a close game.
Well, I mean, it really is a close game, and you can only imagine what's going through the minds of both of these teams right now, but more so for Vertigo Black, because if they drop this game after feeling strong throughout the whole time and already losing game 1, I mean, they're out of the tournament. So right now there's a lot of pressure on these guys to make sure that they don't make any mistakes and perform to their absolute best.
Yeah, gold differential is continuously getting smaller and smaller, though. It's now down to about 500 to 600 gold. Halcyon Hammers, they are closing that gap. The Aegis now picked up all 3 members of Vertigo and all 3 members of Halcyon Hammers as well, having a reflex block available to them. So it's going to be so difficult to land any of the CC available to both sides. It's going to come down to just pure positioning at the end of the day, which is, it's what you like. It's what we like to see. It's that positioning, the mechanical outplays. It's so much fun to see how the teams play out when it's all about moving together, trying to get the flank on your opponents, trying to just find that one spot that they have a lapse of vision in where you can take advantage of. And we might be seeing a potential engage here, because all 6 members are right around this choke point. It's such a dangerous area to play around.
Yeah, Chrissy just kind of poking with that Spitfire. Warhorn is activated, and Gauntlet canceled off. Great job there by Sweet Generis. And now it's Scarf winding up the ultimate. Rix is down. They're looking for more. Who's it going to be? It looks like Best Chuck and A is the target. He's getting mowed down, munched, stunned up. He got a block. He's going to trampoline a little bit, but this is one dead petal right here. I'm sorry, little deer petal. You've been killed. And now it's going to be the Kraken here. So HH Kinetic taking a great fight. Like you said, you're probably going to get a big objective off the backside of it, and such an evenly match. It's just a really, really big deal that they get this.
I love this play here, though, too. Fear Poseidon can easily slow out this Kraken. Kraken's doing, like, no damage. Look at that. Even with the shield up, it just, like, does the tiny little sliver of the shield. And they send Chrissy and Sweet Generous into the lane to make sure they get that first turret down, because you don't want Kraken to have to waste her time stopping at that very first turret. So Kraken's going to be making her way down the lane in just a few moments. Will Halcyon Hammers be able to get the TSM special, as we've kind of called out, because the TSM squad they're so well known for getting Kraken 4 turrets win, and that's exactly what Halcyon Hammers is going to look to do here.
All right, we can see if they're going to close it out. Kraken looks especially mad today, not happy to be disturbed, and starts hammering away on this turret. You can see Scarf just poking from range. It's really nice when you get that Kraken and you have a Scarf on your team. As long as positioning stays good on Chrissy, he can get so much damage down. A little Spitfire going out towards the back there. But looks like these guys are going to be getting multiple turrets. Now, Silence does go down. Stun is on to Rix. Rix can't afford to have this happen. Rix is down. 55 seconds for Rix. Kraken's in the base. They're on turret 1 now. Beowulf eating a lot of damage here.
Can they play this out absolutely perfectly, Bacon? 45 seconds on the respawn timer. Oh my goodness, it looks like it's got to be all she wrote here.
Kraken still has a lot of health as well. They're getting a lot of damage on the Fear Poseidon, but Chrissy is the one you need to target because Chrissy has so much damage.
GG.
And Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, the crowd is going crazy for them. The fan favorites, Halcyon Hammers, right now, they pick up the win. The Cinderella story continues. It's not quite midnight for them.
Roll on Kinetic.
Yeah, absolutely. So Halcyon Hammers Kinetic with the big win, keeping themselves alive and moving on to now face Liberation X. They still have a very tough road ahead of them, but that's a big step in the right direction.
Huge step. I'm so impressed. They came out in game 1 just on fire, and a little bit different draft there. They played a little more passively in match 2, but just showed the ability that they can really take games in a multitude of styles.
Yeah, I see them there celebrating their win together, smiles all around, and how's this built up for such a good match later on today of the Liberation X. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if they actually play each other. I think they actually play the losers of the games coming up after this.
Yeah.
So my apologies there. That's my mistake. But that's still Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, such a good showing.
Yep.
And like you mentioned, showing multiple styles. As we see the sportsmanship there, Vertigo Black going over and congratulating Halcyon Hammers on their victory. And for Vertigo Black, it's such a heartbreak for them. Again, they talked about how their morale is such a big part of what they do, and unfortunately, they're going to be knocked out of the tournament here by Halcyon Hammers. But we do hope there's so much potential on that team. They're a team that you don't really see coming, but they're always there every single time. Their second straight championships that they've been involved in, and I fully expect to see them coming up in the next season as well because they're just always a contender. But looking forward now, we've got a couple of really great matches coming up.
Oh, yeah.
That you definitely do not want to miss. TSM versus, just completely drew a blank.
This is what we leave the analyst desk for.
I've been focused so much on these two games. So yeah, we'll leave that for the analyst desk when they're ready. But to go look forward for the rest of the day and get us prepped for those big games. We obviously have TSM Gangstars, Nemesis.
TSM Velocity,
Velocity, Halcyon Hammers Velocity. I was so focused on Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, that's why I forgot. So to talk about those upcoming games and go over this most recent match, Playoff Beard and Rome, take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Vertigo Black, they were game in that match. Let's take a look at the items, and as we do, Best Chuck NA, he was 5-1 at one point. Some really excellent plays, trampolining away from the Krull sword. Some nice moments, but ultimately it was not enough. What stood out to you, Rome?
It all came down to Fear Poseidon. He always positioned himself in that front, and he made a good choice in terms of always following up on that Catherine stun, making sure that looking at his items on the Krull, you see that Shiver Steel coming out very early, and this was an excellent choice on their behalf because this sets up their entire team in terms of making it a lot easier for Scarf to land his skill shots, making it a lot easier for that team to engage in the team fights on their terms.
And does that mean Fear Poseidon's going to get your MVP this time?
Yeah, definitely. And he was the player that we wanted to watch from the beginning, and he's made such a big difference in the matches yesterday and today. And we see the potential of his individual mechanical.
There were some really interesting plays, some subtle plays on Kinetic's side that helped get them rolling. A lot of important war horns, some really, really critical blast tremors, and Chrissy with some nice plays using reflex block at the right times to make sure either the ultimate wasn't canceled or even in one case using a Dragon's Breath and then a reflex block to get through an Arden Wall and continue that damage. A lot of really good synergy out of them today.
Yeah, but I find with the addition of Sui Generis, he has that capable mentality to provide for his team, making sure that they're aware of what it's coming forward, making sure that they're able to get their activatables ready, making sure they're able to time out the skills coming out of the Vertigo Black team.
All right, so that is the end of the road for Vertigo Black as we take a look at some of the highlights of this series. They'll take this, they'll learn from it, they'll pick up extra experience, and we'll try to get motivated off of this showing. But on Halcyon Kinetic's side, as Tasty Bacon said so well, the Cinderella story continues, and it will be exciting to see what they can do as they try to continue to fight their way into the semifinals here. So now, we turn our attention to what may be, considered the main event of today, of day 2. We have Halcyon Hammer's Velocity and their opponent's #1 seed, TSM. Give me your initial thoughts on this, and then we'll dig all into it later.
To be honest, it's going to be an all-out mechanical battle because both of these teams are so strong. And it all comes down to synergy, really, where you see on TSM, they have so much experience playing together. They've been all over the world playing competitively. And then you get this new and uprising team full of young players, full of newer guys that have been playing the game, they love the game, and now they're entering the competitive scene. They start off with a boom.
Yeah, so we want to thank our sponsors of this event that is coming to you live from the Red Bull Esports Studio in Santa Monica, California. Those sponsors, Amazon Coins, SteelSeries, the headsets all the players are wearing, and the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, phenomenal for gamers. Make sure that you stay tuned because later on in this broadcast, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield in chat. Maybe, if you're lucky, that will be you. And I believe now we have Yuma Rankin with Sweej.
Thank you, Playoff Beard and Rome. I'm here with Sui Generis from Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic. And that was an amazing game, amazing 2 games, actually. And my first question for you is, during game 1, you had an interesting jungle pick for Fortress and Ringo, and you went really aggressive early game. Was that your plan from the draft to begin with?
Yeah, that's one of our signature comps, actually. If teams haven't played against us, haven't seen it, but we actually predicted that we would pick Fortress first, and then based on their draft, we would probably get Vox Ringo.
Awesome. And you've been here, you've been around the Vainglory scene since the very beginning. How does it feel to see the scene grow and change so much in such a short period of time?
Oh, I'm so excited. Such a passionate community and a lot of amazing players that I formed friendships with and everything. So I'm really excited that Vainglory is really going to be the #1 and is already #1 mobile esport. And I'm excited to see its growth globally. So.
Awesome. And after seeing your sister team, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, do so well in the first day of the event, how does that feel? How does it motivated you and your team?
Yeah, it motivated a lot. We actually partner a lot. We do some scrims from time to time, and we talk a lot about band draft strategy. So they've been a huge help. The whole organization actually has been amazing with HH in general, and that team has helped a lot, especially Vane. So we partner a lot. We're actually staying together in the same hotel, so that's helped too. So.
Awesome. Let's give it up again for Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic. Now take it back to you, Playoff Beard and Rome.
All right, thank you so much, Human Rankin. Great to hear from Sui Generis there. And Rome, any final thoughts on Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, kind of what they can build on from here before we turn our attention to the next series?
They just have to actually just take what they have right now and keep bringing it forward. In terms of synergy and individual mechanics, they always had it. And one thing we have to keep watching as they progress through this tournament is their drafting phase and how they're implementing a bunch of different heroes, different compositions, and making them work so well.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it's the #1 seed, the world champions, TSM. Don't go away.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
might go for Donna Flip. He's gonna get one. He's got to get two. Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Final.
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from Win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That's it. They've done it! Is Game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it. I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2016 North America Winter Championship live from the Red Bull Esports Studio. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome, and it's time for the match that many people have been waiting for. It is the #1 seed, the world champions, TSM, against the #3 seed, Halcyon Hammers Velocity. This is a rematch from the second winter qualifier, and Rome, that was so close, that base race at the end. Halcyon Hammers looked like they might have had it locked up, but one thing we learned from that is this Velocity team can play against TSM.
Yeah, the last time they played, Velocity actually almost came out with the win. And so TSM coming to this match, they have to be prepared. They can't just let these guys go. They have to bring their A game, and we're expecting this, especially coming out of Mixi from TSM. I'm expecting he has been playing either the jungle roam, the jungle or the lane position recently, swapping up and down with Colin Meek to fill out a bunch of different compositions.
All right, so we saw out of Halcyon Hammers Velocity yesterday, Dienzio, tremendous success on Sky, tremendous success on Vox. Is he going to be kind of the focus for TSM today? And does he make it to your player to watch today, or you got someone else your eye on?
To be honest, I love the way that Dienzio has been playing recently, and it's astonishing how somebody so young and has so much potential, the way he carries his team, the way that he's able to have that mentality moving forward at such a young age. But to be honest, the player to watch for their team today, I have to choose Vaynes. And I make this a big difference just because Vaynes has been leading the team. He's playing out of that roam position. He's always there to leading the charge and face checking brushes. This is so important for the Velocity side because they're very aggressive. They like to make sure they're having the early game presence in their enemy's tri brush.
All right, so now on the TSM side, really this is the one team that I think they were worried about, and with good reason. What do they have to do differently, or what do they probably have in their game plan now to have a more decisive performance than they had against Velocity in the qualifiers?
Well, I think last time that they played against them, they really wanted to hide their cards for that final round against probably Gangstars. And so we saw them run the Saw comp, and they pretty much all 3 matches, they ran a Saw up in that lane. And they almost lost. So for this time around, they're going to be bringing their A game. And we've seen TSM yesterday. They started flexing, picking out that Ozo, picking up that Rhyme, and they made it work so well. It was so fun to watch. And I think coming in today that they really have to bring out something special because Velocity, they have that potential, they have that capability, and they will really give TSM a run.
It really is the rising stars against the world champions, the strongest team. And for TSM now, who is that player that you have your eye on?
Then again, like we just mentioned earlier, Mixi. I think Mixi plays a very big role. He's always been that very strong laner since he first started playing Vainglory. But now we see him in a bunch of different positions. We see him being able to execute a lot of different heroes, and he learns the limitations so quickly that it's mastered.
All right, now for TSM, you mentioned that they kept their cards really close to the vest in the qualifier, played the saw push comp all 3 times, and against Rage Pingers, it was the 1 seed versus the 8 seed. It was interesting. It felt like more mind games out of Flash X, where you don't really know now, are they going to play these like potential new 115 meta heroes, or was that just another way of hiding their cards and not showing the heroes or the traditional picks that they might bring out today? Which way do you think they go? More innovation or more traditional?
But knowing like the way Flash X approaches the drafting phase and how he, like you said, he plays those mind games. He wants his opponents to know or to actually project like what kind of compositions they're gonna run. But instead, like these guys, they define the meta. Like the top teams in every region, they define the meta for that region. And they're the ones that really introduce like a true like visibility of a hero's kit.
All right, so with that, let's take a closer look at these new TSM players, Flash X, Call the Meek, and Mixi right now.
So we recently got some pretty big news. Alliance has now been acquired by Team Solo Mid. We are now paid professionals playing Vainglory full-time. It is our jobs now. We were absolutely incredibly stunned that we were getting this opportunity and incredibly grateful.
TSM is a really big deal, and it's a big deal for us to be acquired by them. When I found out that Alliance would be switching over to TSM, it was so super exciting. Like, I know TSM because I was a League of Legends player for a while, so TSM is a really big name for me. So just the idea of being acquired by such a great team and such a great organization, it just really let me know that I was on the right path.
Some people would definitely take it on as a lot of pressure. I think it's something that is actually motivating us as a team. Now we have someone that we can represent who's well known on a global status, and we really look forward to playing our best on behalf of Team Solo Mid, and we're going to take an incredible amount of pride in that.
It's really important winning this tournament. We want to make kind of a new name for ourselves under TSM.
If we win this tournament, it's going to mean a ton for Team Solo Mid. Vainglory as an esport is still incredibly young. I think TSM has taken a leap of faith with us, but if we're able to win this tournament, my smile will be enormous. It is hard to express in words how I feel in moments of that. I still can't express how I felt after we won VIPL, but winning under the TSM banner will be incredible.
All right, cool to see the brand new TSM players, Call the Meek, Mixi, and Flash X. One thing, Rome, while we wait for this first match to get started, that I'm curious about. Historically, then Alliance, now TSM, they've kind of worked to get into the late game. But with Call the Meek, coming onto this team, they have a player who has potential to play a much more aggressive play style. But we've seen Velocity can do both as well. They can match them step for step. When these teams face each other, what do you expect to see in terms of, when these teams aggress and how long they wait before they really go in for these fights?
So looking at specifically at Velocity first, like they know the tendencies of Flash X and how he always rushes those early tier 3 items. So I think on their behalf, like they have to be able to engage really early, making sure that that jungle presence is known. They have a lot of chances to capitalize, seeing as TSM doesn't rely on those early game vision. But on the other hand, you have like either Call the Meek or Mixi running out of that jungle. Now these guys are so mechanically sound that you can, as a laner, you can depend on your junglers to do whatever they please, and you can just farm, just free farm as long as you want, just grabbing those late game items and just carrying it out.
Now, what we saw from Dienzio yesterday, just unbelievably elusive on Vox, on Sky. Just no one could get to him, and therefore no one could kill him. Talk to me a little bit about Dienzio. Is it just all superior mechanical ability? Tell me a little bit more about this player, his strengths, his tendencies.
Well, before actually joining this squad with the Halcyon Hammers, Dienzio was already an amazing individual player. His mechanics were always top notch. But I think once he joined a professional team, once he got introduced to Aloha and Veins, like they formed this type of synergy where they all grew together. And this was exciting to watch because not only did Dienzio grow in terms of knowing exactly when to rotate, how to synergize with his team, but Aloha and Veins, they both stepped it up a notch. and they're playing out of their minds.
All right, we're minutes away from this first match. Let's take a quick look at how Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, what their story is.
I think my teammates are really, really good and passionate on how they play. Like, they really do like playing their roles. Like Aloha, he's really good at what he does. When he's playing a hero and he plays it good, he almost never messes up. And on Vains, he's just such a great support. Like, if he's on Catherine, we would just win.
DNZO has no limit. I've seen him grow into a player that's tilted after one death. Then we go into play a top 4 team and in Nemesis, and he goes 1-5 in the first couple minutes. Then he goes and carries the rest of the game.
In the first qualifier, we lost to Vega in the round of 16. And that was our first qualifier together. And then we really wanted to go to the live championships, and we knew we had to pull off a winning streak in the qualifier, and that's what we did.
In the second qualifier, we came very close to beating TSM, and this was huge for us mentally because we're showing ourselves, not only everybody else, that we can compete at this level.
When we tied the series with TSM, we kind of didn't focus at that point. We thought it was over. There's no way we can mess up. And then we choked and messed it up. We had it. We had the game. It was ours. And then when we lost, I was so disappointed. They didn't deserve that win. I want my revenge. We're not going to make that mistake again, and we're going to keep our minds focused for our matches and make sure we take it home and then celebrate.
All right, Dienzio wants his revenge. Will it be the young rising stars of Vainglory, or will it be the world champions? We're ready for the draft of match 1, the number 1 seed, Team Solo Mid, against the number 3 seed, Halcyon Hammers Velocity. TSM immediately takes away Arden, and no surprise that Adagio's off the board.
Yeah, so something we've been seeing a lot today is the prioritizing of banning out the roamers, and this makes it a lot easier for them to actually gauge their opponents and figure out how to build their composition ahead of time.
All right, we've seen Caldemeek on that Sky. They want Sky again.
Well, Caldemeek plays Sky, but Mixi also plays Sky, so it's actually very hard to really depict here because Team Solo Mid has been throwing out a bunch of different composition, and it really surprises, even for an analyst, even for somebody that watches a lot of their game footage, everything is always new.
Are we going to see Dienzio on Vox in this game?
Hopefully, they left Vox open, but I'm assuming that TSM, they came into this already in mind. They know ahead of time that these guys like to rely on that Vox, and we see right here, Vox being picked up then again.
All right, so Flash X, don't always see him on a Catherine, but it's pretty much all that's left here unless we're going to see a Finn pick, right?
Yeah, and with them, they're so open in terms of Flash X being able to play a lot of different heroes, but seeing as he's already highlighted this Catherine, I feel like as long as they're able to maintain this early jungle pressure, they can really push over to the Velocity side, as long as they don't let Dienzio on that Vox just get too much free farm.
All right, so a lot of pressure going to be on Vains in this game to hit those crucibles, block those blast tremors, prevent the silence across the board. Keep an eye, of course, on Dienzio. All those sonic zooms coming out of him as he repositions on that Vox, able to keep his distance, trying to hit that wait for it ultimate, turn the tide of fights. A couple of really slippery heroes in this game that'll be fun to watch, and TSM rounds out with a Ringo.
Yeah, so with this pick here, I have a slight feeling that we will be seeing Caldemeek playing out this Ringo up in the lane. Mainly just because so many times over and over again, he's been building all these double proc builds and he just goes straight for that burst damage. But overall, their team is so diverse where they can fill up any position and pretty much execute their strats.
All right, a Ringo on one side, a Fortress on the other. Which team is more likely to aggress here, real quick?
To be honest, they do have a glaive here, so I do expect Velocity to put a lot of attention to that laning phase, trying to get up as much ganks as they can.
All right, that's it. Let's go to the first match. To our casters, it's Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, guys. We are super hyped to be casting this game. Team Solo Mid versus Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. You know it's going to be an awesome one. Vedius, how are you feeling heading into this game?
I feel this could very well be a finals-worthy game between these two teams.
Definitely.
You have the already bright star that is Team Solo Mid going up against the rising star of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, and I can only expect sparks to fly between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we are into the fold, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be one of the big matches today. It's going to be interesting to see who can take this one away. You might think Team Solo Mid coming in at first seed has a very big edge, but we've heard before that Halcyon Hammer's Velocity did actually come very close to taking a win off of them before, so they've got what it takes.
It was such a sad game to watch as well, because you sat there and you thought, Halcyon Hammer's really about to win this game, and then right at the end, it was just so unfortunate. One bad fight from Halcyon Hammers, and TSM were able to turn the game around. So they're going to be looking to try and rectify that. You heard Dienzio say in that video clip they didn't deserve that win. So they're going to be trying their very best to get that win back, the win that they are owed, and the win that TSM stole from them.
All right, well, for now, at least, Velocity are playing a lot around Dienzio in the lane. I'm sure that they realize that potentially they need to keep him safe against early aggression that could come through from TSM.
So, because TSM got to the shop first, Halcyon Hammers felt that by going to the shop that much later, they would have been at the disadvantage because they wouldn't have been able to buy. So they instantly rotated up to the lane because that was the best play that they actually had available to them. Try and get a bit of extra gold, a bit of extra experience, and then once TSM rotated away from the shop, then they can then move back down. But Koldemook, he's going to use this as an opportunity to try and get some steal down, but the jungle camps have not respawned there. And as I say that, Koldemook and Flash X, they're looking to try and steal away this healing camp.
Oh, they might be able to find it. I think they did, in fact.
Yeah.
So very well played by TSM. They got 2 camps just there, and they didn't really have to fight for those. They just walked in and took them. So no real advantage opportunities even for Velocity to maybe pick a fight. Aloha is coming up into the lane right now, looking for that afterburn onto Mixi, but he can't find it.
He's holding on to that afterburn. Didn't want to go that aggressive onto Mixi. Didn't know where TSM were. If they were happened to be in that back bush, he would have paid for it with his life. So smart from him. But just having a look at these two team compositions and thinking about what the overall objective from these two teams are, keep an eye on what Aloha's trying to do in terms of setting up the positioning, because you have to remember, oh, hang on a second, Flash X has found Aloha.
Yeah, he's going to face check him there, finds that first stun, pops the bubble. He's not going to take too much damage, but he's got to be careful now with Dienzio rotating down here. That's the afterburn. Flash X in a bad spot. Already the first blood going the way of Velocity. Now Mixi, he's coming down as well. Dienzio in a very tough spot, but he Sonic Zooms just out of the Surrey Strike. On the flip side, we got Aloha picking up a second kill. It is Halcyon Hammer's Velocity with the first big fight of the game.
So that all comes down to a fantastic rotation from Dienzio. He sacrificed the lane farm to be with his team because he knew that they could get the numbers advantage and they could go for the collapse. And speaking of collapse,
yeah, Koldemook in a bit of a rough spot here, but he is doing a lot of damage with the Surrey Strike, with the forward barrage. Can Vanes keep on top of him here? Dienzio does have a lot of mobility on that Vox, the ability to keep on Sonic zooming forward, but he didn't actually have vision there or the resonance strikes. Oh, it's still going to be enough. That is the first kill. Going down onto Koldemook. Velocity really running away with this early game.
They certainly are. They're using the numbers advantage that they consistently have to just get these kills all around the map. But you have to keep your eye on the gold because the farm coming out from Team Solo Mid is what is keeping them relevant so far. Look at this massive wave that has just stacked up for Mixi, and Dienzio is going to lose a lot of farming experience as a result of this. And with Flash X up in the lane, Dienzio is just going to have to be forced away. This is really smart from TSM, managing that wave very, very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the gold, actually, you can see almost 1,000 in the lead for TSM over Velocity. Even though Velocity has these 3 early kills, a big part of that is the lane control that Mixi is exerting on the map, and it's something that Velocity have to be careful of because, you know, kills aren't the only way to get money in this game.
No, if anything, kills in the early game especially don't really amount to that much unless you can move into the enemy jungle and take away their back camps, because this farm is really the highest priority as Flash X taking a lot of damage.
Oh, he is walking in and out of that bush. Look at the damage coming through. Dienzio finds himself the kill. This guy is on fire. 2 kills and 1 assist already at 4.5 minutes into the game.
Wow, Dienzio once again punishing the overextension from Flash X, but HHF aren't done yet.
What a great afterburn coming in from Aloha. Mixi thought he was just out of range of that, I think. He thought he was far enough away from the bush, but it wasn't good enough, and now Velocity starting to put some pressure onto objectives like this turret. I don't think they're going to be able to take it just yet, though.
So Velocity demonstrating that they are here to play against the reigning world champions, Team Solo Mid, who have been on a bit of a crazy win streak ever since the qualifiers. I mean, they were able to 3-0 Gangstars, they were able to 2-0 Rage Pingers yesterday, and Velocity already putting them through their paces.
They really are, and it's like you said right as we got onto the fold, this really is a finals caliber of game. Right now, Velocity, they are still pretty behind in the money department, though, and that's actually getting bigger, not smaller. They got to keep their eye on that. The question is whether or not filtering the gold onto the right targets is going to help them out here. Right now, TSM grouping up, starting to make some more aggressive maneuvers through the jungle, try and maybe get some vision down as well.
I just really want to highlight how impactful that wave management up in the lane really was from TSM, because yes, they sacrificed quite a lot in terms of kills, but because Dienzio wasn't able to properly shove the wave out and he went for that early rotation, TSM set up that freeze, which denied Dienzio farm and gave so much experience to Mixi, which is why he's got this massive CS advantage already.
The one good thing for Velocity is that the plays they've been making have given them good control of the jungle. They had good vision, scout traps. That's going to turn into this gold miner for them. It's only a decent payout, just shy of 150 gold, but that's still pretty good to take. And also, I want to point out, we saw Aloha grab a tension bow a second ago, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, in the early game, though, you have to remember that it does start to scale off, so this to me says that TSM, they're going to start looking for these fights. They probably recognize that they have the farm advantage at this point in the game, or the gold advantage even, if you just look across the farm differences. 65 to 47 between Mixi and Dienzio, 41 to 32 in favor of Cole the Meek. So when it comes to the farm game, Team Solo Mid, they seem to be good across the board.
Yeah, they are doing a great job of holding their own, at least with regards to the gold, even though the fights haven't been going their way. But we could see that turn around at pretty much any moment. Cole the Meek doesn't have a lot of crystal power yet, but he's probably got enough to chunk some of the squishier members of Velocity out, and that's what they're going to look to do here. The Hellfire Brew goes onto Dienzio. He just barely gets away from that death from above, and now Mixi knocked onto the turret. He gets silenced by Wait For It, but Flash Axe is the next target. You can see Cole the Meek diving in. He finds the kill onto Dienzio. Can Velocity find a kill here? Everyone is so low. Veins, he might get dove again. Cole the Meek is so aggressive right now. Aloha gets the return kill, but that's the only one for Velocity.
Wow! Team Solo Mid going with the hyper-aggressive tower dive, going for the tension bow. We knew they wanted to fight now, and they did just that. Going for the dive from Cole the Meek. Between two towers and getting himself 2 kills, you can see why this guy is renowned throughout the world for being such a talented individual. Aloha, he's actually going to get away with that turret, so
very well
what
played.
Looked like a great fight for Team Solo Mid. Aloha able to turn into Velocity's favor by picking up that objective.
In fact, that's actually evened the gold up quite a bit. We saw almost 1,000 gold in the lead for TSM earlier. Now Velocity, they're 200 ahead, even though they just lost a tremendously close fight. So this game, about as close as you could ask for. The question is, who's going to be able to pull ahead? Vayne's face checks up Bush. Look at the damage going down onto him. Death from above comes across the team. Vayne's just barely staying alive. Flash Axe knocked into the turret. Dienzio gets the return kill. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. This is just so close, Vedius.
Vayne stayed alive for so long with that Fountain of Renewal, and Flash X, he wasn't prepared for the burst. Afterburn!
Mixi! The Afterburn gets the kill for Dienzio. It's a 1-versus-1 between the 2 big carry players on these teams. Ford Barrage landing a lot of shots, but is it going to be enough? Dienzio trying to jump forward. The scout trap doesn't hit Cole the Meek, but Dienzio still has more, and the minions are blocking all of that Ford Barrage. Dienzio!
The reflex
Dienzio just barely gets away with the kill. That was a highlight reel play right there, but it's absolutely insane.
What a god. I thought that he was done for. When that reflex block came out from Cole the Meek, I thought, nope, that's it, he's gone. And he didn't even use his until after Cole the Meek was dead. The disrespect Dienzio showed right there. He was very much about, yeah, I'm going to show you guys why we deserve this win. And wow, what a massive play. Alternating current now picked up for Dienzio. Incredibly mechanical player. carrying that forward from what we saw from him yesterday.
That was just mind-blowing. I think everyone needs to just sit up in their chairs and pay attention to Dienzio. TSM, that's got to be scary when you see a fight like that happen.
Yeah, there are no TSM chants today. It's all about Dienzio. I mean, this guy, for such a young player to be this talented, he only has a bright future from here on out.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, TSM, though, they want to start turning this momentum in their favor, going for the gold mine, but look at this. Vayne's starting to force them back a little bit. Cold Meek does do a lot of poke. Dienzio also eating that Hellfire Brew. Can they find the steal here?
The steal!
They managed to get it! Halcyon Hammers with a great play. Dienzio very low right now, though, has to try and back out of here. Mixi and Cold Meek still have very high health bars. Right now, Velocity in full retreat. Flash X can't find the stun, and it looks like after the steal, Velocity, they're just going to be able to get away.
This is a very smart decision from them. They shouldn't try to force a fight right now, given how much damage Dienzio took. And he is one of the primary damage dealers for Velocity right now. So with him really out of commission, it was a super risky thing to actually try and fight that. They are going to lose their back camps, but as you rightly said, securing that gold miner is a massive objective for HH Velocity. And so far, they are playing this game so well.
All right, let's just take stock of the entire game for a second, because there's been so much action back and forth. Right now, Velocity are sitting at the gold lead. It's not a tremendous amount, though. I mean, it really is about 700. Which isn't much at this point in the game, 11 minutes in. We've got way more kills on Velocity, but way more farm on TSM. They're both kind of competing in different battlegrounds in a sense.
They certainly are. I mean, Kolomik currently sitting at level 11, 3-3-1, has finished the Frostburn, so he's going to have that utility, but it just helps him so much more in setting up for the forward barrage. Make sure he's caught out, though.
He does reflex block the Afterburn, but the damage is still there from Aloha. He's saying hello and finds that kill. Kolomik and Flash X, they just need to rotate out of their jungle, get back to the safety of their turrets. Aloha might be trying to find more, though. Flash X gets the stun onto Dienzio. There's the knockback. Death from above lands quite a lot of hits, actually, onto Dienzio. He's going to need to run out of there, and it looks like Velocity can't quite find the opening they were looking for.
Aloha, it's me. I'm here to play, and I'm picking up that tension bow. He is doing so much damage at this stage in the game, and I don't think Mixi was prepared for it. Yes, he got a fantastic reflex block, but it just wasn't enough when you have that combined damage between the Fortress and the Glaive, and you're not going to be able to escape from that. With that kill and forcing the rest of TSM back, Velocity are able to secure themselves another gold mine, and they're going to extend their gold lead to about 1.4k.
I mean, things are starting to look good for Velocity, but you've got to remember, if they, for example, try and dive a turret, then we might just see Cold Meat kiting back with that forward barrage constantly hitting them and maybe getting a kill off the back of that. The first turret falling for TSM, that's actually going to bring the gold in their favor, but here's the fight. Flash X taking a lot of damage right off the back. Cold Meat gets knocked in. He doesn't find the reflex block. Big silence from Flash X, but Dienzio, he's on the back line. He's going for Mixi. He goes down. Two super low members on TSM. They might not be done yet. Cold Meat diving onto the back line. Vaynes wants to go for it, but he has no damage right now. TSM just barely scraping out that fight.
I think that was a big mistake from Dienzio. You had Kolomik thrown straight into your face, yet you decide to run through the Catherine, past Kolomik, and try and shut down Mixi. Yes, he is one of the major damage dealers for Team Solo Mid, but he was so far out of the fight that your priority should not be tunneled down onto him. You should have just taken the target that was closest to you and been happy with that, but no, he was a little bit too overconfident and ends up paying for it with his life. So TSM, they finally get a fight going in their favor.
It was a fight in their favor, but it wasn't by very much, and I definitely think if Dienzio had maybe played that just a tad differently, things could have gone the way of Velocity. So TSM, they've got to stay sharp here. They've got to make sure their mental fortitude is on point and that they don't get too overridden with the excitement of nearly winning a fight like that.
Yeah, so game suddenly started to calm down a little bit. We had a very passive early game. During the mid-game, things have started to heat up a little bit more, and now we're working a little bit more towards that late game. 2 item power spikes are being reached by a number of members. You can see the Alternating Current and Broken Myth are now finished for Dienzio. Double Fountain of Renewal we're seeing from Vaynes and Aloha, and I know Tasty Bacon backstage is going to be watching that specifically because you know how intimately he feels about the stacking of the Fountain of Renewal. So it's very important that it's basically this build for Velocity is around Dienzio. They know he needs to be the carry. He's demonstrated that he can do it, and as long as he positions well and focuses the right targets, there's no reason why Velocity can't consistently come out ahead in these next few fights.
I tell you, the gold lead just keeps bouncing back and forth between these two teams, only by a few hundred at a time as it currently stands. At the moment, 300 in the lead for Velocity. The Kraken going to be spawning in 15 seconds. I imagine that's going to be a big point of contention for these two teams.
Highly probable. We're sitting, yeah, the Kraken is just about to spawn, as you said. Goldmine has pretty much solely been controlled by Velocity, so the fact that Team Solomid have been able to keep such an even gold disparity really demonstrates the talent that this Team Solomid lineup has available to them. There is that lovely Kraken. Clearly, she isn't too upset about you ditching her last night, but...
yeah, it was all good. I just messaged her and explained, you know.
So you'll get that rescheduled for another time?
Yeah, probably. I mean, maybe when we're over in Europe, actually.
Maybe back when we're over in Europe.
Yeah.
But in any case, it does look like Halcyon Hammers decided to start the Kraken, but backed away from it, so...
Too bad, because I don't think they realize this, but I mean, look at the positions of TSM. 2 of them are in base, still.
Yeah, still. I think they could still secure this. TSM have no vision. I think we all know how FlashX has been criticized for his lack of vision, very much playing around the use of flares as his primary source of vision, and as a result of this, Velocity gonna pick up a very easy Kraken.
Surely TSM, okay. So TSM, they wanted to trade maybe some pressure in the lane, some turrets for that Kraken, but their bluff got called by Velocity. This is going to be the engagement. Mixi and Coldmeat taking a lot of damage right off the bat. Everyone on TSM actually fairly low. Veins just leads the charge, keeps them from backing up. FlashX and Aloha over the wall, finds the afterburn. We've got one return kill. Coldmeat was able to find the glaive, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Dienzio and Veins, they're in hot pursuit. Coldmeat goes down. Velocity with an incredible read on TSM. They managed to pull off the Kraken when it had like just a tiny amount of health left. It takes so much guts to do that.
So I feel Velocity should have just taken the Kraken a lot earlier anyway and not allowed it to reset twice. But regardless, yes, the decision to go for the fight was very courageous from Velocity, given the position that they were in. The only target that they could really focus was FlashX, and you don't want to be focusing the support. That is not what you want to be doing, setting up these fights. But they just basically ran past FlashX. They paid him no heed whatsoever, put all of the focus down onto Mixi, and even though both Mixi and Coldmeat were able to escape, they took so much damage off the back of that, so they could really do nothing to come back into the fight. And then the over-the-wall cleanup aftershock from Aloha was just icing on the cake for Velocity to secure themselves the ace, get themselves the Kraken, and even though the gold disparity is very, very small, the momentum heavily in the favor of Velocity. But look at TSM. They're going for a sneaky play right now.
Oh, and they have not been spotted out here.
There's
FlashX gonna lead with that blast tremor. Aloha takes a lot of damage right off the bat.
Oh,
Dienzio, he needs to Aloha! He's able to get out of there. Now Dienzio turns it around. Wait for it. Is gonna get popped on the Mixi. Coldmeat as well. Dienzio, he's the first to fall though. FlashX and his team are able to pick that one up. The Kraken still doing good damage to the turret, but the aggression from Velocity has been checked. They still want more, trying to get onto Coldmeat and Mixi right now. You can see Aloha jumping into the back line. He gets stunned up though. He's gonna go down. Veins, he's 1 versus 3. He can't find any kills. Coldmeat, look at how low he is, but he's not gonna go down. Kraken is gonna fall in just a moment. That was a beautiful answer to the push from Team Solomid.
Very unique strategy from Team Solomid to just group up in the bush. They knew that the push was going to come out from Velocity. Velocity did not expect that flank to come in, and you saw how quickly Aloha got deleted. That resulted in Dienzio being on the front line. He was not in a position to really get any reliable damage down. He ends up dying, and he might be dying again right now.
That damage onto Dienzio is absolutely massive. The reflex box shield is not going to be enough. Coldmeat finds it. This is a huge turn in the momentum of the game. Team Solomid starting to take a lead. They're actually in the gold lead again.
By a huge margin as well, getting the shutdown gold onto every single member of Velocity, getting themselves the Kraken gold as well as the turret, combined with another kill onto Dienzio. TSM have all of a sudden swung the momentum back in this game, and this is where you're starting to see the experience come in from Team Solomid. They have played so many games internationally and locally that they know exactly how to turn these Kraken plays around, and I think Velocity were not expecting that at all.
And this is one of the big benefits of being on an organization like Team Solomid. You're full-time, paid professional, like we heard FlashX saying earlier. All he does is play Vainglory, and when you play so many games, you can see the plays that maybe others can't, you know? We haven't seen people try and do that sneaky play against a Kraken push at all so far.
No, we haven't. I mean, this is very unique. This is the first time I've personally ever seen it, and I think that after watching this game, teams are going to respect that bush a lot more. We did see the flare come down from Vains to check it. He was a little bit suspicious. He was like, something feels amiss. You know, his spidey senses were tingling. But,
doggy senses.
Well, the doggy senses, yeah. But unfortunately, he couldn't sniff that one out fast enough, and TSM were able to capitalize. Now they're in a position to take the Kraken, and they should be able to pick that one up completely free of charge.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way for Velocity to challenge this. It just feels a little bit too risky for them to do it. Team Solo Mid are going to get a big push off the back of this if they can just play smartly. And because of where the turrets are for Velocity, they actually don't have the potential of making the same maneuver. It would be way too far up the lane to go to that bush that we saw Team Solo Mid make the play from.
It certainly would be. Right now, Velocity pretty much held the game in their hands once again compared to what we saw from the last time these two teams faced off. They had one bad fight. TSM took advantage of the momentum swing, and now they're the ones pushing onto the base of Velocity. Let's see if Velocity can do anything to stop this push.
All right, well, they're going to be trying to deal with the Kraken, at least for the moment. Look at the damage onto Dienzio right off the bat. There's a Blast Tremor. That, for the moment, is just going to be forcing Velocity back. TSM don't want to commit for a fight, but they do want to take down these turrets. Vane's gonna jump in. Flash X is taking a lot of damage, but Dienzio can't necessarily get onto the right target. Mixi is just wiping the turrets out on the backside. Flash X does go down. Koldamik as well. Mixi, he is trying to take down the Vayne Crystal at the moment. The Kraken's still extremely healthy. I don't know if Velocity can deal with this.
Kraken!
After such a strong performance, they might actually lose game one. It's so close. I don't know if they can kill it in time.
No.
2 more auto attacks. 2 more. One more.
Velocity have done it! They keep their hopes alive!
Oh my god.
The game is still going on. That was unbelievable. Velocity, wow, just enough DPS to take down the Kraken, and they're still in the game.
Come on, this is game one. Don't do this to my voice.
This is game one, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of Team Solo Mid versus HH Velocity. Woo!
I was meant to be saving my voice for Lost Boy Tough.
Hey, we're... well, at this rate, you're not going to have an opportunity to, because we're 22 minutes into the game. Gold is basically even. Kill advantage in the favor of Velocity right now. Where is the momentum? Who owns the momentum, AJ?
Neither right now. Neither right now. They're both just sitting on their own side of the map. TSM, they're sitting by their turret right now, even though there's no Kraken threat. Because what do? I mean, if you lose a fight, you lose the game. At this point, pretty much.
Death times are pretty long at this point in the game. I mean, let's just quickly take stock of the items. Eve of Harvest has now been picked up for Dienzio. Crucible, Atlas Pauldron finish for Vanes. Very similar for Aloha. He's completed that Atlas Pauldron as well. Pretty low in terms of the gold, but still going to be doing a fair amount of damage. Velocity gonna recall because they think it's the safest thing to do. No, they're going for the push.
Oh, they're actually gonna go for the fight maybe.
Attack of the
That's
pack.
gonna force out the Blast Tremor from Flash X. He might be going for that soon. They find the turret. You can see real respect from TSM right now coming through. Vane's gonna eat that
Look
damage.
at Dienzio.
Blast Tremor finally, but there's no follow-up. Vane's, he is eating so much on the front line, but Dienzio, he's gonna use wait for it. He's going in. He finds Mixi. He gets the first kill. Flash X and Cold.
He's gonna do it.
Below. Dienzio is still alive. They might be able to pick up this
they've
fight.
done it! They've done it!
They've done it! They've come back into the game!
Velocity were one hit on the Vayne Crystal from losing, and now they might be able to end the game themselves.
I think they
can. What is this? They've got a minion wave.
They've got the minions. They got the minions. They can do this.
You can hear the crowd cheering. This is going to be game one going over to Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
What a first game of this series. We said this is a matchup worthy of the finals. I'm telling you, it absolutely is. Guys, give it up for those teams.
What a game. What a game to start off the series.
That was...
Start off the series.
I don't know. How do you follow that? There can't be a better game, right?
Oh, man, you can hit...
One more. We want it as well,
Hammer
guys.
time,
We want it
ladies
as
and
well.
gentlemen. Hammer time. That's what the Crazy. Wow, what a game. So let's just take stock of what happened. Velocity were in full control of the vast majority of that game. They had one bad fight. TSM suddenly gained the momentum. They had the Kraken knocking on the door of Velocity. TSM decided, let's just end. We have the DPS, let's just go for it. Don't worry about the enemy team, let's just go for it. Kraken is the last sole survivor, beating down onto the Vein Crystal.
One hit left.
And it literally had one. I mean, our camera guy here thought the game was over.
He turned our lights on. I can't blame him.
He
I
was
cannot blame
convinced
him.
that the game was done. And I mean, we thought that it was over too. And then Halcyon Hammer's Velocity are able to turn it around. They get one good fight at the end. And it was Dienzio again. Things were looking so bad. Veins was down. And it was just Dienzio being like, okay, Super Saiyan mode activated. He dives in, gets the multi-man ultimate off. The silence was so massive because you couldn't then use any extra reflex blocks. It was just Dienzio stepping up, making mistakes, stepping up.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there, and I think there were things that TSM maybe could have done a little bit different in the last fight. Blast Tremor had no follow-up, for example, but in that kind of a pressure situation, I would probably just like quit the game because I couldn't handle it, right? Like, it's too much for me. So absolutely incredible performance from these guys. I think our analysts might have a tough time breaking it down, but if there's anyone who can do it, it is Playoff Beard and Rome.
Thank you very much, Rome. If we're shaking here, I can't imagine how the players are feeling right now. Quite a match.
Oh, I have no words to describe it, really. Back and forth, and it's excellent play styles coming out of both teams. Like, we saw TSM being very behind in that early game, and that's exactly what Velocity wanted to do. They set off right after the bat, like, we want to apply that early jungle pressure. We want to make sure that we make them pay for, like, not having that vision up. But then TSM, like, their mid to late game and their ability to like know when to wait out their opponents, turtle out in their base, and they had a great comeback. Pretty much like if somebody blew on that Vein Crystal, it would have blown up.
All right, we're going to pull up the items here in case anything stands out for you. Obviously, that was a surprise glaive pick. Certainly gave Mixi some trouble.
Yeah, and they did an excellent job played by Aloha on that glaive. He would always position himself diving straight out for either Mixi or in using that his afterburn just to finish off kills and making sure that Dienzio has that perfect path to come in. And that's exactly what he did on this Vox. Like, you see his items, like, you have the typical crystal build coming out of him with that Eve of Harvest, that alternating current, and that broken myth. Every time that Dienzio had full broken myth stacks, he would just jump right into the middle of the battle, regardless of how the positioning was. That was just how much damage he had.
All right, and you mentioned, so with TSM, they prioritized gold over kills early, where it was kind of typically deceptive for them, where it kind of felt like they were down, but really they weren't in many cases, as we can take a look at some highlights from this first match. Some incredible back and forth play, incredibly exciting. And it looked like TSM, they were trying to set up for that quintessential mid to late game moment where they get 1,000 gold on every hero, get those 6 double infusions, and then look to end. And boy, they came close, but not quite close enough.
It was too close, actually. But this is something that's very known of them so far. And a lot of the opponents here at the tournament today, they know TSM. Like, their timing on their infusions is something that a lot of players, especially ones that are looking to form a team, have to really look at. They time it so well that it helps them like secure objectives, win like crucial team fights, and just push the Vein for the win.
Now, Rome, time and time again, no matter what's happened in the match, TSM has found a way to win. This is really the first time that they got so close, and then we're on the losing side of the equation. What do you think that does to their mindset or the way they approach match 2?
Well, I think with their composition this last match, like they had that Ringo and they had that Catherine, they had to apply more of their focus towards that laning phase. And instead, like we saw a lot of the jungle pressure coming out of Veins and Aloha in that jungle, making sure always pushing Colomeek back. And with Colomeek, he has the tendency to make sure he farms up, always invading, counter jungling, and this is where they really have to shift some of their focus, making sure like you have that Ringo, you have that Catherine, and they have a Vox. Most of your time, most of your priorities should be dealt in that lane, making sure that Vox doesn't get to that late game.
Now, if you're TSM, is this the moment you bring out that surprise comp that you've had in your back pocket, or do you look at this and you say, we basically had this game won, we don't have to make radical changes, we have to just go out and execute? Which way would you say?
I think they're just going to play with what they feel is comfortable, especially when approaching the drafting. What they really have to make sure that for the second game is that early game. That early game cost them last one. Although they were ahead in terms of CS, they were behind in kills. And like it seemed as though Velocity was setting that rhythm. And especially having that Vox up in lane, like they knew that D'Enzio, once he got that farm up, they could carry.
Now, it felt like Velocity really brought the action to TSM most of that match, making Mixi uncomfortable. What can TSM do to kind of turn the tables, make D'Enzio really uncomfortable in this game?
To be honest, like they have to focus more like invading S3 and making sure that they're doing those really quick rotations. And that's something that we didn't see too much of last match, where TSM was primarily focusing on like getting that farm, getting all that CS, and they can't outscale a Vox into that late game. So they have to make sure that they prioritize focusing heavily on that early game objective.
All right, what do you think about the comp that TSM ran? You didn't actually expect to see Koldemeek on that Sky. What type of adjustments there?
I have seen Koldemeek play Sky a lot of times before, but I felt in this scenario, especially with Koldemeek and his specific builds on Ringo up in lane, I felt like TSM would have benefited more from this. And we know Mixi's a great Sky player. We know Mixi has the mechanical skills to outplay anybody on a Sky. So I was guessing that was what TSM was aiming for last match, but they didn't do it.
All right, it's match 2 of a best of 3. TSM must win or they drop down into the losers bracket of this double elimination group stage. They do not want to be there. They want to make it through. It is Sky and Adagio off the board.
So what they're going to have to do here, Team Solo Mid, they have 2 picks coming up first, and they have to use them really well. I'm assuming that we're going to see a Black Feather coming out of these guys. And they know that because they have that gap closer, it's very good to go up against D'Enzio on that Vox.
All right, we'll wait and see how Team Solomid responds to that Vox pick. That has to be just a shot in the arm for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, knowing already, yeah, we got D'Enzio on that comfort pick once again.
And this is the perfect chance for Team Solomid to actually make sure that they're counter-picking against this Vox, getting somebody to execute them really fast. But these guys, they have to notice, they have a Ringo, they have an Arden. They're going to have to finish this game really early or they will lose out the entire series.
Now, Flash X, you know, Arden is his signature hero. You know, remember the $1 million punch coming out of the VIPL. That's got to, you know, probably a little bit shift the mood there as well, that he's going to get to play Arden.
Well, with Arden, like, the way they position himself is really strong. And with Flash X, he's always, like, manning the front zone for his team. He's always making sure that he's soaking up as much abilities as possible. But the same thing here, like we saw the Ringo matchup against the Vox matchup. And with Ringo, you have that early game advantage. And if they're not going to use it to their liking, they won't benefit from it at all.
All right, we're seeing Velocity hovering that Rhyme pick. That would be dramatic. And they do lock it in, Rome.
And I love this Rhyme pick coming out of Velocity because we were looking at all the Rhyme being played yesterday, and I had to say Aloha on Rhyme was devastating. People were just running away from him, even though he was at low health, and we didn't see that in the other matches.
All right, we'll wait and see how Team Solomid responds. If you were the coach in their corner, who would you tell them to pick in response?
To be honest, they have to pick somebody that's very early, but preferably with a bit of range, because going up against a Rhyme, you can't get up too close.
And Petal certainly can counter that Rhyme, try to keep her distance. Let's find out how this will go with our casters, Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard and Rome. We're here for the second game of this series, and if it's anything like the first one, man, I cannot wait.
No, it should be a cracker of a game. I'm really looking forward to it. So we get to see some Petal going up against some Rhyme, which I think should be pretty cool. So we'll get more into that as we jump into the fold.
Yeah, this is going to be super good between these two teams. Halcyon Hammer's Velocity currently in the lead with 1 game up over Team Solo Mid, who are the first seed of the tournament. Guys, make some noise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 between Halcyon Hammer's Velocity versus Team Solo Mid. I think this should be one, as I said, cracker of a game. I'm really excited. So let's go into this panel pick a little bit more. You heard Playoff Beard and Rome briefly mention it just before the draft came out, and it's going to be very much about this Petal trying to kite away from the Rhyme, constantly keep him at arm's length and prevent him from getting to close the gap and use that fortified health that makes him so tanky in these skirmish fights that he always looks for.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Aloha as well, because yesterday we saw some incredible plays out of this guy on Rhyme. Dienzio sets him up for success, though, and I think that's the big storyline here. Just jumping around, staying close to Aloha. So if anyone wants to dive onto Dienzio, they got to soak all of those Winter Spires.
He lands so many good Valkyries as well. He always holds onto it at just the right moment and makes sure that the priority target is always the one that has to deal with that Valkyrie. So especially on patch 1.15, where he's actually had some pretty significant buffs, it's not really surprising that we're seeing so much more Rhyme in the current meta. So right now, Halcyon Hammers, they've rotated up to the lane because TSM had the jungle advantage. They were in a better position. So you saw this in game one. You often rotate up to that lane if you want to get a little bit of experience, a bit of extra farm. But the Meek, he goes for an aggressive invade and he might get punished for it.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. Is able to trampoline over the wall. I don't know if they're going to be able to find him before he gets the recall down. Oh, not quite. Aloha doesn't have the range on the Winter Spire to cancel that one. So the Meek with a fairly successful invade, not quite as good as last game though.
Right, they didn't have, Velocity even didn't have their run really fast boots on, so they weren't able to catch him out of that one. But the Meek able to successfully steal away some of the back camps is going to give them a nice early advantage. But so far, nothing too exciting happening in the early game. And as I say that, both teams grouping up in the jungle.
Yeah, they got to be careful here. Dienzio, he's not the late game box we know from last game, and he goes down. Team Solo mid picking themselves up. First blood. Aloha, he's now on the run. The Meek trampolining forward, trying to get onto him. The Winter Spires giving Aloha a little bit more tankiness, a little bit more ability to try and get out of here. But look at this, the Meek just on the hunt. Vane's gonna come and back up Aloha. Is it gonna be enough though? Aloha jumped on by FlashX as well. He wanted to turn it around but couldn't quite find it. Aloha, he's so nearly gone down. Mitch, he finds it. FlashX, he's super low, but he actually does get away unless Dienzio can find some way in here. Doesn't look like he can. Team Solo mid, they're 2-0 up.
So Team Solo mid this time turning up the aggression. They have the Ringo, they have the Arden, which FlashX for me seems so much more comfortable on. Dienzio going for the 2v1.
Very boldly trying to make that fight happen. Mixi might be able to pick it up. He does indeed. 2 quick kills. In fact, 3 kills on Mixi already at 3 minutes into the game. This guy has a kill a minute.
Early game Ringo, you definitely cannot underestimate it. Yes, he had a couple changes made to him, but on the most recent patch, but that weapon power Ringo in the early game is still devastating. And if you go for the 1 versus 1, especially if you're Vox, you're always going to fall behind. So a little bit of a bad decision coming out from Dienzio, and he ends up paying for it with his life. So great start so far for TSM.
Yeah, they are doing a good job, but they got to be careful moving into the later stages of the game against that Rhyme, against that Vox. the Meek is pressuring every single part of this map, though. Velocity having to deal with him and his minions all over the shop. Right now, Vane's looking to just stop their engage a little bit, stuns him on the scout trap, gets that extra damage down as a result, taking out a lot of these minions as well. Might be a small window of opportunity to engage on the Meek, but not much. He does get those seeds back very quickly. You see Vane's actually taking so much damage just trying to clear these. He's going to have to pop that Stormguard bubble, try and run away. FlashX can't close the gap either, so he will make it out this time. We've got Dienzio rotating down here. They might want to stop this invade as a threesome. FlashX, he is going to go down. Dienzio and Aloha finding themselves that kill. Now the Meek, the next target, doesn't have a lot of energy left, but he does have a lot of damage, and he's going to threaten them enough that Vane's, Dienzio, and Aloha are all going to back away for now.
The thing is, while all this is happening, Mixi is just free to farm up in the lane. And
what?
He might get a double here.
He just found 2 quick kills on people rotating back in the lane. Mixi is on fire at the moment. 5 kills. He's actually over a kill a minute now.
Jeez, Mixi not afraid to make those plays. He realized that last game, couple of misplays, couple of mispositions. He is changing that up in game 2. Really wants to put the foot down onto that Halcyon Hammers Velocity. And already with 5-0 and 0, what a great way to start for this Ringo.
It really is. Team Solo mid, they had their backs in the corner after that last game. Of course, if they were to lose this one, they would be moving down to the elimination phase. So they know they need to step it up a notch, and Mixi so far the guy to do that. the Meek also putting on a lot of pressure, backed up by FlashX. They are invading so much against the Velocity members. Vanes and Aloha, they want to fight this, but they just can't yet. They don't have the strength to win a 2 versus 2.
No, they definitely don't. I mean, just look at the Meek. He's currently sitting at level 6. looks like he might be working towards a very early Shatter Glass. I actually had a conversation with Forecourt and Ziken about this, and they were telling me how you will often see the early Shatter Glass because it makes your minions that much stronger, makes them a little bit tankier as well. So it just makes more sense to work towards that early item. But Koldamik, he's getting caught out.
He does get face checked there. Aloha doing some good damage.
That's a lot of damage.
But Koldamik is Valkyrie snipes him. But look at this. Flash X finds one return. Dienzio is going to be able to get away. It's a trade between both of the junglers. Not the worst situation for either team.
No, it certainly isn't. The thing I really want to highlight is the fact that the gold advantage is in the favor of Team Solo Mid, but Halcyon Hammers have been here before.
7-3. Mixi, look at the pressure he is able to put onto Vanes, forcing him right back to that turret.
Wow, Mixi doing so much damage. Just having a quick look at his items. Wouldn't be surprised to see a very early Sorrow Blade come out of him, given the fact that he's got that heavy steel facing
Hellfire
spear.
Brew. He's trying to go for a kill maybe here. Oh, Dienzio just barely able to get back behind that turret. Mixi is keeping me on the edge of my seat, man. He keeps making these aggressive maneuvers.
But he has to be very wary of his energy these days, because on patch 1.15, his Toiling Silver did have an energy cost increase, which means you can't just spam it anymore. Aloha, sitting in the tri-bush. But that is going to be a very easy secure going up for Team Solo Mid, and I think that's expected. Velocity at this point in the game cannot look to fight. They need to stall out. They need to prioritize on farm and just making sure that they can pick up their major items before really looking for a fight against Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, but guys, I want to stress the fact that this game, although Team Solo Mid have been putting on so much pressure, is by no means over. Velocity, they're not actually that far behind in the gold, just about 1.5k. And if you look at last game, this is the kind of early game that Velocity had, and Team Solo Mid almost came back into it.
They certainly did. But the difference I feel between this game and the last game is Velocity very much controlled the early game. They controlled the momentum. And now that Team Solo Mid are in a position where they control the momentum, you can see this tension mode that has been picked up for Mixi, I feel makes a lot more sense, because they're going to try and ride on this momentum, use this early game item to just try and snowball the lead that they've already began to accrue.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to push the tempo a
Look
little bit.
at the
Aloha,
damage.
taking a lot of damage there, but he's got some fortified health. Flash X taking a few turret shots. Vanes finds the stun, but he's got to be careful about backing away here. Mixi, does he have the Hellfire Brew available? Not for the next 16 seconds, so he's not going to be able to go for any kind of a snipe here. Vanes, since their last exchange, has leveled up twice versus only the one of Mixi, so he's going to be a little bit tankier now. Harder for Mixi to just burst through. Looks like Velocity are doing a decent job of checking this aggression from TSM.
They certainly are. They're just buying their time. They're not trying to force anything. If TSM decide to overextend underneath the tower, that'll be the opportunity Velocity are looking for to go for a fight. But at the moment, they're just going to play it passively. And TSM see this as an opportunity to invade Velocity's jungle, steal away those back camps, and just build up an even bigger advantage over their opponents. So TSM so far playing the map very smartly and doing the very best to just use the advantage that they've been able to develop.
Flash X, he might be caught out here. He does have Mixi to run to. Dienzio jumps forward, not realizing the other members are there. Dienzio is going to go down to those Munions. Valkyrie does some nice damage, but it's not going to be enough. There's a gauntlet. Vane's stunned up. Aloha wants to turn it around. He knows he can't run away, but he just doesn't have the damage. And Team Solo Mid pick themselves up 2 kills off of Velocity's overly aggressive play.
So Dienzio overextends right there. He pushes forward. We saw this from him in the last game where he just tries to be the carry before he's really in a position to do so. He tries to make that play, ends up getting punished for it, and because Rhyme has very little mobility at this point in the game, well, I mean, it's Rhyme. He naturally doesn't really have that much mobility anyway. TSM are easily able to capitalize. They get themselves a turret. They're going to secure another gold mine, and they're just going to extend that gold lead even further.
Yeah, at this point, it is definitely worth having a look at the gold lead, because when it was 1,500, that's pretty manageable. But now that we're sitting at, more like 3,500, things are starting to snowball pretty heavily for Team Solo Mid. So Velocity, they really got to check themselves before they wreck themselves. They got to be careful about picking these fights.
And just look at the items now. Frostburn finished for Koldamik, so he decided to go for that early utility. He wanted to make sure that his Munions could just stick on to the enemy target. By getting that constant slow being applied to your enemies, it just makes it so much easier to set up Mixi for success. He's gone for the Sorrow Blade, combined with the Tension Bow. Now that we're at the mid-game point, he just does so much damage, and Dienzio cannot hope to compete until he completes his Broken Myth. So Velocity just have to play on the back foot for the time being. They have to wait for TSM to make a massive mistake, which I honestly just don't feel, given the experience that TSM have, they're going to be making.
Yeah, I don't feel like they're going to be making any massive mistakes, but then again, if Velocity can make it late enough into the game, Mixi is going to fall off a little bit. So that's what they're going to be aiming to do. Dienzio and Aloha do become extremely potent, especially as a pair later on. Right now, TSM, I like what they're doing. They're going for the minion miners to just push their advantage a little bit more, make sure they have momentum in the lane as well as the jungle.
That's exactly right. By having constant pressure being applied to Velocity, notice that they have to constantly share farm between all three members, which means that Dienzio isn't allowed to get as much gold as he wants. He's not allowed to get as much experience. And if you just look at the farm comparison, only 40 CS on Aloha compared to 62 on Coldamik, just because he's not allowed any of his jungle. Gauntlet goes down.
Oh, but Dienzio is able to reflex block that. He deals with the Hellfire Brew as well. Valkyrie on the Flash X does a lot of damage. They're going to find the kill, but it's a trade. 1 kill for a turret. A good one for TSM. They're going to be quite happy with that, I would imagine. The question is, can Velocity find anything off the back of that? Maybe a gold miner here, but it's not exactly stacked that much. I think they might try and go onto Coldamik. Pretty hard to close that gap against the pedal, though.
Yeah, they're just going to secure themselves an objective. They feel like they need to pick something up off the back of that kill, and TSM, as you rightly said, they're going to be pretty happy with that. Big objective gained by taking away that turret is going to give you a lot more map control. You can play a lot more aggressively, and giving away Flash X is not that much of a problem. They're basically saying, hey, look, if you bought more wards, maybe we would have saved you, but you're not doing that. You're not picking up those scout traps, so we're going to leave you to die. Maybe it'll teach him a lesson, but given the fact that he's picked up 3 flares and still no scout traps, tells me that he hasn't learned his lesson yet.
Well, I mean, scout traps, you can walk around them. Flares, they cover a huge area.
They do.
So long as you keep putting down the flares, you have even better vision.
Yeah, well, perspective.
It costs more, though. I mean, it's a luxury price.
Yes.
But given that he's TSM now, maybe he can afford it.
Maybe. Well, as he said, he is full-time now, so full-time professional player. Anyway, having a look at TSM Coldamik, look at the difference. Level 12 Coldamik to level 8 Vains. If he tries to go in that fight, he's going to struggle. Dienzio only level 10 to the level 11 Mixi. Very big level advantages. The big thing about this is the overdrive, the second overdrive that you get once you hit level 12. It's absolutely monumental, and if you just have a look at Coldamik, he's already gone for that second overdrive in his ultimate, so he's going to be doing way more damage when it comes to that burst. A lot more sustain as well, and TSM, they're going to go for the siege.
Yeah, they are. They've got some minions here. One of the big ones to try and put some pressure on the turret. Dienzio already taking a lot of damage, jumping into the gauntlet to try and pressure Mixi. That's a Valkyrie, but it's hopped away from by Coldamik. 3 people get splashed on by the Hellfire Brew, but actually Velocity doing quite good here. Mixi very low on the health department. Vains trying to keep up with him, but they got to turn this one around. Mixi finds the kill, and now they're in a great position to siege onto this turret. Aloha got to be careful about biting off more than he can chew here. He's going to do some nice damage on the Flash X, but he doesn't have much energy. He's going to be going down. Dienzio, he healed up just a little bit from the fountain. He's trying to go for the fight. He finds one, but he can't get any more. Mixi finds it. That's the ace, and that's going to be another turret for TSM.
So Velocity just aren't able to get the team fight that they really needed, and what a great opportunity that was there that they just could not capitalize. TSM were on the retreat. 3 super low health members that all you needed to do if you're Velocity is clean that fight up, but you'd already burned so much just to stay alive and defend that turret that when you eventually go for the re-engage, TSM have already regained all of their health off the back of that Fountain of Renewal, and Velocity end up paying for it. You had Vains walking up on the front line. He's not that tanky at this point in the game. He's decided to go for that contraption rather than the Warhorn, which makes engages so much harder, and Velocity just are really struggling right now to find the right fights. Yes, Dienzio did his work at the very end of the fight, but wasn't able to come out ahead against Mixi, who has now completed the Tyrant's Monocle. Things are looking really rough for Velocity in the second game.
If Mixi wasn't 8-0, I think Dienzio would have done his thing that he always does and just cleans up there, but I feel like maybe Velocity just a little bit too far behind to find that good fight. That said, they're still not out of it. 2 turrets left. Kraken spawning in 10 seconds there or thereabouts. Team Solo mid, they're going to be looking to pick that one up and go for a big push. But let's take stock of the bigger picture here. Massive gold lead, 6,000 for Team Solo mid. The gold mine just captured right as the Kraken spawns. Very efficient. 39 gold. That's a lot of money, man. That's like a health potion.
Yeah, that's
it's not quite a scout trap, though.
Look at the infusions picked up. Both teams, both posturing for a fight right now. Flares being used. Hellfire Brew.
Yeah, this is going to start the fight off, potentially. Aloha is going to be the target. That's the gauntlet going down. Dienzio stays out of that one, but Vane's taking a lot of damage on the front line. He is the first to fall. Now Flash X goes on to Aloha. The Vainglory comes out right before he dies. Dienzio, he's still very healthy. He might be able to turn this one around if he just kites for long enough. Mixi, though, he has huge amounts of damage. He trades the kill. Koldamik and Flash X still alive. They're going to go on to the Kraken.
So that was just demonstrating the advantage that TSM have over their opponents. Very easily able to crush the support that is Catherine. You're just not tanky enough. There's so much more damage available when you have Mixi hitting so hard onto the front line. And on top of that, a beautiful gauntlet to actually separate both Vanes away from Dienzio and Aloha, who neither of them actually have reflex blocks, so there's nothing they can do against that gauntlet when it comes down. It was just Team Solo Mid getting a very well-executed team fight that Velocity could not respond to. So they're going to pick themselves up the Kraken, and they're going to be looking to try and end this game with this next push.
I like that Koldamik kind of left Flash X to do the Kraken by himself. It actually bought time for the respawn of Mixi, so they're going to have a better push, or at least a better timed push with the Kraken now. We've got 14 kills to 5, massive gold lead for Team Solo Mid. They want revenge for that game 1, which, I mean, they were as close as you can possibly be to taking home. They want to show why they are the first seed in this tournament. They want to show TSM why they picked them up. This could be the fight to make it happen. Dienzio eating that Hellfire Brew. Mixi starts running forward, gets that one auto attack. He's playing very safe on the back line. Look at Vane just get melted. The Kraken still full health. Dienzio tries to do what he can, but he just doesn't have enough damage right now. Aloha, very ineffectual with these Winter Spires. Can't really put the pressure down. Dienzio wants to jump on the Mixi, but Koldamik, he's got his back. This fight is not close. Team Solo Mid, they're going to pick up game 2, and we're going to be heading into blind pick.
Much cleaner game from Team Solo Mid. This is what we were expecting to see from them in game 1, and it all came down to Mixi on that Ringo. Phenomenal early game. 5-0-1 is how we started off that game. Constantly looking for these plays. He managed to get 2 kills under a turret and then walked away cleanly. Mixi stepped up his performance, demonstrated why he is known so much throughout the world for this Ringo play, and his performance was just out of this world. He really did step up in the second game.
So the question is, I mean, what do you do in this situation when you've had such a close game 1? Game 2, Team Solo Mid kind of ran away with it. I'm sure Halcyon Hammers Velocity are feeling under a lot of pressure right now. It's going to be interesting seeing how they deal with the blind pick in the third game.
Yeah, both teams will have comfort picks, compositions. And that's having talked to quite a few teams here in North America. Typically teams, what they'll do is they will be like, okay, if we go into blind pick, this is the comp that we run. This is our most comfortable composition. We're guaranteed to get it, and we don't care what they run, because this comp for us is like the best comp you can get. It is, they're all comfort picks, they're all meta picks, and we know that we can do well on them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a buff comp come out of Velocity and TSM. We might see that Ozo, but the problem with Ozo is a little bit specific, and when you don't know what is being played into, it's a risk, but maybe that's a risk TSM willing to take.
And TSM, they've got other stuff they could bring out too. Maybe the Saw push. You know, it's something they've used to great effect in the past. There's a lot of options here. I mean, when you've got 2 teams with deep hero pools like this, pretty much anything can happen. I don't feel like I could predict it, to be honest. And I do think that either team could win this third game as well. We've seen some very convincing performances out of Halcyon Hammers Velocity. Dienzio, such a star player. Talk about a rising star. Not just Halcyon Hammers themselves, but just Dienzio as a player. Such a great talent.
He certainly is. He overstepped a couple times. His laning wasn't as good as it was in the last game. Yes, his rotations were fantastic. He was ready to group up with his team. The big thing for me is this Rhyme pick. It wasn't...
Didn't work like it did yesterday.
No, and I feel like yesterday they had it as a great pick into the Taka. And today it was very much, okay, I'm comfortable on Rhyme. I know what I'm supposed to do on Rhyme. But then the pedal coming out from TSM was just a great response, because there was nothing that Rhyme could do. He couldn't close the gap. He couldn't force a fight. It was too difficult for that Rhyme versus pedal matchup.
All right, well, to talk us through what happened in that last game and give us some more ideas on what might happen in the blind pick, we're going to be throwing back to the analysts, Playoff Beard and Rome.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson and Vedius and Rome. If you're playing mad after being one hit from win there, that was a pretty good comp to bust out, to play, to get some aggression out.
Yeah, and like specifically, we have to look at the way they finished off their drafting phase for TSM by securing up that pedal as their last pick to counter up against that Rhyme. This was an excellent choice on their behalf because it pretty much negates all of Rhyme's abilities in terms of he has to get within melee range. And dealing with Petal, Munions, and Ringo is very hard, and they got punished for it every time they try to overextend.
Now, reflex blocks were a big story in that match. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so both teams, excellent job on the reflex blocks. And you see, like, because you had that CC and the ultimate coming out of Catherine, Mixi, everybody on the TSM team made sure that they weren't getting silenced when they were engaging. But, like, something I really have to note out here was, like, the composition coming out of Velocity, in my mind, does work out really well. Even though they run double crystal, it's totally fine. But specifically, you have to look at Catherine and being able to grab items early on that will benefit the Rhyme and able to help them engage against the TSM jungle. Instead of grabbing that fountain first, I honestly would have tried grabbing that Shiver Steel, pushing up really forward. And when you do so like that, it gives your carries in that back position a lot easier time trying to maneuver around and trying to find like the perfect pace and the perfect place to actually engage.
All right, as we take a look at some of the highlights, a much more decisive performance out of TSM. Kind of interesting moment toward the end there where it seemed like Halcyon Hammer's Velocity was going to try that same bush trick, but then having to get backed off. Flash X not falling for that, using the flare to smoke that out. This is moving into game 3, which is blind pick. The loser is not out of the tournament yet, but they will drop down into that loser's bracket where they are at risk, so nobody wants to be there. Blind pick means they can pick anything they want, obviously. We heard the casters mention the potential of a Saw push comp, but that would seem incredibly risky, not necessarily because it's playing Saw, but because TSM showed that to Velocity 3 times in the qualifiers. Velocity might be very comfortable. If you were in the corner of TSM, you go something like Saw comp, you go aggression, something that worked here today, or something completely off the board.
Well, looking at it from TSM side, to be honest, like, Velocity would be my biggest opponent in this entire tournament. I would look at them as my most formidable ones in terms of all their clashes in the past, all those close games. Going to a blind pick match, this would be like a semi-preview of like the finals tomorrow. Just because both of these teams are so strong mechanically, they have to whip out their best compositions right now. They have to pretty much play the most comfortable and like that surprise ace up their sleeve. They can't save it till later.
Now, for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, very interesting moment here. We know Dienzio wants to be on Vox, and if he can't get Vox on a Sky, but now it gets into this back and forth, right? Where everyone knows, including TSM, that Dienzio wants to play Vox, so TSM can design a comp around that. Do they have to move Dienzio off of it and kind of think next level on this, or is that just really overthinking? You just want to put your best players on their best heroes and may the best team win.
But technically, like, Vox wouldn't be considered Dienzio's best hero, although he's very well known for Vox and an incredible Vox player. I can name off like 6 or 7 different laners that Dienzio will pretty much wipe anybody else with.
Who do you think his best hero is then? Because I disagree with you.
To be honest, like, I've seen him play Blackfeather, I've seen him play Sky. Glaive he's really awesome with. So he has that capability and he has that versatility in terms of engaging in a lot of different gameplay styles and just pretty much making it work out. He is a hard carry laner and he has that capability to really engage and play against the top players in the world.
So the question remains the same. Do you try to build a comp to shut down the other team's superstar, or do you more make a comp in terms of your own team and your own team's proclivities?
For this match, Velocity needs to pretty much focus down. They know TSM has that weakness in that early game. They know that they like to prioritize grabbing items instead of vision. And this is exactly where they should try and snowball it. I would pick up a very strong early aggression comp, and I would just keep pushing and pushing, making sure that, you know, TSM, they like to farm. They like to make sure that they get those nice fancy items with the big plays and the nice power spikes. But that is like their vulnerability. They're very strong mechanically, but they do have those small spots that you can really dig into.
And on the TSM side, do they stick to that formula that they typically use, getting themselves into that late game, prioritizing the items no matter what it takes? Or, you know, today they played an early game comp and they stomped with it. They could go back to that as well.
Yeah, so right now, like TSM, and especially Flash X, he's discussing with Call and Mixi, and they're pretty much going to pick a comp that they guess the Velocity team is going to run. Most likely, though, I'm guessing that we're going to see a triple melee composition out of TSM. And for Velocity, I think a buff comp would work out really well for them.
All right, so we are waiting for this decisive third match. This is day 2, Elimination Day. We will keep playing games until we know who the semifinals are. The team that does not win here will drop down into the losers bracket, will have to fight their way through, try to survive. I believe their opponent will be Liberation X, no matter what. So more blockbuster games here to come. But both of these teams would like to take the high road, would like to take that winner's bracket road into the semifinals. We are just waiting until all of the blind picks are in, and it is for the decisive game. Let's go to Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, guys. I cannot wait to get this game underway. I'm sure everyone here can't wait to see who's going to pull this win out after the incredible series that we've had already. It's like we've been saying since the beginning, this could be a finals matchup. These teams are so strong, and I can't wait to see what they've picked in this third game blind pick match.
Now, come on, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 3 of Halcyon Hammers versus TSM, so please make some noise for both teams because this is going to be one cracker of a game. So I'm really looking forward to this, and just to give you guys a bit of a run through for the compositions, we do actually have, it was initially a mirror matchup, but then Mixi said, hey, you know what? I can play Vox better than Dienzio can. So I'm going to pick that one up. So Mixi's going to be on the Vox, Dienzio's going to be in the Ringo, but we're going to be seeing Fortress v Fortress and Adagio v Adagio.
All right, we might see some action here as well as Flash X gets jumped on. Look at how much damage he's taking right off the bat. Dienzio finds the kill. Cole the Meek gonna be the next target. Vanes and Dienzio want to hunt him down here. The Achilles shot slows him up. Cole the Meek doing some good damage back, but it's not gonna be enough right out of the gates. Velocity in this third game taking 2 quick kills.
Wow, Velocity not afraid to make those early aggressive plays, and it's all thanks to this early game. Ringo doing so much work, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, they're looking for Flash X yet again, trying to steal away these back camps at the same time. They've got to be a bit careful though as Flash X, he's going in. I don't know if he can actually pull this one off. The heal from Cole the Meek buys him some time, but Dienzio gets the kill. Now Cole the Meek's in a bit of a tough spot. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. 1 or 2 more autos from Dienzio could find it. Mixi, he's got to rotate down, but Aloha has his number. Cole the Meek, why are you going back into the jungle? No! 4 kills now for Velocity in 1.5 minutes. That is a ridiculous rate of destruction.
So Velocity, they are definitely getting some serious speed and movement in this final game. That was an awful pun, but I'm gonna forget it anyway. Aloha, he's actually taking quite a lot of damage up in the lane, but crazy start. Velocity doing a great job of utilizing the fact that Ringo is super strong in the early game, picking up those very early, getting that early weapon power to be able to deal for this 1 versus 1. Aloha, though.
That's a lot of burst damage coming at Mixi and Flash X. They find that return kill. Vanes wants a bit of damage himself, but can't do enough to get a kill. TSM, they finally get their first return kill.
Yes, they do. They are able to catch out Aloha out of position just a little bit. Dienzio now the one being collapsed upon. Vanes needs to be careful.
Yeah, he really does. He's going to walk in that bush, face check it, and go down. Dienzio wants to turn this one around, though. Finds Flash X, gets that first kill.
He can win this.
Cole the Meek is 2 levels lower than him. I don't see any hope for him to pull this kill off, especially with Aloha right there. Dienzio is 5-0-0 in 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Is this game 2? I'm pretty sure this is a mirror of what we saw in game 2.
It's way accelerated, though.
It's 6-2 in the favor of red side, and the Ringo is 5-0-1. This is exactly what we saw in game 2. The big thing for Velocity now is to keep this momentum going. They have this Ringo who is super crazy strong in the early game. I've emphasized that so much because that is how they've built up this advantage. But for Team Solar mid, they have the better scaling. There is no way that a Ringo is going to be a late game Vox, especially when you pair that with an Adagio.
I tell you what, though, if Team Solar mid loses this game, Mixi might be kicking himself for just hovering the Ringo and not picking it up. We're going to see a fight, though. FlashX, look at the damage he's taking. Mixi as well. Coldamik, extremely low. D'Enzio has so much damage. What is going on right now? He just evaporates his targets. That's a quick kill going the way of Velocity, and they're going to use that, leverage it to get some jungle invade down.
They certainly are. Wow. Moving this Ringo into the jungle just was such a smart decision from Velocity because it allowed them to use the early advantage that they would have over the Fortress and the Adagio, and it was just such a smart decision, and now they're just riding with this momentum. They're going for another fight.
Oh, FlashX thought he'd caught D'Enzio invading by himself, but he had backup from Vains. D'Enzio is actually quite low this time. 1 or 2 more autos would do it, but Coldamik can't find them. He's still level 3. Vains coming through. That's another kill. 9 kills for Velocity. This is absolute insanity.
Oh, D'Enzio really stepping things up. He wants to show Mixi that he can play Ringo too, and he is doing a phenomenal job of it. It just seems like these teams really are Super Saiyans, because when they get beaten down, they come back twice as strong in the next game.
Every anime ever.
Every anime ever.
The hero is beaten up, and then he's like, wait, I got a secret weapon.
They have an inspiring speech where they sit there and go, I will not be defeated. I will come back. And that is exactly what Velocity are doing right now. 9-2 in kills, 1.3k gold advantage. Ridiculous start for Velocity.
I mean, the gold advantage isn't that huge, but the fact that it's all on D'Enzio kind of is. Yeah. Because he is going to be doing so much damage.
Fountain of Renewal.
Yeah, the Fountain of Renewal on Vains. That is, it's going to be hard to burn through that this early in the game. FlashX wants to try his luck, though, going for the engagement. Aloha's rotated down as well. FlashX, he only has 1 auto attack worth of health on him. D'Enzio gets the Achilles shot. Vains, he wants more, trying to find Coldamik right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to do this one. Needs to land some kind of a slow, some kind of crowd control. Can they get on top of him? There's the Achilles shot. Look at the crits coming through. Big damage onto Coldamik. He goes down. Mixi is miles away from home. This is not where you want to be when you have no teammates left. He is just going to be able to get out of there and recall, though, because Velocity, they're going to prioritize pushing this lane out, getting the jungle invade.
I think this is the smart thing to do. When you get kills in the early game, you have to take as many objectives as you can, and personally I feel you have to consider these back camps to be objectives because of how important they are in the early game. The amount of gold and experience that they provide, if they get taken away from you, you just lose so much off the back of it.
Flash, he doesn't quite get it. It's gonna go the way of Vains. Now he's in a tough spot yet again. Vains does have to be careful not to take too much damage. There's wait for it onto D'Enzio. And TSM do get away with their lives, but they don't find the steal that they were looking for.
But look at this Velocity. They get themselves the gold mine, and once again, they're moving into TSM's jungle and just taking everything away. Very early reflex block picked up for D'Enzio. He wants to try and mitigate some of the crowd control that's coming out from TSM, largely to deal with that Verse of Judgment that's likely to come out from Coldamik as the game progresses. But now, finally, TSM, they get a bit of counter jungling down themselves. They're going to get a bit of extra farm and a bit of extra experience. But look at Coldamik, 0, 6, and 2. He has been the guy that has suffered so much from these early plays from D'Enzio.
Vane's just tanking up that turret to get some early damage onto it. FlashX and Coldamik coming in from the backside of Velocity's jungle. They want to go for a fight. I don't know if they can pull this one off, though. D'Enzio doesn't have a lot of energy, has taken a lot of damage, but Vayne still has that Fountain of Renewal, so he might be able to go for a cheeky play with that. Looks like both the teams just going to respect one another in this third game and back away for now.
So D'Enzio, he was sitting on 1,500 gold. That's enough for him to get himself the Sorrow Blade at 7.5 minutes. No tension bow for him. He just wants to get stacking that weapon power as soon as possible. Crazy stuff from him. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Tyrant's Monocle come out next. May even see a double Tyrant's Monocle out of him. It's something that we have been seeing a lot when you get paired up with the Adagio.
Something I just want to note as well is just how much money is on D'Enzio compared to Coldamik. 19 farm on Coldamik to the 54 of D'Enzio, and there's 9 kills on D'Enzio and none on Coldamik. That is a tremendous lead at this point.
All of the weight is being put onto Mixi right now. He's 1-0-0, 74 farm. He's decided to go for the weapon power Vox, so he's going to be hitting a spike a little bit sooner, because you do get that bonus weapon power from your overdriven ability. as well as that, you combine that with the Agent of Wrath from the Adagio, and you can hit a lot harder in the mid-game. So you don't have to wait as long. It doesn't take as long to ramp up when you're playing this buff comp around the Adagio, but still, given the disparity between the two main carries, which are Dienzio and Mixi, things still aren't looking great for TSM right now.
And the thing is, Aloha is going to be buffing up Dienzio as well, so
Yes.
both the carries are going to be hitting like trucks moving into the mid-game. Mixi wants to try and clear this wave as quickly as possible, but Dienzio does find the turret. First of the game, going the way of Velocity in this final snatch. Oh man, it's going to be so hard for Team Solo Mid to just rally together and come back here.
Thing is, you have to remember that both teams are still playing the same composition. It's all about killing Ringo and Vox. Whichever carry dies first will be the team that comes out ahead, and they might be looking for that fight now.
Flash X, he face-checked that bush, though, immediately gets blown up, whereas Vaing's had a window of opportunity there where he actually wasn't being targeted by anyone, so it was an easy pickup for Dienzio. He is 10-0-2 right now, 12 kills to 2 in total for Velocity, and they're going to be looking to push down onto this second turret.
The biggest thing there was the fact that Vaing's had both the Atlas Pauldron and the Fountain of Renewal, but hang on a second, Velocity.
Oh my god, the damage! Dienzio, look at him wipe the floor with TSM. He actually used Hellfire Brew on the turret, so it splashed to both people. Crazy plays out of him. Flash X wants to chance his luck with maybe a return here, but he doesn't get it. Dienzio finds the turret. Massive 5,300 gold lead for Velocity, less than 10 minutes into the game.
And they've just secured themselves another turret. Velocity have so much momentum right now. Dienzio 12-0-2. He's rushed a Bonesaw. He wants to shred through Flash X. He can see the early armor that has been picked up by Team Solo Mid, and even though there's not even that much, he just wants to get through it as quickly as he can. Not sure if I agree with it, but it's definitely working out for Dienzio so far.
You know, you might not agree with it, but Dienzio is 12-0-2.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care what you think. I'm 12-0-2. I'll build a... In Venice, you could go Crystal Power as well. I mean, he could literally build whatever he wants at this point.
I think he honestly could, at least unless Team Solo Mid can find some kind of reprieve in the next few minutes to just stall out the game, right?
Yeah.
Because if things keep going this way, the snowball is going to keep rolling. It's picking up quite a lot of just snow on the ground on the wintry Halcyon Fold map.
Oh. Does look like Flash X taking a lot of damage.
Oh, Dienzio! You cannot run away from this guy. That is D-end for Flash X.
Flash, and the dirt is gone. That's how quickly he disappeared right there. Unable to deal with the damage coming out from Dienzio. And, I mean, I feel like we're a broken record right now. Dienzio, but we can't hype this guy up enough.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to talk about other people right now. He is just destroying TSM. He is going to have to be careful. He takes a lot of damage from the turret there. Hellfire Brew on a Mixi gets blocked by the reflex block. Dienzio is going to have to back away. Didn't spend as much time on the turret as maybe he should have there. He's going to regenerate a little bit of health with that shield. Velocity, just going to play it safe.
Have a look at the gold values right now, though. Quite a lot available on Dienzio and Vaing's. They're going to go back and pick up a couple of items. I'll have to keep an eye on what they decide to pick up. Warhorn done for Vaing, so you're going to see those engagements coming out a lot quicker. Dienzio deciding to go for tier 2 boots, as well as picking up that burning salvo. Ooh, but have a look at this.
Use them right here to get some damage down. Then kite back. Flash X likely to be the first target going down. Gets stunned up by the Verse of Judgment. Cole the Meek is doing good damage here, though, and Dienzio is nowhere near the fight. Vaing's, he's got to be careful. He might go down. Dienzio, can he find this fight? He gets one more. Cole the Meek might go down. Velocity do it. They take the ace, and they're going to be doing a devastating push against Team Solo Mid's base.
That was such a good fight. I really hope there's a replay of that after the game, because that was phenomenal from both teams. So many small micro-mechanical outplays. We saw the delayed Verse of Judgment coming out from Cole the Meek, that's the guy, from Cole the Meek to actually zone away Dienzio from being able to do any damage. That allowed TSM to actually kill Aloha, so he was then unavailable to provide that support from Dienzio, but because Dienzio was so far ahead, he's still able to out 1v1 Mixi, and because of that, he's then in a position to clean up the fight, even without that support from Aloha. Fantastic fight between the two teams.
It's somewhat deja vu, right? I mean, in game 2, we saw Mixi not, or rather, Dienzio doing quite well on on the Vox, but not as well as Mixi's Ringo. Right now, we're going to see another fight, though. Flash X trying to dive onto the back line,
he's
immediately
gone.
blown up. Cole the Meek, he can't get out of here. It's just a machine gun coming out of Dienzio. He picks up a second kill. Mixi, the last guy alive. I don't see a way out of this for him. He's going to try and make it, but Dienzio's damage is overwhelming right now. Mixi goes down. 21 kills to 3. Third seed Velocity might try and push for a turret here. Death timers, it's still so early that they're not very long, though.
They should be able to pick up this turret, but look at the massive minion wave. Could Velocity end the game right now?
They're going to try and do it. They're on the Vein Crystal. Dienzio, he's getting healed up by Aloha. He's taking a lot of damage. He gets stunned up. He doesn't kite out of it. Aloha doesn't have the damage for the Crystal, but Veins might. It's going to go down.
That's the
Velocity.
game! Ladies and gentlemen, Velocity are going to take down the world champions, Team Solo Mid.
What a performance, guys. Go crazy. I mean, that was just insane.
They have done it, and what a way to do it. Dienzio ends up dying at the very end, but 18-1-2 for Dienzio in that game. Incredible stuff. They are so happy about that right now. You can see both teams shaking hands, mad respect, because that was a phenomenal best-of-3 series.
That was out of this world, Vedius. I didn't expect to see a match that good till the finals, and we've already had it here on day 2. Just makes me wonder how much more is to come. But focusing on this match again for a second, Dienzio, definitely the player we're talking about right now. Insane performance. That game was only 14 minutes and 16 seconds long. I mean, that's close to TSM's victory in day 1 with the Ozo comp.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It was all due to the fact that Dienzio got that early start. It's exactly the same as what happened in game 2. And as you rightly said, Mixi is going to be kicking himself. He was hovering over the Ringo. He was going to pick it, and then he said, no, let's change to the Vox. We'll wait more for the late game. Velocity, maybe they don't play as aggressively. We can buy that time. That didn't work out. Velocity get an insane early lead, and then they just run away with it.
All right, well, guys, this was a big game that needs some awesome analysts to break it down, and Playoff Beard and Rome are the men to do it, guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And Rome, shockwave sent through the Vainglory community as TSM, the #1 seed, the world champions. They do fall here, but if you are a TSM fan watching, stay with this broadcast. TSM is not out of the tournament. They drop down into the losers bracket, and actually now we are going to get to see a match that we've wanted to see for a very long time, and that is TSM against the North American champions, Liberation X. So if we haven't had enough fireworks already, we'll get to see the world champions against the North American champions, and boy, that is going to be incredibly fun to watch as well. But let's wrap this one up first, Rome. Some interesting decisions in these item builds. Flash X, he prioritized that Atlas Pauldron first, but with Dienzio picking up that early reflex block, if you reflex block the Atlas, cancels it out completely. You don't get the benefit of something like a Fountain. Talk me through some of these item choices.
Like overall, like we have the standard itemization coming out of both sides because they are running like the Adagio buff compositions. And things that we have to primarily look out here is like you see this Bone Saw and a lot of attack speed coming out of Dienzio on this Ringo. Pretty much he knows he's going up against a weapon Vox. So as long as he's able to outrange him and outtrade him, they have all the chances to win. And that's just exactly the difference here. It was Vox versus Ringo, and Ringo took it down.
All right, so let's take a look at some of these incredible highlights out of this game. I don't think there's going to be any surprise as to who your MVP ultimately is, but let's talk about Dienzio. 7-0-2 after 4 minutes, 12-0-2 after 10 minutes, 18-1-2 to end the game, and he's all over these highlights, of course. Rome, your thoughts on Dienzio?
Like I said, like Vox is not his only strong suit. He's able to play so many different
carries.
carries.
All right, fine, you're right.
And it's his game knowledge, how he approaches the game and positioning. Like we saw on this Ringo, he's always kiting back and forth, like in the video right now. And this is exceptionally like something that a lot of players have to pay attention to. Knowing that you are a squishy DPS, you have to be able to live in order to actually get that damage output out.
Now, please answer for me the question that I think everyone is asking, which is when TSM was down early, why was Flash X still aggressing on that fortress, still going in on those fights, forcing them to take on fights they seemingly couldn't win?
Because playing too passively, like they know that they couldn't outscale him. Going weapon Vox, you don't have that late game power spikes like as you would with the Crystal Vox. But the thing is, like, who knows? TSM might be actually trying to figure this out as they walk into the next match. Like, they looked at this one as a good practice, and they have to see, like, once they lose a match, there's a lot of things they can learn from. A lot of things that they can benefit from and actually improve on minor mistakes instead of them just running over every opponent.
All right, Rome, let's get the formality over with. Your MVP choice for this series is?
Dienzio, like, oh my gosh. He just came in there and he just outplayed everybody, like, in terms of always being at the right spots at the right time. He played with full confidence, and just look at how adorable he is.
The biggest thing. All right, with that, I think we have our super sub Shinkagen with a member of Halcyon Hammers, and boy, they have to be psyched right now. Let's go to Shin.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. What an incredible match. I'm sorry, guys, I'm kind of losing my voice because backstage I was going, ah! Oh my God. So let's talk about game one, shall we? Your main crystal was down to 5, like 1 HP. I couldn't even see it. So tell me, walk me through, what was going on in your head when you saw that the main crystal was still standing?
When we we're getting the Kraken, we knew that what we had to do was, okay. After we killed the Kraken, we knew we had a chance to win, and we just had to push the lane and just fight and dive the turret and just finish the game.
And in game 3, so Dienzio is usually known for his Vox, and yet you guys ended up picking up Ringo in the blind pick. Why is that? And was it just to show that, hey, I can play Ringo too?
We knew that TSM knew that Zio only one plays Vox, so they tried to do a mirror comp or something, but we knew we had to do something to surprise them, and we have been practicing this Ringo jungle with Adagio lane, and it works really well against Adagio just to push and snowball the game and finish.
Oh, well, yeah, and I saw how aggressive you guys were in jungle. That tactic paid off beautifully. How many kills was that on Dienzio? Like 18? So one more. So in the end, what do you think your team did that allowed you guys to beat TSM, basically?
We're so happy that we beat TSM. We couldn't believe when we actually killed the Vayne Crystal, because in the last qualifier we messed up and threw really bad, but this time we kept our heads up until we finished the game.
Well, thank you for the interview. What an amazing game. It was the best that we've had so far. So congrats on the win, and good luck in the future. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you very much. And again, if you are a fan of Liberation X, if you are a fan of Team Solo Mid, stay with us. They will fight after our last set here in the losers bracket, and that will be, loser goes home. So TSM has one more bite at the apple, and they are going to be wanting to prove that they deserve to make it into those semifinals. Let's take a quick look at Elimination Day, what we have remaining. You see there that Liberation X will play Team Solo Mid, and remaining, Rome, it's so good. We get El Clasico.
And this is like one of those matches that have been going on like non-stop since the beginning of the tournament scene, esports scene for competitive Vainglory.
All right, so that, of course, the 4-seed Nemesis Hydra against the 2-seed Gangstars Sirius. They have been around. They're really the first 2 North American organizations. I think they were the first ones we ever had fight on the dev stream before competitive esports was ever a thing for Vainglory. It is going to be a lot of fun to see that. But before we do, let's go ahead and first, let's thank our sponsors, of course, SteelSeries. All the players are wearing wearing those headsets today, the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet. Don't go anywhere because at some point in this stream, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield device that's designed for gamers and Amazon coins. Thank you so much for supporting this amazing event live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it's El Clasico.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. Donna goes down. He might go for Donna clip. Two. They got one. He's got to hit two.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Final!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That's it. This is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
Welcome back to the 2016 Winter Championships for North America, live from the Red Bull Esports studios. We're going to have to update that video package now with TSM versus Velocity with their own and crazy finishes there. But now, Rome, something that is special to all of us who are part of the Vainglory Esports scene. It's El Clasico. Let's start with Nemesis Hydra. Very interesting. It's almost like they're playing EU meta right now. They're prioritizing some heroes that we haven't seen from them in the past. It's got to give Gangstars a couple things to think about.
And this is just to show like the capability of how quickly they're able to pick up new different compositions and how they're able to execute out like different types of gameplay. Nemesis Hydra is very known for being very aggressive, early game compositions, and they always execute off of that. Like before this, like one of their biggest priorities was pretty much snowballing the game as fast as they can. And they did it in like they did it in a good lead time fashion. But in recent patches, like they know like the competitive scene has been growing so much and like all these top tier teams. So in order to like actually battle against this, they've been taking a lot of time, learning a bunch of different compositions, learning a bunch of different heroes, and they've been doing excellent so far.
And that's a good point because it was pretty predictable before. You used to be able to say if Nemesis is living out of enemy side jungle, if they're playing those 111 style comps like Akashka Fortress, then they're in great shape. And if they're not, they're probably done. It's certainly more multi-dimensional now than they would be before. On Gangstar's serious side, what is sticking out for you for them today, playing a team that they know oh so well?
And this just shows, like, in the previous, like, yesterday and today, that Gangstar Serious, they don't make many mistakes. And this is something like, with the addition of Fuji coming on board, the way that they synergized all together as a team with Iraqi Zoro and Gabe Vizzle, these guys are so efficient in terms of they make the right plays. They know exactly how to minimize mistakes, and what they excel at is capitalizing off of others.
All right, so for Fuji, of course, originally a member of Nemesis. So this has to be interesting for him, and certainly those Nemesis players know him very well.
Yeah, and they probably have like a little grudge to fill up with him, but Fuji, like, he's always been there for the community, and going back and forth, like, they have a lot of pride, they have a lot of respect for each other, and coming to this match, it'll be like either two good rivals or two good friends. Like, we'll have to see.
All right, we'll see. Well, let's first take a look at Gangstar Serious, their story. It's a very compelling one, and let's take a look at their story now. This video sponsored by NVIDIA Shield. So cool to get these inside looks at all the teams.
Being a part of Gangstars for a while, we kind of built a history for ourselves by placing in tournaments.
We always had a dominant place in the North American scene, but for a pretty long time, we have been overseas, participating in international competitions. So this was the big season to be like, everyone's back home. Gangstars is back, like, let's see what we can accomplish. And in the first qualifier, we ended up taking first place. We actually faced TSM, what was then Alliance.
After that, Cole unfortunately left the team, so we needed to do a roster change fast. And Fuji was probably the best because he was able to travel, he had the right attitude, and his mechanics were great. Coming up to VGL Qualifier 2, obviously synergy won't be complete. It's still like a new player and we're still trying to learn how each of us play together.
The second qualifier was all about seeding, and we ended up facing off against Alliance, TSM once again, and took second. And we're hopefully going to have an opportunity to run into them again while we're here.
If we do meet them in the finals again, that will pretty much determine who is the better of the other.
Now that, you know, TSM has come into the field, I think the rivalry is even bigger because we have a brand to upset as much as a couple of our friends. Do I think we can beat them? Absolutely, but the better team is just who plays the best that day. At the end of this tournament, I think Gangstar Serious will be #1. I mean, I don't have any reason to believe that we won't take #1 in the live championships.
It's just one of many more tournaments that we want to try to place in.
All right, cool to take a look at Gangstar Serious. They intend to be #1. If they aren't able to win, though, there's a player on Nemesis that will have a lot to say about that. Who's your pick, Rome?
Yeah, and just looking back at yesterday's matches, it has to be Chicken123. And his involvement and how he's grown to actually run up to that lane and pretty much dominate. And this is really exciting to watch just because it actually shows us how capable Nemesis Hydra is in terms of switching up their positions and making sure that they're able to fill up as many compositions as possible.
All right, so as we get ready for the draft of match 1 in this best of 3, we should mention that we've made a few interesting exceptions here where we wanted to keep some teams intact, and in doing so, we allowed a few players to play off-site. You'll notice there's a player missing from Gangstar Series. That is, of course, Iraqi Zoro, the world-famous laner, but Gangstars, they have him represented here today.
Oh yeah, he's sitting right there, and he's waving at the crowd. And it's just show like the guys and how they communicate with each other, how they synergize, and the growth that they've actually had since their second qualifier until now.
Get that graphic up, just to be clear.
Has been awesome.
So Iraqi Zoro, where is his power spike when he has to be inflated like that?
The infusions will get the inflations up.
All right, that sounds good to me. All right, so let's see if we're ready for the draft of match 1. They're gonna be about a minute out, and then we're gonna get the draft underway. So while we have an extra minute, tell me, what are the priority picks in this draft for each team? What do good comps look like for them?
With Gangstar Serious, like they put so much time into their drafting phase that it's very hard to predict, because what they're gonna do is they're gonna just rotate it and pretty much move it like water during based on how their
Move
opponents.
it like water. I like that.
Yeah, based on how their opponents do their drafting.
Bruce Lee style.
It's super Bruce Lee style. But anyways, like they're going up against Nemesis Hydra. They know these guys that either run like a very strong early game aggression composition, or they tend to ease more to that mid to late game scaling. So there hasn't been too much balance coming out of them. And I think this is something that the Gangstars team will have to capitalize on.
Now, one other thing that's interesting, of course, is we expected to see Hardik in lane with Chicken in jungle, which is what they had done in the qualifiers, but they mixed it up at times now, and we've seen Hardik returning to his natural jungle position and moving Chicken into lane. So that's another interesting thing to watch for that maybe Gangstars can't fully predict today.
Well, originally, both of them wanted to swap up with Lost Boy Toff in that roam, but
that's not true.
Yeah, no one's budging there.
And we haven't really talked much about Lost Boy Top. This is maybe the biggest playmaking roamer in North America and could certainly play a role here today.
Yeah, he's probably like one of the most clutchest roamers I've ever seen, and he does even better when he's on stage. Just his capability to actually lead his team forward. And like these guys talk to each other during their matches, and they're always motivating, always making sure that they're opening up the communications, making sure that when they're behind, everybody's still talking, being very vocal.
And the hats are always on point with Lost Boy Top as well.
Oh yeah, and the whole team has like the same shoes.
That's true. They do have the Damn Daniel Vans on. Maybe they'll draw a little bit of energy from that. On the Gangstar side, they are also going to try to draw energy from Gabe Vizzle, maybe the best roamer in North America when it comes to all of those activatable items that you have to manage and use with those lightning-fast reflexes. Talk to me a little bit about something that maybe people don't think about with Gabe Vizzle that they can look for today.
Like, looking at Gabe Vizzle, like, you don't see too many flashy plays coming out of him, but the thing is, he's so consistent to a point where everything is just normal. He flows so smoothly where I think like this is going to be really hard for Nemesis Hydra coming into this match against the Serious team, based on the fact that they're a very overextending team. They like to be very approaching. They like to engage a lot of team fights. While the Gangstar Serious team is, they like to sit back and wait and just capitalize on as many overreaching, overextending as they can.
All right, and when we talk about overreaching and overextending, that is going to be the key for Hardik, managing those engagements. He seen most of the time he makes these crazy dives and it works out for him, but something obviously he's going to have to be careful about today.
Yeah, especially when you're going against like Iraqi Zoro, Fuji, and Gabe Vizzle, because these guys have so much experience and they've been around for so long. They've played against teams from around the world. They've gotten used to like all these different play styles.
All right, let's go to the draft. For match 1 in this best of 3, it is the 2nd seed Gangstar Serious against the 4 seed Nemesis Hydra. Out of the winner's side of the bracket right now, Arden off the board, Adagio off the board.
Yeah, so roams have been very important lately, especially during the banning phase. They like to make sure that they'll grab their first roamer and then they'll build a composition around this.
And of course, that means no Lost Boy on Arden, which I'm sure will make Vedia sad.
But overall, like Lost Boy Toff, he's able to play so many different roamers. And like, this is where they actually have to build a strong composition out of, and this is where the drafting phase really counts.
All right, Iraqi Zoro on the clock, and we are going to wait for just one moment, make sure that everything is all set there with the draft. Of course, as we said, Iraqi Zoro, along with 2 other players on different teams in this tournament, being allowed to play off-site in order to keep these teams intact because he is playing out of Canada with a neutral observer there. We do have a member of our team there to make sure that everything is on the up and up. And that observer for us in Canada got word to us, something not quite right there with the draft. So we'll just reset that. We'll make sure that we are all ready to go in that respect. And while we have an extra moment, we do have another video that we could take a look at. We have the video for Nemesis Hydra. It's great for all of the viewers out there to get a chance to get to know these teams a little bit better than ever before. And let's take a look now, a closer look at Nemesis Hydra.
In the autumn championships, we made it to the top 2, and unfortunately we got second place. But I'm still pretty proud that we got that far.
Against the LibX, we started like 2-0. I thought we had a game like all the way. I wasn't confident at all. I was just like got tired, and just all of a sudden I was just playing like whatever.
Our decision making was turning out pretty bad in the third game, and then after that we ended up losing.
I couldn't shot call anymore because my teammate was just depending on me. So if I shot call, then they're just gonna follow. But all of a sudden they're just waiting for me. I made a mistake. Like I let my friends hang out in my room, just to, like chill. But I wasn't like paying attention at the time, and I didn't know I had to wake up like early in the morning. I learned from that, so I want to make sure I'm not gonna do that anymore.
I'd say the bond between me and Hardik. We've been playing for quite a while. We kind of know like what we're thinking, and like we could almost like read each other's minds.
We've been like getting the third man. Whoever the third, like we can always make it because of the synergy. Me and Lost Boy Talk. Since day one, we've been trying hard to be on the top, and yeah, it's for me. I'll be so happy for my teammate if we can win this. This is gonna be a big achievement for us.
All right, we're back. They're just working on an audio issue, making sure that Iraqi Zoro can hear the teammates that are live here at the Red Bull Esports studio. Got a chance to look there to hear from Hardik a little bit. And this is a team that faced a lot of adversity yesterday, and they managed to fight through it, managed to defeat Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. What stood out for you from the Nemesis side from yesterday's game?
Yeah, just watching those matches where you saw Kinetic come out with a lot of strong compositions, and they're very versatile in terms of how they approach and engaged against the Nemesis Hydra team. And this was a perfect chance for us to actually see into light like how much growth Nemesis Hydra has done previously and recently. And especially like we mentioned, Chicken123, he really started shining out, and it was like a good projection for us to actually see how much his mechanical skills have improved, see how much like they're all rotating and synergizing as a group, because Chicken was just recently introduced to the Nemesis team.
And if you happen to be joining us late, this is, of course, the 2016 North America Winter Championships. We are live in California, and this is the culmination of the entire winter season. The 8 best teams, they fought through grueling qualifiers to get here, 64-team brackets. The best 8 teams, the teams that got the most points, were able to qualify, get into this tournament. It is a 3-day affair. Day 1, and now we're in day 2, elimination day. This is the double elimination group stage. So for either of these teams that are playing here today or playing here now in Gangstars and Nemesis, they can still afford to lose a set, and they're not out of the tournament, but obviously they don't want it to come to that. And I think we have everything all set. So let's jump into the draft and find out what we're going to do. We already know a couple of key roamers are off the board.
Yeah, and specifically, this is where I think Gangstar Series has that advantage, because grabbing these roamers off the board, they're the ones to pick first. And with those 2 second picks, they're able to counter against the Nemesis Hydra picks.
All right, we're going to wait and see. Now that things are worked out with Iraqi Zoro, who Gangstars chooses here with their first pick. Then it will be Nemesis Hydra with the following 2 picks. And it will, of course, be Gangstar Sirius. They will defend the left base. And if it is a Vox, and it is, this is one of those signature heroes for Iraqi Zoro. This could be fun to watch.
Yeah, and knowing him like and his playstyle, we have to expect something from the Gangstar Sirius side where they have to really engage in that early game, because they know Nemesis Hydra, they like to invade a lot. They like to be very aggressive, and they will be looking to actually put a lot of pressure onto the Gangstar Sirius side.
Interesting to see another glaive come out. But one other thing, we talked about how Iraqi Zoro is going to get to put on a show potentially with Vox, but a much more subtle but just as important show. It's going to be Gabe Bizzle. He's going to be trying to crucible those blast tremors from Catherine once everyone hits level 6 for the rest of the match. So it's more subtle, but focus on Gabe Bizzle and his uncanny ability to get those reflex blocks off, and we see a Black Feather countering that glaive.
Yeah, so with this, like, for the Gangstar Sirius side, everybody's gonna be grabbing like a bunch of reflex blocks very early with one Crucible for Catherine Silence. But you look at Nemesis Hydra, like so far, they picked up 2 heavy stunners. So look for them to actually prioritize going up to the lane a lot, making sure that they're making life very hard for Iraqi Zoro during that laning phase.
Gabe, he teased me with a saw port, but he went to Fortress. Scarf is the last pick. Let's get into game 1, and let's go to our casters now.
All right, thank you very much, guys. This is going to be the first game of Nemesis Hydra versus Gangstar Sirius, and this really is the El Clasico Vedius.
It certainly is. These guys have been playing against each other pretty much since Vainglory started. Back then, Fuji even used to play for Nemesis, and I believe the last time, because Gangstars have been playing internationally for so long, the last time Sirius actually played against Hydra was well over a year ago. So it's been a while, but the Gangstars organization has been regularly playing against Nemesis, and as far as I can tell, Gangstars have held the record, so maybe Nemesis can change that today.
That's certainly what they're going to be looking to do, but we're going to have to see if they can pull it off as we get on the fold. Guys, make some noise for these teams.
It is going to be game 1 between Gangstar Sirius and Nemesis Hydra. Gangstar Sirius currently, well, they did win 1 season of VIPL. They're definitely strong contenders, especially in last year. They put up a very commanding performance, only really falling to, as you heard from Fuji, TSM. They have really been the only team that they've struggled to overcome. Well, I mean, sometimes it's very much been about Cult of Meek. But nevertheless, in this game, we do see very much a scaling composition coming out from Gangstar Sirius. They have the Vox, they have the Black Feather. The Fortress is there to mitigate a little bit stronger of an early game. But speaking of early game, Nemesis Hydra, they're looking to make a play.
Yeah, Hardek moving up here doesn't have the range to go for the dash onto Iraqi Zoro with the Afterburn. Iraqi Zoro playing it very smart, staying away from the bushes at about this point, because around 1 minute you know that there's a potential gank coming.
So, Nemesis Hydra actually going for the collapse onto Fuji.
They might be able to find some good damage here. Chicken123 has rotated down as well. Hardek, he's taking a lot though. Fuji knocked right back into the warm embrace of Lost Boy Top and Chicken. Gabe Bizzle is slowed up, but he's going to be able to get out of there. First blood going over to Nemesis Hydra.
Fantastic map movement from Nemesis Hydra. Notice how they moved up to the lane because they knew that Gangstars would reach the shop first. They then shove into the lane. They then rotate round to cut off the collapse from Iraqi Zoro, and Nemesis Hydra guarantee themselves a 3 versus 2, which easily secures themselves first blood. So fantastic map movements, and having spoken to them earlier, this is actually a strategy that Nemesis Hydra came in prepared for. This is something that they were very much confident in doing. They wanted to get the early push off so that they can have that map movement and basically split Iraqi off from the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, they were very specific about what they wanted to do, and they did it to a T. You've got to admire the fact that Nemesis Hydra have thought this through so well. There's the stun into the Afterburn. Iraqi Zoro, he didn't think that one through. Easily picked up by Nemesis Hydra. They got themselves 2 kills now.
So again, you're seeing this focus down onto Iraqi Zoro. They really want to shut him down and prevent him from getting to that late game Vox potential. But the rest of Gangstar Sirius, it should be enough to defend this turret.
Hardek is taking a lot of damage here, though. He's got to be careful. Nice stun by Lost Boy Top just to cover his exit, cover his retreat. Looks like Hardek should be able to get out of there. And the gold actually in favor of Sirius by about 100, even with those 2 kills on Nemesis Hydra. We see this quite frequently. When you put a lot of pressure into going for kills, you have to forego a little bit of the farm, which is a big source of gold in this early game especially.
Certainly is. It's super important, which is really the big thing. If you're going to get a kill in the early game, the most important thing is how much farm you deny from your opponent. And given how it's actually quite difficult to shove waves in Vainglory, it's not that easy to deny that much farm, which is why counter jungling is so important, which is why often you'll see teams, the moment they get a kill, rather than take away these objectives, they'll move into the enemy jungle and steal away the back camps because of how valuable they are in pretty much every stage of the game.
Yeah, and they do become an extremely good point of contention for the teams in the early game. You know, if Hardek and Lost Boy Tough do go for the invade, you're definitely going to see Iraqi Zoro try and help his jungle pair deal with that. At the moment, Hardek sitting at level 5 is in a fairly good spot if he wants to go aggressive yet again. Lost Boy Tough is getting some vision down, but for now, things have calmed down just a little bit.
Yeah, it just really tickles me.
Never mind.
Oh, never mind, Hardek.
Yeah, I thought things had calmed down, but maybe not. Fuji is going to jump over the wall, find that kill. Lost Boytoff now alone, doesn't have the backup of Hardek, and Iraqi Zoro is going to force him to run away. So a nice answer there by Sirius to that invade we were talking about.
So you can see Hydra trying to make that invade happen, try and deny some of the back camps. With the early game strength that you do have with Glaive relative to a Black Feather, they felt like they could take advantage of it. But Gangstar Sirius with a very good collapse, pretty much from all three angles, prevented Hardek from being able to steal anything away and get away with it with his life. So big punishment. Now if you look at the farm discrepancy, you can see 30 in the favor of Fuji to 19 on Hardek. So good punishment from the side of Sirius, and they're going to maintain themselves a good early gold advantage.
Yeah, the question is whether or not they can maintain that gold advantage, because later on we're going to see Iraqi Zoro and Black Feather, Fuji doing a lot of damage. Fuji actually playing quite aggressively here along with Gabe Vizzle. Hardek might go down here. He's going to try and afterburn over the wall. Should be able to get out of here for now. Fuji didn't want to use a Rose Offensive to try and chase that one down. And yeah, I think the momentum has swung quite heavily in the favor of Gangstar Sirius. The question is, again, are they going to be able to maintain that?
That really is the question. But now that Gangstars have Iraqi Zoro there with them.
This is going to be a big fight. Chicken 123 needs to try and get away. Hardek can't get the turret before going down. So Nemesis Hydra, their aggression is very well answered by Gangstar Sirius. And a nice rotation coming in quickly from those guys.
Good use of the Fortress, Truth of the Tooth there to try and close the gap as quickly as possible. And it was, yeah, you used the movement speed buff with the numbers, or it wasn't really the numbers advantage, it was the positional advantage the Gangstar Series had. Given that so much focus was going down onto the turret, it was quite easy for Gangstars to just focus their attention down onto Hardek, get themselves the kill, and force the rest of Hydra away from that objective.
You can almost pretend that Hardek wasn't in that fight, because he was there to trade with the turret. That was the expectation of what was going to happen. Right now, Fuji going for Lost Boy Top, though, is going to find that one. Chicken 123 taking a lot of damage as well. The jump forward, Iraqi Zoro picks up the kill with Gabe Vizzle. And now the turret pressure coming in from Sirius. You see Gabe Vizzle just trying to tank that one up so Fuji can get out of there, but they realize it's not going to be enough. Hardek coming through, doesn't check the bush, so they're not actually going to get the kill. Looks like Iraqi Zoro and Fuji both very safe after that fight. Well played by Gangstar Sirius.
Great flank coming out from Fuji to capitalize on the escaping Lost Boy. There was very little that Hydra could do about it, given that Hardek was nowhere near the rest of his team, and pretty much made for a very easy dive down onto Chicken 123. Playing that Scarf, it's quite difficult to escape that sort of a situation. So again, Gangstar's very smart and methodical about these plays that they're trying to execute in this early game.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I can see what Nemesis Hydra were trying to do, right? Because with the Scarf, you can push so quickly that they wanted to take an early turret. The problem is the backup that GSS had. Now Hardek gonna have to just get back to his team, play it safe, and Gangstar Sirius immediately know that they need to rotate back through the jungle around the gold mine to the turret, or it will go down. It has almost no health left.
So just have a look now at some of the items that have been picked up. Alternating Current finished Iraqi Zoro at 7 minutes. This is around the time that you do see that first major item being completed, assuming that you have pretty good farm, which Iraqi Zoro is doing a great job of. 1-1-2 as well. So he's having a great start to the game. Also decided to pick up tier 2 boots off the back of that too. So definitely a great start for Iraqi Zoro. Fountain of Renewal also finished for Gabe Vizzle. So the team fighting prowess of this Gangstars lineup is very strong at the moment. Fuji yet to complete a major item. Wouldn't surprise me if he decided to go for something like the Serpent's Mask, because Gabe Vizzle gets stunned up.
He takes a lot of damage there, but Hardek didn't actually go for the afterburn, I believe. He just wanted to make sure he had that available in case it was a bait and maybe Gangstar Sirius tried to set something up off the back of it. See Chicken starting to do some decent poke damage, but nothing too substantial. Gangstar Sirius are playing this very smart.
They certainly are. I do like the upgrade in boots coming out from Chicken because, hang on, Hardek.
He just used Afterburn to force Fuji back, so he's in a tough spot here, dealing some nice damage, but not enough. Lost Boytov can't help out Chicken, getting the kill onto Iraqi, and now the dive comes through. Wait for it, popped. Lost Boytov, the last man standing for Nemesis Hydra, and Fuji's on his case. Big damage coming through from him, and that's going to be the ace going across to the side of Gangstars.
Clean dive from Gangstars, using the fact that they have the item advantage to just force a fight as quickly as possible was very smart from them, and it was just great target focus, very easily able to shut Hardek out from the fight. He gets caught out of position, and then they turn their attention onto Chicken 123. Yes, he picked up the tier 2 boots early, but it wasn't fast enough to escape this highly mobile Fuji and Iraqi Zoro. Gangstars get themselves the second kill. It's only a matter of time before they clean up that third one. Now off the back of that, they're going to get themselves an immense gold payout and solidify their early game lead.
He needs to be careful here. He might have extended a bit too far if Iraqi Zoro had actually walked with his team instead of to the shop, but it looks like he's going to be fine for now. They could trade the turret for a gold mine if they don't respond to this quickly enough. Big wave here for Nemesis Hydra. Might kill the turret by itself, but look at Hardek going down extremely quickly. Lost Boytov, the next man for Nemesis Hydra, who's going to fall. The minions did not take the turret, so that was 2 kills and a gold mine for nothing. Big swing for Gangstar Series.
And it all comes from Hardek getting a very weak afterburn. He actually did it into the wall, which means that he gained absolutely no difference. He was basically left to the wolves. Gangstar's also able to get that secondary kill onto Lost Boy Toff. Having little mobility on this Catherine meant that Gangstars secured themselves 2 kills and another turret. So 10 minutes into this game, and Gangstars already leading in commanding fashion.
Yeah, and speaking of that lead, they're sitting in almost a 6,000 gold lead, which is pretty big for this point in the game. One of the bigger leads that we have seen so far at the Winter Championships. Nemesis Hydra really need to figure something out, come up with a Hail Mary play if they want to bring this one back.
They certainly do. Fuji, now completed that Sorrow Blade, is going to be hitting significantly harder. Decided to go less towards that sustain and more towards let's just get the deeps. And you're going to need it if you want to be shutting down Chicken as often as possible. He has now picked up the Frostburn, so the ability to kite is going to be a little bit stronger. But Gangstars don't care.
Yeah, Hardek, he's just got Afterburn out of there, finds the stun onto Fuji to stop his aggression on Chicken 123, but it looks like Gangstar Serious just want to threaten an initiation. They're going to chase Nemesis Hydra all the way back to their base turret, but not find a kill. The turret on the side of Gangstar Serious has been so low for so long, and Nemesis Hydra have got to be kicking themselves that they couldn't take it earlier on. Maybe some better rotations could have found it. Maybe some better vision control could have won them that fight. It's a tough spot to be in for these guys.
If they just set up better for that sort of a siege, hang on a second, Nemesis have been caught.
We're going to see a big fight here. Hardek does actually do some nice damage on the Gabe Vizzle. Fuji on the back line, hurting Chicken 123 right now. He can't get the return kill. That's 2 quick ones for Gangstar Serious, and Lost Boytov has no way out. He's not playing that ardent. He can't jump over the walls. And an ace again coming through for Gangstar Serious, their second of the game. They might actually just tank up the 3rd turret, which is a very bold move this early in the game. I don't know if they've got enough damage, especially with Iraqi Zoro having to run away, but it looks like they should be able to pull it off. Very well played by these guys to know exactly how much they can get away with.
Gabe Vizzle is renowned for using crucibles at just the right time, and you saw it once again there. He saw the blast tremor coming out. He used the crucible at just the right time to prevent the silence from coming down. That allowed Iraqi and Fuji to get the most out of their damage that they have available to them, and it was simply a matter of cleanup. In the 2 versus 2, Hardek and Chicken versus Iraqi and Fuji, there is no way the Nemesis Hydra is going to be able to come out on top, especially at this point in the game.
All right, well, yet again, we got Gangstar Serious reinforcing this turret. Hardek has to Afterburn away yet again. Fuji with some big damage down onto him, finds that first kill along with Iraqi Zoro, now Chicken 123, and Lost Boy on the retreat. Chicken 123 may not be fast enough to pull this one out. He's going to slow up the members of Gangstar Serious, but Fuji jumping right on top of him, picks up that kill. Lost Boytov wants to make it to the base. He's slowed up by On Point. Is he going to get out of there? No! Fuji and Gabe Vizzle find themselves the 3rd kill. They're looking for another turret here. Hardek, he's already back up, though. You guys got to remember, we're only 12.5 minutes into this game.
What an incredible push from Gangstars. They don't hesitate, immediately force the fight, and simply focus down Hardek. And with him it's just the gold advantage at this point for Gangstars. There's very little mechanical outplay coming out in these team fights. It's simply due to
Close to 10,000.
Yeah, exactly. They have such a monumental gold advantage. Shatterglass is now finished for Iraqi Zoro. Fuji is sitting sitting at 1,300 gold, so he's going to go back and likely pick up a Tyrant's Monocle. And it's simply a matter of Nemesis not being able to deal with the damage that Gangstars can put out right now.
Chicken123 did manage to just get a breaking point there, so maybe that'll help him in these fights deal the damage he needs to. Something we see in Europe a lot is that Scarf team compositions don't do so well early on, but they manage to bring it back with some kind of insane play from the Scarf. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough with this big a deficit for Nemesis Hydra. They're just so far behind.
Yeah, it's a rough ride for Nemesis Hydra at this point now that Fuji actually decided to go for the Tornado trigger rather than the Tyrant's Monocle. Still going to give him a good chunk of attack speed combined with the critical strike chance that it does give you. Not really that surprising, so right now, Gangstar Sirius looking to set up what potentially could be the game-ending push. Look at the level difference between the two teams right now.
It is absolutely
insane.
monstrous.
It's huge.
Nemesis Hydra are going to have a hard time coming up with something to deal with this push, I think. Maybe just hugging their turret is the answer, but they're going very far out of their base to clear the wave. Hardek could be going down here. Lots of damage onto him. Look at that. Instantly burst down. This is a big advantage. Having the 3 versus 2 lead in terms of the team numbers means that maybe Gangstar Sirius could look towards ending the game here. Can they find the turret in time, though? That's Attack of the Pack. They're going to be going for this one. The turret taking a lot of damage right off the bat. Chicken123 in a good spot to get a lot of damage down. And actually, he's chasing it. Gabe Fizzle and Fuji, they're both still alive, though. Iraqi Zora on the front line might be able to just deal with this turret and back out. That is going to respawn Hardek. But again, Gangstar Sirius, every time they get even a slight edge, they turn it into a turret. They turn it into objectives. They're playing so well with every lead they get.
And once again, you have to give credit to that Crucible from Gabe Fizzle. Perfectly on point to completely deny the silence that came out from Lost Boy. And on top of that, the kiting that they did around that Dragon's Breath allowed Iraqi Zoro to just get so much free damage onto Chicken, which forced him back and prevented him from getting that cleanup. Now Nemesis Hydra have an exposed Vein Crystal, and all Gangstars have to do is, well, they don't even need to play around the Kraken. They could literally just group up, siege, and end the game.
They really could, and you know, no Vein Crystals left is just the worst situation you can be in here, especially when you're so far behind in gold that you can't even really team fight. I don't think, I mean, we saw it there, to be honest. Chicken had basically a full channel of Dragon's Breath off and still couldn't kill anyone. I mean, they were very low, but he couldn't kill anyone. So if they just go for the Vein Crystal, they should be in a good spot. Right now, they want to do that. Gabe Fizzle leading the charge. Hardek immediately burst down. We've seen that one before. Chicken123 backs himself into a corner here by that Winter Championship flag. They go down at the same time. Style points over to Gangstar Sirius, and they're going to be taking home this first win in a best of 3.
Gangstar Sirius, very clean game coming out from them against Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra got themselves the first 2 kills of the game and haven't gotten a kill since that point. Consistent fight after fight going in the favor of Gangstars. Very clean game coming out from them.
I've got to admit, that was a solid performance out of these guys, and moving into game 2, that's really got to shake the spirits of Nemesis Hydra. We've talked about them being an emotional team before. They said yesterday in their best of 3 series, where it did go to all 3 games against Kinetic, they were able to keep their cool, but this was a much more convincing performance out of Gangstar Sirius. So you've got to wonder if it's going to be the same situation again.
Yeah, you certainly do. Hardek 1-8-1 on that glaive. Not the best performance. He had some great afterburners at the very start of the game, but from that point on, he wasn't really able to land those ideal afterburns.
Always using them to get out.
Yeah, exactly. He was always getting caught out of position, and it comes back into question, moving from lane into the jungle. Has he had the proper opportunity to maximize his efficiency in that role, you know?
Yeah, you gotta wonder. I mean, I think Lost Boy Tough as well in that game. The Catherine didn't seem to be as high impact to some of the things we've seen him on.
No.
Perhaps he can channel the power of his hat and pull something out in the next game. I think that's how he does it, to be honest.
Personally, I feel like that having Iraqi Zora in the studio with Gangstars is really what's giving them so much power. You know, with him here, his presence that he provides is actually pretty monumental.
All right, well, we're going to be passing back to the analyst, Playoff Beard and Rome, to talk a little bit more about that one very convincing victory for Gangstar Sirius.
Thank you very much. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome, and also 4 forecourt jester. Nice to have you stop by the analyst desk. First to Rome, that was a pretty decisive performance. Some question marks about Fuji going in, but he answered a lot of those questions in that game.
Yeah, and overall, like, well played by the Gangstar Series team. And I had this feeling where just the play styles from both of these teams and how they approach it, I had to favor Gangstar Series based on the fact that they wait on those best time to capitalize on mistakes, or they pretty much wait for like chicken, or when Hardik just pretty much overextend too far. And every single time, looking at the item builds here, like something that we always have to point out, Fuji did an excellent job in terms of grabbing a lot of heavy weapon damage items based on the fact that he's able to dive really deep. And as long as he has that one reflex block up and available, they're always able to like negate out one of the stuns, and he goes straight down and takes out Scarf.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights from that first match and tell me anything that stands out for you.
Like, for everything here, like, they always made sure that they went as a 3. Like, the rotations were always on point, and they made sure, like, as long as they positioned themselves correctly, they waited out the abilities coming out of Glaive and Catherine, and that was exactly when they started jumping into the team fights.
All right, forecourt jester, you've been embedded today. You've spent a bunch of time with both Nemesis Hydra and Gangstar Sirius. You get any good stories out of that?
Well, I mean, the Gangstar Sirius and Nemesis Hydra, it's been a long time since they've really gone head-to-head like this, but the teams themselves, the players, they all know each other just so well. But coming into this one, like Gangstar Sirius, I mean, they were really the guys that were super confident about this one. They said, yeah, we can just come in here, we can win this, and based upon game number 1, and just really clean fights, by the end of it, an overwhelming kill number going their way. They really did show that Irakizora is just not all full of hot air.
And what does it mean to these teams? Did they talk to you at all about getting to replay El Clasico?
Yeah, El Clasico was the kind of the word or the phrase that came up just a ton today. We talked to a lot of teams that said, yeah, this is the classic matchup, because if you go all the way back to the very beginning, like Dev Streams, King of the Hills.
That's right, King of the Hills.
Hydras, the Nemesis Hydra crew, which was actually founded by Fuji. Back in the day, he was the guy that played with Lost Boy Dive. He was the guy that played with Hardak up against Gangstar Sears, which was Iraqi Zoro back in the day. So now, these guys, they have such history. But the big thing was, Nemesis Hydra grew a lot when Sirius went off to Korea. They did 2 seasons there, arguably. So now that they're back, this is the first historical match since June last year. And they're just really happy that they're able to play each other, because it's more of a reunion rather than like revenge. But these guys are really just thirsting for that first place tomorrow.
King of the Hill, you're taking me back. And for any viewers who know what that's even talking about from Vainglory's earliest days, thank you for being with us and supporting us for so long. And you make an excellent point there that Gangstar Sirius, TSM, they spent so much time overseas that really this Winter Championship is a great chance to finally get to see some of these matchups that we've been waiting for. Rome, later on, TSM versus Liberation X will be one of those for sure. But as we approach the draft for this second match in the best of 3, what are you paying attention to, in terms of what Nemesis has to do differently or what Gangstars has to keep going?
I think Nemesis just has to find a composition that's more balanced in terms of, like, last game, we saw them having that Scarf up in the back. They need to be able to, like, prioritize letting Scarf be able to land those skill shots, making life more easier for Scarf. And this is something that the Hydra team needs to work on for the second match. They need to make sure that everything has, like, its role in the game in terms of from scaling and transitioning from that early to late game.
So, forecourt jester, we're in the later stages of day 2 now. Is there any trend? Is there any standout thing for you, just in terms of the tournament overall?
Well, I mean, we've seen a very big lack of Adagio compared to yesterday. That's it's definitely a big first one right there. He's just a super strong and flexible pick right now. But Nemesis Hydra, I grilled them. I asked him, what have you guys been practicing? What are you going to be bringing to this? Like, your back is going to be up against the wall if you can't win this. They said, no, we're just here to wing it. So, I mean, I think they could really just pull out anything at this point, I think.
All right, so we have some teams that are spending every waking moment practicing. Some teams here to wing it, and we'll see how that works out for them. I think the more practiced team had a little bit better showing in that first game. Let's go to the draft, where we already have, thanks to forecourt jester here, an Adagio off the board.
I'm sorry, man. It's just not going to be given away. It's curious that it's the first ban, though.
Yeah, so coming up from their side, I'm not too sure what they were doing with Adagio first ban, but primarily you don't see Lost Boy Toph too much playing Adagio. Instead, he likes that Ardent. He likes securing himself one of those protector roles.
All right, so maybe that's it, that they figure if they don't take the Adagio away, they're going to be forced to play the Adagio, and they didn't want to find themselves in that scenario. Nemesis Hydra grabbing that Vox away.
And this is something that we've seen. Vox, and played by Chicken123 yesterday, who was excellent up in that lane. Not only was his CS up to point, but he was making those rotations necessary, especially when Hardek needed him.
Jester, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fuji on this Black Feather again, maybe.
I mean, like, he just had such great work in game number 1, and Last Boy Toph is really well known for Nemesis Hydra and his Arden, and Gangstar Sirius said that Toph is really kind of the big contender for Hydra, so if they can take that Arden away, they will, but they're not going to make it a first pick priority.
Rome, it's going to be a fortress for Hydra.
So with this coming out, they have a great chance of actually getting an easier movement space during that early phase, especially when you're combining that with the Kroll, who actually needs that time to scale into that late game.
All right, and it is a Kroll once again. Hardek on that Kroll.
Yeah, so with this, we can expect for them to actually be very engaging in that early game. As long as Kroll is able to get up those attack speed, he can combine it with the bleed from coming out of the fortress, and they can actually proc out a lot of damage and burst them down.
All right, and once again, it'll be a pedal into that Kroll. For this pivotal game 2, it's Action Jackson and Vedius.
All right, thank you guys. Let's get this game underway. I can't wait to see if Nemesis Hydra are going to be able to pull things back. They've gone for the Kroll, something that we did see them use to great effect yesterday. Yep. Not a lot of people have been picking it up in NA at the very least. But when we asked them about it, we asked Hardek, like, have you been watching EU? No.
And they were like, wait, Kroll's playing EU? And we were like, yeah, literally exactly how you play it. And he was like, oh. I see. But
great minds think alike.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he was thinking. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game 2 between Gangstar Sirius and Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra, this is their last opportunity to make their way into the semi-final. But if they lose this game, they will be knocked down into the losers bracket, where they will actually be going up against... I can't remember.
A team.
A team. In any case, it is going to be a very passive standard start between the two teams. And we do actually have Arakizora on the Black Feather already putting some damage down onto Chicken.
Yeah, this is something that I know he is very proficient on. They've decided to give Fuji the pedal instead, which I like a lot. You know, Fuji has been playing incredibly well on Petal, and actually Petal has had incredible performance in the games she's been seen in this tournament.
It certainly has, but hang on a second, because Nemesis Hydra doing exactly what they did yesterday on the Kroll
special.
Yeah, the Kroll special, which you and I know so well from Europe. This is a European standard Kroll play where you try to make that aggressive gank up in the lane with the Kroll, with the movement speed buff that you get from the perk, and you just set up for that early first blood. But it is, once again, because of Gangstars getting to the shop early. This is something that you're seeing a lot more from teams where they're, rather than going for this early skirmish, they just rotate their team up to the lane. They allow the enemy team to just shop. You get a little bit of farm experience from the lane, you shove it in, and then you go for that 3-man rotate down to the shop and potentially collapse like you're seeing here.
Gabe Vizzle is taking a lot of damage from Chicken123, but they don't quite have the ability to capitalize on it just yet. Obviously, Lost Boy Toph being level 1, not having the ability to leap in there, did hurt him a little bit. But I don't think either team's going to mind that much if the beginning of this game is a little bit passive. You know, both of these guys scale relatively well.
Look at how focused Arakizora is right now. He's not letting anything phase him whatsoever. He's so focused. In fact, his eyes are just staring into the crowd. It's almost like his mind is in the game, but his body is somewhere else.
You might be right, Vedius. I have a feeling that's exactly what's going on.
So right now, let's talk a little bit more about the panel, because you talked about it earlier, but we didn't actually go into it in depth. And this is actually also something that we see a lot of in Europe as a response to the Kroll, because what you do is the thing that Kroll struggles with is he has no reliable way, without items, without things like the Shiver Steel, to stick to your target. So what the Pedal does is it allows you to kite back from that Kroll, and it just makes it so much harder. Just like we saw against the Rhyme earlier, where you basically keep the Kroll at arm's length, and you prevent him from getting onto your carries.
Yeah, it's a very effective strategy, to be honest. And also Kroll, someone who has a lot of burst damage with the smite, especially in the earlier stages of the game. So when you can use the explosive seeds, the ultimate from Fuji's pedal, you know, you can really heal up a big chunk of damage that just got dealt and maybe stop the execute from coming across. It's a solid pick into what Hardek's doing here, and you can tell that Gangstar Sirius have thought deeply about this.
Yeah, having talked to Fuji in depth, he's identified, or he's fully aware of a lot of the weaknesses that Kroll does have, and he said quite specifically that Kroll only really works with certain roamers. But hang on a second, speaking of Kroll,
yeah, Hardek gonna be initiated on here. Rakizora doing a lot of damage right off of the bat. Fuji as well. You can see Lost Boy top very, very low, but having to run away. Hardek going to go down, can't find that return. Fuji tries to speed forward. I don't think he's gonna find too much more, but the first kill in this game going the way of Gangstar Sirius.
Yeah, that just wasn't a great setup for Nemesis Hydra. They weren't really in a great position to go for that fight because Hardek was on the retreat initially, which meant that Lost Boy Toph ended up taking a lot of damage just to try and keep Hardek alive. And when Nemesis Hydra finally decided to go for the re-engage, they had already sustained way too much damage. So that made it very easy for Gangstars to get the turnaround, get the cleanup kill. And when you're sitting in those pedal munions for so long, it's way too difficult for you to turn that fight around.
Yeah, they deal such high damage per second. That's the big thing. In an extended team fight, she's got incredible DPS. Rakizora, though, in a bit of a tough spot here. Hardek trying to go for the gank we know so well from Kroll, but he doesn't actually get the kill, and now the turnaround's here. We've got Gabe, Vizzo, and Fuji making their way up. You see Hardek taking a ton of damage right now. Is he going to be able to get away from this one? No, the Munions taking it down. Gangstar Sirius with a very nice response to this Kroll play we know so well.
That was a great turnaround coming out from Gangstar Sirius. Bit of an overcommitment coming out from Hardek. He tried to go under the tower, tried to use that smite to get the kill onto Araki, but it wasn't quite enough to secure himself the kill. And taking that turret shot was what enabled Gangstars to turn that around.
He went Hardek, but he went home.
Exactly that. So a little bit unfortunate for him. Right now, though, just taking stock of what's happened so far, Gangstars sitting on a pretty significant lead right now.
They are indeed. Right now, they are sitting at 9.5k gold to the 8.1 of Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra picking up that minion miner just brought that a little bit closer than it was up until a moment ago. But Gangstar Sirius, they're in a great position to take some more objectives around the map. Maybe the gold mine, maybe their minion miner. I think, to be honest, that they don't want the minion mine buff necessarily just yet. They're quite happy to have the minions pushing into them so that they can control the lane a little bit more and make sure that Araki Zoro isn't overextending for farm against Hardek.
Well, you have to remember that the only owning one minion mine doesn't actually shove up the minion wave, but it will do a lot more damage to turrets, and it will do a lot more damage to enemy heroes. So what this suggests to me is that Gangstars weren't initially that interested in fighting in the lane, because you're not relying that much on the minion damage. But now they've decided to pick that one up to match the fact that Nemesis Hydra have picked up their own minion miner. So it does also make them a little bit tanky, a little bit harder to wave clear as well. So there is also that to factor in, and Gangstars and Nemesis just holding on a little bit to before actually picking up that objective.
All right, well, now having done that, the gold lead that we were talking about earlier has redeveloped because they both got about the same amount from that. 2,000 to Gangstar Sirius at 6.5 minutes here. They're doing a very nice job in the early game up against this Kroll. And Fuji's actually one of the... Oh, actually, hang on. There's going to be a fight here as Fuji gets initiated on. He face checks that bush into Hardek.
Oh, wow.
Smitten down. Big damage coming out of Hardek. We're going to have to see if Araki Zor can clean up here. He's already taken down one kill. Lost Boy should be able to get under the turret to safety, but Araki Zoro might even go for the dive here. He does have a lot of damage, but no Rose offensive to really facilitate that one. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 for now.
And this is why you have to keep the Kroll at arm's length, because if you let him get in range of you, he will just smite you down and easily pick up that kill. Fuji was just sat underneath Hardek, allowing him to build up those spectral smite stacks. He did not respect the damage, and he ends up paying for it with his life. So Fuji, I feel, is going to be playing a lot more passively beyond this point.
Yeah, I think he's got to be careful at face-checking bushes. You know, you do not want to do that into a Kroll, because if he's already on you at the beginning, then he can Dead Man's Rush later, and then suddenly he can stick on you, right? The idea is that if you're at arm's length to begin with, that's when he kind of struggles. Hardek, the build that he's going for, let's talk a little bit about that one. He's got a lot of defensive stats right now.
Yeah, it's something that you'll often see from, you know, we go on about it, but it's these European Krolls. You get this early attack speed, and then you sort of go towards that tank and then Shiver Steel. So it's all about applying as many Spectral Smite stats as possible. And then, you go for that burst, you go for that big stack of B ability as the gauntlet comes down.
But that's from Hell's Heart onto Fuji. He gets stunned up for quite some time. Can he get out of here? No, Hardik gets the kill. But now Iraqi Zoro looking to make some more happen here. Got to be a bit careful as Gabe Vizzle is slightly lower health right off the bat. And now Iraqi Zoro initiated onto again by Hardik. They're trying to take down Lost Boytov first. Look at the smite. It's not going to be enough on point. The shield comes through. Iraqi Zoro, he gets out of there. Gabe Vizzle, blood for blood, finds the kill. It's not an ace, but it is 3 kills coming across from Gangstar Sirius.
Wow, Gabe Vizzle earning that title of one of the best supports here in North America. That Vanguard was so clutch at the end, and if Iraqi Zoro had fallen, there's no reason why Hardik couldn't have cleaned up that fight. But thanks to that fantastic play from him, he kept Iraqi Zoro alive long enough to turn the fight in their favor, and they get the ace as well as the gold mine. But Fuji, he ended up getting collapsed upon immediately from the beginning as well. From Hell's Heart hit him directly. The Spectral Smite stacks were just built up so insanely quickly with this Blazing Salvo build that Hardik has decided to go for, and Fuji gets taken out of the fight almost instantly.
Yeah, he really needs to pick himself up a reflex block sometime soon.
Well, as you say that.
There we go. It's almost as if I know the game kind of well.
It's almost like you saw it.
I didn't see. That's not fair. I did not see it. In any case, now that he's got that, we should probably not see that happen too many more times. If he can just reflex block out of that stun from Hell's Heart, won't do enough. But Iraqi Zoro looking to go for a dive here onto Chicken 1, 2, 3. He's actually doing a lot of damage back onto Iraqi Zoro, but he's able to Rose Offensive out of there. The turret shot so close to finding it. Hardik, he's gonna jump in. A smite, is it gonna be coming through? He waits out the shield, but he's gonna go down off the back of it. This is the stun coming through, but it's not gonna land. Gabe Vizzle does not get hit. And Gangstar Sirius find 2 kills. Lost Boytov needs to get out of there, and we might see the turret going the way of Gangstar Sirius.
So Iraqi Zoro dives under the turret, gets a huge chunk of damage down onto Chicken, realizes he can't get the 1v1, and is just like, okay, I'm gonna leave then. So he literally then just rose offenses out of the turret ring. Insane Black Feather mechanics, great use of your abilities, and great spreading out so that you micromanage the amount of damage that you're taking. The problem is, he did take 1 too many tower shots on that setup for Hardik to come in from the flank, but I don't think Hardik was prepared for the amount of damage the Gangstars actually had to turn around onto him and get themselves 2 kills.
Yeah, he'd invested a lot to get that first kill down onto Iraqi Zoro and put himself in a bit of a compromising position, especially when Fuji has the Frostburn right now. So running away from him just isn't an option particularly for someone who doesn't have, for example, a free target dash. Which, maybe Fuji does, for example, with the trampoline. So nice plays coming out of Gangstar Sirius. They're sitting at a big gold lead right now, about 5,000 up, which is a great position for them to be in.
So Iraqi's sitting on 1,800 gold. I just wanted to highlight what he was going to pick up, and he's decided to go for a very early Serpent's Mask. So going to be going more towards that utility sustain sort of itemization. They set up the flank.
Oh, Fuji, this time he gets hit from Hell's Heart yet again. Can't see it coming out of the bush, but Hardik, he's quite low. Iraqi Zoro is still very healthy right now, using that Rose Offensive, getting auto attacks off onto everyone on the side of Nemesis Hydra. That's going to be Hardik going down. Gabe Vizzle might fall, but Iraqi Zoro looking to clean this one up. He's one versus one against the roamer. He should be able to find Lost Boytov. He's got that big shield. It's going to be a kill. Iraqi Zoro with the ace. He finds every single member of the Hydra lineup.
Iraqi Zoro doing so much work. That was phenomenal play from him. You could see how all of the focus went down onto shutting Fuji out of the fight. And yes, he took a lot of damage. He was deleted by Hardik, which was great target focus from Hydra. But when you ignore Iraqi Zoro, once he's completed the Serpent's Mask, he's just going to be doing free damage from the side. He's going to get all those Heartthrob stacks on you, and there's going to be very little that you can do about it. So great micromanagement coming out from Iraqi Zoro to just kite around the fight, get the damage down that he needed to end up coming out with with an ace.
Yeah, very well played by him. One thing I want to talk about, though, is Nemesis Hydra. You know, how do they come back into this game, right? If you look at the lineup that they have, Chicken123, we've hardly talked about him yet this game, but he is on Vox, someone who is notorious for being super potent in the late game. We saw it from D'Enzio earlier, for example. Maybe that's their ticket here.
So what we've seen a lot from in the past, and I'm thinking back yesterday to when we saw Kinetic play against Liberation X, and it was actually Kinetic versus Nemesis Hydra, and the use of Vox against Blackfeather in particular, the ability it has to kite out a Blackfeather can be incredible if you position well, but Iraqi recognizes this, and this is why he's picked up the Shiver Steel. He's trying to mitigate the amount of kiting that Chicken actually has available to him on this Vox, and when you're running a Fortress, the amount of peel that you provide for Chicken is nowhere near the same that an Arden can apply. So when you combine this Blackfeather and the Arden together, it just makes Chicken's life so much more difficult and really denies his carry potential.
One concern I have for Gangstar Series is how they're actually going to siege down turrets, because they don't have much other than Fuji's Munions to hit from range. That might not be enough. Fuji yet again hit by From Hell's Heart. It just keeps on landing on the main target. Iraqi Zoro going to be the new focus, though. Can they turn this one around? Hardek, he's tanking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. No one's fallen yet for Gangstar Series, and they're trying to turn this into a team fight when Chicken, he's going to go down. Lost Boytov doesn't have an easy way out of here, and Iraqi Zoro goes for the dive, finds the kill. The ace ticks come in, and they all get out. Gangstar Series are dominating right now.
Iraqi didn't even care about Chicken in that fight. All of his focus was down onto Hardek, and by shutting him out of the fight... Iraqi, shame on you.
Unfortunate.
Shame
Lost
on
Boytov,
you.
even when he's dead, gets the kills under his turret.
Nice outplay, Lost Boy. Nice outplay. Oh, man, that was... Yeah, he walked out of range of tower, or he thought he walked out of range of tower angle, came back in to try and get the cleanup, but... Just recapping that fight, that was Gangstar's just not caring about Chicken. All of the focus went down onto Hardek, who was hyper-aggressive initially, tried to go for the play, and it was just Gangstar's turning all of their attention onto Hardek, who, even with the Atlas Pauldron, wasn't enough to mitigate all this damage. So Gangstar Series, once again, with a fantastic target focus.
Take a look at the items that are being picked up right now. Fuji just went for an Aegis, and I actually really like that pickup here, because we've got a lot of crystal power coming out of Nemesis Hydra. You've got to remember that the smite damage is crystal damage as well, so that's actually going to mean that he doesn't take as much. He's got a big shield to deal with the burst. Now if he's the first target, it's even harder to kill him, and even in that fight where Iraqi became the target...
Oh no!
Oh!
That's big. That is absolutely massive.
That's not good.
That's very likely Gangstar saw that as well, so it wouldn't be surprising if they forced a fight right now. They're going to quickly go to the shop. There's the Warhorn.
Oh, they are immediately going for this one. Hardek in a rough spot, gets slowed up right off the bat. Fuji leading the charge here, actually taking a lot of damage. The Aegis, not quite enough, but look at this.
Still alive.
He's still alive. The fountain coming through is keeping him up, but there's actually good damage out of Chicken, out of Hardek. Iraqi Zoro, he might go down.
Wow.
Nemesis Hydra, they're turning things around. Game Fizzle, he's gonna fall. It's the turnaround ace for Nemesis Hydra.
Nemesis Hydra finally find the fight that they were looking for. We discredited, or Gangstars were discrediting Chicken and saying that he wasn't worth the focus. And it turns out that when you leave Chicken to his own devices, he's easily able to turn the fight around in his favor. So phenomenal stuff from him to be able to actually come out ahead in that fight. That was an actually incredibly well-played team fight from Nemesis Hydra.
It really was big from Nemesis Hydra. I can't believe they were able to pull that out just now. But you got to remember, it's what we were talking about. The later the game goes, the more influential Chicken123 is going to be able to become. And we've got to talk about him now, because that was a big fight from them.
It certainly was. He'd hit that 2-item power spike with the Broken Myth alongside the alternating current. He was positioning very well, sitting around outside of the Iraqi Zoro. But for me, it was very much about the target focus is always Fuji. You can see Nemesis Hydra very much about, let's just kill Fuji, and then once we have the numbers advantage, we can just turn around onto Blackfeather. Because Blackfeather, going for that very early Shiver Steel, is more towards utility than he is damage. He's not really stacked that weapon power. He's gone for more of these sustained, drawn-out fights.
Yeah.
And so that means that the majority of the damage immediately is going to be coming from that pedal. So let's shut down pedal and prevent Fuji from really being able to do anything. And Nemesis Hydra have done a great job of that so far. but he survived for so long. I thought that things were going to go horribly for Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I actually think that maybe after that fight, we're going to see Gangstar Sirius change up their tactics a little bit and start focusing more on Chicken 1, 2, 3.
I feel you need
Hardek
to.
was a big focus for them at the beginning of that fight.
Yeah.
And maybe if it had been Chicken, I mean, I don't know if Hardek, considering how he's been shut down this game, is really going to be able to run away with a fight like Chicken can.
Because it comes back to what you were saying earlier with regards to you like the early shield, and I think that makes a lot of sense, because if you have a look at how Hardek has decided to itemize, he's actually got very little weapon power. He's relying on the base stats of that Spectral Smite. So the more shield you stack up, the less damage that Smite is going to be able to do, and you saw that in the fact that Fuji wasn't burst down instantly. So I do like the itemization coming out from Gangstars, but their priority does need to be onto Chicken. But now that Nemesis Hydra picked themselves up the Kraken, all of a sudden, momentum is starting to swing back in their favor.
I mean, Gangstar Series, do not get me wrong, they still have a very healthy gold lead at this point. They do,
yeah.
You know, but is that going to be enough here with the Kraken helping out Nemesis Hydra? It sort of becomes a 4 versus 3. Gangstar Series are going to need to deal with this push before they can look for another fight like the one they just had and change up the tactics and go for Chicken, all the things that we were just talking about. You can see the Kraken beginning to beat down on this turret. We might see Gangstar Series just go for a fight kind of quickly here, but for now, they're just trying to deal with the Kraken as fast as possible.
From House Heart.
Lands on the Gabe Vizzle. That's not a great target. Iraqi Zoro gonna dive onto the backline.
Look at the Chicken.
Putting a lot of DPS down. Chicken, the new target focus for Gangstars. He is gonna have to try and jump out of here with the Sonic Zoom, but he goes down. Fuji finally is taken out, but Iraqi Zoro is quite low here. Hardek, he does find it. Gabe Vizzle, where was that gauntlet earlier on? The Kraken's still healthy. Nemesis Hydra, they're gonna get a big push off of this.
They certainly are. 20 seconds still on the death timers. The Kraken is at least going to get one more turret. We talked about how you needed to focus down Chicken, but this is what happens if you leave Hardek alive at full health.
I didn't think he was going to be able to put out this much damage, but he certainly showed me wrong. Gabe Vizzle does force the members of Nemesis Hydra back, but Kraken still pretty healthy, doing some good damage to that turret. Look at the way that the gold has just suddenly been equalized. It is now within only 1,000 after such a tremendous lead on Gangstar Series most of the game. This is the late game Vox. This is exactly what we thought could happen and might be the ticket for Nemesis Hydra. They're showing that they are a force to be reckoned with.
They're reaching this late game point. You talked about it so much, and I was very doubtful. I didn't think that Gangstars would really let up from the aggression that they had, and that Nemesis Hydra, given how much of a weak early start they'd had, it was very unlikely that they were going to be able to come back, but clearly I was proven wrong. This late game Vox and this late game Kroll is just doing so much work, and to be honest, the person I'm most surprised about is this Pedal. Pedal, for me, is having barely any impact.
Yeah, the damage is fairly substantial, but is not enough, and maybe after a Broken Myth is complete, she will begin to have that impact. We're just going to have to wait and see whether Gangstar Series can sort of figure out how to break through onto Chicken quickly enough. If they can kill him fast, Hardek is only going to have maybe 1 or 2 rotations of Smite, right? If he gets something like 3, which I think he did in that last fight, that's when the real damage starts coming out of him, because he's just able to use those base stats we were talking about several times.
It certainly is the case. Now have a look at the positioning from Nemesis Hydra. They've set up in the lane, they have the numbers, or they have the positional advantage, they have the wave pushing in their favor, but I don't think they want to go for the push, they want to go for a fight.
Oh, Iraqi Zoro actually the one hit by that from Hell's Heart to begin with. Fuji trying to kite back from Hardek right now as Iraqi Zoro swaps on to Chicken. He's going to turn it around, he wants to go for Hardek, but I don't know if they're going to find this. This is a huge fight for Nemesis Hydra.
Wow.
Hardek goes down, Gabe is the last member alive. Chicken finds a triple kill, and Nemesis Hydra, they are almost certainly in the lead off of that fight.
Nemesis Hydra could potentially end the game right now. They'd already set up the lane to go to push in their favor. Death timers are around 25 seconds. There's only 1 turret left. This could be game 2 going over to Nemesis Hydra.
I think Nemesis Hydra are going to take this. They want to go to a game 3. They did it yesterday. Maybe they can do it again. We're going to have to see. Well played by these guys. Gangstar Serious, they're going to be sweating after that loss.
Wow, Nemesis Hydra stepping things up. I thought things were lost for them, but clearly they found the way that they needed to come back into that game. That late game prowess that they had was just dominant. I mean, you said it yourself, right? The Gangstars are going to change up their playstyle after the pause. They're going to change the way in which they look to fight. And
maybe they shouldn't have.
And this is it. See, they thought, okay, we can't focus Chicken. We have to focus Hardek. And the gauntlet was so perfectly set up to do that. You separate off Hardek from the rest of his team. Let's focus down Hardek, kill him, and then clean up the rest of the fight. Fuji was doing such a phenomenal job of kiting back. But then they couldn't kill Hardek at all. And then when they finally do, it's too late. Fuji's too low, Araki's too low. Chicken then just comes in, cleans up, gets the triple kill, and ends the game.
This is the thing about the tanky Kroll build. You know, they couldn't kill him, and the base stats turned out to be enough to carry him through the fights. NA, no one except for a few people, I mean, Hardek being one of them, are really giving Kroll much attention. Fuji talked a lot in our player interviews about knowing how to shut down that Kroll. It turns out maybe his confidence was slightly misplaced. Going into the blind pick, Game 3, Hardek can easily take that if he wants to.
But the thing is, in the blind pick now, Gangstar Series, we have to think about their international experience and how they are used to adapting in a series. They had a commanding Game 1. Game 2, they fell behind. They didn't respect the Kroll late game and the impact that Chicken can have. But now in Game 3, they can be much better prepared for that Kroll pick.
All right, well, there's a lot of variables on the table moving into the blind pick. To talk us through those, we're going to be handing back to Playoff Beard and Rome.
All right, so the first world champions, not what they expected there. We saw the current world champions go down earlier today. Will Gangstar Sirius follow TSM into the losers bracket? That match sure took a heavy turn.
Yeah, and pretty much like it just depended on how long they were scaling. And we noticed Chicken 123 playing that Vox. Like it did take him like about 13 minutes to actually ramp up and finish up that second item when he got that broken myth. And this made such a big difference to them in that later team fight where you have Hardek playing that Kroll. He had enough defensive items, securing himself an Atlas and a Crucible. So he's always up in that front line, engaging right away, with Chicken standing at the back, just raking up breaking point stacks. And this is where the fights start turning around a lot because Gangstar Series, we saw that they had a pedal and they were doing very dominantly early, but pedal does fall off. And later on, like as long as if Iraqi Zoro isn't able to clean up very quickly, they do pay the price.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights from that. Once the From Hell's Hearts were getting onto those Gangstars players, it really changed the tone of those fights.
Yeah, and it was all coordination, and it was really fun to actually watch the Nemesis team playing out like these different compositions yesterday and today where they used like their power spikes, they used those late game potential, and they actually outplayed the Gangstar Sirius team during the late team fights.
Now, really, was there anything that Gangstar Sirius could have done differently, or was it just they needed to close out earlier?
Overall, I think Gangstar Sirius, they played very strong early, but they didn't maintain enough pressure onto that lane. They let Vox just freely farm later on, and if they're not able to like either push up that objective really early, like the match we saw with Halcyon Hammer's Velocity earlier, Vox just ramps up and he starts doing too much damage.
All right, so this, of course, now going to a Game 3 blind pick scenario. For both of these teams, they're still on the winner's side, so whoever loses this will not be out. They will drop down into the loser's bracket. We'll have another chance to make it through. But as we move into blind pick, what are the comfort picks these days?
To be honest, like it's not going to be more about the comfort picks for them because every hero is considered one of their comfort picks for both of these teams. Like these are like the top tier teams in the region. And what's going to actually come down to is like mind games. They're going to be predicting what their opponents are going to be playing, and they're going to try and counter pick against that.
All right, so play that out for me right now. What is Gangstar's thinking? What is Nemesis thinking? And after all the mental permutations, what kind of comps do they end up with?
To be honest, Gangstar Sirius, I love the way when they played that Ozo, and I think they're going to bring back Ozo for this blind pick.
Really?
Yeah, especially when you throw in an Adagio, you're able to buff them up, using up the syncing in terms of their kits together. It works out really well. And for Nemesis Hydra, it's really hard to say because they're masters in that early game aggression, and they're very strong in that late game, like they've been practicing on. So what they're going to have to do is pretty much try and engage on the weakness points of Gangstar Sirius, where as long as they're able to draw to the late game team fights, they have a greater chance of winning.
Is there any chance Gangstar Sirius assumes that Hardek is going to be on the Krull after he's played it so many times so far in this tournament and pick a comp designed to deal with Krull?
Well, with Krull, as long as you're able to play around him, you don't have to specifically get a composition for him. Atlas Pauldrons are great against Krull. making sure that he's not able to leech onto any of your allies, making sure that he's not able to dive deep into your backline.
And of course, this tournament is being played on update 115. Talk a little bit about the changes in Krull and why it's made him so popular in this tournament.
So with the recent changes in 1.15, like, we've made Krull have more of a viable crystal build. But most likely, like, with these top-tier teams, like, we're seeing a lot of weapon builds coming out of them. But something that's really big in terms of changes is the changes to weakness stacks. And for this one, we actually
simplified it quite a bit.
Yeah, so for now, you get maximum of 8 stacks. And for every stack you get, like, you pretty much lower the damage output of that person.
All right, so getting those weakness stacks, absolutely critical. We are going to get to this blind pick soon. And really, if you were in the corner of these teams, if you were in the corner of Nemesis Hydra, for example, what would you be telling them? And what might you suggest?
I would be telling them Gangstar Serious. They play very slowly in terms of they wait for mistakes and they capitalize off of them. So if I was Nemesis Hydra, I would pick a very late scaling composition. I would just make sure to go really slow and really conservatively around my own jungle. And as more time goes by, like, the greater chances of my power spikes hitting very strongly in that late game.
All right, so we're getting close to that time. Nemesis Hydra, of course, has been in this position oh so many times. It seems like every time Nemesis Hydra plays, the drama cannot get any higher. So are they just kind of comfortable in this type of situation at this point?
Well, with the blind picks, for every time Nemesis Hydra goes into a blind pick, all their opponents are guessing that they're going to run a specific composition, but they go totally 360 and run something else.
Wait, 360 or 180?
360. So then they'll make you think they're going 180, but they actually do another spin around.
All right, well, okay then. All right, like Rona.
Yeah, definitely like Rona.
Okay, which we haven't seen any of in this tournament so far. So, of course, the action does not end after this. We will then go into the other games based on what the result of this. But I think we're ready. So let's go. We're not quite ready. So we're going to wait just a minute. And one thing that I do want to mention is that the clocks are going to change tonight. The clocks are going to change at like 2 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure that you change your clocks and show up at the real 1 Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for the decisive semifinals and finals, the big conclusion. And with this decisive third final game, let's go to our casters, Action Jackson and Vedius.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're here for Game 3 of the El Clasico. Make some noise for these teams.
It's going to be Nemesis Hydra and Gangstar Serious so far. Both teams able to pull out some impressive stuff. And what a surprise. We're seeing double Adagio in the final game.
You say what a surprise, but it is not a surprise.
It's not. Oh, really? So, for the side of Nemesis Hydra, they're playing very much around Ringo. We saw this coming out from Velocity in their game against TSM, and it worked phenomenally, but they actually had the Ringo.
Could have worked better.
They had the Ringo in the jungle. So the interesting thing here is Chicken has been moved into the jungle and Hardek has been moved up into the lane. So they've got a bit of a role swap here. Meanwhile, on the side of Gangstars, they're going to be building around both Vox and Blackfeather. So we'll have to see how well. Oh, they've actually got a support Vox. So this is something I'm not used to seeing at all as Araki gets collapsed upon.
Yeah, it takes a decent chunk of damage there from Hardek, but not enough to be too afraid. He's got the ability to heal back up a little bit. The support Vox is definitely unique. It's not something I've seen a lot of. I'm curious to see where they go with it, because I don't feel like it adds too much in terms of the kit. I mean, there's not great utility on Vox. It's all very selfish utility, like mobility, right? That's a form of selfish utility. Helps you get away, not your teammates.
We're going to have to see where this goes, because I've got to be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen a roam Vox.
Oh, Araki Zoro. He is slowed up here. Hardek's doing some good damage. They managed to find that kill. First blood in this third game, going over to Nemesis Hydra. And they're actually in a great position to put some pressure onto the turret as well, given that both the other members of Gangstars are just invading the back jungle.
Fantastic collapse coming out from Gangstars. That was just a great rotation up into the lane. They collapsed down onto the fact that Araki had no mobility. They have the Fortress. They have the Achilles shot coming out from Hardek. And then when you buff Hardek up, there's very little you can do with that early game damage.
Oh, Hardek might be going down here, though. Fuji comes in from the jungle, waiting in the wings to pick up that kill. It's a kill traded for a turret. That's a very good trade, to be honest, for Nemesis Hydra.
It certainly is. They're going to happily take that early objective, but the question is, can Gangstars return that and potentially set up a shove in the lane? They don't have a great turret-taking team, but yeah, so they are just going to back away, and you can see Fuji doing what he can to get a bit of counter-jungling in.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that he's trying to utilize the enemy jungle and maybe get some of that. But with now Hardek coming back to lane, he immediately turns up the heat, finds one. He might get two. Vizzle does get one turnaround kill. You got to remember, Vox is designed to deal damage, so even when he's roam, he's going to hurt a little bit, or at least early on.
Not this early game. I mean, typically we see Vox is taking a while to scale up, but definitely not this game. That's the secret.
Roam Vox is actually an early game.
There you go. Okay,
there you go.
Heard it here first.
Vedia said it, not me. In case it's wrong.
All right, so still, early game advantage in the favor of Nemesis. They're using the fact that you have this Fortress and Ringo combo to just have a lot of mobility, have a lot of damage. Buffed up by Chicken on the Adagio means that you're not going to be able to trade very easily against that Ringo, but he has been called out of position right now.
Yeah, Hardek being chased here by Fuji. That's the on-point slow coming through.
Oh,
look
that's
at the
a lot of damage.
The amplification out of Iraqi Zoro really paying dividends there.
So that's the difference. When you have that additional crystal power, it does mean that the buff that you provide is that much stronger, which could be why they decided to put this Adagio in the lane, as Lost Boy takes a fair chunk of damage right there.
I wonder if perhaps the idea is that Gabe Vizzle can buff his own damage with his overdrived A, and also get buffed by Iraqi Zoro. So even without too many damage items, he's still hitting reasonably hard?
Could be. I mean, the thing for me is I've actually seen in the last game in particular, or the game before, sorry, Gabe Vizzle actually had more gold than Fuji, even though Fuji had like 10 kills. Because the amount of gold that you actually get from the Iron Guard contract is a little bit ridiculous. And you as a roam you can get a lot of gold, but Lost Boy he's called out of position.
Oh, he's doing his thing again where he jumps over the wall, but it's not quite as effective.
Oh, he gets
on
the
Fortress.
minion mine.
He gets the minion. That is actually kind of
That's
big.
good.
That was very well played by Lost Boy Top to make something happen there.
Yeah, best out of a bad situation.
Yeah,
I'd
absolutely.
Say. So Lost Boy doing what he can, tries to steal some of the back camps, does lose his life, but as we just saw, is able to secure himself the minion mine. So that does mean that both minion mines are actually in favor of Nemesis Hydra. This does mean that the wave is going to be pushing towards Gangstars, and for the time being, that works for them. They need time, they need items, they need to scale up. So if they can keep the minion wave in their half of the map, this is a great situation for them to be in.
I think the steal that Lost Boy Top pulled off there, I agree with you. I'm not sure it will end up working well for them because they're not going to have an easy time forcing this wave back to their side of the map to get minions.
They have found Fuji, though.
They have found Fuji, but he's moving pretty quick. He had the boots available, so he just dashes out of there. Nemesis Hydra, look at the options they have on the map right now. Gold mine. That's it. That's the only thing that they can really be proactive about taking.
Well, they could set up to siege on these turrets. There's no reliable hard engage coming out from Gangstars, and the tower taking potential that you have from Hardek at this point in the game is actually surprisingly strong. So with the increased damage that your minions provide, I would argue the best thing you could do is set up some kind of siege, but they decided not to do that.
It's kind of interesting, sticking together as 3 by Nemesis Hydra taking the back camps. They're going to be sharing experience between all of those members rather than just 2. And given the fact that they have no minions to kill, that might be the only way for them to level up everyone.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a bit of a tough spot to be in. Hardek 41 farm to Iraqi Zoro's 57, Fuji 42 to 23 on Chicken.
All right, well, with the minion mine taken back by Gangstar Sirius, I think Nemesis Hydra should be able to get back to some semblance of normality in this game. It's never going to be completely normal because there is a roam Vox, but you know, it's at least something. Hardek, got to be careful about being caught out here. Iraqi Zoro and Gabe Vizzle want to go for something, but I don't know if they're going to find the 3 versus 3 in their favor. We have got Fuji sitting at level 7, which is quite nice, but Can he get the kills?
Rose
Hardek,
offensive.
he's going to be jumped on here, is taking a lot of damage. That's the ultimate coming out of Chicken 123. Doesn't find too much in the way of stuns, and Chicken 123 as well is able to reflex block the Verse of Judgment from Iraqi Zoro. So overall, no one dies, but you can see damage really going in favor of Sirius.
Certainly is. Fuji not afraid to get aggressive on the backline, really knows how to use this Black Feather, and they're contesting this gold mine.
Oh, that was some nice damage out of Gabe Vizzle. Why is he doing so much damage? It must just be the buff comp really doing his magic. He hasn't overdriven his Sonic Zoom yet, so he's not getting bonus damage from his kit. It's all Iraqi Zoro.
At the moment, he is maxing his A. So, no, he hasn't reached that overdrive point yet, but as you rightly said, he's doing a lot of damage, and he's actually diving right now.
Look at that. That was insane damage on the Lost Boy Toph, even without building any damage items. They're going to be shredding through this turret fairly fast as well, so it's on Nemesis Hydra to try and defend it. Can they find the return?
Ooh,
That's going to be
Brew.
Hellfire Brew. Doesn't really do that much damage. Hardek is going that weapon power build that is pretty familiar for most players. Hardek might get turned on here. Fuji jumping forward with the Rose Offensive. Has some nice damage. He's got to be careful. On point shield just
so
in
good.
time. He might go down here, though. He does, but he finds the trade. Chicken 123 extremely low on the health, but heals himself back up. Gabe Vizzle can't quite close that gap.
So, Nemesis Hydra right there did not respect the Fountain of Renewal that was completed for Gabe Vizzle because they felt that they had the health advantage to force that engagement, but then Fuji turned around and he starts getting all this health back, and he's so easily able to focus onto Hardek because he's just sitting on the front line trying to clean up the members of Gangstars, and because of the amount of regeneration that Fountain was providing, it enabled Gangstars to turn that fight in their favor, and I believe they secured themselves 2 kills off the back of that, so great turnaround from them, and they've actually got themselves a pretty substantial gold advantage.
They have indeed. Sitting at 3.4k right now is very impressive. They're managing to make this Vox work in the early game, no matter what jokes we made about it earlier. Nemesis Hydra, you got to keep in mind the sort of mental aspect of this. It's got to be strange playing against this composition. I doubt it's what they expected, and it might take them a while to figure out what to do about it. The question is, can they figure it out in time to do something about it?
So look at this coming out from Fuji. He's actually rushed the Atlas Pauldron because he knows the main damage dealer is going to be Hardek. So the sooner he gets that armor, the sooner Hardek is going to struggle with actually dealing with him. And the fact that Fuji's level 10 to only level 7 Hardek just makes it so much harder for Hardek to do anything.
Hardek, speaking of, is going to get blown up in a big...
Oh, what? What was that?
Whoa. That was 2 Sonic Zooms.
That
like
was unbelievable. Gabe Vizzle, why are you a support? What was that?
I'm kind of speatless at the moment.
I'm blown away. That was
crazy.
Okay, so
Can we just get Rome on now to talk about this?
That's an Adagio buff comp. That's what that is.
I honestly think...
Let's just blame Zaken, okay?
Okay,
when in doubt, blame Zaken.
That makes... I agree with that.
So, Gabe Vizzle, 2 shots, Hardek right there, through the reflex block.
I honestly think that this is just Iraqi Zoro and Gangstar Sirius thinking about buff comp and saying, well, Adagio gives you so much that maybe someone who can just utilize that and play it a little bit differently without relying on one person for it is the way to make it happen.
It could just be that they feel that Iraqi was the stronger Adagio out of the 2 players, and Gabe, given he is a very talented player, he can play Vox.
I mean, I guess, but
So
I
just-
probably would have picked something else for Gabe.
Warhorn gets popped.
Oh, they're going to be looking for a fight here. Gabe Vizzle diving in on the front line, doing a lot of damage onto Hardek. He's going to get blown up. Chicken 123 doesn't get the stun onto anyone. Lost Boy Toph, he's slowed up by that on point. And look at this, Fuji jumping forward. Gabe Vizzle going for the dive. They're going to find Chicken, and now they're in a great spot to maybe put some more pressure. Now, actually, they don't have any minions to get out of here, and their backs are going to get canceled.
Gabe Vizzle will tank the turret. It's absolutely fine.
The heal was pretty big from Iraqi Zoro as well. He's got to be a little bit careful. All right.
So, Gabe Vizzle was actually the engage in that fight. He popped the Warhorn. He ran straight towards Nemesis Hydra. So,
We're playing this later, right?
Gangstar Series was saving something for a blind pick 3rd game, and this must be it. What an incredible stuff.
Gangstar Series, I'm sure they didn't want to show this early,
Maybe
right?
not.
I mean, they would have liked to bring this out in semifinals or finals, but Nemesis Hydra, with that really impressive performance earlier, has forced their hand. And this is deserving of the El Clasico title. It really is. These guys have been around for so long.
You know what's going to happen?
Right, what?
We're going to interview Fuji afterwards, right? And what he's going to say is, we forgot to swap. Yeah. you know. That's what he's going to say.
I really hope that doesn't. Like, because Araki's in Canada and not actually on stage, he's just sitting there not really paying attention or something like that.
And they're just like, let's just play it. I'm sure we can make it work.
Inadvertently, they've discovered the new meta.
But that's not what's going to happen. Surely this is a cleared out battle plan, and it has worked out insanely well for Gangstars.
Look at the gold lead right now.
I know.
It is tremendously in their favor.
I'm just so impressed by this. I mean, okay, let's just take stock of some of the items. Shatterglass and Alternate Current finished for Irakizaro, so he's going to be doing a ton of damage. Fuji has completed the Sora Blade, and he's going to be super tanky, so he can act as a front line and stick to Hardek that much easier. And then Gabe Vizzle built very heavily on the utility, and has actually picked up the Clockwork, so he's going to be going very heavily towards just utility and just being able to provide that sustained damage, the cooldown speed that he has, a lot of energy regeneration, and it's interesting. So they're going now for the game-ending push.
That's going to be wait for it. You can see Hardek takes half of his health right off the bat. He's going to be regenerating a decent chunk of it. That's the ultimate coming across onto Gabe Vizzle. He does eat a lot of damage there, but you know, not a bad push from Sirius. They're putting some pressure on.
You know you're struggling when you feel like you have to focus the support because he does too much
He's
damage.
the carry or is he the support? I don't know anymore. I
don't know. I'm looking forward to Rome's breakdown of this because it's unique to me, but it's definitely super interesting. So let's concentrate on what
19 farm.
Let's concentrate on what Nemesis have to do to come back, because they do still have the buff comp. The biggest problem for them is the fact that Ringo is falling off.
Is that the biggest problem, or is it that they're 10,000 gold behind or thereabouts?
Well, okay, here we go. Gangstars, they pop the Warhorn again.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for a fight here. Chicken 1, 2, 3. The first target goes down instantly. Hardek silenced up by Wait For It. Has to run away, and now Lost Boy Top going to be the focus. Gabe Vizzle laying down the hurt. I don't even think I need to talk about Fuji's damage. It's kind of inconsequential in comparison.
It certainly is. Gangstars, they're looking to try and end the game, or try and end Hardek.
Yeah, Hardek, he is going to be going down here. Surely Fuji jumping onto the platform to pick that one up. And they're in a good position here to put some pressure onto the turrets. Just going to be tanking this one up for now. They've got the ace regeneration. Chicken 1, 2, 3, he's respawned. It's going to encourage Gangstar Series to back away. Nemesis Hydra, I mean, they look really surprised by what's going on, and they just don't have an answer.
I don't have an answer. So, I mean, it's such a tough position to be in, because your composition relies so heavily on the Ringo, and they had such a great early game, but the moment they started losing fights, they had no way to come back into it. They had to rely on that early momentum with the Ringo, just like we saw from Velocity in their game against TSM. You had to build that early advantage up, and then you had to buff up this Ringo and use the fact that he is such a mid to early game powerhouse.
You know, this is one of the things I love about Vainglory, right? The fact that not only do all of the characters in the game have fairly good paths normally for both crystal and weapon power, which is kind of unique to it as a MOBA, but also you can play carries as supports. So, yes. I mean, the flexibility is just endless. If I like one hero and one hero only, I can have endless numbers of games on them.
Yeah, you can. You can literally play them in any position. But when I get forced to play Taka support, I am not a happy chappy.
I can appreciate that, but it makes me happier. I don't want you carrying me. That is going to be some good damage coming across onto Hardek. Fuji trying to run in here. Gabe Vizzle doing the damage on the back line. Silence! Oh, Chicken 1, 2, 3. His verse got canceled. Fuji lets the scout trap. It's not enough. Gabe Vizzle going for the chase here as well. He should be able to find Chicken 1, 2, 3 with... I mean, what is that?
That was
this game,
crazy. This could be the game.
It is over. They are going to be pushing for the win. Gangstars Sirius in the El Clasico. They take home the best of 3 with Rome Vox.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, give it up for Gangstars Sirius taking home this series. What a phenomenal performance from them. I can see all the Gangstars t-shirts in the audience. And man, what a game. I can just see them on stage now. Fuji is so happy off the back of that.
Araki, he is ecstatic.
Araki, calm down, man. Just chill out. Man, what a crazy game.
I wonder if we're going to see a video on the Gangstars Academy thing that we see the advert for about this Vox pick.
Wow, what a phenomenal game. So, I mean, how do we break that down?
We don't. The analysts do it. But we'll just talk more generally for a little bit.
Let's talk more generally. Gangstars came in with an interesting plan, very unique.
Very
Not sure if they were saving it for a special occasion, but they were forced into game 3 by Nemesis Hydra. They realized they had to respect Nemesis Hydra, and Nemesis Hydra had a great early game.
Oh, yeah.
Things were looking really good for them with the Ringo, but they couldn't quite force things enough. I feel like when we talked about the minion mine, the second minion mine being taken was a big actual disadvantage for them, because with all of those minions constantly shoving down onto the lane, it just gave so much free farm.
Experience as well.
Exactly.
The experience disadvantage was absolutely massive off of that, because you didn't have a laner soaking minions and allowing for your support in your jungle, your roaming in your jungle, to just share that experience. It basically meant everyone was working with this very limited pool, and that was not a position good for Nemesis Hydra.
And remember, Fuji was level 10 at one point to Hardix level 7. That is how big the disparity was. And the fact that Gabe Vizzle could literally solo out Hardek, the main carry, was just absolutely ridiculous. I'm really excited to hear what Rome has to say about that game, because it really was a fantastic series.
Well, speaking of that, we're going to be handing back to them. What an incredible El Clasico. It lived up to the name. Guys, talk us through that crazy game 3.
Thank you very much. Well, that certainly was a lot of fun. And just as a reminder, Nemesis not out of the tournament. They will go down into the losers bracket. If my math is correct, that means that they will have a rematch of day 1, actually, against Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. So that will be interesting. But of course, the casters have been waiting for you to explain it. Explain this, Rome Vox.
Yeah, so this is going to take about 10 minutes, so everybody just sit tight. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be actually quite brief. And they pretty much brought out a surprise in this, where you're looking at Vox, and his kit works out pretty good. You have a silence coming out of him, and you have AoE damage, you have a gap closer, and you have a slow. So overall, like, you do have like some similarities to like a roamer, where as long as he positions himself right, like he actually does like small influences in helping out his team.
Now, it wasn't just the roll, it was also maxing Sonic Zoom and going Clockwork Chronograph after those initial defensive items.
Yeah, but this isn't just based on Vox alone. Like, if you see his items here, you do see him grabbing a lot of cooldown reduction and grabbing a lot of tanky items. But this composition depends heavily on Iraqi Zoro on that Adagio, where he was the biggest playmaker. And for all those teams that are wondering, like, how do we counter this composition? What Nemesis should have done was pretty much, if they targeted down Iraqi Zoro every single team fight, everybody else will fall off the board. Fuji opted out, grabbed a Shiver Steel and an Atlas very early on, so he didn't have that damage output. And the same can be said with Vox, played by Gabe Vizzle. So as long as they know like where the damage or where the buffs were coming from, I think if they kept just diving onto Iraqi Zoro, they would have won this match easily.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights from that. Give you a chance to talk about it a little more. And like you said, really Adagio, the puzzle piece here, he can buff the Black Feather, he can buff the Vox, and it certainly was some interesting theory crafting.
Yeah, so the playstyle here and how they actually want to do it is, you'll see Black Feather always diving down deep. And the thing is, like, once he does, nobody pays attention to Adagio anymore. Iraqi Zoro always positioning himself in the back. He'll be healing up Black Feather, and then he'll be buffing up Gabe Vizzle on that Vox.
That is such an interesting point, because you got these heroes in your face. The last thing you're thinking about is, I have to get to the Adagio.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. Nemesis Hydra, they have Ringo, and they have a buff comp themselves. With that Fortress, they do have that ability to dive on that Iraqi Zoro very easily. They just never really give him that time to chance to actually sit and think on who to actually prioritize, who to target down first.
All right, so understanding that, you got a couple of great choices. Who's going to be your MVP of this matchup?
has to be Iraqi Zoro. And mainly because this composition would not work out without him. And seeing that the buff comp, like, he played it out so well, where he was just, you know, silently creeping in the back. I'm the lane carry. I only need 1 kill. I can get 12 assists. That's okay.
I love the fact that, you know, so we have a referee where Iraqi Zoro is in Canada. He's sending real pictures of the real Iraqi Zoro back every literally every 15 seconds as he observes him playing that match, keeping everything on the up and up. But we choose to use the blow-up doll instead there. Kudos to the people in the back room. And we'll soon go to an interview. It looks like that is ready now. I think they are with Fuji and maybe a special guest as well.
Thanks, Playoff Beard and Rome. Here we are with the entire team of Gangstar Sirius. Fuji, Gabe Vizzle, and Iraqi Zoro. First of all, Iraqi, what are your comments on today's games? Well said. Well said, Iraqi. He's the quiet type. All right, now getting into some more serious questions. How does it feel, Gabe, to carry Iraqi so well?
Well, as you can see, he's obviously on my back right now because I had to carry him. No, but it was fun. Like we were talking about this comp. We actually tried it for the first time today as a team, and then we're just like YOLO. So we just did it.
The first time today. So you weren't planning this for the since the patch came out. This is the first time you tried.
Yeah, the first time.
Wow, that is crazy. And how does it feel to play against one of the oldest organizations as well in Vainglory, Nemesis Hydra? I mean, you in fact used to play on Nemesis.
It's always so much fun. Like Hardek and Lost Boy Top, we used to play together all the time. So whenever we get the chance to do it, it's just a blast. And we keep getting to do it in these tournaments. So it's cool that two of the oldest organizations are still relevant, still super skilled, and it's awesome. They're a great team.
Awesome. And since we've had some interesting games earlier today, such as the upset from TSM, when you had lost game 2, what were you thinking during those times?
We just focused on the next game. Like when you lose a game, it's not a time to be really sad or disappointed, because every team here is capable of doing that. And you can't expect to play perfect. You just expect to play the best you can. So if you get a loss, you just suck it up and you go to the next game.
And you guys definitely did. Let's give it up again for Gangstar's Sirius. Back to you at the analyst desk.
That was a lot of fun, and I have to say, I am completely shocked to hear that they had not been practicing this comp for a long time, just putting it all on the line like that.
Logically, it makes a lot of sense, and this is why we see so many Adagio picks being banned out yesterday and today. It's due to the fact that you're so open to using his kit and pretty much just building him as you want, and there are compositions that can come out of it. It makes for a great flex pick.
All right, so let's take a look at where we stand. We still have a couple of series left to go today. So we are gonna, after we come back from a break, we are going to have the North American champions, Liberation X, against the #1 seed, the world champions, Team Solo Mid, shockingly now trying to play their way out of that losers bracket. Then we will have a rematch from day 1, which is very interesting. Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic is going to get a second shot at defeating Nemesis Hydra. And we got a couple of teams waiting to hang out and find out who they're going to play. The results of those will determine who Halcyon Hammer's Velocity plays on the winner side, as well as that Gangstar Sirius team that just played so well. So, Rome, I think you said we should do it now. Why don't you hold it up and give us a little Vanna White here. And so if you are interested in trying to win an NVIDIA Shield, type hashtag NVIDIA Shield, all caps, in the chat. Thank you so much to NVIDIA Shield and that K1 tablet, perfect for gamers, for being a sponsor today, along with Amazon Coins and SteelSeries, all the players wearing SteelSeries headsets today. So thank you very much to our sponsors for helping us make this tournament so special. Thank you to Red Bull Esports Studios for having us here. We're gonna take a quick break, and then all you TSM fans, you're gonna get a chance to see your team go against the North American champions. We'll be right back.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
might go for Donna Clip. He's got a hit too. Welcome everyone to the Esports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals! Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
This is Game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
Welcome back to the 2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports Studios in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard here with our player analyst, Rome. And now for all you TSM fans out there, for all your Liberation X fans out there, they both get a second bite at the apple. They can no longer afford to lose. The cushion is gone. And both of these teams, whatever they have in the bank, just like Gangstar Sirius, crazy comps, crazy play styles. Now's the time to bust it out, because if you lose here, the dream is dead.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, this is probably one of the first times we get to see both of these teams playing together against each other on stream, and it's going to be one of the best matches I think today, due to the fact that you have probably Mixi going up against T-Tigers, both of whom got Vainglorious gold within a month's time.
Wow, yeah, and that's such a good point that you make, because of course TSM has been playing overseas in Korea in the VIPL. They won the World Championship. Meanwhile, while they were overseas, it was Liberation X cleaning up domestically, winning the North American title. So these teams have been in different parts of the world, haven't had any opportunity to encounter each other on a stage this big. And it's a matchup that a lot of people have wanted, that a lot of people have been wondering, if they did go head-to-head, what would happen? And now it's happening, and I'm very, very curious, first for Liberation X, who you have your eye on.
And with Marto stepping in just today, I have a feeling he's going to be the voice of his team. He's going to put everybody on his back, and they're going to fly.
Fly? All right.
They're going to fly.
Do you even know that he's going to play? Have you heard that from the team?
I hope he does.
All right, we'll find out if it's him or E36. Liberation X, of course, is known for all these roster swaps. They change for momentum, they change for strategy, they change for particular comps. So we'll have to see who they decide to bust out. And on the TSM side, who should we be keeping an eye on?
You know what? After seeing that Rome Vox, now we have to. It's gonna be Rome versus Rome. So against Marto, we gotta put FlashX up there, and too bad we can't see a picture of his pants that he's currently wearing right now instead of the shorts. But we can expect both of these teams, especially coming out of FlashX, he has that habit of trying to grab that early tier 3 item, making sure their team gets that level 6 advantage when they team fight.
And some really uncharacteristic decisions out of FlashX in that last series, getting a little bit too aggressive, getting caught. So I'm sure he wants to show that that was a fluke in this pivotal series.
Yeah, and this is what TSM is about. This team has so much experience where one loss isn't gonna actually do anything bad to them. Instead, they learn from it and they review it, finding out the mistakes that they can address.
All right, so of course, these two teams have plenty of game film to study. Even though they haven't played a lot head-to-head, there's certainly a lot that they know about their opponents. For TSM, what are they kind of zeroing in on when it comes to defeating Liberation X?
With TSM you're going to see, this one's going to be focused heavily on the jungle carries. With TSM, they have, like with Calder Meek especially, he's a dominant jungle carry, like probably one of the best in the world. And with him, like they're always engaging. And that's the exact same thing that can be said about the Liberation X team, where you have Status Baked on the other side. So for every single position in this match coming up, they're heavyweights across the board.
Yeah, so for Liberation X, is there anything they can learn from what Halcyon Hammer's Velocity was able to pull off today?
Overall, it was just, I think for Liberation X is coming to this, what I really want them to focus on is that synergy and that coordination during their team fights. And I think as long as they get this marked down squared, then they can like gamefully like get that right back for like this season's championship.
All right, so we've seen Status Baked. He's played a lot of different heroes. We've seen him on Taka quite a bit, you know, kind of anticipating the way that the first draft might go. What would you like to see out of Status Baked in this game?
Status Baked plays so many different types of heroes, and I think, honestly, I would love to see him play a glaive this game, just because we know how dominant of a glaive player he is, and it actually sets up for the playstyle of T-Tigers.
All right, we're into the action now, and it will be Marto in the game, so it's a good thing that you picked him there, and he's actually playing. Sky's off the board, Adagio's off the board, a Liberation X leading out with that Arden. Team Solo Mid knows exactly what they want to do. It's an early game combination, Fortress and Ringo.
Yeah, so here I'm expecting T-Tigers to probably pick up either a Scarf or pick up a Vox on their end. And this is pretty much going back to the match against that team TSM had against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity earlier today.
All right, so we'll wait and see. T-Tigers thinking about whether they can withstand the early game aggression and does pick up the Scarf. What would you like to see rounding out that comp?
Somebody to help Scarf peel. They don't need somebody to engage, and I think if they grab somebody like this, it might fall apart a bit. So with Blackfeather here, Status Baked has to make sure that he doesn't dive too deep. But earlier, we've seen him today, like swapping up the positions, playing for the Liberation X side. They have to make sure that their engages are on point. They have to make sure that everybody is jumping at the right time.
So we're going to see Status Baked on this Blackfeather?
Yeah, most likely.
And that plays to his aggressive mentality.
That's the thing. So we know Status Baked. We know he likes to dive to that back line. Going after Ringo will be perfect in this scenario.
All right, it's a rhyme to round out the comp for TSM. That's a bit of a surprise to take us through the action for the first time today. Nice to see Forecourt Jester and Zken.
Thanks so much there, Playoff Beard. Always happy to be down here with my main man, the Zekent, as we're going to be jumping into the last of our two series tonight. But NA champions now up against a world-class team, and TSM putting a lot of weight behind that Arden Alliance pickup. You know, this is a big clash of regions here.
Oh yeah, this should be really, really interesting because both of these teams have a lot to prove. They both went down in their previous matches, and they can still come out on top. I'm expecting either of these teams to be able to make it into the semifinals, and it should be really, really interesting to see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, these guys might be champions of some degree, but they are now fighting for their tournament lives here, and that is going to be putting a little bit more of a spring into their step. And one thing I do notice is, just like Rome was saying, Marto coming into this, the guy that you really want to be looking at. Now, we talked to Liberation X, and they said, E36, he's great on some of those supports, but when it comes to an Arden or a Catherine pick, they're going to put Marto in. So getting that first pick Arden seems very calculated for them.
Most certainly, and one of the really interesting things right here is that we do have T-Tigers on that Blackfeather and Status Baked on that Scarf. This isn't really what we expected coming out from the draft, but I'm really interested in seeing how will Status Baked fare on the Scarf.
Yeah, I would have definitely put T-Tigers pegged there for that Scarf, just like Rome did, just like a lot of our analysts did just say. But coming into this, hey, maybe that shock factor, maybe that's going to be something of a big advantage when it comes to this. Now you can see a bit of an early engage, a lot of flares now going down, but ultimately Liberation X is saying we don't want to fight this early. A lot of them have now rotated out and through, so this is going to be a little bit of free pushing now for T-Tigers.
This should be a really interesting matchup for the side of Team Slow Mid too, because it's really up to Kolomik to stay alive in these fights. But he does have Mixi by his side who can constantly peel for him. He can use those roots, use those stuns, and make sure that Ringo stays alive. But T-Tigers, every single fight, he's going to go for the kill on Cole, and especially with Status Baked on that Scarf with the Dragon's Breath, it's going to put Cole in a lot of danger.
Yeah, you do have a lot of mobility when it comes to that Blackfeather. It's good to see him getting more picks as the day has progressed. He kind of actually fell off for quite a few matches right there, but jumping on top of that Cole, that is going to be a big priority target. My big question is, how many Dragon Breaths are we going to get a Status Baked? Is that even going to be a priority for these guys? Because we do see a lot of Scarves, and both sides do have those wind-up ultimates.
It's a really good question because one, Status Baked, he is playing a Scarf. He does have that extremely long range, and he can poke down the Rhyme, he can poke down the Fortress, but what they really need to do is take out Cole. The moment Cole goes down in these fights, Liberation X has won.
Now again, you see Liberation X, they're trying to poke out, but they're not really looking for this fight. Again, going to go into more of a defensive posture as they just are almost afraid right now of TSM this early game. And when you got a Fortress roaming around there with a Rhyme, I mean, that's a good reason to be afraid.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one of the big things is Team Solo Mid is just, wow.
That's the rate factor right there. You get that slow, you get Flash X jumping on you, the percentage damage then stacks up, and if you got no escape, and T-Tigers didn't at that point, doesn't have that Rose offensive here at level 6, it's just going to be a kill after kill. So Team Solo Mid with the first blood, we'll see if they can keep up that pace. Martel, on the other hand, he's kind of busy off in his counter jungle there.
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit. He does not actually get it.
No. Martel, he did get one.
All right.
But can he actually escape from Flash X? Do we have a rotation? Yeah, Cole the Meek's going to come meet him here. And Martel, if you get a flare over, you might be able to blood right to that minion, but doesn't really look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, Martel goes down. However, he does buy a little bit of time in lane for Status Bake. And T-Tigers getting chased down around a little bit by Mixi. But one of the great things about TSM's team composition is the early game power. They have the Ringo, they have the Fortress, and with the Rhyme, anytime that Liberation X runs into them early on, they are going to get completely destroyed. But come mid to late game, I think Liberation X does have the advantage.
Well, the big question is, can they get to that state of the game? 2-0 and down about 600 gold or so. It's definitely not an end game, but I mean, if Cole's going to be going right past the minion wave, you know something's up. And T-Tigers, again, the 3-man collapse. They're going to claim now the third kill of the game.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about this matchup with the Blackfeather, with the Ringo, is that when Cole steps up, it's not really certain for T-Tigers if Cole is trying to pressure him or if he has his allies there, because Ringo can play very, very aggressively against that Blackfeather, but Blackfeather he can also trade back very, very well.
All right, so we're falling a little bit behind in the gold here for Liberation X. They're actually getting a few flares now thrown down, just trying to keep tabs on TSM, but some of this counter jungling is starting to really add up. You're now looking at 1,000 gold between the teams, and mining has just begun. Now, 3 kills, 0 as well, Liberation X. I mean, that's going to be affecting the mentality a little bit.
It definitely has to hurt just a little bit. However, one of the great things about Liberation X's team composition is that if they are able to stall, if they don't bleed too hard, they still should be able to make a comeback. And one of the things they have to do is just make sure not to take those early fights, make sure they scale into the mid to late game, and once they get there, then they can fight. But for now, they just have to dodge around TSM.
And a few scout traps is going to alert them to the fact that TSM is on the prowl. Now you can see as on the minimap down in the bottom center, of course, Liberation X, they're opting not to fight, not to contest. They are going to go into their opponent's backs. You can see Arden coming out actually into that lane now as well. That's going to be a little bit of pressure there with T-Tigers, and it looks like the gank is actually successful. That will be the Ringo going down, and the first point on the board for Liberation X. And overall, I mean, they get the kill. They're going to have some lane pressure. They did get the backs there as well, so that's actually a really nice trade for them.
They are definitely falling a little behind in gold, but however, letting T-Tigers get a little bit of free time in lane is so incredibly important for the side of Liberation X. I'm really interested in seeing how long can Liberation X dodge around Team Solo Mid, and will Team Solo Mid start buying scout traps to compensate?
Well, they didn't expect Status Bake to actually take that minion mine, so that is going to be the counter there. Team Solo Mid did the same on the other side. They weren't fully stacked, but gold is gold at this point. And well, now they are going to be that 3-man hive mind again, going to be roaming around. They don't have quite level 6 for Liberation X yet, but Mixi and Cole the Meek both going to be toting those ultimates.
I'm definitely expecting TSM to go for a power play right here.
And that's exactly what they're doing. T-Tigers being dove right under that turret. The Valkyrie actually didn't hit, but the Hellfire Brew is going to be enough. Here's that Dragon's Breath. Status Bake did hit level 6, but it's just not going to be enough. It just singed them, did not burn them down, and that's a 2-0. Looking for a third as Marteau goes under that turret, and again, TSM come out swinging 3-0. Even taking out the turrets doesn't matter. The turret's about to go down.
And this is exactly what I expected to happen out of TSM. They hit their level 6s. Liberation X, they're all level 5, level 3, level 4, and it just wasn't enough to fight against the ultimate power of TSM.
Having 2 ultimates just to the 1. I mean, Status Bake got it out, but it just wasn't a table turner at that point. Did you say level 3? Marteau was level 3 for that fight. That's a big difference when it comes to power.
Oh yeah, and Flash X right there, he was level 4, and right now he is level 5 to Marteau's level 4, and those ultimates coming out earlier on is going to make a huge difference. And look at the Iron Guard gold of these 2 roamers. Marteau sitting at 700, and Flash X double that.
Yeah, 1,500. That goes a long way to the difference. And if you look at the gold again, 3,500 or so is going to be up on deck here fairly soon when they're done with this clear. And that is a pretty decisive lead here at the 6-minute mark. They're keeping at a kill a minute, but their gold is about a 500 more than their opponent per minute.
Right, and right now, Mixi, he does have his even forest. This does mean that Rhyme is going to be incredibly hard to take down as Coldmeek gets jumped on.
Yeah, and Coldmeek, well, it looks like he might actually go down without a fight, but ooh, Status Bake very close on that one. If he was able to trade it out, would have been fantastic, but that's a really good pickup and a pick for T-Tigers and Crew. Now, unfortunately, he's going to be in a 2v1 situation, but he does have the level 6 and those Rose offensives, so the infinite escape, I think, is what Playoff Beard likes to call it.
Yeah, Blackfire definitely a really, really slippery one. It should be very difficult for TSM to catch him out. However, right now he just doesn't have that much damage. He has the Barb Nail, he has the Heavy Seal, but that's just not going to be enough to deal with TSM.
Flash X lunging forward is going to steal out that minion camp right there. Marteau still does not have that Gauntlet ready to go. We do have the puppies for Mixi there ready as well. Turret is down. There's no safety net here for Liberation X. If they are going to go for a fight, they might want to back up a little bit. Status Bake is going to be a target. He's a little bit too far forward. Even with those lunges and that Achilles shot can't bring him down. The Valkyrie even is going to miss, but T-Tigers, he gets a kill into the back. Here comes the Dragon Breath as well as T-Tigers is looking for blood. He gets almost 2 for it, but Coldmeek, he will go down to the uppercut. Now Marteau has to deal with Flash. Will this be the Ardent Will? Those heals? It's not. Flash X just a little bit too tanky for him. He still didn't have that level 6 advantage for Marteau, and now Flash is 7.
Yeah, Flash X definitely doing a fantastic job on this roaming fortress, and one of the great things about that fight was Coldmeek. Wow, he stayed alive for so incredibly long.
Indeed, he did.
Liberation X, they thought they took him down. They thought he was out of the fight, but no, he stayed around, picked up 2 kills for himself, and kept fighting.
A few more pot shots. I mean, that was the difference. If he had gone down, it would have been a radical different situation. It would have been an ace instead for Liberation X. But now, again, they're playing a little bit more on the defensive. And still, I mean, even after that fight, it's still only about 3,000 gold or so between the teams. So they didn't really lose out a ton. There wasn't a lot of counter jungling going down. They did pick up their own. Now they're going to be looking for this gold mine. A few flares go out. It does reveal the steal is just not there. We do got a gauntlet, though. And Flash, he's going to drop low. T-Tigers is staying on top of Coldmeek. And Marteau, he's trying to catch up. He's trying to get to there. The fountains were good enough to keep T-Tigers and Cole going, but now they're both going to be dead on the floor. And Marteau, he's trying to body block. He's trying to get Mixi down low enough. Status Baked is real healthy. He gets it with the Spitfire. And now, is he going to look for Mixi? No, it's going to be a dodge. He had a little bit of fortified health there anyways. Could Fan of the Flames brought him down that low? I don't think so.
Yeah, things are getting a little bit dicey for the side of Team Solo Mid. They did take a fight. They did get the old mine.
Mixi might actually find Status Baked. Does he have a Winter Spire? No, there's going to be a Marteau here. Could this have been actually a bait? Mixi, he's looking for that kill. The Valkyrie comes down. The silence, the Winter Spire, the fortified health is keeping him alive. And Mixi now, he's bought enough time. Coldmeek's back, and that is going to be a 2-0.
And that right there is exactly why you picked Rhyme. He saw Status Bake was out of energy. Scarf was unable to do any damage in that fight, and Mixi capitalized perfectly on it.
And that's a gutsy move. I'm not entirely too sure I myself would have made that in solo queue, but that's the difference in here in competitive. They're on comms. They know each other. They have this synergy, and they are able to make these plays.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now, Mixi, he does have the Forest. He looks like he is going for that Broken Myth, and he's going to be doing some serious damage in his incoming fights. And it's so incredibly hard for the side of Liberation X to take him down. They have to focus Cole, but they also have to deal with Mixi now, who is doing extremely well on himself. 75 CS coming out of the jungle. That is fantastic.
Yeah, we only have actually 81 on T-Tigers. Minion Mine now going to be going over, but like when you're almost matching the enemy laner for CS, you know you're in a good spot, and still only 3,000 gold between the teams. Again, like kills are great and all, but if you can't do anything with the pressure, you're not going to see those mounting gold leads.
Right, and right now Mixi, he is 3-1-5 on that Rhyme. Coldmeek, 79 CS to Mixi 76. TSM is splitting the gold for their team extremely well. They are sure that they have 2 carries. They have the Rhyme, they have the Ringo, and they both do some incredible damage. Coldmeek, he picks targets apart when they are by themselves. Mixi, he can get into the middle of the team, peel for Cole, do as much damage as he wants, and he is so hard to take down.
All right, so you brought up the Iron Contract gold a little bit earlier. It was a factor of 2. Well, we've closed that gap a little bit. Marteau getting a little bit more as they recapture that minion mine. It's not the biggest of bumps, but hey, gold is gold again. And now Coldmeek is going to wind up, has that Hellfire. You got a reflex block there from T-Tigers. Flash X, though, is trying to put a little bit of salt in that wound. He lunges forward. Oh, that's going to be a gauntlet. It will keep Mixi in range. We do got that turret there as well. Here comes the puppies. The Dragon's Breath is just going to be burning them down. T-Tigers trying to survive on the back of it, but it's not enough. Now he's going to be down to Marteau. One more shot. Can Coldmeek get it? Looks like he's not. Mixi now is still, again, trying to tank out this tower. The fortified health is doing well. Another Spire. He gets the kill, and it looks like it will be a 2-0 by the end of it for TSM.
And Mixi almost going down in that fight, but they're juggling the aggro on the turret so well. And one of the things, yeah, one of the things in that fight, Status Bake, he used that Dragon's Breath. He probably doesn't want to use it quite yet. He needs to stay back in the back of the fights, poke as much as he can, because the moment he gets close, Mixi jumps on him, and he is done.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere after those chilling winds and that root coming in. And Mixi, I mean, first item Eve of Harvest. We've seen this now a few times when the rhymes have come out. That coupled with the fortified health makes him a hell of a tank on the front line.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now, Mixi, he is just so hard to take down. He's got a little bit of armor, he's got a little bit of shield, but that Eve of Harvest, that Broken Myth, the damage that he's putting out is absolutely immense.
Yeah, he has those 2 tier 3 items in about the 11-minute mark. You know you're having a good time with that. 3 kills on top of that and 85 CS. You're almost matching a laner. Again, like this is Mixi's time to shine. About 4,000 or so, a little bit more gold between the teams, so they've widened the gap a bit. But now as we get closer to the 15-minute mark, you're going to be looking at some Kraken timing soon coming into the thought patterns.
One thing I do have to point out in this game, though, is T-Tigers. He has a Serpent's Mask, but he does not have that much damage right now. He has the Atlas Pauldron, sure, but that's only going to be effective against Cole, and Mixi is doing so much damage. Right now, Liberation X, they are so reliant on Status Bake staying back, poking, and doing as much damage as he can from afar.
Now, Rome said that you needed somebody with Peel to help out Status Bake, and then they picked into that Black Feather. I'm not entirely too sure Peel is really something that he's able to do. He is able to, soak the damage, but that just leads him into death after death. He's up to 6, by the way, this game.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit rough for the T-Tigers. I don't really know if the Black Feather is going to work out too well for them. They definitely need him to get a little bit further ahead. They need to get him a little bit more farmed, and maybe later in the game he will be a one-on-one Cole, but right now Cole is just so much stronger.
We do have double Atlas Pauldron, one on Marteau, one on T-Tigers there as well. As he said, really the only offensive item is that Serpent's Mask, although he is going into a Lucky Strike. We'll have to see if he can get a little bit of a gold infusion to finish it off, but reflex blocks are out there as well. That one fountain has done well for Marteau and crew, but they're facing down 8 kills, 2 turrets, and several thousand gold still at this point.
Right now things are looking a little bit tough for side Liberation X. TSM, they are slowly creeping inside their jungle, and they might go for a minion mine once again.
Well, the minion mine's a pretty easy target at this point. They're going to clean up this camp here as well. And could they actually swing through? Gold mine's almost at half. That's going to be very close to a decent. And, well, regardless, even if they don't go for it now, these guys have been really on point with picking it up at the very last second. But, all right, we're just not going to bother with that. Just going to take it now, get the gold. I mean, this could be the difference between, infusions, the next item, the next fight.
Right, and there's not really much Liberation X can really do about that. Right now, Team Slow Mid just has an overwhelming advantage in these fights. And Flash X, he has a Shiver Steel, he has a Warhorn. The moment he gets into the middle of Liberation X, Mixi will be right on top of the entire team of Liberation, and Cole can just start shooting things from the back line.
Yeah, Mixi's definitely doing a lot better with that poke, that's lockdown, that peel than, unfortunately, T-Tigers is able to really put up with. So either way, 30 seconds, we're going to get that Kraken now going into this. Gold values are still holding about 6,000, a little bit less from the teams. And TSM, there's the infusions that I was thinking maybe they did take that gold mine just to pick up those infusions. I mean, that was 1,000 gold a person they just dropped.
Right, and this is the classic TSM play. They go for a double infusion on every single member, and right now, here we see the fight.
All right, Gauntlet is going to try to keep these guys a little bit at bay, but T-Tigers gets melted. He's not even going to be part of this fight. Marteau has nobody to support now, and Cole the Meek, he's just going to be bringing him down at the same time. Status baked. He is now going to get 2v1. The Hellfire is enough. That is going to be a very quick ace, and now with that Kraken coming up, this is going to be a very quick push into that lane. Now, we call this the TSM special. They get a fight, they get the Kraken, 4 turrets into a win. Let's see if they can do it again.
I definitely think they can right now. They are so far ahead of Liberation right now. Liberation, 6,000 gold down the Kraken. They do not have the damage right now to deal with it. They have to take down TSM, they have to take down the Kraken, and right now, they only have 2 turrets remaining after this one.
There's also another big difference with Marteau. He's level 9. He's not, I don't even think he's going to be level 10 for this next fight, whereas across the board, it's 12s for Solo Mid. That's a little bit more of not only the base stats, but those skill points as well. So, coming into this, Flash X, he's not going to have the puppies for another 18 seconds, but the bigger problem is Marteau doesn't have the gauntlet for 40.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge push for TSM. They may be able to take the game right here. Liberation X, they have to take a fight as soon as they can.
Now, I said the 4 turrets, but it's really just down to the 2. And the Kraken with that slow advance, it's like the Imperial March. You just know you're not going to have a good time once this music starts queuing up. So, I mean, the Scarf can kind of burn it down a little bit, but all we have to do is engage. And TSM Warhorn, you're talking about it. They're trying to get into that back. They're actually not going for Status Baked right now. And, well, that Dragon's Breath is just really going to hit the mark. T-Target is now way too far forward. He has no support. He's going down, and now Status Baked has nothing left to contribute to this fight. Marteau's unfortunately just going to watch from afar as not only only is the turret going to go down, he's going to drop for the ace, and that is game number 1 into the pocket of Solomid.
The TSM special, once again, coming out, taking the game right after taking the Kraken, and that was just so well played from the side TSM.
I think the count now is up to at least 4 times between the qualifiers, between these live championships, that they're able to really just get to the 15-minute mark, win a fight. Kraken, doesn't matter how many turrets you have standing, they just win right then and there. It is really impressive from the team.
And one of the great things about that game was how well TSM juggled the gold between their carries. They got the gold onto both Kolomeek and Mixi, and FlashX was able to get so much gold on that Iron Guard.
In terms of the cash, yeah, it's not quite as even. Kolomeek 9,000 or so, but Mixi did definitely come in second with the 7. It's unfortunately just not nearly the same numbers on Liberation X. They were pretty starved, especially after some of those kills started mounting. They just lost all control of their jungle.
Yeah, one of the big worrying things about Liberation X is they did choose a mid to late game team composition, and they were not able to execute. I'm not sure if they should go for this type of composition once again, but I mean, I don't know. I want to see what can they do, because they did pick something that would work very, very well come mid to late game. They had the Black Feather, they had the Scarf, they had ways to deal with everyone on the side of TSM, but this game they just weren't able to execute.
You lose a little bit too much in the early, you're just not going to reach that late game status. When you're down several thousand gold for the majority of the game, it's a really hard comeback to happen. It does happen every now and then, but this round it will be a point to Team Solomid, and right now the world champions lead 1-0 over the NA champions.
Most certainly, and right now one of the great things about this is that I do think Liberation X, they have been in this position before. They were 1 game down. They were multiple games down in the Autumn Championships. However, they were able to change their mentality, come back, and take the final matches in a fantastic set of series.
Well, I mean, it's going to come down to blind pick if they can bring it back. And as we go over into preparation for game number 2, we're going to get the thoughts there of Playoff Beard and Rome for game number 1.
Thank you very much. And it is a very good point. Liberation X, they did pull off a reverse sweep in the Autumn Championship, so they're not out of it yet, but their backs are now against the wall. This is a loser's bracket series, so whoever loses this series is done. And either the world champions are going to go down or the North American champions are going to fail to defend. And Rome, a couple things. First up, that jungle Scarf is an interesting choice out of Liberation X.
And yeah, we've seen them run it earlier today. When you put Scarf together in that jungle, I would preferably, like, for a roamer especially, you have to have a fortress just so that you have a very strong early game in terms of getting those auto attacks off and then combining that with your skill shots. But then, like, this game, you come into it and pretty much Team Solomid, they have that experience. They've seen this composition run earlier today. They knew exactly what to do with it. We see Kolomeek, so he went up with that Ringo now. He's running up in that lane, and he pretty much dominated. Seeing the items coming out of him and the attack speed, like he has 3 full tier 3 weapon items, getting that Tornado Trigger, getting that crit and that Sorrow Blade. And what he did really well was just kiting overall. He made sure that because Scarf was on the other team, it's very range versus range, and so they make Black Feather pretty much commit. And every time Black Feather dives to that backline, they would just start kiting backwards.
Yeah, TSM, they certainly did not expect to be in the loser's bracket right now, and they are definitely not messing around.
Yeah, they got to actually come out from this. And they took that loss earlier from today, and they actually made the most out of it. Looking at the Liberation X side, we do see them, like, and it's been yesterday and today too, like they're getting better and better, but they're not playing with the same synergy level that they had in the last championships.
All right, that rhyme choice on Mixi was fun to see.
Yeah, with the timing, like Mixi did an excellent job into timing out his, just waiting to engage. He knows exactly when Black Feather is going to jump in instead of him committing himself too far.
All right, so we're getting ready for match 2 here. And while we wait, we should say, for those who are wondering at home, whoever manages to win and stay alive in this series will face Gangstar's Sirius next. So that is going to be fun. We might end up getting that matchup, that rematch between the 1 seed and the 2 seed a lot sooner than we expected, Rom.
Yeah, and this is like coming to this tournament, we had so many top teams that have so much like rivalries with each other where they compete for like the top seed or the top position in either the qualifiers, the world championships, or like VIPL. So this is going to be a sight to see just because like the caliber of all these teams have gotten so high where you can never really predict who's going to come out with the win.
All right, and if Liberation X is going to have more magic like they had in Autumn, you know, where is that going to come from in this second match?
I think they should grab a draft pick that's more suitable to them. We noticed, like, with T-Tigers, for example, up in that lane, he's an excellent laner, probably one of the best. And he's always, like, positioning himself in the correct way. So if they're able to grab somebody with a great peel, like, I especially do want to see Status Big playing that Glaive again. Although, like, not too many people feel that Glaive is within the meta or is too strong in the meta currently, he does play a great position in terms of being able to engage, making sure that his afterburns are saved at the right time. And this is something that Status Big excels at.
Oh, it sure would be fun to see Status Baked on one of those menacing heroes that he plays so well. And we've seen it today. We've seen it from Aloha on Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. It worked to great effect. It got in the face of Mixi, and Mixi had a lot of trouble with it. So there's even a track record here for why they might bring something like that out.
Yeah, and it works to, like, to full effect. You can't just look at Glaive by himself, or you can't look at Rona by herself. It has to be built around a team composition, and there has to be a level of balance.
All right, so on the side of TSM, they have a lot of different directions they can go in this match too. A little bit more of a cushion now. What would you expect to see out of them?
With TSM, like, they're playing very strongly, and I think looking back at their matches against Velocity today, they have to make sure that their scaling is on point and their drafting phase has to be right. Last game we saw with that Ringo and that Rhyme, they positioned themselves correctly, where Ringo is always just moving around, baiting out everything. And when the Liberation X team would try to engage or they would try to make a play on the TSM, all of a sudden Mixi comes out of nowhere. And that's when they're in his proximity. That's when they're in all his skills.
And we haven't talked a lot about Koldemeek on that Ringo, a very decisive play out of him.
Yeah, so Koldemeek can pretty much play every single hero, and that's what he does. Like, he takes his time, he makes sure that he learns, like, the limitations, how to use the kit properly, and with his positioning, it's excellent. And knowing that he's able to always be aggressive, he moves forward without fear.
All right, so we're getting very close to the draft of this second match. This is still a best of 3. Tomorrow's games will all be best of 5. But right now, Liberation X, their backs are against the wall. They must win this game or their tournament is over. TSM would love to just stomp them out here and not have to worry about another blind pick scenario, which can be so scary. We're ready for the draft. Let's hop into that and find out what the priority bands are going to be. It looks like, as we segue to that Team Solo Mid take away that Arden, and like we've seen quite a bit, Adagio's off the board as well.
To be honest, Liberation X, if I were them, I would actually left the Adagio open, because if they put Adagio on to Koldemeek out of that jungle like he did against Velocity, it doesn't match his playstyle too well, although, like, it's a general buff comp and they can execute it without flaw. But with Koldemeek's playstyle and his tendencies to be very aggressive, to be very approaching, I just feel that Adagio doesn't suit him too good.
All right, Marto will be on Catherine in this game. Likely T-Tigers on that Vox. Koldemeek going back to this Sky, unless it's Mixi, you never know. Mixi's Sky is so great, but going back to this Sky pick that Team Solo Mid has played quite a bit.
Yeah, so we see this Vox, so we can expect Liberation X to have a very strong late game composition. And looking at Team Solo Mid here, this is something that they always start off with, grabbing that Sky, grabbing that Fortress, and then all of a sudden they'll split out. And I think they're going to try and secure themselves a Ringo for this last pick.
Will it be? He's hovering over his 2 signature picks, the Rona and the Glaive. Status Bake known for both of them. Will he actually do one of them? We'll find out. And meanwhile,
yes,
and it is a Glaive. All right, Status Baked on his signature hero, and this is going to be fun. Also seeing a Kashka, that's quite a big surprise. With all of the action, it's going to be 4-Court Jester and Zekent.
Well, bringing it back to the floor, it's going to be another Glaive. Not something that we've seen a lot of today, but my heart went out when I saw that Rona. It was like, come on. My only pick I wanted to see this was a Rona. He's great at it, but yeah, I'll take a Glaive.
Yeah, to be fair, he is a very, very impressive Glaive player, and I am really excited to see Statsbake playing this Glaive. It was so effective against TSM the last time around that we saw it, and I'm wondering, will Statsbake be able to live up to his name?
Now, the other thing is that we haven't really seen a ton of Koshkas here. Now, back in 114, back in the autumn finals, it was just everywhere. That was the big pick. But coming into this 115, this is what, the second of the entire tournament, I think.
Right, and Koshka right now, she does She was nerfed a little bit in the past update. However, she is still incredibly powerful. If you do push her power early on, especially with the Fortress, she can still take over the game very, very quickly.
Yep, still a very strong early game, and TSM picking that up. We saw their early game pay off extremely well for them in game number 1, brought them to an insurmountable advantage by the time that mid game happened, and it denied the late game comp from Liberation X. So now with a Fortress, now to Koshka, that's an extremely fast clear, and already they're going up to their forwards.
And I am wondering, will TSM be able to push this game as quickly as the last one? Because Liberation X, they need to scale up a little bit. Even though they do have the Glaive, Glaive is not going to be able to do too much against a Sky who can just immediately use that Surrey Strike to get out of danger. And T-Tigers right now on that Vox, Vox is not a huge threat to that Sky, so let's see. What will Liberation X do?
Well, we're going to have to see who can kite better. Now, this is also something that we're seeing actually quite a bit this weekend. It's Weapon Power Sky.
Yeah, Weapon Power Sky is, well, it's not quite determined yet. He might start with a Weapon Blade, but he can still transition into Crystal, even though they do have the Koshka.
Oh, Flash, he's going to be just kind of going into that bush, losing quite a bit. And Status Baked, he's going to be using that Glaive with the Afterburn into the tower range. Coldemic drops low, but it's not quite a kill. It's a little bit too early to bring out some more of that power. But, man, TSM, they got to be on their toes for that Afterburn.
Yeah, right there, Coldemic was not expecting Marshall to be right there, so picking up a really quick early kill for side Liberation X, fantastically played.
And if you think about it, that's a double stun comp with these guys, the Afterburn and that Merciless Pursuit. Marteau, can he actually babysit enough? That's another stun, and T-Tigers, it will be enough. It's going to be Marteau for the kill. Yeah, it's a big question mark too. I don't know how he got it, but hey, that's enough. And T-Tigers, I mean, that's enough for a 2-0.
And right now, Liberation X is showing the exact power that they need to. Glaive, ganking early on, and right now, here's another one.
What are you doing, Flash? Like, you just saw your jungler do this exact same thing. Now, I know he wanted to try to freeze out that lane, but Marteau's right there. If we have the T-Tigers, oh, it's so very close. Nobody's attacking Marteau. Can't actually get the reflex there from the Stormguard.
Yeah, and right here, it's really, really dangerous for the side TSM. Flash X so incredibly low. He has to back. He is going to drop very, very quickly if there is any sort of engage. And right now, Mixi is on his own to clear the jungle.
Yeah, we actually have all three of Liberation X. That was a good attempt there from Marteau. Didn't actually pick up that steal, and Mixi, you know, low health. He's just going to bounce on his way. Flash is just going to be sticking around. He's looking to fill up that Iron Guard contract, get that money before he does have to head home. But as you can see, there's nobody in this lane, and I think they know that as well.
Yeah, the money is great. However, it is a little bit dangerous for side TSM because even though he is getting a little bit more gold, he is losing map pressure for his team. Liberation X, they see him. He was sitting out in the open. He was incredibly, incredibly low. And if Liberation X decided to get a few scout traps on his side team still mid jungle, there would have been nothing that they could have done about it.
All right, the Status Baked has the 6 sins ready to go. T-Tigers picking up a crystal bit there as well. It does look like Coldemic has decided, yeah, it's not going to be a double crystal. He has his own 6 sins there ready to go. Triple Oakheart, though.
Yeah, that is not too surprising. I mean, Oakheart incredibly good against that Glaive, who is likely to build out a tension bow. So getting a little of extra health early on, pretty effective against that.
Now, we've seen a lot of double fountains with comps that do include Koshka. Fortress pick one up. Koshka very likely to pick one up as well. We've actually seen a triple once upon a time in the NA qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see the double fountain come out this game because we do need to see TSM pick up that early Crucible. The Catherine, if she gets that blast turn out, the silences are going to be absolutely devastating.
And Coldemic is one of the best, Flash, there we go. A lot of roamers out there out today, but Flash can really do some good damage if he can get off that Crucible. If Cole gets his own reflex block this early though as well, that could be a life-saving stun right there.
We are having a party in the lane right now as Marteau, Flash X just soak up a little field with the Iron Guard contract. However, here we have another fight.
And T-Tigers, he does get a little bit of rush down, but he Sonic zooms away. That looks like they can't get into the back. Status Bake still has that Afterburn ready to go, but there's not really a good target to kind of knock back into them. Now we do got a flare. You can see Flash, he's going to be moving forward. They do find some of these scout traps, and well, all right, looks like they're going to jump Status Bake, but we do got some good damage there from Status Bake. They're going to turn it around. Not quite the scout trap kill, but Flash is still alive. Are they actually going to protect the pup? And they do. Some really good focus fire, and Marteau to drop there as well.
Oh,
Scout trap got him at the end.
Oh my gosh, that was a really, really well played fight by TSM. But last scout trap just picking up the kill at the last second. That was unexpected. I think TSM played that so fly, so they juggled the aggro of the side Liberation X so well, but they still came out 2-1.
Status Bake just couldn't get that last hit. Now it could be a different situation. He does not pick up that back, and can he actually pick up Mixi? You saw the ping. He said, I'm going to Yummy Catnip Frenzy this, but unfortunately, not really a big result to come from it. Can Coldemic actually clean up? He do got Marteau there, looking for a stun. It's not enough to keep Glaive now going, but Marteau, he's going to be using that Storm Guard, trying to reflect the damage, but Coldemic, he is a weapon damage. Remember, all these auto attacks. He's on top top of the double, but he uses the Suri strike to evade them both. Marteau puts down another one, but Golden Meek's not falling for it, and Marteau just will not get that kill.
Okay, that was just so well played by Meek. He has burned 150 gold from Marteau just in scout traps. That was just so good.
All right, now Flash X, he's going to be just trying to keep T-Tigers away. Status Bakes has finally come back onto the fold, and, well, he's going to pick up that kill, but at the same time, it's a lot of effort going into a lot of this just to get cleaned up at the end. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, Team Solomid game picked off at the last second just a couple of times this match, and TSM Flash X right now, level 4, 1,500 gold on the Iron Guard, just a little bit more than Marteau, so a little bit more even from the Roamers this time around.
All right, so 8 kills in 6 minutes or so. Did we actually complete any of those tier 3s? I'm not really seeing one, but we do got some fountains now on both of our rooms.
Yeah, I'm really expecting to start playing a lot more. As soon as Mixie does pick up an Aftershock, this could be a huge damage spike against that Glaive, especially since he has such a high health pool.
No, that's going to be the stun. Mixie has nowhere to go, and he's just going to get destroyed there. Now, T-Targets is here to complete that sandwich, and Flash, unfortunately, is just going to be resigned to his face. Status Baked, he's going to have a while for that after burn, but I think he should just be able to clean up Flash anyways.
Eventually.
Yeah.
There you go.
You'll get to it.
Good job, Status Baked. You got him. All right, Meek right now, he is sitting pretty well for himself. 45 CS, not the greatest. T-Tigers is at 64. So T-Tigers absolutely outperforming Meek this match.
Yeah, 64 compared to the 46 is a big reversal from game number 1, whereas pretty much just the other way. Meek thinking maybe, all right, get some damage out, perhaps get that steal. It's just not going to happen. A flare in the bush says, all right, he's going to get out of town. Now, this gold mine is fairly stacked at the 6-minute mark, and that immense, it is immense. Just very close. 199 gold, that's not so bad this early on.
Yeah, that's some fantastic gold for a side of Liberation X. And however, this is a little bit dangerous for them. Team Solomid, they do have the Fountain, they do have the Aftershock. This is exactly where they want to fight.
All right, so Marteau does finish up with the Life Spring into Fountain. Flash X there picked us up as well. Mixi's going to go. Status Bakes is the big target. He has to use that Afterburn. Can he actually kick back? Flash, he will right through Marteau, but it's not enough for a combo kill. T-Tigers, does he actually still have wait for it? He does, but not looking for a good opportunity as of yet. Throwing down a little bit more in terms of the scout traps. Another one's going to pop. Doesn't hit anyone, but TSM, they are sticking together. They are going to get these backs. Now, they don't have the stuns. They do have the silence. Death from above comes out. It's going to lock up Marteau, but that's it. Flash X is trying to jump on top of T-Target. Status Baked is there, and the afterburn 1 and 2. He picks him up, and he should be able to pick up Meek for the ace as well. Suri strikes, going to keep him going. Can they actually not catch up to him? There we go. The cone of that crit. It's enough, and that's a triple kill for Status Baked.
And that was a very interesting series of events right there. We had Mixi going in on the Glaive. Not really a target I would have expected him to jump on. The Yoni Captain Frenzy locks down a Glaive, but Glaive is so tanky. He has so much health right now. 1800, 8 minutes into the game. I don't think there was any chance they could have taken him down.
And remember, Status Baked, every time he gets into the fray, it is going to be that tension bow just able to proc, 2-3 times maybe in some of these longer fights, and that goes a long way to augmenting that burst of his.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, right now Marteau, he does have that Blast Tremor, and Mixi and Meek, they both have Reflex blocks. It's going to be very effective against both Glaive and Catherine, but I'm wondering if Flash X will go for the early Crucible just to deal with the Blast Tremor.
Oh, he still actually has that Iron Guard contract, so, I mean, he hasn't really developed that as of yet. Now, he has finished out that Fountain, has the boots. We've actually seen some bootless builds going for, like, more of those early Crucibles before, but it's just not there today for Flash.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit effective on Fortress because he is able to keep up with his allies with that Packmates perk.
Yep.
However, this game, a little bit of boots, pretty useful, especially against that Vox, who is very slippery.
Marteau has double Oakart. You can go actually into a lot of different ways with that.
Yeah, I'm thinking Warhorn, maybe Shiver Steel. Shiver Steel this game would actually be very good for Liberation X. Being able to slow down Mixi, being able to slow down Flash X, and help prevent Meek from running that quickly.
All right, TSM's very confident picking up this gold mine. They see a whole bunch of people out and about in lanes. Even if Status Baked was in that bush, it's going to be very dicey if he did use the Afterburn to get in. So a little bit of gold now over to TSM. Gold pretty much dead even. 16,000 apiece. Marteau right there into the fray. He used that flare. He got into the back, but T-Target's blocked. The reflex is not going to keep him down. And now he's trying to Sonic Zoom his way to victory. He gets one. Can he actually pick up the second there for Flash X? Status Baked does not have another Afterburn, and it looks like they will live for now, but 3 seconds too. He's sticking around. He might go for this dive.
And such a well-played fight from Liberation X. They were able to take down Mixi so quickly. And right here, this is where it becomes a lot more dangerous for side Team Solomid. Koshka does start to fall off a little bit earlier in this update. And right now, he does good damage, but he is not that tanky.
Golden Meek is actually really far forward, and he's just going to be trying to shift this lane right into that turret. This could actually be some pretty decent chip damage, but there's not going to be any kind of big rotations from the junglers. It looks like they're just going to be on their own separate paths, so they're just going to have to suffer through it. The turret will stand, but it's going to be very low-hanging fruit later on.
Golden Meek wanted that turret, but T-Tigers respawning just in time, able to come help out, defend that turret, make sure it doesn't go down, and keeping a gold lead on its side of Liberation X.
Now, this is interesting. Status Baked actually is the one to finish up the double fountain. So they have actually now 2 ready for those fights. I would have expected it out of Mixi, but he's going a little bit more offensive. Still, he has that reflex block, but Crucible from the Flash X, that was a good call.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very good play coming out, or very, very good buy coming out from Status Baked. Having the fountain, the double fountain is not something you see every single match, but in this case, this is very, very effective because Mixi, he has the burst damage. However, in those long sustained fights that Glaive will drag you out into, it is so effective to just make sure Koshka is unable to stay in those and do as much damage as she would like to.
Now, T-Tigers actually picks up that Eve after the alternating current. As I said, that turret is just not going to be lasting. That's now a whole bunch of gold into the pockets of TSM. They're actually still keeping this on par. Despite the fact that they're down 7 kills, the gold is actually slightly in their favor. So now another fight. That's going to be, oh, the stun from and into that scout trap brings Mixi now real low. Flash is actually a little bit now separated. The blast trimmer as well. His teammates just could not do anything here. The fountain will come out. They weren't able to bring him down during that silence, but T-Tigers, could he actually have this? Oh yeah, it's just going to be looking easy right there. But now he has to deal with Golden Meek. Now, Golden Meek, he is going to be trying his best. It looks like the minion miner is a little bit more involved than I think he wanted him to, so that's going to be a second kill. And Status Bake, 3 seconds, 2, 1. Is he going to look for Mixi?
He's got this.
Yes, he absolutely does.
All right, the ace comes out for our side Liberation X. They are playing so well this game compared to last. And right now, Team Solomid, they have got to be worried.
I'd be definitely a little worried when you're down 10 kills and when your tournament life is on the line. And remember, if they do actually lose this one, it will be a blind pick as well. And that's where I'd be actually a little bit worried because Liberation X has been in this situation time and again, and they have almost always prevailed.
Most certainly, and right now, Statusbake, he is staying on intentional. He does have the fountain. It looks like he might be going for a breaking point next, but I'm not really certain. Maybe going for a little bit of crit. He has so many options right now. It looks like he's going for a tornado trigger.
No, there's nothing wrong with the tornado trigger. We don't really see a lot of breaking points these days. There used to be a time where that was like the thing to build, but you know, times change.
Times have changed, most certainly. And right now, Flash X, he is sitting on the fountain. He is sitting on the Crucible. He is doing very well for himself. I'm really hoping that he picks up a Warhorn very soon because his team, they need to be able to kite back and still be able to engage. So cutting back a little bit and then engaging after Statusbake has jumped in with the afterburn is going to be very important.
Marteau's already down to half on this one. That's going to be some silences, a lot of blocks going at the death from above. Not really super effective, but we do got that fountain now ticking away. Flash is going to be low. He's going to jump into the bag. Mixi now is the target. They do get the glaive, but they traded for the Koshka, and Marteau is actually still into the front. He's trying to set up this situation for T-Tigers, but doesn't really look like they're going to be able to seal that deal, so they will trade it out 1-1. It's actually a nice trade for Solo Mid since they are behind in kills.
Yeah, such a close fight, though. T-Tigers, though, he is seeing a little bit more health than a side of Team Solo Mid, and it looks like Kolomik does have to back, so this might be a turret for Liberation X.
Yeah, there's nothing that a roaming Flash can really do up against Marteau and T-Tigers. He's going to put up a brave front. T-Tigers is really kind of running around in a circle. He wasn't attacking that turret. And is he thinking of trying to bring down Flash? Doesn't matter. Marteau gets the turret anyways. And now, well, is Flash really going to try to force this? He gets stunned up and Marteau's able to walk for him.
So this is a very interesting part, because right now, Liberation X, they have 2 members that do have to go back to base. Will Team Solo Mid go and do anything on the map? Looks like not really. I think they could have gone for the gold mine, but I guess they're a little bit worried about Status Baked.
Yeah, they don't know where he is. He's not on the map right now. It looks like they are actually going to do it anyways. Mixi is just going to clear out jungle as well. It's a little bit of gold now into his pocket, but gold mine at this point, it's just over a quarter, so it's going to be, what, a decent? Yeah, decent, but still 115. It's going to be a luxury that's going to be now ill-afforded after the 15-minute mark, because we're within 60 seconds of the Kraken.
All right, here's a Warhorn coming out on Flash X. This is actually pretty important to pick up for Team Solo Mid, because they have to be able to keep perfect distances in these fights. If they can down a T-Tiger, it's fantastic, but it's very unlikely. He is so slippery, especially with that reflex on. Here's the tornado trigger coming out from Glaive.
Yeah, Mr. Zeke, and I will say that your knowledge is on point. So with this tornado trigger and that tension bow, I mean, that's the core of the damage here from Status Bake. Is that enough to bring these guys to a game 3?
I do think it could be enough. However, TSM, it's going to be a very tough ball to crack.
All right, well, they're going to try to focus down Flash. They are going to do at least a decent job of bringing him almost to that kill. Yes, they will get it. There's no fountain now in this fight for the team of Mixi. No Crucible here either in Status Bake. They are going to be looking for blood. Mixi's going to be the target. Status Bake, another Afterburn. He picks it up on the other side. T-Tigers cleans up for that ace. And now Status Baked, he's just going to be able to, well, proxy farm a bit. He's going to cut the lane. He has nowhere else to go.
Yeah, Status Bake just doing whatever he wants to do right now. He knows that Team Soulmate is down for another couple seconds. Yeah, he's got out, no problem, takes down a turret, and right here, Liberation X, they are in such a good position. TSM, they got caught out so hard. Flash X, he had both his Crucible and his Fountain still up, and he didn't pop either of them.
Did he even have the Warhorn? Did he use it to try to escape? Because it's up again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he used that, but I mean, not using the Crucible, not using the Fountain, that is a pretty big mistake right there. And I'm really hoping that they can turn this around because they do have the build, they have the composition to still take these fights. But right now, Liberation X is just playing these fights so well.
18 kills to 5, and finally a little bit of a gold lead now developed here from Liberation X off the back of that push. They're up about 3,500, and that's quite a few infusions now going into Liberation X. And you can see 2 more now to add to that as well. Again, 1,000 gold almost dropped per person. Mixi, no, you're not going anywhere. You're just going to get Afterburn. Now we do have that death from above, big blocks coming out, but still the damage is really there. Koshka's now out. Flash is not going to get T-Tigers. Meek, however, might, but no, he's just going to go down simultaneously, and another ace for Liberation X. Marto, at this point, can solo that Kraken.
Yeah, and this is the play that TSM does so often. Team Solo Mid, they are usually the ones who buy infusions on every single member, then go for the Kraken. But this time around, Liberation X, they copied TSM's strategy book and just did the exact same thing back at them.
So the TSM special now being ordered against a TSM, because even with this Kraken, it's not 4 turrets, but there's only 2 still standing. But at the same time, I mean, the defenders will be there, but when you're all infusioned up, when you're level 12 almost across the board, Marteau's very close, you're basically your final form at this point.
Right, and this is where the Koshka is becoming a very large detriment to the side team Solo Mid, because she is not very tanky. She still does good damage, but right now T-Tigers just absolutely explodes her. Status Bake can take her easily one-on-one.
We've seen this.
We have seen this before. Did the kill work?
Well, I mean, when you roll around and you mark it as your territory, Flash X has the confidence of it. But, I mean, we've seen this now 3 times. All Status Bake has to do is just go into it. Yeah, he finds them all. Where's the Blood Song? It's a perfect opportunity, but he is going to drop low. Yummy Catnip Frenzy trying to bring up T-Tigers. And, wow, he is going to drop low, but he still gets a kill. Are they finally going to get him? They will, but Flash is going to go down. Yeah, absolutely. And Marteau for another ace. That is veritably good game as the Kraken has advanced, and there's no one to defend.
And Liberation X just taking down TSM in a fantastic fight right there. The Kraken, there's nothing to stop her. Status Bake, Marshall, they march on in. TSM, they're not going to spawn in time for this, and I'm literally looking forward to seeing what they pick for Game 3.
Well, Game 3, blind pick. We've seen this now a few times, and again, I'm a little worried because Liberation X has really shown that they can come into these situations and win these games, and it would be a heck of an accomplishment to take those world champions out of the North American Winter Finals.
Yeah, that was so well played from both sides. However, TSM, they did fall a little bit short in the end of that game. Liberation X, they stepped it up. They were doing so well. That Glaive, Status Bake, just knocking people out of position every couple seconds, and I don't know, Mixi on that Koshka, I don't think it worked out for them this time around.
Yeah, that early aggression that just served them so very well in game number 1 really fell flat. I mean, it was 2-0, 3-0, I think almost 4-0 before 4-1. And I mean, that turnaround definitely must have been a little bit more shocking to the teams because they came out swinging game number 1 very confidently, but game 2 falling flat on their face, I don't know where their mind's going to be at.
Yeah, I definitely think they can still make a comeback, though. I do think either of these teams can take game number 3. It's going to be very close. They're both so incredibly good, and I really want to see what will Liberation X go for? Because we know TSM, they're pretty much good with anything, but we'll see.
Well, this is where you got to bring out the strongest comps. I'm not holding out for my Rona, but Rome, maybe you can tell me, is there a chance that we're going to see a Rona in Game 3?
All right, we will see North American champions against the world champions. Expect nothing less than a blind pick. Game 3, Rome. We didn't see it at all through the qualifiers. We didn't see it at all through day 1. It took until now for Status Bake to finally go back to one of those 2 signature heroes that he made his stardom on, and it certainly worked out for him.
Yeah, and it's not just Status Bake like mastering Glaive, but it just matches their playstyle so much where you have like the designated laner with T-Tigers always grabbing those late game carries, and he makes a presence there. So as long as he's able to have a composition built around that, and which helps them peel, which helps them mix up plays, and it works out so well for them. Like, this is the type of play style that I really recommend for the Liberation X team.
And some great positioning, some great maneuvering out of T-Tigers. TSM wanted to take him out first. They really struggled to do that quickly enough for the fights to go in their favor.
Yeah, and this is something that we do have to pay attention to. Like, there's a lot of things that TSM could have done better that last game, and I feel like they do have a very strong early game composition. You have Sky, you have Koshka with Fortress. They have to constantly be able to engage, and because they don't do that, you're letting Vox sitting in that lane just free farming, and this is exactly what Liberation X wanted. They didn't really care about the team fights down in that jungle. They just wanted to make sure that T-Tigers had the time of his life up in that lane.
Yeah, and that is very interesting. You got kind of that old school 111 Koshka Fortress, but they weren't living out of enemy side jungle. They weren't really pushing the issue in the early game.
And this is the thing, because with having like Kaldameek play that Sky, you do need a little bit of time, especially when you're trying to build up that weapon power. You have to be able to like have that lane pressure where you're freely able to rotate, and they just didn't have that.
All right, so this is it. You know, for these teams, one of these teams is going to be done when this next match is over. So TSM, do you expect them to go back to things that have worked earlier in the tournament, or is this the time when they pull out some card, they pull out something that they have in their back pocket, similar to how Gangstar Sirius showed up with a Roam Vox?
Well, this is the fun thing about having blind pick for our third match in every series, and that's the fact that it's more of a mind game instead of relating back to your comfort picks, because you are dealing with the top 8 teams in North America. Everybody has that like compositions built out. They do know all the heroes. Like, they master a lot of different things, and like, for example, like we were talking about Rona earlier, and why we haven't seen any Rona yet. To be honest, like Rona, you throw that with a Scarf together is a perfect composition. As long as you're able to build itemized correctly, you can fit any hero on the full together.
All right, so understanding that, and understanding that maybe now Liberation X has got something going where they're going to play a Glaive or play a Rona with Status Baked, and you have that mind game, as you said. All right, if they're going to do this, then we're going to do this, but then they'll know that, and so they're going to do that. Like,
that's 360. You know, that's the 360.
360 again. Clearly cannot choose the wine in front of me, for those who get that reference. So where do you think, after all those cups move, where do you think it's going to end up with these two comps?
To be honest, like looking at Team Solo Mid, I don't want to see them running like a buff composition. Instead, I want to see them run something very aggressive. And this is something that really like highlights their strengths and really like puts up to the showcase like what they're capable of in terms of mechanical skills, synergizing as a group, positioning and team synergy. Grabbing a composition that's very aggressive, very approaching, fits them really well.
I'm sorry, and on the other side?
With Liberation X, this is something like you have to notice T-Tigers, and you want to be able to build a composition around him where T-Tigers is the central core, and on the outside ring you have Status Bake, who's always playing like more of a bruiser role, more of like somebody that's able to be utilized, having that utility to be able to help pretty much like just help you kite out, help you put T-Tigers in a better position. And then you have Marto up in front, just leading the way, making sure that they're vocalizing, communicating with each other. And this is the signature, or like this is like what I see when I look at the Liberation X and the last season's champion.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Kaldameek, because you know, whatever team Kaldameek has been on, the first VIPL, he was on Gangstar Sirius. Gangstar Sirius wins the world title. Kaldameek, you know, he in these, you know, this season, in all the games he's played, when he's played on Gangstar Sirius in the qualifier, Gangstar Sirius wins. When he plays with TSM, you know, TSM wins. Now, of course, having been acquired by TSM, being a member of TSM now. So is Kaldameek a player who might just step up here and take control and dominate this game, get them through to that semifinal?
Well, he is somebody that's able to play pretty much every single hero, and he knows the limitations really well. But overall, you have to look at TSM as one unit instead of looking at each player individually. And building out a composition that really highlights their strength is something that they really have to focus on.
All right, let's take a look at where we stand in terms of the schedule and all of these teams and who they're going to face. Whoever manages to win this is going to play Gangstar Sirius, the #2 seed. On the other side, we are going to have a rematch between Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic and Nemesis Hydra, and the winner of that is going to make it through to play Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. So a fun moment for Halcyon Hammer's organization, potentially looking at a Halcyon Hammers versus Halcyon Hammers semifinal, and a story that came from Forecourt Jester in the back. Dienzio, or maybe it was Vedius, but Dienzio, in talking to our casters earlier, said that, you know, all he cares about, if it manages to be Halcyon Hammers versus Halcyon Hammers semifinal, is that means some Halcyon Hammers team is going to the final. And that's all that really cared about. So very young player, showing a lot of maturity there, which is nice to see. But, you know, obviously, it's all going to come down to this. This is Elimination Day, and either the North American champions or the world champions are done when this match is over.
Yeah, and there is no easy path here. For like the teams that are fighting to get themselves out of the loser bracket, every road is a hard road.
Yeah. All right, and looking ahead for just a moment, Halcyon Hammers Kinetic Nemesis Hydra, that's going to be a rematch of day one, which is interesting.
And yeah, and especially with teams that have a lot of experience, they're able to actually look back on their plays, and they have a very open mind, just addressing what they need to work on, making sure that they're minimizing the amount of mistakes. And this is a perfect example of this is Gangstar Sirius, where these guys barely make any mistakes, and the only times that they do lose is when they just totally get outplayed.
All right, so the #1 seed, Team Solo Mid, against the #6 seed, but the North American champions, Liberation X. We're getting very close to that decisive match, but in the little bit of extra time that we have, I would love to hear from Forecourt Jester and Z-Kent.
Well, when your tournament life is on the line, you gotta bring your best comp to the table, and both of these teams are going, one of them is gonna be going home after this one, and it's hard to say that you're not gonna be seeing an Adagio.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see an Adagio from maybe even both sides. I don't really expect Kolomik to play one again because it didn't work out so well for them last time. However, they can still definitely pull it out. I'm really interested in seeing what Status Bake plays, though. You say, you know, he might go for that run, he might go for that glaive. The glaive worked so well last game. I'd be really surprised if he didn't pull it out again.
Yeah, you can't deny that the glaive absolutely did work, and, you know, glaive with Adagio, sure, why not? Buff him, he's going to be able to stick to that target, but we've also seen, you know, glaive Adagio, we've seen glaive Black Feather. There is, not glaive Black Feather, Adagio Black Feather, that's definitely a better combo. We've seen a lot of different ways that you can use Adagios, so coming into this, would it be double? I'm only guessing that TSM's going to run it.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, they can come out with almost anything at this point. They have so diverse hero compositions that I could pull out, and I am really interested in seeing what they come out with exactly.
Yeah, instead, you know, got to put your best foot forward. Liberation X, Game 5 of the Autumn Finals, brought out the strongest comp, and they went on to become the #1 seed for NA. And, well, this is a big chance for them to show that they still got it. NA versus World Champions, game #3. We're going to be jumping into it here in just a moment. And Z-Kent, it is Adagio on Mixi.
Yeah, Adagio on Mixi. I think I like this so much more than Adagio with Kolomik. Kolomik playing that Ringo, this is going to work out so much better. Mixi's going to be able to buff up Kolomik. Kolomik has such good positioning on that Ringo. I'm really excited to see, can T-Tigers hold up in lane against that Ringo?
Now again, like looking at Liberation X, is this your strongest comp? Well, I really hope so, because it's your tournament life, but it's the exact same comp as game #2. It's Catherine, it's Vox, and it's Status Baked on that glaive.
Yeah, and it worked out so well for him last game, as you said. So T-Tigers on this Vox again. However, this time he is up against the Ringo, and it's going to be pretty tricky for them, I'd say.
Now, Flash X is going to be the carry fortress this time. It's not going to be that roaming as... no, sorry, it is going to be the roaming Flash X. I'm looking at Mixi, and I just really wanted to see him do it, but it was not meant to be. So Mixi going to be more of that crystal power, looks like Kolomik, more of that weapon power. We haven't really gotten to see a lot of crystal Ringo these tournaments.
Yeah, crystal Ringo, it is very effective. However, they definitely need the early game power of the weapon Ringo in this match. Right now, they are running the fortress, they are running the Ringo, and with the Adagio, they need to make sure they can diversify their damage and allow Kolomik to do as much as he can in these fights.
And Liberation X going up to that lane, trying to support T-Tigers. Now, this would have been about the point that TSM was looking for that gank, but instead, you can see they're going to be playing it a little bit more passive. They did actually hit the shop there as well. You can see an Oak Heart available on Flash X, whereas Marto just kind of sitting there with that Iron Guard. But at the same time, now Adagio into the back, perhaps a little bit too greedy. Status Baked is going to come down here, and he will get the kill before anything was stolen. Well, anything of great worth at this point. The backs are the most important part of that jungle.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting move coming out from Team Solomid. They did send Mixi down, and they are still coming out a little bit ahead in gold due to the fact that FlashX is sticking in that lane with Colomique. He's able to pick up a little bit more gold for himself with that Iron Guard, and right now, the main thing is Team Solomid, they haven't lost their back, so they can still go back and farm those.
Yeah, but FlashX is going to come down here. Not entirely too sure he can really do too much about T-Tigers. He was able to do a bit of counter, and now Status Baked Marteau, they are going to be putting up that front, so it's not going to be a chase here at all. FlashX and Cole, looks like they're just going to go back to their respective areas, and gold, well, a little bit more ahead here for Solo Mid, but it's not a huge amount, and it's definitely not insurmountable.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous for Team Solomid, though. T-Tigers, he is looking to freeze this lane, and with his teammates in the bush weighing with him, this is going to be so dangerous for us at Team Solomid. They are not going to be able to farm too effectively.
And well, it looks like they're also not going to fall for it as well. You can see him looking for this invade. They also might be just looking to pop some of these scout traps. And FlashX is somebody that is really well known for not picking up scout traps. You've also seen him break down and bite in a few games now as well. He's probably feeling that pressure.
Oh, and well, they got one of them. TSM is in a lot of danger. FlashX does take two, so they did that camp. They get one of the big camps. You know, not too bad for them. They still are likely to both go down, but it doesn't matter too much. Colomique is going to be able to bully T-Tigers a little bit in this lane. 26 CS, FlashX is on the run, but I mean, there's pretty much no way that he's going to get out of this.
Flash is really just kind of wasting time at this point as much as he can. Now, that was a 3-man rotation from Liberation, so Colomique has a little bit of a break from that lane. He is able to go down, pick up the forests, pick up that jungle minion there as well. So kills this early on, you actually going to get more out of farming rather than getting some of these kills. It takes a while for those to really start not only getting the death timers up there, but the gold rewards as well.
Right now the main thing for those kills is what do you get out of them? And right there, Liberation X, they didn't actually get too much. They are able to pressure Team Solomid jungle a little bit, but I'm not too sure if they're going to get too much else.
Well, they pick up the 2, and now they're picking up a little bit, and they might actually pick up another here with Flash. That's going to be the stun, but I don't think Status Baked, though. He's going to go for it, but he will only trade. It is not going to be an advantageous result for them. Now, T-Tigers is here, but I think he just might be leaving Marteau to it because the twirling silver of Colomique, he will be trying to chase down Marteau, but with that Merciless, you can see Marteau will be just absolutely fine. So if you can, again, go for a little bit more farm while you're distracting the opponents, you will come out ahead in these trades.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dangerous for us at Liberation now. Colomique, he's going to freeze this lane a little bit, and what's going to happen is Colomique is going to push this lane in. T-Tigers is not able to clear the way very quickly, so this means that Team Solomid can bring all 3 members of their team into the side of Liberation X's jungle, and it's completely taken over.
Yeah, but they're not really going to get too much of it with these fresh deaths. That's going to be the restart on a lot of these timers, and even if they do go for this invade, they're going to be not really getting a lot out of it. Now, that being said, if they can pick up these forwards, sure, it's a little bit extra cash in their pocket, but the invade is just not going to happen.
Yeah, right now TSM is just backing off, taking their own jungle, and we will see what happens with T-Tigers, because he is going to be the main star in this match if they can get to late game. However, Status Baked right now, he does have potential. He has 4 kills to his name.
Yeah.
He is doing well.
He has all 4 kills to his name, and a 4-minute attention bow is absolutely astounding. Now, he's not quite level 6, but he's a little over half into that. Mixi actually outleveling him just a smidge. Colomique on average there, but oh, the afterburn right under the turret. Stun into the second, and Colomique, there was no last hit there from Tigers.
And that was just really unfortunate from the side of Liberation X. They all thought someone else is going to get this kill, but they all turned around and didn't work too well.
Time to walk away with sunglasses, but unfortunately it backfired a little bit too.
No explosions this time.
Yeah, not exactly. So FlashX, he's going to take a little bit of flag here, but you can see Glaive, I mean, they're not going to cry over spilt mode at this point. They just go right back to their rotations, pick up these new spawns, get more cash. Now we do got the level 6 this round for Status Baked. If they try to do that again, we'll have the Blood Song ready to go.
Yeah, Marteau getting a little bit of danger himself. However, Mixi, he is level 6 himself. Burst of Judgment on Adagio, pretty effective, but right now Status Baked is to do a lot more damage.
And there's the problem though, the Burst of Judgment is very easy to counter. We got 2 sets of stuns with that Merciless Pursuit, 3 sets if you actually think of the Blast Tremor, and that Afterburn. It could be really hard to get that off in a fight.
Yeah, and this is a huge mistake coming out from Liberation X. T-Tigers, he got chunked out. Status Baked, he walked in the bush, got chunked out himself, and this gave away a turret for free. Team Solomid up 1.5 thousand gold. It's not much, but it is going to be significant.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more than that as well with this gold mine, assuming that they don't actually get interrupted into a Status Baked. Does he have that Afterburn? You know he does. They're trying to bait this out, looking for it. He gets the steal. Will he go down for his troubles? That's the big question. Colomique's looking for it. He gets punted back, but now he has to deal with this front line, and well, with Marteau just not there, sure, but the better of the trades did go to Liberation X, but now with this invade, that actually might tilt the tables.
Yeah, it's Liberation X stopping a little bit of bleeding. However, FlashX is getting incredibly low.
Yeah, FlashX. I mean, he is a big target, but he is not going down. They don't get any of those backs, so Liberation X will still come out okay, but losing out those backs and losing out this minion mine, that's a lot of cash.
Yeah,
now
this is
going
bad for
over to
TSM. This could be dangerous.
But there's no glaive. There's no collapse here. It's just him and Marteau. Oh, the trap! Mixi, he's going to get stunned up. Marteau and Tigers. Oh, here comes Status. If he can get into that back, look for that Mixi. Tigers is not actually going down. The vision provided for Marteau over the wall, and now those hits, double kill for the glaive. They definitely stayed around a little too long.
Yeah, however, TSM is still up 1.3 thousand gold. This is not huge, but they need to hold this lead because the moment Liberation X gets even or even slightly ahead, Liberation X, they have the game.
Well, I mean, with this now Invade going in, stealing out that jungle, if they get the minion miner on top of it, that's going to be pretty close to parity, especially with T-Tigers picking up as much farm as he can here. Flash X is going to try to freeze it, and again, like those cash values coming into it, it's not going to be that far off.
Yeah, Flash X just taking up these minions for Kolomik. Kolomik's to pick up a little bit of farm for himself, and right here, this comes down to how well does Liberation X stay alive, because if they can stall us into a mid to late game, they do have it. Team Solo mid though, they have a very, very strong composition. If Kolomik stays alive in any of these fights, he is going to be such a huge threat with that buff of Mixchies, and I'm really interested in seeing, can Statusbake knock Kolomik out of position, or will Kolomik use those reflex blocks?
Well, that's going to be definitely the big focus. If you can bring Cole out of the equation, then you're going to have a heck of an advantage, and you can see again, Statusbaked and Marteau are going to go hand in hand with those fountains. It's still a life spring for Statusbaked right now, but Marteau's already got his ready to go to match that of Flash, and this is, you know, again, a part of the combo that won them game number 2 to bring this into the blind Vic.
Yeah, and TSM right now, they are doing pretty decently for themselves. 1.3 thousand gold in the lead. However, they are falling behind in kills a little bit. Statusbake has actually been part of every single kill, including, you know, kills for the other team.
Yeah, he has every kill. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Everybody else is 0-0-0-0. So Statusbake, he's holding all the kills and all the deaths. That's an interesting card to hold, but it also means that majority of the gold that has been earned from this team is on Statusbake. So it's the same problem. If TSM takes out Statusbake, they're going to win these fights. If they lose out Kolomik, well, Liberation X should probably just take it straight up.
Yeah, actually, even though Statusbake is the one with all the kills on side Liberation X, T-Tigers is quickly becoming a very, very large threat. He does have the alternate carry, and right now, they have another fight.
And they find Flash. That's going to be some silence that's going out. Another stun, keeping Cole into the back. The afterburn going forward. Statusbake is getting in front of Cole, but can he actually bring him down? Cole with the stutter steps and the stuns. Marteau now going to be dropping low as Mixi is right then and there. And T-Tigers, he might have gotten that fortress, but now it's going to be an ace and the gold mine. I think it's a big objective right now. We get the ace. We could go for a turret. The one turret's already down, and that gold has now really shifted to Team Solo mid.
And that right there is the power of buff comps. Adagio, Mixi dropping so much damage on for Kolomik. Kolomik was able to completely decimate Statusbake. Statusbake, he jumped in. He's like, I can 1v3 this. I got Marteau by my side coming in soon. But by the time Marteau got there, Statusbake, he was dead.
Yeah, definitely a little bit too far forward, and it just wasn't enough to bring down Kolomik. So we do got those double fountains this time ready to go. The tension bow for Statusbake into what? The tornado trigger, I think it was last game?
Right. And right here, we do see Statusbake. He's likely to go for the same build. It's very, very effective on that glaive. He needs to build up those Bloodsong stacks. However, TSM, this is the advantage they were looking for. Right here, they're going to go for another gold mine. I think they got this.
Well, Statusbake stole one, couldn't get the other, even though we did have that flare. Now he's going to go deep. Again, stun on top of Cole. We are going to be looking for some fountains soon enough as Flash, unless he gets silenced up. If you could just put him down, there we go. Now we got those fountains going. Statusbake turns around, but it's not enough again, even with as much damage at burst as he has. The sustain is just not there. T-Tigers gets one, doesn't get the second, and Marteau's just going to make a quick exit to prevent the ace.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a swag kill right there for Kolomik. He used the Hellfire Brew on T-Tigers, who is right in front of him. I'm not really sure if that was the right choice, but it still worked out for him. He was very, very close. Baylife indeed. All right, so we do have Mixi with some serious crystal power behind him. The Agent of Wrath buff on Kolomik is just going to be so impressive. Statusbake coming in, but there's not much he can do here.
I'm actually rather surprised he didn't put down that that auto attack for the minion, but at the same time, look at Cole in those stutter steps. He is becoming a powerhouse into this matchup. And Cole, again, 5-1-1. He doesn't quite hold all the kills, but neither does Statusbaked anymore. But still, again, that's where majority of these golds are. Now that again, they're going to be kicking out Kolomik. They're looking for the kill, but Vox evaporates. Statusbake not soon to follow, and now Marteau is going to drop to the floor, and that is a 3-0 right there. TSM immediately going back to lane for a turret.
Yeah, and this turret is going to drop so quickly right now. Mixi with Kolomik is able to take down turrets so fast. Just watch as this turret drops.
1, 2, 3, and at least 3 crits by the end of it, and the turret, it just does not exist anymore.
Yeah, one of the big things in this match is once again, Flash FlashX, look at the Iron Guard gold, 3,000. And on Marto, only 2,000. And that is making such a huge difference in these fights. That Warhorn pickup by FlashX so early is exactly what helps TSM maneuver around these fights and stay away from status baked.
And we were talking about that in the last game as well. They needed that Warhorn. They needed that Warhorn. They got it a heck of a lot earlier this round. Flash has done some really good farm. He might have one minion to his name, but as you said, 3,000 gold from that Iron God contract and counting. The engages are just on another level here for Team Solo Mid.
Most certainly, and right now Team Solo Mid is just doing so well for themselves. I would be very surprised if they gave anything up on the map over the next couple minutes. And once Kraken spawns, I'm pretty sure they just go with TSM special and try to end the game.
However, TSM special.
Yeah, however, Liberation X, they're going to have to make a play very soon. Right now, they still have the potential to burst down Kolomeek with T-Tigers, with Status Bake. They have a lot of damage behind them. However, if they aren't able to take Kolomeek down, the same fight is going to happen over and over again.
Yeah, but this is looking actually pretty bad for Liberation X. We not only have that Crucible on Flash X, but now the Aegis and the Reflex there from Mixi and Kolomeek. It's a double stun comp, and we actually have enough tools to defeat both those stuns.
Yeah, and another thing coming out from the side of Team Summit, those infusions. Mixi and Flash X both picked up the Crystal Infusion, and it's just going to help deal more damage to the side of Liberation X.
And you can't go wrong with more damage, and now they're going to find Status Bake, but he can just go over the wall. Easy peasy, but it does use the cooldown, and it's going to be 10 seconds until he can bring that after to bear. So now pushing in, if we can get some pot shots here on top of these turrets, it's great, but I don't think it's the biggest of deals at this point.
Yeah, right there, Marto goes in with Marto.
He just got kited all the way into the back. He's not even really going to be part of the fight. He is living a good about 700 damage by the end of it. He's going to bring it down at Status Bake. Also, could not bring down Call. The Hellfire could actually be it for Tigers, and he's going to drop. This actually now could be the turrets.
Yeah, and right here, TSM is going to be able to take down both these turrets. They might even take the game. 13 minutes and 30 seconds into this match, and TSM, they come out with a dominating victory.
The TSM early bird special don't even need the Kraken, but they take the fights, they take the turrets, and now the crowd has their support. The TSM chants coming out, and they are still in this tournament. They're going to semis tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really interesting match in the semifinals. They are going to be up against Gangstars. This is not the matchup I expect to see in the semifinals, but that is a finals-worthy match, so this is going to be very exciting to see both of these teams match up again so soon.
Those photo ops are looking pretty fly, especially with those new jerseys that they went and picked up on the Friday. You know, it's a newly acquired team, but they are still here, and they are still having a chance to deliver into the finals. Those best of fives tomorrow, they will be down one game in that series, but they still, all they got to do is win 3.
Yeah, and that was a great set played by both of these teams. Liberation X coming out extremely strong in Game 2. They went with the exact same team composition for Game 3. Didn't work out so well. Statsbake, though, is still incredible. He was on that glaive. He got so many kills so early on, and even still, they were unable to win that game.
The power fluctuations between like Games 1, Game 2, and now these blind picks, it's rather astounding. I mean, you can swing wildly one way and then just absolutely lose in a huge detriment the other. It's a veritable roller coaster of emotion for these players.
Yeah, and one of the great things about that last match was it was so even up until about the 8-minute mark, 9-minute mark, where it completely broke open. TSM, they caught one member of Liberation out of position and completely capitalized.
Yeah, so, I mean, strongest comps, it looks like TSM definitely found theirs. They move on to semis, but we're not done yet for the night. We still have one more game series because we got to determine who else goes to these semis, because not only is Gangstars waiting there, who now against TSM, a lot of people said that would be the finals. We also got to determine who goes up against Velocity.
Yeah, Velocity, a fantastic game, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what exactly happens there.
All right, so to get some thoughts and everything else before we set up here down on the floor, throwing it back to the analyst.
All right, thank you so much for Corchester and Zken. It is the world champions, the #1 seed, Team Solo Mid, besting the North American champions, Liberation X. Their journey is over. A valiant effort out of Liberation X today, but TSM had their number in the final game.
Yeah, and like that last match and the match before that, it showed us like the true potential of Liberation X. And the only difference between these two teams here was the synergy and the coordination between them. And this is something that Team Solo Mid has over them, and this is something they executed really well.
Now, we talked a little bit about Kolomeek before that decisive game. This is a professional player who, you know, was first acquired by Alliance, and then Alliance was acquired by TSM, and a lot of that has to do with how Kolomeek, when it matters most, when everything is on the line, he always seems to step up. He always seems to play his best, and today was no different.
Yeah, so definitely, like, the MVP of this thing has to be Kolomeek. And looking at, like, not just his KDA, but looking at how he, like, positioned himself and how even Mixi, like swapping down to that Adagio, they played excellently. They communicated with each other. They made sure that they're always kiting and body blocking for each other. And this is something that was very pleasant to see.
All right, we're going to take a look at some highlights from that pivotal final match. Talk to me a little bit about the comps and how this played out. It had to be scary knowing that if Liberation X could survive long enough, that Vox might get really strong, but Liberation X, this game, aggression worked out much better.
To be honest, in terms of composition, I did favor the Liberation X side more, just because that if they did everything right, they would have gotten the kills down on Ringo so easy. As long as they pretty much initiated off of Catherine's silence, you can throw Glaive in there after burn, and then pretty much Ringo is out of the picture, and that's all they really had to do. But unfortunately, like, this is something that they didn't get done.
All right, so for TSM, they get to move on, but they are going to play Gangstar Sirius. This was something that going in, we thought maybe this would be the finals, you know, the #1 seed against the #2 seed, but the road got switched up on TSM, having to come out of the losers bracket. And of course, in the semifinals, this will be best of 5. And the undefeated team gets to start up 1-0. That is their reward for not having to use the double elimination part of the format. So, and it will be for those who really want to theory craft at home or want to look at Broken Myth, that it will be Team Solo Mid that gets to pick if they want to be Team A or Team B, if they want to defend the left or right base, if they want to pick first, ban first, or if they want to have those two picks together. So it will be Gangstar starting up 1-0. It will be TSM getting to decide how they want to approach that draft, and it's going to be certainly fun to see that match.
Yeah, and just sitting down and pretty much just looking at like all the matches between these two teams, and especially like with the current rosters coming out of both of them, TSM is up 3-0, and this is something Gangstar Sirius really have to like jump onto, and they have to show the difference between these two teams.
All right, so I believe now we have Super Sub Shinkai with a member of Team Solo Mid. They have to be very relieved and very excited to be making it to the semifinals.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. So first, congrats on beating the previous North American champions. You've definitely proven how skilled that you guys are. But your road is still long and hard up ahead. So you will be playing against Gangstars next match, and you'll be down 1 match due to the double elimination format. So how does that affect your strategy moving on forward?
So it's definitely a huge advantage to Gangstars that they're starting up 1-0. They're an incredibly skilled team with a really deep hero pool. Strategy-wise, though, we would just approach it like any other game, go in, follow our draft game plan, execute accordingly, and if we're the better team, then we'll come out on top.
So I definitely know that you're a big fan of trying to prepare for matches, but Gangstars has shown that they could play very strange comps. I don't think anyone would have expected a support Vox, and even Gabe mentioned that that was the first time playing it, and that they, and I quote, YOLO'd it, right? So how can you prepare for something like that?
Yeah, that was incredibly surprising. That's not something that has really ever been seen in competitive play before. We obviously have our homework to go home and do. We'll definitely rewatch those matches, look for weak points, and hopefully execute accordingly.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about TSM. So tell me a little bit more about what this means to you to hear this crowd chant TSM, and that's directed towards you. So I know it's been a dream of yours.
Yeah, that's really incredible. I've definitely heard it in other games before, but now that it's happening for Vainglory, to me and my team, it feels very, very special. We're incredibly grateful to all of our fans for all their awesome support.
Great, and I don't know if you knew this, but yesterday there were over 10,000 people watching you, so you have definitely a lot of new fans and old fans. So congrats on your win today. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you very much, Shin Kaigen. Great to hear from Flash X, the roamer of TSM. They get it done, and they advance to the semifinals. Rome, this was a fun match. Any final thoughts on this one?
No, overall, like I really like looking at Liberation X in the second and third match. I feel like this is something that they haven't shown us yesterday and earlier today. So moving on, like I have a lot of expectations coming out of them. And the same can be said about TSM, where you're seeing a lot more different play styles coming out of them, a lot more innovation in terms of not always locking down their comfort picks.
All right, so from TSM, they're going to have to prepare for Gangstar Sirius, but we are not done. Wow, it has been an unbelievable day. Quite an emotional roller coaster ride, incredibly close matches, but we still have one more pivotal series to decide what's going to happen tomorrow. We have to find out, will it be Halcyon Hammers versus Halcyon Hammers in a semifinal, or will Nemesis Hydra do what they've done time and time again, which is find a way through to those semifinals and finals matches. So make sure you don't go anywhere. I do want to thank our sponsors for today, NVIDIA Shield, that K1 tablet designed for gamers. Make sure you check that out. Amazon Coins, thank you very much for your support. And SteelSeries, all the players wearing SteelSeries headsets today. It's almost time for the final series of the day to finally know what's going to happen in the semifinals. But let's all take a quick breather, and when we come back, it'll be a rematch from day one, Halcyon Hammers Kinetic against Nemesis Hydra. Don't go away.
Tweedly, tweedly, tweedly dee.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for gauntlet flip. He's gonna get one. He's got to get two.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals! Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
This is Game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
All right, welcome back to the 2016 North America Winter Championships. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome, and it's time. It's been a long day. It's been a really, really fun day, and it's the final series of the day. We will be back, of course, tomorrow for the semifinals and the finals, all best of 5. That will be, as good as it gets. So make sure you come back 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And don't forget to change your clocks. That's going to happen very early in the morning on Sunday. So don't be 1 hour late because you're going to miss some amazing action tomorrow if you are. But we have one more series left, Rome. It is a rematch of day 1. It is Nemesis Hydra, the 4 seed against Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, the 5 seed in Rome. I know you've reviewed that film. What can these teams take away from that first series that they can apply to this one?
Well, overall, like starting off with Nemesis Hydra, we did see them like getting a little bit shocked by the compositions and the playstyle coming on the Kinetic team, mainly due to the fact that they don't have too much footage on them. And the opposite can be said for Kinetic, where they have everything about the Nemesis Hydra team. They know these guys are very aggressive, and they know that recently they opt out for more mid to late game scaling compositions, like especially around that Scarf, Vox, and that Kroll. And they've been playing it out so well. I've been very impressed today.
All right, so what can each of these teams do understanding that? Like knowing Nemesis Hydra knowing this, what can they change up?
Well, what Nemesis Hydra is, they have like one of these elements that I think Kinetic can still work on, and that's pretty much just solely on like how confident they are to play and trust their allies. Like with the Kinetic team, they are a younger team. They don't have as much experience, but they do have that talent. So they're jumping like onto this ship and they're just going straight forward. I would hope that they take that time to actually sit back and just make sure that they're able to be really vocal in terms of like during the team fights, making sure that I really love their drafting, and I find out their compositions do work really well. So as long as they're able to communicate with each other, and if they engage it right at the right time, they have a great chance of winning.
One thing that's super fun, everyone really already knows who Hardik is, who Lost Boy Toph is. But something that's super fun, and you can see them on the screen right now, these players are becoming household names on Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic. You see Suijay in the picture, you see Fear Poseidon in the picture, and boy, it's been fun to watch Fear Poseidon really on the big stage for the first time.
Yeah, and Fear Poseidon, like somebody just came out of the community. He has a lot of experience playing with like the well-known players, and this is where his growth really started to shine. Other than the mechanical skills, you notice that his positioning and his confidence to go up against top-level laners, and he executes it out so well.
All right, so on the Nemesis side, a lot of this, I'd imagine, is going to come down to execution.
Yeah, and this is something that they've actually been doing really well today. Even against their match earlier against Gangstar Sirius, I felt like during that second match that they won, they really played with a lot of confidence. They were following up on every single engage that the team wanted to do.
All right, so we are ready for the draft. It is going to be once again Adagio off the board. Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic will have to answer, and Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic is one of those teams that uses Adagio as a puzzle piece for everything they do, and they'll take away the Catherine.
Yeah, and what we've seen so far today was Kinetic, they're very approachable in terms of like they'll wait for the opponents to actually pick first, then they'll start building their draft then on. We've heard like with the Halcyon Hammers organization that they do spend a lot of time during the drafting phase, and they have like tools and kits to actually get them really prepared during the drafting phase to really pick a composition out.
I love the heroes that Kinetic is hovering over. I don't know if they'll actually give any of them to us today. They start off with that aggressive comp that worked out for TSM, the Fortress and the Ringo.
Yeah, and we know that comp is very strong, but the thing is, they have to be very persistent in trying to dominate as much of the Hydra jungle as they can, because if they don't, they're gonna have to be dealing with this Vox and this Kroll again. And we know what kind of damage that Hardik and Chicken123 have been doing on them. Followed up by, you gave Arden over to Lost Boy Toph, and how much trouble will that be for you?
All right, well, it is Lost Boy on his comfort pick, Hardik on his new comfort pick, Kroll, and to take us through it, it's going to be Forecourt Jester and Zken.
Well, as we come into this last game tonight, guys, I gotta say, Nemesis Hydra, I mean, definitely some really household brands. I think that's a great way to put it. It looks like they got pretty much all they wanted there.
Yeah, this is like basically the exact comp that they like to run. They have the Arden, they have the Kroll, and with the Vox, they're going to be so dangerous come to mid to late game. And even early on, Lost Boy Toph on the Arden is always a threat. I'm very surprised it went through the draft.
A lot of teams do consider him the biggest threat, and getting onto that Arden, that's where he achieved God status back at that Autumn Finals. But Chicken123 on Vox, that is no slouch right there, and Hardik has been playing a lot of Kroll.
Yeah, and his Kroll has been so effective in these past few matches. Every single time we see it, he is able to stick to the enemy carry. He is able to explode people, and he stays alive so well.
Now, a lot of people say that Kroll's a late game carry. You got to really get to that spot, but we've actually seen some really successful early game invades, some really early pressure that can come out, especially with paired with a roam that has a stun or that sustain. And now, you know, from the shadows, you just kind of stick to somebody early, you get those stacks, you cash in, you go home happy.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous for our side of Nemesis Hydra. Right now, we do see Kinetic moving into their side of jungle. However, they're just going to go to lane. They know they can't win this early fight. They're up against a Fortress. They're up against a Ringo, and that's a very strong early game composition right there.
Again, looking for those from the shadows. If they do find Sweegeneris, well, that's actually going to be the flare. Sweegeneris, he knew they were there, but again, Hardik just goes in hard here, and he's going to be cashing in on the stacks. He gets the kill, and it is actually going to be the trade. Inane did come back into this one. Chicken's now on the retreat, and Last Boy Toff, he is going to be splitting so that there can't be any collateral damage, and it looks like it will be successful. There will be no more kills there, but, you know, Halcyon Hammers coming in. They're the ones to actually make that invade and that engage happen.
Yeah, this is a really, really smart move coming out from Kinetic. They know that they have a stronger early game composition in the jungle, and they were able to push the lane up for that Scarf, and now they're going to be able to go get those early buys. They're going to be able to let Scarf farm as much as he wants, and they have perfect vision on Lost Boy Toff and Chicken right now. So Hardik, they know he's alone in the jungle. Let's see if they go in for another invade.
Now you can see that Fear Poseidon, you know, they are going to be picking up a little bit here as well. And Hardik, he is just going to be off into that jungle. There's really no other place that he could be. And as we come into this, I mean, as you said, Scarf, you can just kind of farm up as much as he needs.
Yeah, and right now, Lost Boy Toff, he's doing okay for himself, 600 gold about, and Suijay only at 300. However, they were able to put a little bit of pressure on the laner of Nemesis Hydra. Though, that being said, Chicken, 1, 2, 3, 18 CS, and Inane, 15, so it's still pretty even.
So if you guys have noticed the lineup here, I mean, HH Kinetic, that's Inane actually playing on top of that Scarf. He has been subbed in for Chrissy, and this is actually the first time we've seen him on stream, so he actually has a little bit of a legacy here to live up to.
Yeah, and right now, we really have to see, can they pull this off? Because right here, they have a very strong team composition. That with that Ringo, with that Scarf, they're able to take that box down very easily. However, that Cruel is going to be a serious, serious threat for them.
And that's the big thing. Can that Cruel actually stick to that backline? Can he actually make out those trades? Can he bring down the damage of Fear Poseidon while sticking to him and taking down those kills? That's going to be a big factor for this comp. And Lost Boy Toff with that support. I mean, once you get in there, once you get that Vanguard, who needs even a Vanguard to bring down Sweegeneris right there? But, you know, the generous Sui, he will continue to just bounce around, and Fear Poseidon's actually going to pick up these fronts.
Yeah, one of the big things I want to look out for Suijay is, will he get an early Warhorn? Because they need to be able to get away from that Cruel. The moment Cruel is unable to get to the backline of Kinetic, he's going to become a non-factor.
Well, that is going to be definitely the hope. Now, going back and forth, not a huge cash difference between these teams. A lot of emphasis here on lane. Toff going to go in with the blood for blood, perhaps trying to make something happen, but Hardik just really can't make that that gap close. Not yet. Now he does have from the shadows, but all we have to do is throw Spitfires into this bush, and they'll find it. Sweegeneris just saying again, wait, throw out that ward, and that is going to negate a lot of that surprise factor.
Yeah, and taking a bite out of Hardik right there and running away. Right now, Suijay and his friends are able to do so much damage to the side of Nemesis Hydra. Hydra right now, they have no good way clear. They have to defend at their turret, and right now Kinetic is punishing them for it.
All right, so Last Boy Toff still going to be sticking here into this lane, and Kinetic ultimately is, you mean, they're keeping pretty even here with the pacing. There is a lot of pressure again on this lane, but you know, Hardik, he's just really been sticking to his own jungle as well. I haven't really seen any counter coming out of him.
Yeah, and that is completely fine. Right now what Hardik needs to do is just get as much farm as he can. Get those levels, hit that level 6, and when he does hit level 6, he can instantly take out Fear Poseidon or Inane in these fights. Just throw out the ultimate, get the stun, and have his entire team jump on top of them.
Well, Hell's Heart is definitely a very powerful tool, especially if you can aim it correctly and you're able to hit the target that you're really looking for. The downside of it is if you do hit kind of somebody that steps in front of it, like Sweegeneris there, I mean, that could actually fall, your plan falls apart pretty quickly there.
Yeah, and right here, what Kinetic is looking to do is to keep their distance, stay away from that box, stay away from that Cruel, and they have the range to do it. They can use the Achilles shot on that Ringo to slow down anything that tries to engage, and as long as Suijay tanks the ultimate from Cruel, they should not be in too much danger.
Well, you wouldn't think. Now look at the level difference between Fear Poseidon and Suijay right there. 7-3. Fear Poseidon has been getting a lot of farm during this entire, you know, pressure, and that level 7 for Ringo, I mean, he is going to be hitting pretty hard, especially with that 6 sins and the heavy steel.
Yeah, I really want to see Kinetic go for a power play right here. They can do pretty much whatever they want. They can just walk into the side of Nemesis Hydra's jungle, get those scout traps down, get those perfect vision onto the members of Hydra, and if they do that, it's going to be such an easy game for them. Just have to properly rotate around their enemies and do whatever they want.
Well, the next jungle spawn is going to be level 6 there for Hardik. He's pretty close to it right now. He is waiting for that spawn as well, and there it is. He will now pop that 6, and well, as we said, that's going to be an opportunity here for Nemesis Hydra to kind of push back a little bit, but 6-5-5 to the 5-7-4. Fear Poseidon is still going to be a massive threat.
Right, however, Hardik does have a level 6 on it. This could be a little bit dangerous for Kinetic because they can very easily get a pick. Hardik, he's going for it.
All right, so yeah, jumping right on top of Inane, that is a good target to find because he does not have a lot of ways to rebuff. Sweet Generous not really able to kind of slow down that pain train either, so Fear Poseidon, he's going to go into that jungle. Finally, a little bit of shopping time here for Nemesis Hydra, dumping out some of that gold, and you can see already, I mean, a pretty defensive set of items here early from Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, and that's the exact move that Nemesis Hydra need to do. Hardik, he hits level 6, he instantly goes for that gank and relieves a lot of pressure for his team, gets the kill, and now the gold's pretty even, and with the Vox, with the Cruel, if they can scale into the late game, if they keep it even, they're gonna have such a good time.
All right, Lost Boy Top is going to find Suijay right there, but again, the 3-man pressure into this lane. Despite all this pressure on lane, not a lot of damage on top of that turret. Now, what is Hardik doing? You know, he's off that map. He is off into the jungle. He has a little bit of cash. He's going to go spend it and then come on back into it. He has 1100. There he goes. He picks up a little bit more of damage with that Blazing Salvo. Well, the attack speed, I mean, we do see actually in EU double, I think, salvos.
Yeah, double salvo, a very, very common build for that Cruel. Just because getting those weakness stacks onto the enemy carries is so important. And one of the big things in this match is, will Kinetic pick up those early reflex blocks? Because if they get caught inside a gauntlet, Lost Boy Top is so good at landing those, and if they get caught inside a gauntlet with the Vox, with the Cruel, they're just gonna have a very bad day.
I'm a little curious, who's actually farther ahead here, Fear Poseidon or Hardik? Because Fear Poseidon has that Sorrow Blade now, whereas Hardik has gone, you know, attack speed, a little bit of armor. We'll have to see if it works out for them here. Gauntlet going down, Silence going down there, as well as Hardik. He's actually sticking to the targets. He gets the kill. Now he's helping to bring down Suijay as well, but that's gonna be the Dragon's Breath. Hardik smartly gets out of dodge, and now Inane, he's gonna be low. Sweet Generous also low right there as well. Are they going to be tanking out this turret? Is Toph going to go for the kill? He gets it. Now he's going to be tanking the tower. He's going to go for Sweet Generous, and he gets that as well.
And of course, Lost Boy Top, the god, just coming out once again, doing so well for himself. The gauntlet placement was so good. He kept every single member of Kinetic off guard and allowed his team to capitalize so incredibly well in that fight. Fear Poseidon, he was doing some pretty good damage. However, with Hardik on top of him, he was able to do nothing. The Atlas Bulge coming out so early for him.
Chicken, got to get out of that one. Hardik now caught in a little bit of a spot, but he does get the gold mine, and Fear Poseidon, it looks like he's just going to let him go for now. There's not really a big point to try to chase that down. Go for the farm, get back into those jungles, get that money flowing, because now they are looking at a bit of a deficit, as Hydra took a lot from that fight.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dangerous for us at Connect. They need to keep a little bit of lead. Scarf, he needs to get that farm. So does Fear Poseidon, and if they aren't able to poke down the side of Nemesis Hydra, those engages coming out from Hardik and Lost Boy Top will be so dangerous for them.
All right, so 5 kills to 2, about 600-700 or so gold between these teams. Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, despite all this pressure, are still not really feeling like they're in the driver's seat. They are putting up this pressure, but they're losing out in some of those other aspects, and now Hardik has really kind of come into his own with 3 kills and level 8.
Yeah, one of the really important things to point out is look at the scout traps on the side of Nemesis Hydra. Lost Boy Top, he has dropped scout traps everywhere that he needs them for his team. As long as Hardik is able to farm, as long as Chicken is able to farm, it doesn't really matter if they engage or not, because as long as they keep farming, they're going to become a huge threat to Kinetic.
I'm not entirely too sure who was actually baiting who in that bush, but Hardik finds the Suijays right there. Fear Poseidon, level 10, is looking like a big tasty threat. Good stun coming down, but it's going to be the reflex block there for Fear Poseidon, but Suijay is just trapped in a 3-man collapse. He's going to go down, and now Chicken right through this tower. Fear Poseidon's got to get some damage in. Is there a Vanguard? Is there actually this Sonic Zoom? It's enough to defeat it, and now going right under that turret. That's a 3-0, and Nemesis Hydra up 8 kills. They're going to take this turret on top of it.
Such a well-played fight coming out from Nemesis Hydra. They juggled turret aggro perfectly. They were able to take out every single member of HH Connect, and they took almost no damage under that turret. They were tanking a little bit with Chicken, but Chicken was just able to swap it out, let his teammates tank it for him, and just get those kills so easily.
Look at Toph right here, sets up Hardik perfectly, picks up that farm, and now 3 kills, 3 assists for Hardik. Again, like a lot of people say, it's the late game Crow that you got to go for, but these early game contributions has really put him into a really good spot.
Yeah, and the very interesting thing is the build on Hardik. He has the Atlas Punch, he has a Shiver Seal. He is such a huge tank at this moment. He is really relying on Chicken to do a lot of damage. Hardik, he's just sitting there in the front lines, being a tank, being a huge menace, making sure that the carries of Connect are unable to do any damage, and Chicken is just the one cleaning up in these fights.
It's not even just Hardik, but looking at the 1,800 hit points, look at Toph, nearly 2,000. Nobody even comes close to that for the sustain here on top of Kinetic. Yeah, they got the damage, but they don't seem to be able to burst right through these heavy hit point characters.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly tough for us at Kinetic right now. If they aren't able to get those good good engages, if they aren't able to stay back and poke, they need to get some damage onto the side of Nemesis Hydra before they even go for a fight. They can't even think of a fight until Nemesis Hydra is about at half health.
All right, so again, Kinetic, they're going to be pushing up this lane. They're looking to pop some scout traps. SweetJ does eventually find that one. I heard another one going off there as well. Now, with this shopping spree, they do have actually a little bit of time if they wanted to go for the gold mine, but I don't think they can really quite burst it down. They don't know where Hardek is. He could be lurking around, so they're going to play it safe instead. And now, as Nemesis Hydra is like, all right, where are they? They popped a few traps. They're not down here anymore. The gold mine's going to be something of a target over the next 60 seconds because that's when it's going to be filled up to the brim.
Yeah, one of the really dangerous things to point out here is Hardek, he is almost level 12. He's level 11 right now. He's the highest level in the game, along with Pure Poseidon. And with a Cruel against a Ringo, Cruel, he has an Alex Problems and a Shiver Shield. Ringo stands no chance.
Hardek saying, enough of the Spitfires, let's just go for it. Now remember, they don't have that turret, and the Gauntlet is amazing. Fear Poseidon's gonna go down, had nowhere to go, and Hardek into the back. He's keeping an aim, really slowed up. He's actually probably just gonna go down to Hardek, where Sweet Generis is gonna be chased down here by Last Boy Dog, by Chicken. There goes the Scarf, and I cannot see the Wolf coming out of this. The Pulse is gonna be enough, and another 3-0 for Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, another ace coming out from the side of Nemesis Hydra. They are playing these fights so perfectly. They know they can engage at any point they want right now because Kinetic, they just do not have the damage to take down Hardek. Hardek is absolutely unkillable. He is a monster in this fight, and he is just going to be such a menace for the side of Kinetic, and that Kinetic can pull back.
He will beat Fear Poseidon to the level 12 race as well, but with the Shiver Steel, with the from the Shadows, and that Warhorn with Toph just helping out, it's really easy to close that gap and get into the back line. Fear Poseidon was a big target, and then Inane just had really nowhere to go and nobody to help him.
Yeah, right now Inane just does not have the damage that he needs. He has a Broken Myth, and that is it. Fear Poseidon, yeah, Fear Poseidon is the one that is going to do all the damage for Kinetic right now, but against the double Atlas Pauldron on the side of Nemesis Hydra, he is basically doing nothing.
And there's no Frostburn here from Inane. That is something that you don't see every day for these Scarves. A lot of NA Scarves have been looking for that control factor.
Yeah, and one of the big things about Frostburn is just being able to keep their distance. And right now, that's a problem for Kinetic. They are unable to keep the distance that they need to stay alive in these fights. And the moment Hardek gets to the middle of the team, the moment Chicken jumps in, they stand absolutely no chance.
And when you're up against a rushdown comp like this with, it's not quite triple melee, but again, Hardek and Toph, they can really close those gaps. You get Hardek just kind of racing into it, then you have Last Boy Toph vanguarding or gauntleting. And the fact that you have those double wind-up ultimates here from Kinetic. I mean, how many Dragonfires have we seen? The Hellfire Brews are kind of not really there as well because while you need a little bit of space to make it happen, you just get rushed down just like this. Oh, a nice double stun with the Gauntlet there as well. And Inane, like, he has no chance at actually winding up. He doesn't even get off really a Goop or a Spitfire because there's just nothing he can do when you chase him down.
Yeah, the damage is just insufficient on the side of Kinetic. They cannot be out in the open. They cannot get caught out like this. Lost Boy Toph, he lands those gauntlets so well. He stunned both members of Kinetic, and that was just so well played.
Hardek's attack speed is out of this world, and Fear Poseidon just has no chance whatsoever. Even under this turret, look at how much damage it just doesn't do. We're not even going to reset this one. We're just going to cash in on stacks, get a good heal, and Hardek, it's another day at the office almost.
Yeah, and Hardek is just doing so well this game. Right now, 7-1-3 on that Cruel. He might not be building much damage. He has a Tornado Trigger, but he is still doing so much in these fights that it's such a difficult thing for Kinetic to deal with. They have to deal with Chicken, they have to deal with Hardek. There is no good target for them right now.
And 13-2, Nemesis Hydra's got to be feeling good about this one. Tournament life on the line. If they do actually lose out a game, you know, you're going to be down that mentality. And right now, Kinetic is actually looking at a very real possibility of losing this first game.
Yeah, it's looking really good for them right now. They are 8,000 gold down right now. Nemesis Hydra, they're taking a larger and larger lead.
Sway kill. Nope, just going to take it.
Nope.
Had 7 seconds to show off, but they opted not to. It's all about the efficiency for these guys. And, well, a Crucible to be added there to our tank Kroll. Sure, why not?
Yeah, he is basically unkillable at this point. I don't see anyone being able to focus him down. And if he's in the front lines, that's such a big threat for Kinetic because there's the Kroll, there's the Arden. The barriers are going to be huge. The damage coming out from them is okay. But Chicken 1, 2, 3, the alternating current, the Evil Harvest, the Aegis for himself, and especially since Fear Poseidon is being shut down in every single one of these fights, Chicken 1, 2, 3 is just free to do whatever he wants.
And a very free Kraken going over to Nemesis Hydra. They've captured her heart now to repay with her all that trouble to be pushing out. And 3 turrets is going to be in the path here of this Kraken. But Last Boy Toph and crew, I mean, at this point, with almost, what, 10,000 gold to their name. They have a few infusions. Well, I say that, but Chicken's really the only one kind of still rocking it. He does have a refresh ready to go. I'm a little surprised that they decided not to use a little bit more time. Toph has 1,000 gold, for example.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what exactly goes on with this Kraken punch. I think they might be able to take down, 2, maybe 3 turrets. I'm not 100% sure if they can take the game, but we will see.
All right, so Scarf does have actually a good chance of burning down this Kraken, but I mean, with so much damage already here with Nemesis Hydra, that turret is already out. Now that's going to be the gauntlet going down. Sweetgener's first from Hell's Heart goes out as well, and that is it for the Fortress. Inane has nowhere to go, and Hardek was already chasing off Fear Poseidon. That's a 2-0 turnaround, and this Kraken is still pushing. It's going to be taking up these turrets, and look at that damage. This is game right here, as Nemesis Hydra should have no problem finishing this out for a 1-0.
And Hardek is just staying on Fear Poseidon. He does go down, however, the Kraken, it's definitely going to take down the Vein Crystal, and I'm really excited to see what will happen in Game 2.
He got the double kill by the end of it, so we'll give you points, Fear Poseidon, but it's just not enough to bring it back, and that is a Game 1 victory, as Nemesis Hydra very much in control of that matchup. The rushdown comp worked out well, the double wind-up. How many Hellfire Brews did we see?
We saw a couple, maybe like 3 or 4, but I mean, it
not
just...
game changes.
Yep, did not do enough.
Not nearly enough. So we're going to have to go back to the drawing board here. 1-0. That's a little bit of a comfort zone here for Nemesis Hydra, as it's not quite the end of the line if they do lose out. But Kinetic, I mean, this is where it's do or die time. If you have anything up your sleeves, this is the time to bring it out.
Yeah, however, it is not the blind pick match. This is still going to be draft. I'm really interested in seeing, will Nemesis Hydra be able to outdraft Kinetic once again? In this last match, they did so well. They were able to secure the Cruel. They were able to get the Arden for Lost Boy Top. That was exactly what they wanted, and I'm very surprised that Kinetic let those through.
Well, even if you let the Arden through, he still has the Catherine in the pocket. I mean, this guy knows how to play every single roam. He has something like 6,000 games played over the course of the last year or so. I mean, this guy knows exactly what's up. Lost Boy Tough was the second Vainglory's player ever.
Yeah, Lost by Top, incredible player. And we saw last game, those Iron Gauntlets were completely on point, getting those stuns every single time, locking out the key members of Kinetic, and it's going to be really interesting to see, will he be on Iron again, or will he be playing something else?
All right, the players are going to regroup, and we're going to go over that game number 1 with our analysts, back with Rome and Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you very much. The crawl is working, and some comps with that crawl are really starting to catch fire for Nemesis.
Yeah, and this is something they've been working on so much recently, and that's pretty much targeting their mid to late game potential. And what we're seeing from them is like their engagement, the way they're able to hold out until they actually properly scale. It's been like really fascinating to watch. Like pretty much like when they're doing this, they have to resist those early game invades. They have to resist trying to be like overextending or being too like approachable towards the enemy jungle.
All right, now a very late change there right before the draft. Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, they decide to go with Inane over Chrissy. Very interesting decision there. Inane played the Scarf, which we've seen Chrissy on as well. So what's your thinking behind that? And you know Inane well enough to talk about the differences between these players.
Yeah, so Inane has been like playing in the high tier ranked community for quite a while now. And you see like he's very knowledgeable in terms of being able to play a bunch of different positions and handling a lot of different heroes. But the thing about this last match here, I felt like overall, there wasn't enough support coming out of the lane towards helping out their jungle, and this is where they really paid the price. On one side, you had that Crow in that jungle, and combined with nobody ever is supposed to give Lost Boy Toph that Arden, and they did, and they got paid for it. You saw like, although they had a fortress on the other side, it didn't like do too well for them due to the fact that Hardek and Lost Boy Toph, they're so confident playing with each other. They have all that experience where they're really engaging and they trust like every single call that's made.
It's really fun to see Lost Boy make those plays. Everything really went right there for Nemesis. And if you're in the corner of Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, what do you have to change up?
Overall, like their composition, like I can see what they were going for, and that's pretty much getting that burst out. But looking at them, they had a Ringo, they had a Fortress, and they had a Scarf. There was nobody in that front line to actually help them mitigate any forms of damage or any forms of like soaking up the abilities. Instead, like it was all up for grabs. And with Fortress, you're forced to actually jump into the team fights. And this is where they actually fell into the Nemesis like trap. You have Kroll, who's always up in front. And looking at Hardek, he bought that Crucible, Shiver Steel, and Atlas. he went pure tank this last match, and they depended on everybody else just to carry out their role. And with Lost Boy top, always his gauntlets are always on point. Like I think 99% of the time is just always like getting the best positioning for his team, making sure that he's able to like split up the enemy team, and that helps out.
Yeah, if it's not splitting the enemy opponents, it's often a stun. Just really, really fun to watch. And for Halcyon Hammers, Kinetic now, for Fear Poseidon, for Suijay, what kind of conversation are they having?
Right now, they're pretty much seeing the Nemesis Hydra team. They've been running this composition all day today and yesterday, so they know exactly like the possibility coming to the second match that they're going to see something very familiar. So what they have
Is it bad enough that they might actually ban the crawl at this point?
To a point, like it is a good choice for them to ban the crawl, but I have a feeling that as long as they have that Vox, Hardex is able to play a lot of different jungle carries where he himself can be like that prime position, right, standing up in that front, making sure that nobody gets past them.
All right, so we're getting close to the draft. This might actually be the last match of the day. What a day it has been. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, that's 4 p.m. Eastern Time, as we conclude the 2016 North America Winter Championships. A champion will be crowned for the winter season tomorrow, and make sure you change your clock so you don't miss the first hour of action. We're getting very, very close to the draft. Any final thoughts on what you are going to be looking for in the early game of this next match?
Towards this, like we see a lot of confidence coming out of the Nemesis team. Like they're ready to roll. They feel really comfortable with this type of composition. But coming from the Kinetic side, I think they have to really think out the drafting phase, making sure that they're able to find like a proper composition that helps them scale and it's very fairly balanced.
All right, and it has been fun to watch these teams all day long. One more time. You see the yawn coming out of Fear Poseidon there. They got to get through 2 more if they're Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. 1 more for Nemesis Hydra. And really with Nemesis Hydra, they just always find a way.
And this is like what they do so well in the past. Like they've always like succeeded very high in the rankings in terms of finishing in the tournament, although they've never gotten first place recently. This is one of their goals. Like this is one of their big-time milestones that they do have to accomplish.
Yeah, and will it be a Halcyon Hammers Kinetic versus Halcyon Hammers Velocity semifinal, or will Nemesis once again make their way to those final stages, those playoff rounds? We're into the draft, and there will be no Ringo, says Kinetic.
So what's most likely going to happen here from Nemesis Hydra is they should be banning out this Adagio. And I feel like if they don't, it really falls into the favor of the Kinetic side due to the fact that they're able to build so many different compositions around Adagio.
All right, and you mentioned Adagio. Adagio, that absolutely pivotal pick for really everything Kinetic does, and it's got to be a shot in the arm that they get him in this match.
Yeah, so what Nemesis Hydra has to do is they have to prepare for this. Knowing next up is that most likely Kinetic will be running some sort of buff composition.
Buff comp or saw push comp?
Most likely buff composition.
I wouldn't put it past him here.
But what they have to do here for Nemesis Hydra, regardless of buff comp or saw composition, is they have to find secure heroes that's able to lock down and delete somebody really quickly. They don't want to have long team fights that carry out too long. This is where Adagio really stands out. So, to be honest, like I would like to see them like just going really heavy, really dive heavy, and this is something they excel at.
Yeah, and with the Krull pick, maybe my dream dies there on the saw push comp, because Krull excellent at getting to that saw and absolutely annihilating him, and instead it will be a Black Feather.
Yeah, so follow that up. Most likely they are going to grab a Fortress or an Arden, and this works out with them so well due to the fact that they can heavily engage, and as long as Adagio is always standing in that back line, they have a great chance to just get non-stop buffs, non-stop heals coming out of their side.
Yeah, very interesting to have a Fortress rounding out that comp. Not a comp that you see all that often, it's at least not a comp that you get all that often. I'm sure they're quite happy to have it. On the other side, it's not the Vox Krull, it is the Scarf Krull. This is going to be good. Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, they must win or it's over. And with this match, it is Forecourt Jester and Z-Kent.
We talk a lot about the dream of the Halcyon Hammers, both of them into the semis, one of them into that finals, but with this comp, again, Hardic gets that Krull.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Hardik on that Cold Chicken is actually on Scarf, which he has performed so well on. So I'm very excited to see, will this be the win for Nemesis Hydra, or is HS going to take it?
And this is again another Adagio. He has been a bit slim in the picks, unless it's been those blinds, but he has snuck through. And Fear Poseidon actually going to be the one to join him this time. And we talked a little bit about those buff comps. We saw the Ozo, unfortunately not today, but you put him with these weapon carries, and that is a Black Feather.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting matchup in the lane, because Inane on that Black Feather up against the Scarf, it's going to be up to Chicken to land those Spitfires. Once he gets one on, if he can get those basic attacks on top of Inane, it's going to really hurt with the percentage burn. And right there you can see him go for a miss.
Now, melee laners, especially coming into the lanes with those Book of Eulogies, they have done some really good track records. If you look at the stats between the qualifier number 1, qualifier number 2, melee laners typically outdo their ranged opponents. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Inane this round, who was the Scarf last time, in terms of how well he can actually use that Black Feather for that lane safety.
Yeah, right now Connect is pushing up the jungle just a little bit, because they do know it's a Cruel, it's a Catherine. They're not as powerful as the Adagio, as the Fortress.
Well, there's one stun, and Lost Boy Toff with this Catherine should be able to actually set up very nicely with that Merciless Pursuit. He should be able to, at least later on with the Warhorn, keep at least pace with Hardik when he's going to go for these engages. So just like Arden can Vanguard in, we got those Merciless, we got the Blast Tremor. That's going to go a long way to setting up for the Kroll, but we set up there for Inane, gets a little bit of damage, but again, with that book, he will not really be in a lot of danger.
Yeah, and right there, Lost by Toff taking a little bit of damage right now. He might be going down, but he will just be okay, as we see Hardik, farming up the jungle just a little bit.
So we got Hardik there into the jungle. We got Adagio out and about there as well. Both of our roams are going to be kind of babysitting lane, it seems, at this point. Toff, he's going to be out and a little bit of shopping, but he's not going to be on the map.
Yeah, the main thing for the side of Nemesis Hydra is, can they keep Chicken alive in this fight? And they probably can, because the main thing that Connect is going for, they have the Black Feather, they have the Adagio. He's going to be buffing the Black Feather, but with the Cruel in the mix, it's going to be very interesting to see. Can Hardik get those weakness stacks down onto Inane? And if he can, it's going to become very difficult for Kinetic.
Yeah, you can buff out the Black Feather, but if he is going to have that weakness, I mean, it really will bring down that damage output. So again, Hardik, he showed us game number 1. He really knows what to do with this Cruel. It wasn't really huge damage, but a little bit more tanky. I'm a little surprised that, well, maybe not so much surprised, but he does have a little bit of attack speed again with that Blazing Salvo, and right into that armor. It could just be a repeat build.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at that at all, because if they can slow down Inane, that is the main source of damage coming out from the side of Kinetic. And as long as Inane is shut down, as long as he is unable to do the damage, Kinetic's team composition doesn't actually hurt too much.
Well, if you can get rid of one of the carries, you're just down to that other, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Chicken is, again, dealing with this lane very nicely, but he is falling behind a bit compared to Inane. And again, Black Feathers by themselves have really shown good track records in lanes early on against ranged opponents.
However, Inane right now getting jumped on by side Nemesis Hydra, and they do take him down, so first blood going over to Nemesis Hydra. Very well played, and this is going to hurt a little bit, because the lane is pushing toward Connect. He's going to lose quite a bit of CS.
I'm actually a little surprised that all three are not really going for it. You can see Catherine, she's going to go out and look for the jungle. Now, we did actually have the invade. Now they're coming back into this lane. That's some good damage, though, from Hardik, despite not having anything to go with it. But the 3-man collapse is good. Chicken 1-2-3 is going to be on the menu, and he is going to drop as the first blood going over to Kinetic. And Hardik, I'm just not confident he has the survivability here. He's going to last a little bit longer. In fact, he's going to last a heck of a lot longer. But with all three of them there, it'd be a very far-fetched idea.
Okay, so that was totally worth. Lost by Toff in the meantime gets out. He takes the back camps, and he gets a scout trap down. That was brilliant coming out from Nemesis Hydra.
Sweet Generis actually just following his nose, nearly caught himself, that Catherine. But Chicken's back into this as well. Remember, if you do go for these little goose chases, you're not going to be actually farming anything or pushing anything. So overall, still a little bit of a gold advantage going to Kinetic after everything is said and done. But, 1,000 or so, that's actually still pretty respectable at 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit risky for Nemesis to go flat turret very early on. However, they did buy a little bit of time for Lost by Toff. However, their carries are flying behind.
Yep, especially against Inane. 36 farm now, and ooh, that's going to be a massive pickup there as Kroll does fall down to that Fear Poseidon and Sweet Generous combo. They don't, he didn't even get both those packs.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for their Nemesis, because Hardik is such a key part of their team composition. If they are not able to deal with Inane, then Inane is just going to completely run over them, especially with the Agent of Wrath buff coming out from Fear Poseidon.
And Minion Mine going over to Fear Poseidon as well. Now, you talk a little about the gold accrued from these Iron Guard contracts, and Lost Boy Toph is definitely starting to trail.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for them right now. Chicken just not last hitting too well right now. 32 CS to his name, and Nane's sitting at 44, so it's a little bit rough for Nemesis Hydra. I'm really interested in seeing how will he decide to make a comeback. Once Hardik hits level 6, that is a bit of a power spike, but will it be too late?
Now 3 kills to 1, and a lot of constant pressure from Nemesis Hydra in this lane. That pressure will actually now be fruitful as another turret is, well, the first turret is going to go down. That's a good amount of cash into their pocket because that gold differential, it doesn't feel like Kinetic's that far ahead, but their gold has been consistently ahead.
Yeah, right now, let's see if any fights break out right now as Hardik is hiding in the bush just a little bit, and here we go.
That's a scout trap on top of that as well. Fear Poseidon with that burst gets the double stun, and that's it for Hardik. He still actually couldn't bring down Sweet Generis at the end of it all, and now a little bit of poke going back. You can see trying to get onto the Lost Boy Top, but the hit point game is not really working here for Kinetic. I don't think they can really go for a tower dive.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen. And Nane actually taking quite a bit of damage right now. Lost Boy Top is on the chase.
Hey, it really is, but unfortunately he doesn't have another Merciless Pursuit. He was running low on energy there as well, and, well, they just have to give that one up. At the same time, again, look at this invade. Hardik, he's going to see this, but there's not really much he can do about it.
Yeah, Hardik is caught in a pretty bad spot at the moment. Hardik doesn't really get the camp, but right now, Kinetic on the chase, but
Could Hardik go down here?
I don't expect him
He's
to.
pretty tanky. He does have that that armor. He has the shield on top of it as well. Perhaps he's trying to buy time. He's doing really well in this 2v1. Chicken finally going to be showing up, but the last hit just not enough. That was a lot of time wasted from Kinetic Energy. He was tying up 2 of them, which means they're not counter jungling. Look at what Toph's doing. He is into those backs. He did pick up the jungle. Now he put down, well, he's already had the scout trap for a while, but he also picks up the fronts.
Yeah, so Lost Boy Toph taking advantage of his teammate getting caught out just a little bit. But right there, Hardik staying alive in a 2v1 for such a long time. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's going to be a big point to the Nemesis Hydra name right there. So again, the gold, about 1,000 or so, despite all these back and forths. It's not really that different. Oh, the blast tremor, he tried. He got 3 armor out of it, but I think he's just going to get only that.
Yeah, so Lost Boy Toph buys a little bit of time for his team, does a little bit of damage to the side of Kinetic, but in the end, doesn't really get much done.
Fountain, Shattered Glass, and the Serpent's Mask. That was a heck of a shopping spree, though, from Kinetic.
Oh, yeah, certainly. And right here, Hardik, he is at 20 CS. This is looking a little bit rough for him. Right on the other side, Fear Poseidon sitting at 37 and 2-0 and 2 on that Adagio. Hardik is having a very, very rough game.
He actually stole that.
Amazing.
Yeah, well done right there. Chicken's not going to be coming back out of the lane, just trying to see what he can do up against this Kinetic lineup. But Kinetic has been putting out a lot of jungle pressure, whereas Nemesis Hydra was putting up a lot of lane pressure.
Yeah, and right here, let's see. Can Nemesis Hydra hold out? Because as long as they can get this to the mid to late game, as long as Hardik gets pretty strong and gets fairly tanky, Chicken can be once again the source of damage for the side of Nemesis Hydra. As long as the Nane is shut down, as long as he gets those weakness stacks on, it's still going to go into the side of Nemesis Hydra.
Well, they're going to land a little bit here on top of Sweet Generis, but Hardik's just way too far forward. He's not going to make that same miracle this time. Not with those puppies and the full might of the Kinetic crew. They're on his front door, so he's just going to drop down. Now we do actually have a scout trap there, looking for a stun. Doesn't quite pop it there from top, but they're going to jump on up a Chicken. Now they're going to go right through one turret. Is the Nane going to chase him right through another? Rose offensive. It's going to put him right into that. Chicken trying his best, but tower as well. Sweet Generis not really going to be able to do really too much more else into this one. Now that's going to be a stun. Lost Boy Toph in aim. That's going to be a tower shot. Does Toph have this?
Lost Boy Toph getting the kill on top of Inane. Fantastically played by Catherine, and that was just so well planned because he knew the Rose offensive was coming back up, so he's just cutting off his escape.
Oh man, he actually got the stun, and that's going to put him in position for the Dragon's Breath and another kill for Nemesis Hydra.
And things are just falling apart for Kinetic right now. They do still have the lead. However, Nemesis Hydra is just stringing good plays back to back.
Now Chicken, he does have that Frostburn, so as soon as that stun happened, there's really no hope for Adagio. And picking up now these backs as well, we're seeing that gold differential really starting to shrink.
Yeah, and right here, this is exactly what Nemesis Hydra needs. They just swung the gold back to within 200 gold, and as long as they can keep it even, they have such a good chance in every single fight.
So Hardik, he wasn't really part of that fight, but at the same time, the team really did start prevailing, and with some of that more global gold coming into his pocket, and Hardik, I mean, it really is starting to look like that same build. It's just a lot of armor, a little bit of attack speed. He just doesn't feel like he's in that same position as he was game 1.
Yeah, he's certainly not as far ahead as he was last time, and Aw, stolen by Fear Poseidon. Oh, Hardik.
Rip.
Just didn't get that last hit in.
And they do throw down another flare, just looking to see if they're going to be sticking around. But a little bit of shopping coming into this. If you look at the levels, it's 987. It's a nice cascade right there for Kinetic, but it's 889. Just a little bit better here for Nemesis Hydra. And in terms of the gold, again, it was within 200s. Well, it's 400 now, but a gold mine's going to start putting Kinetic back into more favor for the lead.
Yeah, and right here, I don't know if Nemesis Hydra can do too much right here. The gold mine.
So close. The health heart goes out, but it's not enough. They do get the stun on top of Sweet Generous, and now the blast tremor into the Dragon's Breath is going to hit at least 2 players, and well, that's going to be the verse as well. They do stun up Nemesis Hydra, put a stop to some of that aggression. Now Hardik, he's going to be dropping low, but he is going to survive at least a little bit longer. Sweet Generous now has to deal with Toph, and can Toph actually bring down the pub? Because Chicken's going to bring down Fear Poseidon.
And Lost Boy Toph is in a lot of danger. The Scout Trap does not finish Sweet Generous off, and right here, we do see Chicken. He's going for the kill.
If those lane minions hadn't actually gotten into that bush, he might have actually continued on into it, into that Spitfire from Chicken, and now Chicken, does Sweet Generous know this is happening? He went shopping.
Sweet Generous, he actually might win this fight. This is going to be a very close one.
Chicken, he won one more Spitfire, has it, gets himself a new fur coat off that one, and now he's gonna go home. Got the shutdown gold from it as well.
Yeah, fantastically played from the side of Chicken, and right here, Nemesis Hydra, they have fallen behind a little because of that gold mine. However, they're still in a very, very good position. Hardik, he might not be as far ahead as he was last time, but look at the CS. Fear Poseidon was so far ahead early on, but Hardik has completely evened it up.
Yeah, absolutely completed, and 5 deaths for Hardik, but he's really kind of just holding the majority of those. It's 8-6, but 5 of the deaths are on Hardik. That means that Lost Boy Toph has actually been pulling out those miracles as he is wont to do, and Chicken now up to 3 kills, has that Frostburn, and he's going to be very close to his next item.
Yeah, in this game, with the Frostburn, it's going to be so much harder for her to have Connect to engage onto Hydra, because Inane, Sweet Generous, and Fear Poseidon, they have to run into the middle of the Nemesis Hydra team to actually do any damage, and as long as Chicken can kite, it's going to be so hard to take down that Scarf.
Okay, so Hardik and crew, they're going to be down here at this item shop. We do still have that Shattered Glass from Fear Poseidon, but his second item was the Crucible. So perhaps, you know, with these double stuns, a good Crucible can actually turn this right back around. And, well, Sweet Generous, he's going to be there in the front. Inane's going to go in with that Rose Offensive. We do get the Dragon's Breath going down, but here comes the first as well. Sweet Generous is really, really low, but so is the Chicken. They trade out, but Fear Poseidon's not looking so healthy. The AoE damage is just way too much, and now Inane, can he actually bring this to parity? It's a 2v1 situation, but he is very healthy. He does have that on point. He turns it right back around, but he just doesn't seem to be doing the damage he needs to, and they're continuing to chase him down.
Yeah, you can't fight a criminal like this. Inane just has to run.
The infinite escape, it's not infinite enough, or is it? A little bit of shield. Lost Boy Toph, he will get it, but I think Toph is actually going to drop.
Aww, oh Toph, oh Toph.
2 for 2.
Almost had it, he almost had it, but that brings the gold to parity, and right now Nemesis Hydra, as long as they can keep the gold even, they are doing so well for themselves.
Chicken picks up one side of jungle, Hardik picks up a little bit on the other, and 13 minutes in, we got about 2 minutes or so until the Kraken makes her appearance, and that gold mine is actually now pushing past decent. That could be a big priority in the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, and this is actually really interesting for Hydra because they now have 2 targets that they can focus down in these fights, because Inane, he cannot take Hardik one-on-one, and on the other side, if Fear Poseidon is buffing Inane, he might be able to take out Chicken, but Hardik, if he kills Fear Poseidon, then Inane just has no damage to take Hardik one-on-one.
Inane does not have a reflex block, but he does have that Aegis, and on top of that, 2 teammates with Crucibles. There is a lot of on-demand shield on this one.
Yeah, and as long as they can keep Inane alive, as long as they keep Fear Poseidon alive, as long as Sweet Generous is the only one that dies on Kinetic, they should be okay. But on the side of Nemesis Hydra, it's going to be so tough to close on anyone because Lost Boy Toph is just on point right now.
He is playing absolutely phenomenally. And, you know, we see him, I don't think we've actually seen him outside of the realm of Fortress, Arden, and Catherine. And the Arden and Catherine are really kind of those top 2 that he's really well known for.
Yeah, and right now, Lost Boy Toph, he does have the Fountain, he does have the Crucible, so does Sweet Generous, so it's going to be really interesting to see. Will they pick up the Warhorn next? I'm expecting both of them to, because they both need to gap close, they both need to escape, and on the side of Nemesis Hydra, as long as they can run away from the engage of Kinetic, they should be completely fine.
So whoever wins this fight might be able to take the gold mine, maybe even the Kraken, but Sweet Generous is going to be dropping low. Here comes the first, looking to stop that out, but the good Crucible will block out most of that. Chicken is being actually chased down now, and Chicken is going to drop. Now we do got that Scout Trap. Inane is going to get real low, and that is now going to be a 2-for-1 exchange with Nemesis Hydra still coming out on top of it. it. They got a few seconds now if they want to pick up that gold mine, and they're gonna go for it.
Yeah. However, we do have Fear Poseidon still hanging around. He might be able to go for the steal, but
he's trying to time
it's
it out.
It's gonna be tricky.
All right, he shows himself, gets off some damage, buffs himself, and runs away. That's the strategy of the day, gents. But 5 seconds to spare. They pick up an immense. That's a full 300, and now the Kraken onto the fold as well.
Yeah, and right here, this is where it becomes really, really dangerous for Connect, because if Hardik can basically solo the Kraken, it might take forever, but he can still do it.
Yep.
And on the side of Connect, they really have to be watching out for that. If they see Chicken, if they see Zalflay Toff, that doesn't mean anything, because if they don't have vision on that Kraken, it can still be coming down the lane for them very soon.
All right, Kinetic, they don't see those teammates. They do see the Scarf in lane. They're going to come into this bush, just chase off Lost Boy Toph a little bit. Now, Toph does have that Crucible as well as that Fountain, and with that double Crucible and the Fountain from Sweet Generous, I mean, it goes back and forth. I mean, we see so many blocks, not only from Versus, but the Blast Tremors, the double stun, the triple stun combo that you could have here from Nemesis Hydra. A lot of lockdowns getting negated from these uses of those blocks.
Yeah, and right now, what needs to happen for Connect is they need to find a fight in the open. They need to make sure that they can engage on a Chicken. They need to take him out very quickly and make sure Hardik is unable to stick to any carry. So if Inane gets jumped on, they have to use the Shiver Steel on him and slow Hardik down and just keep him away from Inane. As long as Chicken is the only one that goes down, it's going to go well.
Now the puppies are out, and we're going to be just trying to rush down. And again, Chicken is the big target. Inane finally gets into that back, and now, again, they're looking for that Dragon, and they do get it. Even with that burst going out, Fear Poseidon is just going to be living until the 615 runs down on top of him. The 1-for-1 traded, but Nemesis, could they actually be looking a bit low on this one? Inane is the big target, and they do get him with that Spectral, and that just leaves us with Sweet Generous, and Hardik is just saying, you're not going anywhere, buddy.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Right now, Hardik, the moment Fear Poseidon goes down, the moment Chicken goes down, it doesn't matter, because Hardik is absolutely unkillable in these 2v2s.
And not only does he have the Atlas, but he has that Shiver Steel, and even with this defense from Sweet Generous, they're still going to get this this turret. Hardik with so much shield on the back of it as well. And Last Boy Toph, I mean, that is still a much better trade for Hydra.
Yeah, Hardik is absolutely a monster right now. He has a scoreline to prove it at this point. 7, 5, and 3. He was having such a rough early game, but he is definitely bringing his game up in the end.
Yeah, his minions might not be matching that of Fear Poseidon, but when you got an extra 5 kills to go with it, I think you can forgive a few last hits.
Most certainly, and right now Lost Boy Toph, he does have that Warhorn, so is Sweet Generous, and this could be a really interesting engage because one side is trying to jump on the other while the other is trying to disengage. So Connect, they need to get onto the backline, they need to take out Chicken before Fear Poseidon goes down. And Hardik, on the other side, will just jump onto Fear Poseidon every single time because if Inane doesn't take down Chicken, he can't really do too much without taking a lot of damage from the back.
Now, Inane has actually picked up that Shiver Steel to go with his Serpent's Mask, but Chicken at the same time picked up an Eve of Harvest, so Chicken knows he's the big target. That Eve of Harvest, especially with a good Dragon's Breath or a Spitfire Goop, and you just stand in it, that's quite a bit of health return.
Yeah, that's the big thing for Chicken right now. He knows Inane is going for him every single fight. And the moment he gets the goop down with the burning goop, he is able to heal so much in these fights. That's going to be very difficult for Inane to take him down. However, we do see the breaking point coming out of Inane, so it could be a little bit dangerous.
There's the Hell's Heart, and now here comes that Dragon's Breath. And, well, Fear Poseidon is just not going to be part of this fight. He does not even get that verse off either. So he getting eliminated like that, and now Kinetic splitting to the wind. It's not going to be an ace, but they will at least pick up Inane.
Yeah, Inane definitely going down right here. There's nothing you can do to stop that. And right now, this is definitely going to be at least one turret or the Kraken for a side of Hydra.
Kraken feels like a really good opportunity right now. I mean, they already have 2 of these turrets down. It's just really this choke one, and Chicken doesn't really need to be there in order to make it happen.
Why not both? They can take both turret and the Kraken if they wanted to, but you know, Sweet Generous, that puppy just a little bit too scary for them right now.
They can have their cake and eat it too.
Apparently not. I mean, Sweet Generous just standing there, munching on minions. I don't really think there's too much Hydra is going to do to take this turret down.
They can take their cupcake and eat it too. They're going to pick up the jungle instead. But still, I mean, it's going to be an uncontested Kraken and still pushing down. We've seen a really good win rate with Krakens these days.
Yeah, and right now, Nemesis Hydra going to stomp down this lane with the Kraken. So it'll be really interesting to see how well will Connect defend. Will he be able to stop this Kraken, or will this be the TSM special?
3 turrets, 3 kills, and almost 3,000 gold to the name here of Nemesis Hydra. We do got those. Oh, that actually hit. Inane is going to be feeling that in the morning, but the Dragon's Breath comes out. They only find Fear beside him, but again, they're bringing him down low. There's Blast Tremor. If they can kill him, there's not going to be a verse, and there isn't. The Dagio focus is just too strong. Chicken is going to be a little bit too far forward. He's trying to bring Inane back into this fighting line, and Inane, well, he's going to get a few blocks, but still, the defender disadvantage is going to be real without Fear Poseidon for another 20 solid seconds.
Yeah, and right here, this is almost certain again. Kraken is almost completely full health. They are trying to chase Nemesis Hydra out of their base, but is it going to work? It's gonna be close.
Well, it's looking like no. Inane doesn't have anything left to pop into this one, so he is going to have the Rose Offensive. He's going to pop out the boots. It's just not enough. The Spitfire catches him in the butt, and that is going to be another death. Turrets are down.
The turret exploded and killed Hardik.
Hardik is down, but it doesn't matter. It's more of a swag kill right then and there. That's a 2-0, and Nemesis Hydra will go on to face off against Velocity tomorrow in the semifinals.
Yeah, and Nemesis Hydra just going into the semifinals once again. They have every single tournament I've seen them in. They have made it to these semifinals, and I'm very excited to see what will they pull out tomorrow.
I mean, there's something to be said. We barely saw NA Kroll, but I can tell that our European commentators in the back, they're very happy to see now these Krolls coming into North America, and especially Hardik. And we actually sat down with him and said, have you been watching Europe? He's like, no, I don't have the time. So it's like, so where did this Kroll come from? He's like, well, I just started practicing it, and it feels good.
Yeah, so Kroll, just such an important pick for Nemesis Hydra in this match. They able to shut down the carry of Inane, and right there, in that game, the main thing was, every time that Fear of Sign went down, the buff, the Agent of Wrath, just went down, and Nane was unable to do the damage that he needed to. He was unable to take out Chicken, he was unable to fight Hardik, and it was just completely over for them from that point on.
The kills weren't even really that far off either. I mean, by the time the Kraken was really a focus, it was 12 kills, 13, but a lot of those early kills just unfortunately started falling off when it came to the gold value, and as time goes on, those death timers get longer and longer, and Kinetic, I mean, Kroll, we say he's late game, we've seen his good early, but he's still a late game.
Yeah, and the main thing there is, Nemesis Hydra, they had a very rough early game last time, and they were still able to pull it back. So being able to see them come out, a little bit weak out of the gates and still pulling it to a strong end game is fantastic to see.
Well, guys, Nemesis Hydra will continue on. We will say good night, Sweet Prince, to their opponents. Unfortunately, not able to put up a point, and I feel a little bit for Inane. 0-2 for his stream performance, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And to finish off the cookie, we're throwing it back to Rome and Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much. What a day it has been. I am here, of course, with Iraqi Zoro and Rome. I am Playoff Beard. Thank you so much for joining us for this full day of action. We're right back at it tomorrow. Day 3 is the playoffs. It is the semifinals and finals. We move to best of 5. We move to single elimination. You cannot afford to lose tomorrow, and that is going to be exciting. But Rome, once again, like they seem to do time and time again, Nemesis Hydra gets it done and gets to those final stages of these tournaments.
Yeah, and I actually love the way that they're using Kroll, especially after the changes in 1.15, where they built a lot of defense on him, and pretty much Hardik just focused on just grabbing a lot of attack speed and enough defense for him to sustain out and deal as much weakness stacks as he can.
Yeah. Wow. Seeing Hardik on that Kroll time and time again, it wasn't taken away from him, and as a result, he had a pretty good day. Now, for Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, what a run it has been throughout this winter season, upsetting team after team throughout the qualifier process, making it this deep in this tournament. And that Halcyon Hammer's organization, they have a team in the semifinals. Kinetic was such a fine run, and they really have stepped up in this season, have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, and pretty much it's the overall development and the support coming from the organization. Like, we talked to a lot of the players on both of these teams, and they have to accommodate so much of support and everything that the Halcyon Hammers organization has provided for them.
What's that? Oh, and yes, and Zoro is very excited, of course, to see Gangstar Sirius play against TSM tomorrow. If we can pull up the schedule and take a look at what we have in store tomorrow, we'll do that in just a minute, and here we go. Let's take a look at that. So we have, of course, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity against Nemesis Hydra, and then Iraqi Zoro gets to play from his remote location against Team Solo Mid. That is a match we thought would perhaps be the finals. It's going to happen in the semifinals, but sure, it's going to be exciting, Rom.
So this might be like a quick relapse to what happened at the IPL, where they were knocked out in the finals, and it's the perfect chance for them to actually get that revenge.
All right, so I believe that we have an interview ready with that Nemesis Hydra trio. Damn, Daniel, it's Nemesis Hydra with Yuma Rankin.
Thanks, Playoff Beard and Rome. I'm here today with Nemesis Hydra, with Hardek, Lost Boy Toph, and Chicken. And first, let's take a look at their uniforms here. They've got some matching Vans. Where'd you guys get those?
From Ellen. Shout out to Ellen. Thanks. Thank you for it.
So it was actually given to you as a gift? Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, great. So I wanted to ask you about, since this is a kind of a rematch from day one, what lessons did you learn from day one that you've taken into today's game?
Actually, the crow pick against them is really effective. Since like I saw them like they don't play it, so from that.
Great, yeah. And about the Krull pick, I mean, it's a fairly common thing in the EU meta, and we don't see it very much in NA. So what inspired you to play Krull? Did you main Krull before, or?
Actually, I've experimented Krull. I just started playing Krull when I started streaming. So when I show a lot of my viewers requested the Krull, then I tried showing up the builds and stuff like that. So every situation, I have a build for every situation.
Awesome. And you and Lost Boy Toph have been a very famous jungle duo. You guys have been playing together for a really long time. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Oh, awesome. And so with that relationship that you guys have built, do you feel like that gives you a bit of an advantage over some other teams?
Yes, I think so too. We didn't need to talk on the TeamSpeak or something like that. We just play it like that, just normal.
Yeah, I don't even have to say anything. You guys just read each other's minds, right? All right, let's give it up again for Nemesis Hydra, and we're going to close off the evening with Playoff Beard and Rome. Yes.
All right, thank you, Yuma Rankin. Hardek, a man of few words, but immense skill.
Yeah, and pro tip coming off of Hardek saying that he picked up Krull when he started streaming a lot. So for all the players out there, if you want to get really good, just start streaming.
Yeah, it is a forcing factor. You end up playing all sorts of different heroes. You end up playing different comps. You end up playing more casuals or privates than you otherwise would. And who knows what you'll discover. Maybe you'll end up on a Rome Vox like K-Fizzle today, going YOLO. But it's been a really fun ride, Rome. We've gone through 2 full days now. Is there anything that stands out for you where it's like, these seem to be the trends in 115 tournament play?
Well, overall, like, we see a lot of different compositions coming out, and I was especially astonished yesterday seeing all the different heroes that were being played. And looking at previous patches, previous tournaments, where we see like pretty much the prime meta entering every tournament build, and like all the players and teams pretty much focusing around that. But now, like, we're getting all these diversity. We're getting like different approaches into like building either a soft push comp, a buff comp, or pretty much like the balancing and like how they itemize. And overall, it's exciting to watch like how the professional teams have been approaching the new meta and making them a new meta of their own.
Yeah, it certainly has been exciting. It's been exciting to see new Vainglory team TSM, you know, fighting their way through, making it to the semifinals. This has been fun to see rising stars in Dienzio and Aloha and Veins, you know, getting that Halcyon Hammer squad all the way into the semifinals. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. That's 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. The clocks do change very early tomorrow morning, so make sure you make it there on time. I want to thank one last time our sponsors, SteelSeries providing the headsets for all the players, Amazon Coins, and NVIDIA Shield with that K1 tablet designed for gamers. So thank you. If you've been watching all this time since we kicked off the broadcast today, thank you for watching, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see you then.
Bye.